we were making like 70. I think it was like $78. I think it was like 77 and change because it was a Canadian outfit that couldn't contribute to the annuity. You know what I mean? They couldn't do it because of all the Canadian policies and U.S. policies, so they had to pay us right in the paycheck. I was like, holy shit, dude. I was looking at my paychecks. I was like, yeah, this is nice. I get used to this. But yeah, there's no way they ever would have got the union in there because it just never would have got done.
Aside from owning your own business, being a doctor, being an attorney, like there's good money out there in degrees and stuff. But if you're in a union, dude, as an engineer, bro, like that's hard to beat, dude. That's hard to beat.
Yeah,
I talk to lawyers. I talk to lawyers. Like every morning, you saying?
Dude, that is fucking brutal. Every day coming home on 24. Oh. That's why I left the union. I was tired of it. Dude, 2.5 hours to get home.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, dude.
You an engineer, rigger?
No.
Oh, okay.
Rigging engineer. Actually, I'm going. Yeah, I mean that's what I am, dude. So I got that.
Engineer in the common sense, no. Like, in the common terms, no. But like, do I have
architectural
that give me engineer attached to it? Yeah.
I'm just gonna let you know,
I got rigging, dude. I got rigging under my belt and telescope and boom. What is it called? Can't remember right now, dude. Anyways, go ahead. I know you're an architectural engineer, right, Risky? Or something like that.
I was, yeah. I was just saying, like, you guys mentioned it, and I thought that's what you were sort of the lines you were going down. Yeah, dude. Crazy hours, like dedication to the work. It's just gnarly. And like, there's the architecture scene is far more. I think it's very exploitative in its nature.
Yeah, they make a lot of money though. The little design shops, because I did a little business for a bit, and I used to hire a design firm for me, and they would do up all my prints, bro, and it was just so invaluable. The time it would take me to learn all the software in and out and do it my damn self, hell no. And I'd have them print up like the actual fab, right? Like staircases, handrails, all shit like that. I'd have them printed up, and when I'd pot all my pieces together, I would just put it on the print. They blew it up to actual secure. It made the work so much easier. The only hard part was designing it with them, The rest was just time.
Yeah. I'm going through a bit of a transition in my my application at the moment. I'm taking on board more like CNC operations. Found a guy that's a CNC operator, operates a machine about half an hour away from here.
You're gonna go that route, huh?
Well, I was basically cutting everything myself in like cabinetry, or sometimes I would order stuff and just like cut it to fit. But this CNC route, like, dude, opens up so many doors. It's like all customized. It's like I don't need to worry about trying to like get my tools all in the right dimensions and all the rest of it. And then like you make a slight sort of 0.5 mil. This thing, it all just comes in perfectly, dude. And it really suits me because my background is like mostly in modeling. It was never cutting stuff. Actually, sort of having the tools and the wear, like it's all is. What are like what do they say? What's that silly statement? There's like the tradesman blames their tools or something. It's like no. The tools fucking
It's not like operator error. It's tool error. What?
Yeah, well, it's not. No, dude. It really comes down to the tooling. Like, if you've got if it's easy to adjust your tool to different dimensions and quickly, like, dude, these CNC routers, they just cut everything.
Dude, insanely fast.
I'm going from like my projections at the moment are going from like just like say a 30 grand build. Right? I would spend like 5 grand on cabinetry that I'd have to cut out and still edit, and it'd be a bit pretty easy to assemble, but I still got to like customize it. At this point now, I dropped the price with this CNC guy. I should have got onto this way earlier, by the way. But I'm down to about $2.5 grand for product and cutting. Like it halved that cost. It did take a lot longer in actually sort of like being able to produce the parts. But now that I've like modeled all the parts and I get it all set, I can just like next job I do, I just cut and paste everything I did before in certain geometry, and it'll work out. Just save so much time.
Yeah, I used to hire a
Killian,
machinist.
you know Killian Risky?
I'm familiar with him, yeah. Yep.
He's an engineer too. I don't know what exactly he does, but I think he does modeling or something
Yeah,
like that too.
engineering's like one of those broad like terminologies, dude. So yeah. Apparently some of them work on the tools, and other guys are like basically just sitting behind a computer, and that's all I used to do. Sit behind a computer.
That's what he does behind a computer. That's what he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Jim calling himself an engineer? Because he worked on a car engine once.
I think you need a new mic.
I think I picked you up though. I mean, Jin. Like, I mean, what is it? He's the expert, or what did he call himself? Like the super expert or something? Like the superior expert or something?
Jin's an English teacher in Japan.
Yeah.
Oh, Jin's an engineer? Is that what he was
No,
saying?
he's an English teacher. He's a professor. He's not an engineer.
I heard something about a car.
He's not a professor.
Well, I don't know if he's a professor. He's something, dude. He does something over there.
Yeah, he tutors Japanese kids in English.
Oh, he's only a tutor now? He
That's all
degraded
he ever
himself.
was.
Dude, a guy of that age, he's gone on like 60 and above. Like he's probably had so many trades in his time.
Yeah, I know he's talked about field.
I don't think he's had a lot of trades. He is not professional in any way, and he's just teaching English at just a practical level, at like a night class for ESL classes. So he's just telling them how to pronounce words, how to build a sentence. He's not really getting into literature and the history of English. He's just telling them what time is it, Mr. Scott? Oh, it is 4:30. Thank you.
I would
saying
love
he's
job,
basically
dude.
teaching a sped class. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's not like he never had a job of any technical requirement.
Well, I talked to him about welding, and he knew a little bit about that. So I'll give him that.
Because he can fix a motorbike.
That's I mean, if you know how to fix a motorbike, you know a fair bit about mechanics. Like, depending on what the problem is, obviously.
Yeah. Knowing about mechanics is that's a very, very real trade.
He calls himself an engineer. That's the problem.
He calls himself a special expert. Like, I've forgotten his
in everything.
Yeah, no, but like it's part of the fun because it's actually the reason why he says that is in retaliation to you guys claiming all of I'm a physicist, I'm a this, I'm a that. Like he's just like fuck it, I'm just gonna claim I'm a PhD or a
But then he says stupid shit. But then he says stupid shit. So yeah, it's hard.
But he's fun. Yeah, sometimes, man, I just crack up.
Where he is now is anyone's guess. Some guess, others know.
Is that a hot mic or an echo?
Hot mic.
Yeah, but I used to do that risky, something similar to what you're doing. Like you're going way above. But I used to just hire out a machinist to do so much of the work, and it saves an astronomical amount of time. Because like, how much time would it take me to do that with the equipment I have? Versus just giving the work to someone that's already outfitted for it.
Yeah, what's your application? Like specifically? Like when you
what was I building?
What are you trying to achieve? Yeah, like you said staircases and
I did a lot of rails, like you walk into like buildings and stuff, like the glass panel, handrails, stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of that shit's like really complex, like the joints. Well, not really complex, but you know what I mean? Like they want the profile a certain way. and yada yada yada. And like a lot of them pieces, like, dude, why am I gonna drill and tap this myself? I'll just send it out to an engineer, give them the exact spec, not an engineer, machinist, and they'll just knock it out in no time, and put a great finish on it for me too.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, all I got to do is cut everything, set it all up, and send them the print.
Yeah, I've been through it, man. I built this shit up from the ground up, and I didn't even really know much about like carpentry or joinery or any form of like woodwork or whatnot. And I just been sort of making mistakes along the way.
Yeah, I gave it up, man. It's too political to get contracts. Like everything you bid it on, it's just like if you're not, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you could do residential.
I never had to do too much of that personally. I mean, I would like as far as my occupation is concerned, I had the finished degree, not the formal qualification. It comes after the finished degree, but like you're still consulting with engineers. You submit your design plans, and then you ask the engineer, give some feedback. What do you think about this? Is this the most efficient manner? What size column do I need over here? They supply you with drawings, and then I just need to make sure that my drawings would match up with theirs. So I'd have to basically take their drawings, what do they call it, like trace layer it on, and make sure it's all sort of corresponding.
Yeah, make sure they actually design you something that can be built in real life.
Yeah, I mean, this is like not even none of the stuff that I'd be doing would be really sent to fabrication. It'd probably go to someone else before it then goes to fabrication if it was being outsourced. But like that, yeah. I'm having meetings with like developers and sort of like working out like kind of what style, like what kind of clientele or what kind of people are going to buy these houses that you're going to try to build and stuff. It was never like too technical. It was more sort of orientated about like sort of whatever. The developer needed to accommodate a certain sort of clientele that they were aiming for as far as the target market, and we had to design to that. A lot of it was real cheap shit. I got to work on some high-end stuff towards the back end, but yeah, I started. I mean, that's when I was just like, dude, that's when kind of the idea. I can't talk about the health stuff, but yeah, basically because of the health stuff, I was like, I don't want to work in a place that they can tell me what to do. Like, not like that anyway. So.
Yeah, that was a funny remark. Make sure you can actually build what the guy designed. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how it goes, right?
Oh yeah, I know that problem. I remember early in my career, a salty old superintendent and I were having a go at it over some goofy thing I had designed. And he said, "Son, just because you can draw a picture of it doesn't mean we can build it." And I had to step back and think about that for a minute. He was right.
Well,
you can absolutely draw pictures of shit that you cannot build.
Yeah. Enter Frank Lloyd Wright.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and a lot of
what did he design that you can't build? What did Frank Lloyd Wright design that you can't build?
Oh, look, most of his buildings, he had like some really exotic cantilever or some, canopied ceiling and roof structure, and it looks all real good, and maybe it could be built, but about 6 months later, it leaks like a pig or the cantilever's sagging.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
Yeah, but that
was famous when they said when they talk about a Frank Lloyd Wright building, it's not like if the roof is leaking, it's how much is the roof leaking.
I mean, unless they're using
done, right? It can be done, but it's so fucking expensive to do it where it's just there's no budget that's going to cover it in a realistic way. You know what I mean? Like to avoid all the leaking and all that shit, it's just unrealistic. That's like the number one thing I was dealing with the design team. They would send me something and I'd have to like redo it and be like, nope, this isn't practical. That's not practical. I am not fucking building it this way. You can get the same exact result doing it like this. Then you send back all the notes and they redesign it into something that's realistic,
But when you look at this classic, The House of Falling Waters, it looks, he drew it, and yes, they did build it, and every 10 years later, they build it again.
So my question is then, like, is it because it's poorly designed, or was it poorly executed in the construction phase?
I'd
Well,
say
the
design.
material that goes to what Blue was saying. Just because you drew it, so he drew it out there, and then the steel doesn't do what he thinks it does. You know, it has more flex than was in it. You know, he was dealing it as if it's perfectly rigid all the time, and then he's got, you know, then he loads it up with stone floors, which, you know, puts in this heavy load. Also, you know, a low frequency harmonic as people are walking across it.
I'd have to look more into the that Falling Waters building. But yeah, cool. Like, principally, I know what you're talking about. They say that the building sort of is always in constant need of repair. It's virtually not livable. It's more of a it's an
Yeah, so
art
it goes
sort of
to, yeah,
piece
he
of
drew
these
it.
days, right?
He drew it. It could be built, but that doesn't mean it performed well. It's just kind of like the saying, you know, it couldn't be built to satisfy the function.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. That's part of it.
A lot of fancy shit ends up going that route.
That's why you see at the auto shows, you see concept cars. And then when you see the production model, it looks way different. Why?
Yeah, the harmonics are a real thing too. Harmonics, expansion joints, like that. The buildings move so much. I don't think like the common person understands how much the building's actually moving.
A
See, this
good
is why I
bridge,
sort of,
a good bridge has a very, you know, is a dynamic structure, not a rigid thing.
this is
Yeah,
why
you're
I
gonna
think
have
of
feet.
that's why I think of Falling Waters as more of like an artistic installation. My question is, was it ever necessary, like all those expansion joins, like the necessity to sort of cater for the nature of the material may not have actually necessarily been the like intention.
It was intended to be a residence.
I
The
don't know about that.
history of architecture is littered with poor architectural designs. You know, where someone hasn't followed through either the engineering or the consequential ramifications of a building design. I mean, for example,
Do you
there's
want to pick one?
skyscrapers. Yeah, there's
Pick
been
one.
skyscrapers. I'm trying to. There's skyscrapers that have been
Yeah.
built.
Like he has a beautiful 8-inch column, and the engineer makes it a, you know, a foot and a half, and then it looks like shit because it's a foot and a half. Well, the 8-inch one was going to collapse.
Not
Do
even
you
that.
guys ever think?
There's countless skyscrapers and tall building architectures where, when they were built, they caused subsequent problems that weren't foreseen for the environment around them. For example, there are buildings with curved facades where the glass has caused glare or even actually burnt other things. There are other buildings that are built that create insufferable drafting or air currents on the surface around it, which makes streets hostile to
Yeah,
pedestrians.
and
These sort of things
there's no short of examples of a beautifully architectural drawing, then going through engineering, and then it was built. That doesn't mean it could be built. They just built it anyway. And then what
Oh yeah.
happens? All the windows blow out.
Well, my counter argument to you guys, right, is how would you say this? Buildings fail for many reasons. There's a very famous one that became a like part of a Hollywood set, like a dystopian future. It's like a circular building. I can't remember the name of it. I'll go find these things once I'm done here and just explaining a couple of things. But essentially, that building failed not because of like engineering processes, but it failed because it became like a drug den. Because the way in which they laid out the building and its location, like all the pretenses of the way they expected people to inhabit it, that was the failure. It wasn't a mechanical failure. It was a
Well,
social
there's
failure.
both kinds.
And then
There's both kinds. And one kind was just because you drew it didn't mean the
Misha.
materials could satisfy that drawing, which is what Blue
Yeah,
said.
sure.
He drew it, he designed it, it looked good. Because the guy said that doesn't mean you can build it because, you know, the the dimensions will be too thin. It'll have too much flex, or you can't machine it. You get in there and weld it, do the fasteners. There's a lot of reasons why it couldn't be built, but could be drawn.
Okay, but I mean, it can be built, but it can't be lived in. Apparently, is another aspect of it, right? Like the
Well,
brutalist
failure to meet
I think,
function.
okay. So essentially, there is a brutalist. What was it, like an apartment block? Like this is like formerly when brutalism came about. I think it was like early to or late 80s or so. It was in the 80s, and it's basically like these are fallen buildings. Like no one wants to live in these architectural structures. So I don't know, like if we want to fixate and focus on the notion of the failures of design so far as they are like engineering problems and material understanding, there's a whole bunch of other buildings that have just completely failed on social bases. Like they fall apart because no one wants to live in them.
Engineering and architecture has come a long way in the last 45 years.
Well, it came to whether or not something could be fabricated, even though it could be drawn, because of material sciences. Now, then form meeting, does it meet the function? That wasn't what Blue was getting at initially. He was talking about the material science. You can't even build it.
Okay, cool. But so what does this mean for this? So to point out the fact that something can be drawn but not built, right? Or, it's built and it fails. But I mean, you can build it and it fails on the social aspect. It fails on its capacity to actually service itself as a habitat, like a place
the
for
function.
people to inhabit. It fails on that basis. That's the critical failure that I look at. Engineering and material is pretty obvious.
Right, but it's not necessarily obvious, and that's why you see some buildings collapse during construction.
Like what buildings?
Well, there's been quite a few. Well, around here, right? They had one. I'm not sure the entire cause, but they were building a bridge, and they had some serious problems with the pylons, to the point where they had to set all new pylons and redo them because the pylons were failing when they tested them.
I mean, are they taking shortcuts, or are they sort of
no? It was something
misinterpreting the information,
Or it was designed, they designed it because it looked good with the, a 20-foot square footprint. And yeah, you could build it that way, but material science says you need 40-foot square, footings. Or the Whittier Narrows Bridge looked really good. They built it and it fell down.
Yeah, but do you want like
a problem?
Sorry, go ahead, Rigo.
No, they were having a problem with the reaction of the concrete and the salt water. Like the special mixture of concrete they were using. I guess it all made sense on paper, but in reality,
it sounds like someone was cutting corners, mate. They didn't sort of account for the
potentially.
It sounds like that anyway. Yeah,
but I don't really know enough about it.
Sleipner A, the undercarriage of Sleipner A, when that was built, was a design flaw in it. This thing was about 350 meters long concrete column, weighing about 1 million tons, and it was half floating. Suddenly, just collapsed. In fact, when it hit the seafloor, even the seismic station in the area registered a bang. And that was just a flaw in the design.
Just a flaw in the design.
Yeah, somebody drew it. Yeah, somebody drew it, and it couldn't be built.
Yeah, the drawing, when they constructed it, the way it was set up, especially in the bottom parts, showed when they did the investigation afterwards, they came to the conclusion that it was not strong enough, and still they just went ahead. So that was a few billion NOx dropped into the deep sea.
I mean, like, what I'm trying to point out a little bit, like, my more interested sort of aspect is that which is actually built, and yet it fails on a social scale. Not just like this. Like, what are
Yeah, admitted. Yeah, there are two different aspects of failure.
Yeah, there could be a lot of reasons. I mean, in which area is it? How does it look like? I mean, not many people now wants to live in this old type of 70s block buildings, which is really boring looking at.
Would you go so far? I mean, I'm at this position right now where I think modernistic architecture in its like it is doing just good enough. That's what they're essentially trying to do. Just good enough. It's like just livable. That's the bare minimum they need to reply to.
Cost. Comes down to
Yeah, there's
cost.
economic pressures to, mass produce something as opposed to a single unit custom build. Yeah, there's. Someone said, if you have like 200-foot span, and you have to build a bridge to carry 100-ton load, any of us could do that. But proper engineering is to do that just barely.
What do you say about the sort of bridge structures that they have in Europe? There's a couple of famous ones that are sort of designed by architects. They're very graceful in their expression compared to what an engineer would come up with. Do you think that they're sort of valuable in the sense of was it someone had to try at something like an artistic expression of engineering? Like it's not necessarily efficient or economical, but it's cool to look at, cool to drive.
Yeah, there is that. There is the aesthetic. There is the aesthetic, and that's why you had that. What was that? That bridge in Italy. They, somebody designed it, and yeah, it was built, but that doesn't mean it really could be built because it just sporadically fell down. And
there's a couple of other ones.
And then at Florida State University, they wanted a pedestrian bridge, and so they designed it to look pretty. And then by making it look pretty, it became too heavy, and all the pre-stressed girders across the bottom couldn't support the aesthetic load that they put on top, and it fell down while they were building it.
Okay.
So just because somebody drew it doesn't mean it can be built.
It doesn't at all by any means. But do you think it? I've had this discussion, like me being the designer, looking for something that looks like aesthetically pleasing, like sort of in that sense, and then you got the engineering design side of things, and they're looking for efficiency. I mean, there's a bridge in London which became unwalkable if the wind was blowing at a certain direction at a certain speed. It would start wobbling.
Yeah, it was part of the millennium. It was part of that whole millennium. The Millennium Wheel and all these. It's the year 2000. Yeah, and they wanted to make. Yeah, you can make aesthetics into a bridge, which could inflate the cost, and that could be worth it. But again, just because somebody drew it and somebody designed it doesn't mean it either mechanically works or functionally works, or material engineering says all the cables were too small, but because because somebody didn't like the appearance of the fat cables.
It doesn't, like, I'm not trying to imply that. Do you like support the notion of trying new and different things, like with the capacity to fail though? Like, we can all point out the failures, yeah, like we all fail all the time, but I'm just kind of curious, like as a general thing, like if you were a bridge designer, would you just come up with a set way to build a bridge and just like cut paste? Every bridge is going to look the same because this is the most efficient way to build a bridge? Or would you be of the inclusion of notion like we should try new things at least as like an artistic expression?
Sure,
which way would you go?
And there's risk, yeah, and in that there is risk without doubt.
Yeah, but I think
Millennium Bridge is classed as a design implementation fault. The geometry of the design was fine, but they didn't. Between that and the engineering implementation, the design didn't have the right material metrics in it. That's basically what the conclusion of that was. The category failures for architecture design conceptualization, where the architect comes up with something which is, you know, not even feasible from a point of view of material sciences. And there's design implementation in the Millennium Bridge, an example of that, where the structural analysis that should have gone forward before the engineering didn't take place properly. The engineering implementation, where engineers make whilst during its construction, they make decisions about swapping things out because they think it's financially more tenable, and they don't follow it through, doesn't get propagated through the engineering design. Then you've got construction process, whereby you don't necessarily use the right construction expertise to build it. That's effectively failing there.
Yeah.
Then when the thing's finished, as you point out, Risky, there's the nuanced ones, which are environmental implication, which is it suitable? Does it have habitability, or is it a workable space for people? And that sometimes isn't foreseen in the original design. Then you got utilizations. Then you got whether the building in that utilization is able to adapt over time. Classic examples of that failure are WTCs 1 and 2. Then you've got maintenance tenability, which is, was it a failure from a design perspective, in so much as did anybody look at how this building could be managed over a larger lifetime? Those are all general classifications of failure.
And with the Millennium Bridge, it's not like they shortcut the materials.
No, not at all. That was a design implementation class fault, where between the design conceptualization and the engineering and the construction implementation, the structural engineers working on the design of the bridge didn't counter for the correct harmonics that would be generated in the building as the consequence of standard forces in it.
Yeah, so they drew it, and it really couldn't be built, even though they built it, but it didn't function for material science reasons.
They fixed it. They revisited it and fixed it, and they got a consultancy in to work out what rigid.
They put in what? They put in hydraulic dampeners or something.
Yeah, they harmonic dampers, and they changed some of the rigid components, didn't they, between the cabling and the bridge?
Yeah.
How many millions did they give to the the builders to fix that shit? It's just money on money. Yeah.
I did see because it's in the UK. I was in London. It was on the news. There was documentaries here, and I did remember eye-wateringly large amounts of money for for these sort of things anyway.
But you look at some of the first cable stay bridges. They're architecturally fantastic, and a lot of people question the engineering of it, and they are fantastic. The risk was taken, and some of the bridges had problems where they had to make modifications halfway through because material sciences, just because somebody drew it doesn't mean it can be built. So they made some modifications. But then many of the other cable stay bridges are just fantastic visual architectural pieces that function just fine with the proper engineering. So yeah, there's, like I said, failure is on, failure is a spectrum.
This is can I jump in on this conversation? Because as a former constructor, I had these conversations, and I had to deal with all the different parties involved. And so you guys have brought up a lot of the great arguments that are made. And when you try something novel, you're definitely going to have some risk, and you're going to be using it to exist, or new materials that have never been used in a particular application. But a lot of times you have the owner about schedule and cost. You've got the design people at the architectural and design level thinking about putting a feather in their cap about their design, and you've got engineers and also material suppliers saying, hey, our stuff can or can't do this, and the engineer saying, I know you want this all built with, and someone said the example of an 8-inch beam or a column or whatever, but the only way to hold this weight up is with an 18-inch one, and that now you've got this 18-inch wide thing instead of an 8-inch one. And the only way to stop that is to put in a whole bunch of 8-inch ones, so now you got more of them. And it's really hard to get all the parties to agree when you sit down at a meeting with them. But you a lot of times, even these things, they're not known until you start the project, and then you actually start ordering something. They're like, oh, what are you going to do with this? It's they gave you the price for it when you priced the job, but without knowing all the things, and they want the prices done in two weeks or a month or 2 months, or depending on the size of the project. But that's not a lot of time to figure out practical things, and you hope that the consultants have done all their work, but a lot of times you find out as you go, and then you have to adapt as you go.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. I mean, a classic
Well-
example of construction process and engineering implementation failure was the Hyatt Regency walkway in Missouri. If you remember that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. That's,
and that
I mean,
that's because it was built not per design.
Well, exactly. Yeah. There was two long walkways suspended by steel rods from the ceiling of this great big open space atrium, and the design as it was put down had I think it was 12 of these steel rods suspended down, and the same 12 rods were attached to the top walkway and then down to the second walkway. But but at the design level, what they needed was steel rods, which had, by definition, had a section of thread halfway, a portion of the way down the rod to support the upper thing. And the engineers looked at that after the conceptualization wasn't seen through properly, and the engineers went, thought it would just use one set of rods to the top one, and then the second set of rods from that one to the bottom one. And no one actually thought through the ramifications of how it changes the load distribution. And effectively the top set of rods were now on their bolts attached to the first runway. They were also taking the weight of the second runway, and the upper runway, the bottom runway. So that when it was in the middle of it was actually open to the public, and a load of people died, didn't they? A load of people were on it when it collapsed.
Oh yeah, it was a big gala event, and all three decks had like 50 people on them each, and then the pancaking started happening. Yeah, it was huge.
Yeah, it killed 100 people.
Because somebody drew it with a straight through rod from the ceiling, but they built it segmented, and that changed it entirely. So that was a change that didn't go through engineering.
Yeah, and that type of thing is usually checked. Like, I would never change something like that without checking. If someone said, hey, we can't get them in this length that they drew on here, can we just attach two of them together? The first call I'm making is to the structural engineer and say, hey, you asked for a 40-foot one of these, but the biggest length they sell is 20.
Well,
what are we going to do here? Did you check with them, right? But you have to ask these questions before you go ahead and order it.
Therein lies the lawsuit. Whether or not somebody had raised it and sent it up the chain of command, somebody signed it, it came back down, and it got built, or did somebody just change it in the field without going up I don't know, but that's the stuff of lawsuits.
Yeah, and that's like as a constructor, my first call was let's go see who knows what they asked for and what they're saying they can actually supply. Let's go have a conversation about it. Is the first thing you need to do, because when you start adding joints to things, maybe in the catalog it even says the joints are all rated the same as the thing, but that's for what purpose though? What are you doing with it? And the difference between hanging a piece of, I'll use a rod as an example. You can hang
I don't think
a pipe from a rod of a weight, and then say people walking on it's way different.
I don't think the contractor just did it different than planned.
Well, I think actually
no,
did.
I'm sure somewhere something got changed. Well, they may have, but why did they do it? It's usually not for terrible reasons. Some people are terrible contractors.
Yeah, the question is whether or not he got approval to do that.
Yeah, as I recall, there was never an engineering review of that design change.
Yeah, I would say something like that is usually like an in-house engineering design decision to save the company money.
As I say, in the first four classes of architecture failure are all communication failures. The second four, as they're taken from environmental implications and utilization onwards, are all effectively conceptual failures from the get-go, but they're not necessarily a breakdown of communication. So when it comes,
there also should be shop drawings of these, right? Like the shop drawing should have been submitted and approved by the main consultant for the structural on that, right? So when they said, hey, we're going to do it with this joint, the people making the joint should have drawn that up and sent it in to the contractor to then be sent to everyone, like the architect should have signed off on it, the prime structural consultant should have signed off on it, and oftentimes other consultants will look at it too and say, hey, does that change something about what I'm depending on? Like perhaps like electrical conduits were also going to be hung off of these same rods. I'm not saying they were. I'm saying people will look at this. The electrical engineer will say, hey, I can't use that because I was expecting to put a bunch of clamps there. And so like oftentimes multiple people should see this. So it's mind blowing when you hear that this happens, but it's also something where like when you work in the industry as long as I did, you see things where for one reason or another, one file gets missed, one email gets missed, a paper gets misplaced, and someone gets not copied on something they should have been copied on, and the schedule drive pushes people to move ahead fast, and that causes problems. It shouldn't, but it does happen. Sometimes the people demanding to move in on day X are more concerned about that than they are about having it done right. And I've often had to stop people and say, hey, your opening day is not nearly as important as the safety and longevity of this building is way more important than your arbitrary move-in day. Which is like, I realize there's hard things going on, but you have to sometimes rethink. Sometimes you got to reorganize everything. And it's a damn hard conversation to have with people, but it's one you have to have.
Well, that's similar. That in any manufacturing process, is an equivalency in that. I mean, I work in a field of electronics and design, where people say to me, "Oh, can we just swap that out?" And my answer, and the reason they pay me what they pay me is because I'm not afraid to go, "No, fuck off. I'm not doing that unless you pass it through there, and there." You know. And I would rather be marked as delayed than unusable. And that's the only real ramifications of my work. It either works or it doesn't work. But in, like you say, in architecture and construction, it either works or it kills quite often, you know.
Sometimes, yeah, and also, I mean, I heard people talking about does it work for its function. I heard about like, you know, does the actual aesthetic of it invite people in? Like brutalist architecture is a bit of a weird one because some people are attracted to it. Most people don't like it. It sort of sits funny on the landscape. But there can be aspects of it that are appealing if it's done right. And I also heard someone talk about cookie cutter engineering for like bridges. And I've noticed in my general area, which is in southern Ontario, new bridges are going up using the same design, which is a good design. But they're also decorating them with like precast little concrete artworks. And it's become very common for artwork or some sort of like an homage to a thing or a place or a person gets sort of embossed on the side of a bridge to give it an interesting look. And something like there'll be like animals of the area will be like made into artwork and put on it. And that may be a whole lot more practical than putting up something that just looks pretty as a bridge but doesn't hold the traffic load it has to carry.
Right. I mean, you could build a structural equivalent of, say, the Golden Gate Bridge without the Art Deco overtones, for example. You know, it's just a facade, isn't it? A lot of it.
Well, I suppose you could, and I think you can have form and function mixed together. And you know, as I said before, when you try something novel, you're gonna have to take a little bit of a risk, but there should be some very strong conversations happening at the engineering level. And I actually have a friend who I don't actually know from industry. I met in my volunteer work, but her job is an engineer. She's a senior engineer, and she works for a company, and the main thing they do is help arbitrate when something has gone wrong in design and engineering. They come in and examine everything that happened and then go either to an arbitrator or a judge when there's a court case, when these big lawsuits happen, and they are an expert witness in these things, and they help determine, you know, where was the problem and who bears the responsibility or how should responsibility be shared. Because there are real costs to these things. You can't just pretend they're free. You know, there's a real cost on a lot of levels.
Yeah, hello, Millennium Tower. Millennium Tower, yeah. It was sinking while they were building it.
Yeah, that sounds like a major problem. It sounds like groundworks engineering was missed as a discipline, or it was missed in like, you know, what they did
when they developed the pile foundation. it's like 70 floors of condo, and when they designed the mat and the piles, for some reason they decided to just use friction piles down to like 80 feet, and every other building in the neighborhood have soldier piles all the way to bedrock. But they thought it was going to be fine. Okay, the engineering was going to be fine, and the whole the whole building structure was made of steel. Then someone changed it. Goes, well, what if we just made it out of concrete instead? Oh, that'd be much better, faster, cheaper. And they didn't redesign the support mat, and so it was sinking while it was being built, and now it's leaning. And then someone has to come in and fix it, and the fix costs more than the construction of the building to begin with.
It's a major problem.
It is not just the strength and stuff after. It is the focus on the safety before anything. Like even the safety of the assembly for the workers, because if an engineer does something, even in the assembly stage, that tells the worker to do something dangerous, he can go to jail and stuff like that.
Absolutely. It's one of the main things, and so
but that's not the reality of what happens in the field, though. Like you could say that, but in the reality, out in the field, you're going to listen to your boss and you're going to listen to superiors, or you're not going to have a job. So if they tell you to cut corners, you're cutting corners, and nobody's going to find out about that unless they investigate it.
So I don't know how it works in architecture, but I know how it works in mechanical engineering, and you have a supervisor from the mechanical engineering side that will make sure that you follow instructions, and your team manager will make sure you will follow the assembly, and you will not put like your own bolts and your own tools and stuff, because you will break the law in a way.
Right, but then there's deadlines, pressure, job security, budgets. All that plays the biggest role in construction. Is your deadline and your budget.
Yeah, they're major pinch points.
They will cut corners like you've never seen on massive projects that have residential going through it in and out, so they don't lose their company. That's the reality of it. They're not going to lose their ass on a project because of some, technicality that engineer said, hey, you got to make sure you do it this way. And they're like, well, fuck, that's going to triple the time it takes to get it done. Fuck him. We're going to do it this way. We're going to bury it. Nobody's ever going to see it because it's going to be in the floor or whatever it might be. And then it either becomes a problem or it doesn't.
It very depends on the repercussions. You can sometimes see a done building and the building is okay. It will pass all the tests and stuff. But like after a month or so, you will see a sinking in the parking or cracks in the walls. And in the end, it would pay off to build it a bit longer and not to have those issues.
Yeah, but you can, like, what I'm getting at is the company will get paid out, right? They're going to get paid in sections when you're doing these contracts. You get paid in like kind of like time frames, right?
There's this whole sort of holdback system. It's a very complex system of payments. And it's a stage thing. And and it's not quite as straightforward as you'd like it to be, but it is,
So again, if you don't have the overhead,
there are people that will push. Yeah.
If you don't have the overhead to complete the project the way it's supposed to be done, it will be cheaper for you to just cut the corners, go back later and fix them. That's just the reality.
Also, it almost never works out cheaper. Most mistakes cost money. And when I ran a construction company, like making mistakes like that was too risky. But I worked as a project manager who was also an owner, so I wouldn't let people cut those corners because I knew how much it would cost me in the end. I never let that happen. But I do realize other people in the industry don't care.
Well, they fuck up the bids, right? a lot of companies will fuck up the bids, and they'll do everything they can to move the majority of their workers onto a new project to get a
I'd
new
rather
source
not
of
I'd
income.
rather not have the work than to have that.
I agree. I agree.
So
Do it
can I
right
ask
the
you?
first time.
Can I ask you something? Did you
Yeah.
see more fuck ups when you did buildings for private residents where you release apartment by apartment, or you saw more fuck ups?
I never built multi-family residential. I pretty much never built residential. I did a couple of jobs for residential to help some people I knew, but mostly for commercial industrial. And the best thing about working for businesses is they need their business to function too. And they understand that function is way more important than form. Dealing with people who are dealing with residential stuff for their homes and making those kind of decisions was one of the worst things I ever dealt with, because they were usually much more cash strapped and much more aesthetic focused than people in business.
So where I'm going with this, I'm going that when your client is a company that understands it will need to function for, I don't know, even building a garage, and it has to take a weight and stuff like that, you will have less fuck-ups. But when you do multi-story building and you release all the apartments like week by week, you can find someone that he's been living for a month inside the building, an apartment that didn't get the key yet, but there is already fuck-ups that are being seen because the contractor doesn't care, he already gave the apartment.
I have seen some really bad residential builds where the things were obviously rushed and they look terrible. And I did that when I did essentially home inspections for friends of mine, just to like help them find issues so that they could tell the builder what their issues were. And some of the stuff I saw was absolutely atrocious. And I said, like, hey, like you can't accept this. You have to say no before you move in, or you like don't sign anything until they fix this. But a lot of times, that's not necessarily any, like, that could just be like bad material or bad tradesmen working on a site, because they'll bring in any living body to just slap stuff together. And if it's for aesthetic things like just trim and stuff, it may not be that big of a deal. But if your plumbing was done that way, that's a major problem. Or the structure.
It goes both ways. It goes both ways in a sense of, like, if you get into a building immediately, and like as soon as it's built, and you want to ask the people that live there, like, what are the problems? Yeah, like all the problems get revealed, right? But once those like initial problems are settled, then that's when you sort of, like, the first year of the building is generally what it's going to give you a projection of what's going on in the future. So
yeah, I mean like you would
that if that's a strategy,
you would be more afraid from a new building than an older one.
Sure.
To buy an apartment.
Depends on the age. Like, if
I'm
a
talking
building's getting to the end of its
brand
useful
new
lifetime, but yeah.
and up to 10 years, let's say.
I'd rather move into a 5-year-old building than a brand new building, unless it was like, I mean, when I had my house built, I had it custom built, and it was like, it was a good thing to do. And I was a contractor that worked with a home builder. I didn't build it myself, but I knew how it should be built, and I worked with a trusted home builder that had already built something for another member of my family. And I met with them on a regular basis, and I went by the site every day and checked on things, and they were right on top of stuff, and we had almost no issues moving in. But that's what happens when two professionals work together on something, right? But a lot of home owners don't have the specialized knowledge that I have of things. But I didn't actually find any problems. What I was able to see was that the people I'd hired were professionals, and I was able to, like, sort of see that at every turn. And so, but I don't think they built it better for me just because they knew that I would spot any issues as they did. You know what I mean? Like, that's not. I think they're just good builders, and I worked with them because they were highly recommended.
it's kind of a universal rule, at least in Arizona, in Phoenix, to just kind of avoid new builds, because these new builds and like the kind of current people that are building houses here take so many shortcuts to where, like, I know somebody who just recently bought a new build, and they've had to have people come out like 10 plus different times in the first couple months because there was a leak in the wall that was totally avoidable, and they had to have 10 feet of wall completely replaced. And so this is why, if you are trying to get a house in Arizona, you want to get like an older build.
Yeah, something where they've actually done the shakedown and figured out what's wrong. That makes sense. But it shouldn't be that way. But there are, like, it's sort of well known in I worked mostly in Southern Ontario and Toronto area in particular, and there's certain eras of buildings where if it was built in certain parts of certain decades, you knew the concrete would be like powder and dust because the push to build so many things all at once lessened the quality and increased the rush. And so you would go into a building built in the late 60s would have absolute garbage concrete in it because you knew they were rushing back then. They couldn't get enough concrete out. And so they would send any fucking truck they could to load the place up. And then you'd go like a few years later when the boom died off, all of a sudden things were like much better built. And you could see it as you work through different buildings. You'd be like, oh, I know this building was built in 69 because it's built like trash. And then you go into a building that's built in 75 and everything was like perfect. And it had to do with like who was working and how much demand there was for material and how much scrutinizing of it there was.
Also,
and that's just like, and that's going to happen all around the world.
Standards and legislation and whatever just change. Like
that's true. Yep.
Even if we take the space programs, like and stuff that people don't understand about Apollo and so on, it was way riskier when it comes to engineering. Like nowadays, you know more, you do more safety, and therefore it costs more money and more complicated to achieve.
That's right. Yeah, and a lot of people have unfortunately died in space exploration because of rushes to put things together, or depending on things to have a longer lifetime than they actually had, or just a fuck up of one kind or another. And I think people want to avoid that. I don't think especially now that private companies are doing it. How many private companies want to be responsible for dozens of lives being lost as they test their shit out? That's not something people want to. That it doesn't look good, right? Like airlines don't like having their planes crash because people don't want to fly with them after they crash a few planes. So like there's an impetus for private industry and for government too, but for private industry who aren't trying to have like a dick measuring contest necessarily, although they might to a point, to not kill a bunch of people while they try some shit out. So like, having regulations, whether it's in spacefaring or anything else, but like putting people in like a box and firing them off into space is not something you're going to do willy-nilly without having a few test runs and knowing what you're going to do is actually going to work. And we've been doing it for a while. I think like we mostly have fewer issues as we go forward, but when you try something new, you're going to have a few fuck-ups. It's just the way it is. Pushing the boundaries on something like that, right? Like, whereas with building construction, a lot of times we don't have to push boundaries that we haven't already tested.
Yeah, I would say in engineering, sometimes you have more paperwork than actual design because you need to make sure you just follow the rules of that country that you're trying to provide a product with.
Yeah, and there can be so many layers of bureaucracy to make it through. And a lot of times you'll have rules implemented by like an industry standard organization that is for the industry itself. And then you'll have ones that are at like a national or a state or like provincial in my case, and even city level. Or there'll be things that are legal to do in one city that another city has just written and said, no, you're not allowed to do that. It's against the law here. And they've written it into their city municipal code. You're not allowed to use product X in this city because we think it's bad for whatever reason.
We should have a minute's silence for all those astronauts headed lost in the heavens.
I don't disagree.
What?
I think we should have a moment of silence for those that have given their lives in the pursuit of science.
Yes.
Do you work in construction with MSDS documents?
I had MSDS documents up the wazoo. I had binders full of them. I could have sank an ocean tanker with the MSDS sheets that I was sent over the years, and the ones that I kept and the ones that I put on job sites. Yeah.
Yeah.
And did anybody read them?
That.
Fuck no. Fuck no. Nobody ever looked at them, but we had to have them. So we did. It's material safety data sheets. So it's like, so you get like a bag of like some sort of concrete additive. You have to have a sheet that tells you what's in it, what to do if somebody eats it, what to do if somebody inhales it, what to do if somebody like covers their naked body in it. And you basically just told people, like when you're working with this shit, put on gloves, put on a dust mask, put on goggles. Don't fucking roll around in it naked. Don't eat it for lunch. But like, people generally would be trained in shit like this, but like there was a rule that this had to be there. Now, in some cases, it was there because they wanted, like, you know, emergency services to be able to come and help somebody that had accidentally been hurt, which makes sense. But like a lot of these materials are like I had to have an MSDS sheet on like a roll of copper wire.
Yeah.
You know, because what if somebody decided to start chopping up pieces of electrical wire and eating them with their lunch? And
you can't have
you know, there's things on there like you should not
there's
eat.
going to be a standard, like
Yeah, you just have to say everything has to have this, and so we would have binders 4 and 5 inches thick on a project because I had to look up every nut and bolt and bag of concrete additive and rebar, every type of wire, every type of wire nut, every junction box had to have an MSDS sheet, and a lot of it was like, this thing's made of metal, don't eat it.
You call it MSDS?
for me,
I think they shorten it to MDS or something.
Well, we called it MSDS, but I retired from the industry in 2020, and I'm now a trucker because I was tired of dealing with that and a bunch of other bullshit.
I still do MSDS, but like I do it for drawings. Like if I do a part, I need to make sure, I don't know, if the machine is going to be with handling food, I need the right materials for it.
And that totally makes sense, right? Like you're going to use probably like a stainless steel or something that can be cleaned, sanitized, and make sure that it doesn't have lubricants that are toxic being used in it, and that the lubricants can't make contact with the food product, but that if something failed, that it wouldn't be toxic as well. Like there'd be a whole bunch of rules for food.
Yeah, a lot of it's technical work.
Imagine all the imagine all the MSDS we have on an oil rig. Fucking kilometers of MSDS. There's so many chemicals used.
Any like dig of any kind or thermodynamic system around it, you must have like clarification of materials use, technical guides.
Yeah.
The amount of times my boss has said,
is it a Teflon?
And also environmental way. MSDS, you know, if you're allowed to, like for us in the oil, if you're allowed to drop it into this, allowed to go into the sea.
Also, you have the API petroleum
announcement that you're not allowed to talk about health stuff, so just be careful with your chemical chat, okay? Be aware of it. Continue on.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I said not to eat
just
wires
yeah,
and
it's not just
concrete
health
additives.
Yeah. No, it's not just
Legion
I've
of
been waiting to
ammonia
make
or
this
fake
joke for a
news.
little while.
Yeah.
Okay, like everything
Yeah,
is
what
health,
happens?
and we can't talk about health. Okay, so I'm just like,
Okay, I realize
Yeah,
that.
I
I'm
was going to
sorry.
mention.
I'm sorry. I was not diagnosing or treating or opining on any disease or health issue when I said not to eat concrete additives.
Wait, so you're
Yeah.
saying do
Yeah.
Good one.
I don't know where to
But
go.
there's
with this.
always
It's like,
you also have like chemical reactions, which chemicals not to store next to each other, and in case there's a fire, what hazardous gases they might
Yeah,
release.
those are
A bunch of stuff.
You have the American Patrol Institution. I had to design something once with an API standard, and it's like books on just one thing that you need to read before. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know about the API. I've never dealt with them directly, but I did work in the petroleum industry in Canada. So, I think a lot of their regulations and standards and stuff are shared and adopted. But like Canada tends to run its own standards industries, but a lot of them are meant to sort of dovetail into American ones, because before the Americans decided to stop working with everyone in the world, we used to do a lot of trade with them. So I guess we will be working with other people going forward, but like we used to do a lot of trade back and forth. So we would make our regulations dovetail into theirs so that there wasn't problems buying and selling stuff across the border.
You reckon you won't trade with America anymore? Or?
I don't think we'll be trading with America anymore. I don't think they want to. America's gonna stand in a bucket and pull themselves up by the handle, because they're gonna stop doing international trade. That's what they said they wanted to do.
We're not gonna stop trading. There's no way.
They don't need any of our stuff, and we don't need any of their stuff.
You know,
we'll trade with everyone else.
The logistics to
analogy
get things in.
you just used, it's like the tail wagging the dog kind of thing, right?
Why do they hate you now?
What's that? Does everybody hate me now?
No, Americans.
Yeah, I know the Americans hate me. I don't give a shit. I'm not too worried about it.
Wait, where
Hey,
where are
Schlitzy.
you from?
Schlitzy, turn off your camera.
Oh, we've got my camera on.
Yeah, bro.
What can you see?
Just letting you know, bro.
candles
Sorry, guys.
again?
Continue on your conversation.
We see.
I missed. Where are you from? You
Beeswax.
said.
I'm from Canada. It's a little country north of the USA, south of Russia.
I know that little
It's the
place.
51st state of America.
They don't even
fuck
speak
that
French.
shit.
The 52nd, we
Okay.
already have a 51st.
They
Fuck
don't even
it.
speak French up there.
They're going to use it as
Now,
like
Tucker,
a
Isn't
storage
like
shed.
every
what's
thing now?
left? Like,
Wait,
seriously,
sorry,
what is
what?
left that
Like-
they're actually needing from America?
I can't hear what anybody's saying because everybody's talking
I
at once.
know.
One,
What do we
two,
still need from America? In Canada.
What's that?
I'm in
You don't
Canada
need-
right
you don't
now.
need- Yeah, but the Americans don't need any Canadian products, and we don't need any American products.
No,
Right?
that's
Exactly.
bullshit. No,
We're good. We're gonna move on to selling our shit to other people.
But
There's
it's
one product
surprising
that you-
how toxic your food is.
Can I tell you a secret?
Do you guys go?
No.
I don't know. Are you gonna whisper or?
No,
Go ahead.
about the
Yes.
trading thing.
Only if you say I'm
Some
going to take over
some
the world.
companies just
No, you're supposed to whisper.
Right, you guys,
They
listen now.
send their
It's a little
stuff
chaotic.
to another
who's the 51st
country.
state?
They change the sticker and then they resend it, and you will never know where it is coming from. And this is how the
No way.
world has been working for ages before that.
Yeah,
even.
but you just said cigarettes. That's not what's going on over here in Canada. They're not getting their cigarettes, I'm pretty sure, from America, honey. None of that shit. They don't get their cheeses from America. They're not getting anything they're not going to see, really, besides maybe you might get some
Wait,
cereal
wait.
still. And now they grow all that shit. They don't need America.
The Americans are going. From what I understand, here in the southern hemisphere, right? I hear that the Americans are jumping the border for the Canadian drugs. Is that right or wrong?
They're
Are the Americans going over to Canada for cheaper drugs like pharmaceuticals?
Pharmaceuticals, yes, they are trying to do that because there's some weird shit that goes on where drug companies are selling drugs to the USA for different prices than they're selling them around the world. And so there's a small industry where online Canadian businesses, or maybe they're even American businesses, just open up Canadian branches, buy the drugs in Canada, and then ship them over the border to Americans so that they can afford them, which is stupid.
But like,
real quick, please.
You don't want to talk about this, by the way?
Please, let me get in, dude. I just want to ask contestants, who's the 51st state?
Canada.
I don't know who the 51st state is.
Not really
It won't be
51st
us.
state either.
Hawaii is already a state. Hawaii is already a state. Are you? What the hell?
No, listen, did you hear me? I said I was just joking because Canada isn't really the 51st state either. I was just throwing it out there.
We're never going to be the 51st state. At least not till I'm dead and buried.
I don't know about that.
Hey, start the fucking war. We've got guns.
You ain't got no.
Yeah, I don't see Canada.
You won't make it 100. You won't make it 100 kilometers over the border before you put your death and die. I'm not worried about fucking bone spurs fighting me. The drop dog ain't gonna fucking fight me, is he?
We are coming.
One at a time.
I think the people from Canada should speak about Canada. They can laugh and joke, guys, and make little comments in the background. But if you're not in Canada, haven't been to Canada, you guys don't know what's going on in Canada. Because I'm over here, been here for 6 months, and nobody wants anything to do with aligning with America. In fact, they're more worried about making themselves more self-sufficient right now, more than ever. So it's the opposite effect is happening. Opposite effect.
It's okay. We love you.
Okay.
I'm coming back to June 1st, so I can't stay. I've been here for 6 months.
Doesn't mean Trudeau didn't leave his mark there, though. Okay.
Oh, he left his mark, and then somebody else is taking over who's basically his mark, too. It's the same shit in America,
He's not the prime minister anymore. Neither is his dad. His dad's been dead and buried for like a long time.
Not anymore. The last 10 years don't matter at all, okay? It doesn't matter anymore because he's not the prime minister anymore. Dude, that guy was a psychopath.
The new person coming in is going to be the same way. Ain't gonna be anything different.
I know that.
Okay, like Canadian politics doesn't move at a very fast fucking rate. I'll give you that.
Sure.
Right? I've never been very happy with any of our politicians. If you think I like my politicians, I don't, but I do love my fucking country. And if you don't understand how I feel about it, get fucked, you duster.
We're not saying that, bro. But they did implement rather vastly and quickly some rules about 3 or 4 years ago. So don't kid yourself. Canadians are willing to move rather fast on things they find important to themselves. Okay, but I can't talk about that subject.
I'm fucking Canadian, eh? I'm in Canada. I know how it works here.
It's about the medical. I know what you're talking about, and it can maybe that happened all over the world, though. That wasn't a Canadian thing. That was literally a mindset thing over everyone. So when it comes down to Canadians' mindsets here, though, I do not see anyone ever changing. In fact, the more I start talking to people, the more people are getting amped up and getting seriously sick and tired of the United States of America. They're getting sick and tired of the way Americans are acting. So it's becoming more racist now. So we're going to get a war going on if people want to get nasty. Because I'm telling you right now, they do not want to ever mix with us. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I hope to God they never do. Because if you look at it's beautiful.
Do you think pretend Canada has a military that can compete with the United States? It's just obnoxious.
No, I didn't say anything about no military. I said you're going to have to come here with your damn guns. You're going to have to come here for war. I didn't say anything about them whooping your ass.
I mean, you're talking about
You guys already know that this is not a This is not a battle of countries, guys. This has never been between the Americans and the Canadians. Like this whole stuff is just to foment sort of like antagonism within the middle class. Come on, guys, you already know this
each other though.
Real quick. Yeah, I know a bunch of Canadians, dude. I know a bunch of Canadians. I know them by name. A lot of them want to be part of the U.S. They wouldn't mind.
Only for money.
Part of the U.S.
Only reason
there's a few fucking idiots here doesn't mean that's our general fucking demeanor.
Exactly.
That's not what we're fucking
US
thinking,
ain't
man.
even the U.S. The U.S. ain't even the U.S. anymore, bro. It's like this whole idea of what the
it's the divided states. Just look at a fucking map.
Dude, I know a bunch of Canadians in Toronto that would love to be part of the U.S.
Toronto. Oh God.
Toronto already love. They already love New York. They want to be just like New York. And then I know
Toronto, honey. It's
not just Toronto. It's all over Canada.
That's where I'm from, man. Toronto's going to be Toronto. We don't need to be anything but ourselves.
Exactly. People don't know Canada, honey.
Y'all love New York so much. You want to be just like New York.
Nah,
No,
I've been to New
you
York.
can understand.
New
No,
York sucks.
you don't get it,
There's
man.
more fucking traffic in Toronto, man. I get enough fucking traffic in Toronto to suit me just fucking fine.
They say that, bro, but
New
they
York-
all want to be they all want to be Americans. I'm telling you.
No, they
No, we
don't.
don't.
New York,
You're
to live in.
Hold on a second. I need to get a big fucking wrench to try and unscrew your head from your fucking rectum there, by.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't.
You're getting mad.
Yeah, that's
Chill, bro.
Man.
I
don't think you know how we feel at all.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with him. I'm being a Canadian, and I'm agreeing with you.
Misinformed, I think, here.
That's a pretty good chirping, eh?
You know why they're misinformed, honey? Because there's people going around saying that they want to be American, and I get it. You know what? So does my man right now in part ways, because it makes it a hell of a lot easier for him for the transition to live with me and have more money. Because the money is shit when it comes to the transfer of back and forth. But in reality, the people that live not in Toronto, not in certain places in Canada, because by the way, Canada is massive. And when you live in these certain places and it's reserved still, and you can still walk down to your bakeries and your little shops and everything, and people, there's no crime for 6 entire months. No, thank you. They're not coming ever aligning with America or New York.
I don't think us non-Canadians should tell the Canadians how and what Canadians generally think. I think that's wrong.
It's not about that.
Also,
right?
It's more about the connection between the two countries on the economic level. Like, we need your resources, and you need our resources. It's invaluable to each country.
No, we need to
play pretend
we need
because you don't like America.
We don't need
that maple syrup.
Like,
we don't
on
need
an
that maple
economic
syrup,
scale, you can go without the
I
U.S.
made my
That's
own
just
maple
being-
syrup this year.
We need
make
a
our own
paying
maple syrup,
customer.
dude.
That's all we need is a paying customer. Doesn't have to be the U.S. We've got resources, and we got.
Logistically, it does.
We'll build more fucking boats. We'll build more fucking boats.
You don't
I'll
have
become
the
a ship
infrastructure
captain
is
instead
my
of a
point.
trucker.
You don't have the infrastructure, and you
And you
help
think we
us
can't
build
fucking
our
build it? We're
infrastructure.
pretty fucking but we can shut the fucking tap off and build our own shit.
Yeah, but
We're-
your whole
we're
argument
smart.
is just turned into a fucking ego-based bullshit. Like, you're not
Is
like,
it?
coherent.
Because
You're just arguing.
Well,
Any point
who's
I
got the
make,
fucking ego?
you're just like, we'll do
Who's
it.
got the
We'll
fucking
do it.
ego?
Like, yeah,
We
you just
will.
say, we'll do. My goodness, guy, relax, bro.
Reagan's position. Trudeau Senior is they just fucking watch us.
Reagan's
Actually,
fucking
for a second, we need to cool our
Please.
jets, guys. This is because of one man, one idiot called Trump.
I think
did all
man's a
this.
bad fucking
We
word
have
for
no
most
problems
first there.
between Canadians and Americans. We're brothers.
Oh, I
we're
love
cousins.
Americans.
Everybody calm down. In 4 years, this idiot is going to be gone, and everything's going to go back to normal. Everybody needs.
No, you're gonna have
The
another.
guy's 100 fucking years old. He's demented as fuck. I'm not too worried about him.
See, can we speak from your point of view too? Though, is like you're also Canadian. Do you see what people are popping off in here that are not from Canada, haven't been here in a while, talking about? Because when I'm here, for 6 months, I don't see anything that they're talking about. Nobody wants to mix to Canada, and most of the stuff I see here ain't American products at all.
No, like you don't.
Yeah.
understand.
Canadians got pissed off now because of this.
We're boycotting everything. We'll buy Chinese over American now.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but you understand the logistics.
Really?
But wait. Even Trump said it, and
I'm a
backed
fucking
it up.
truck driver. I understand logistics. Let me tell you.
Why do you think you don't need like the foreign help of like? Why do you think like on a economic level you can just like say, all right, fuck America, we don't need anything from you? Why do you feel that way?
Easy. Because I can put it on a boat and sell it to China. I can sell it to Russia. I can sell it to the Europeans. I can sell it to the Australians. I can sell it to New Zealand. I can sell it to fucking Antarctica. If you guys don't want to play ball somewhere else. No problem.
Okay. If that was the case, why was your prime minister?
You're getting your action anywhere.
Why was your prime minister posturing to Trump last week? Oh, we'll do whatever you want,
because
Mr.
our Prime
President.
Minister,
Oh, Mr.
he
President.
never-
Yeah, Mr. President.
Who'd you get that from?
Wait.
Trump?
Silly.
You didn't say that. What are you talking about? I didn't hear him clearly say
Our Prime Minister is polite enough.
not for
He's
sale.
polite enough to go sit down with your fucking bloviating fucking piece of shit of a president. He's polite enough to go there, shake his hand, but he's not fucking gonna cave to him. And neither are the rest of us.
Both China and Canada already caved to the tariffs, bro. 70% your GDP is dependent on America, dude. Where us, we only depend 20%. We only depend 20% on your economy, dude.
You think wood oil and fucking metals aren't valuable on the world stage? Get fucked, Duster.
No, what we get from Canada is fucking
20%, dude. No,
yeah,
it's
but
20%.
That 20%.
What we get from Canada is crucial.
Right.
But 20% of what the U.S.
They
buys,
sell to us.
20%.
Them.
It doesn't matter, bro. It's their livelihood is 70%. 70%.
What are you guys even arguing
You're pretending there's no other buyers.
What are you arguing over?
Exactly.
Not logistically.
We're arguing over so we got to put it on a boat. You think
national pride, patriotism, pride? Like, is that what you're arguing over?
I don't think
guys. We're brothers. We're
we don't know what it's like to love their country. If
Like,
Americans
there's such a great relationship.
know where we're fucking coming from.
Yeah, but it's such a great relationship between the way it works right now between Canada and the U.S. It is good, and I agree. Like, Trump did fucking throw a wrench in the gears. Like, I don't think there was any point in going after Canada. For me, it doesn't make sense because we get a lot of our raw materials from you guys, right? Like,
It's either a distraction or he's a moron.
Jeez.
Whatever it might be. Whatever it might be, it's kind of irrelevant. The thing is, we have a relationship that is very dependent on each other, and to act like it's not there, I think that's just lying to ourselves.
Well, that's fair. It used to be that way, but apparently Trump's made a different decision for all y'all. So that's fine with me.
Yeah, but it's changing. A lot of it
for you, Trucker, like AL Trucker, like Trudeau said everything like truthful for you. He spoke for you.
No, Trudeau never spoke for me, you fucking duster.
Thank you. Exactly. So why would you imply that America is spoken for by Trump? Like, this is ridiculous.
Because I know that it's exactly what I need to say to point out what my fucking point is, which is that being a citizen of a country does not make you beholden to the elected officials. You can have a different opinion from your elected officials. And if you do have a different opinion, step up and say something, for fuck's sake.
So why are you arguing, saying, like, we don't need anything from America,
because that's how Trump made me feel. Because I've been doing trade with this country my whole fucking life. And he told me he got up and said he didn't fucking need any of it. He said it in a fucking speech. You know how many times I've heard that replayed? Like dozens and dozens of times. He said we don't need anything from Canada. And I'm like, that's fine. We don't need to sell you anything. We could sell it to everyone else. I got no problem with that. You're pretending we don't have options.
I need time to respond.
This is what's happened, though. This is what they're fighting about. This is why they want us to fight. Because I agree with you, Al. That's all I've been hearing for 6 months, and I'm hearing it's getting worse and amped up, and it's the news, and everybody's talking about Trump every day at work. That's all they talk about when they're out and about. And this is what they've done to the Canadian people. They've made them feel like that they're less than. Okay, so everyone's walking around like,
I don't feel that I'm
because I know, but you want them to feel that way, honey. That's what I'm saying. They want them. No, we're talking about society, Rick. We're not talking about you, me, and the people in this room. We're talking about society as a whole, what they're doing.
My country as a whole doesn't feel less than. We feel superior.
We're starting to.
We feel superior in a major fucking way. And we're not going to fucking stand around and let it happen.
That's your fucking problem. Don't you think?
It's not what he means.
That's not fair. You know better than us. We're no better than you.
What's happening here?
Why your king hasn't been hung in the public square is fucking wild to me. I cannot believe that you haven't pulled him out the fucking guillotine and done him like the French. But
anybody can say the same for Trudeau. What Trudeau fucked your country so hard.
Trudeau's gone. Trudeau's gone.
But what you're suggesting we do to Trump was never done to Trudeau. So it's like, what is the
Trudeau
point?
never
Like,
acted
it's
like
an
a
angry
king.
statement.
Trudeau never pretended to be a king. Your president
Oh, so
is
you like
changing the
Trudeau?
presidency into a monarchy.
No,
Are you
he's
sure
not.
about that? Are
do
you
something
buying
about
into
it.
all the
Operating
media
under the
propaganda?
same
You guys.
laws and regulations, man. He didn't change the way our democracy works. He didn't change anything.
Nobody here
like
has
that.
changed anything when it comes to democracy or politics or anything in this room. Nobody has.
Al Truck is buying into every aspect of the democratic division that's occurring, and like you're just saying, oh, America is Trump now, and I don't like him. It's just
I don't like him. I never did. I never will. I'm not chilling it.
Well, then you got to
Dad, it's all right to
He declared
bro.
war.
Yo,
I'm at war with the USA. I don't know why you don't understand that. How can you not understand that we're at war?
You're not at war, bro. You're not at war.
Yes, we are.
You're having an amicable conversation with people all across the world right now, and you think you're at war, but you're not at war. We're trying
I'm
to
not
tell
at
you,
war with
we ain't at war with you, man.
My country's at war with the USA.
Dude,
You're
diminishing
like,
the war on
referring to
us.
some king, dude. This is an elite. These are the elites combating with one another, and they're corralling the populations.
No, it's Trump letting the elites become oligarchs. What's happening?
Right here, bro. I tried to explain.
Guy,
it to
he's
you.
not even from the
You're still
fucking
caught in
States,
it.
bro. Like, why are you saying who's at war? There's certainly a trade war right now.
Let's talk about Australia.
Well, you know, leave it to some
Australia's a bunch of Australia's a bunch of undesirables, anyways, dude. Who cares what you
Okay,
think?
well, I mean, I'm just gonna let you know that
I'd rather have an Australian than an American.
Trump put a tariff on all your beef coming in from Australia. Our beef got a bunch cheaper. Okay, I got about $2 on the kilo right now. Okay.
Oh, it's
Thank you
okay
for
if you
that,
are
America, for your
right? But
tariff.
and
Good luck
then
with
forbid
that, okay? I got cheap beef going on over here. You enjoy that.
Yeah,
okay?
I was just going to say that hang on, the sentiment that the governments are at war with their citizens, that guy is correct. I think he's from Canada. He's correct, or from the US. He's correct. Okay, governments are at war with their own citizens here. Okay, we're
That's
in
what I've
trouble.
been trying to say. Do you reckon that Al Trucker? Is that what you would say, Al Trucker? You think they're at war with their citizens?
I would say yes. I do. I think that governments are allowing corporations to run everything that they do at the expense of their citizens and their well-being. And instead of working for the people, they're working for the profit. And that's not the way a government's supposed to be.
Why? Like, I'm just kind of curious in your sort of your communication style, right? Is sort of indicating that you don't like Americans overall, but
I love Americans. I have many American friends. Yes, I have a major problem with the administration and the people that haven't brought him out to the public square and chopped his head off. Because when someone tried to take a democracy and turn it into a monarchy, yeah, I had a few problems with Biden.
Bro, you're way too emotionally
less problems with Biden. Okay, so we all got problems with the leadership, right? We have common ground on that.
I got bigger problems. I got bigger problems with Trump because he's declared war on my country.
Dude, Biden basically
Biden really didn't do anything. Yeah, not really.
Biden didn't do the trucker thing.
It was. You think it was already set in motion? Was it not already set in motion?
Trudeau blocked the trucks or something.
No, the U.S. No, you don't understand what the issue was. The issue was that a couple of fucking weird, and we can't talk about what it is, but a couple of weird people that didn't like something that was going on to deal with a world crisis got upset that the U.S. government decided that a certain type of procedure needed to happen to everyone who was a foreign trucker entering the country.
And that's retarded, right?
I didn't have a problem with it. It's
retarded.
It's not. It's not. And please, why are you using the R slur? Why do you have to use the R slur? What the fuck is with that?
It's stupid, okay? It's stupid, but guess what? Who implemented that? United States of America.
Government.
She used the S word.
Went to complain. What's the S word?
Stupid.
Yes.
Who cares? Let's just continue on with this. Come on.
Because he's worried about one word, but he's not worried about the other word. And retarded
because
just means slow.
Retarded means retardation of the mind, and it's a
It's used as a slur against people with any type of mental difficulty. It's used as a slur, and so it's a slur. Stupid is not used as a slur.
Stupid is used as a slur. Congratulations, we're both on the
Against
same
who?
level.
It's not
Can
you
we
to
not
the floor.
argue over words now, guys? Come on, guys.
A thought or a process in thinking can be
I'm really
stupid.
surprised that I've
But
managed
it's
to
called
find the one
What about
trucker in the
it's
world.
silly? The S word.
This is the
It's
one
silly.
trucker in the
Silly.
world that is really worried
Yeah,
about
it's silly.
terminology like this, right? Like this guy's like, you swear a lot, don't you, Al Trucker? You're like, you're not scared to
For
offend people,
fuck's
but
sake, I'm a motherfucking trucker. How do you not understand that my first fucking language is crap, and my second language is English, and my third language is Francais? Merci beaucoup.
Spiraling, bro. Stop.
Can we everybody calm down for a second because we're trying to get everybody amped up on this whole Canada. This is what they want. You're wrong. I'm right. This is all they want, guys.
Well, we got
literally what they want and what he's playing into. Yes, I agree.
Why can't we agree?
From everybody. It's not just him.
Why can't we agree? We need each other, right? To
Because
flourish.
you know, Rick, no offense, you did it too with when it came to Australia and your beef, right? So when we do this back and forth,
Right.
Sorry,
And that
Michael.
relationship was fucking crucial to both our countries, right? And we should
Yeah, it was.
we should both want that, right?
I'm willing to go back to something similar to what we had, or come up with a new plan that works better. I don't know how we could make a better one than the one Trump negotiated in 2017. Was it? He came up with the best. It was the best deal ever. Some people said. Some people was Donald J. Trump. He was the one that said that.
well, the whole point
You know,
is
he
that
didn't
we all
even
should be
know
leading to. Go ahead. You haven't spoken a while. I see. Go ahead.
You know that he didn't even know that he signed that deal. He asked, who signed this crazy deal? That's how dumb he is. He didn't even know that he was the one that signed it.
He's too old for office. He's too old for office. Yeah, he did. He said his own deal that he said at the time was amazing. He said sucked. Like 6 years later or whatever. Yeah, that really happened.
Well,
that is
like,
funny.
If the science
Yeah,
changes,
yeah.
then you change your mind or something, right? Like if the evidence
Yeah,
changes,
that's right.
you
The
change your
science
mind.
changed. Yeah, the science of manufacturing, having a North American free trade agreement and some sort of an auto pact. Yeah, that changed. I don't know what
Well, the
changed about it,
environment
but
changed.
something changed about it. You
For sure.
mean like climate change, or you mean like people buying cars and shit?
Well, the environment changed, so you change with the environment. I don't know, man. I'm just coming up.
you
Like,
do.
it's a silly cause.
You
I
do.
agree. I don't like Trump any more than you. I would probably dislike the guy just as much as you do. I just don't feel the necessity to sort of like outflow that into the energetic space to sort of say how much you dislike Trump. It's just like, I get it. Like, dude, we're all actually on the same path, I think.
I mean,
A lot of
I've got a
people do,
list.
right?
I got a list longer than my fucking truck about reasons I don't like them. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you
need to
think-
bring it up. I won't bring it up again.
Can
Thanks, bro.
like
As long as we all agree that the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, it's flat. So can we agree
probably
to
flat, bro.
it's measured and observed. But anyways, can we agree on the notion that
Not mountains.
it's in America's best interest to build up their industrial sector, their infrastructure?
Of
Now
course.
you're talking. Now
We
you're
could,
talking. Exactly.
we could make an argument for that. That seems reasonable.
Right. In that sense, I don't agree with how everything's going down. Like none of it made sense, right? Like the extreme he went to.
I think you
'cause he
should
just
build it
fucked us hard.
before you switch the valve over to try and flow something that doesn't exist.
Right. But it's a step in the right direction. It might not
It could be, yeah.
everything,
But do you-
like all the baggage along with it isn't. I don't think it's necessary, but
Okay,
I
so-
do agree for our country. It is a step in the best direction.
Yeah. No. Do you think that it's in Canada's best interest to retain some manufacturing here so that our people have money to buy some shit from our American trading partner?
100%. Yeah. Yeah. I
Do
think
you
we
want?
should
Do you
help
want?
each other.
Do you
boost
want?
our
Is
infrastructure.
it our slur to have employed people that have money to buy products from your country, or would you rather that we all just stop working altogether?
Well,
What are you
now you're
talking
getting into
about?
like the policies that I don't agree with the way it was done. I agree it was like in the direction he's saying he wants to go. I think I agree. Well, I know I agree with that, right? But I don't
Yeah,
necessarily that. But that doesn't mean I agree with everything he's done to get there, right?
Yeah. So, but you think the world in general, in Canada in particular, would also benefit from losing jobs in manufacturing here, as the Americans increase their productivity. It's essential for Canadian financial well-being to reduce its ability to be customers on the world stage as individuals and as a country, right? That would be better for everyone, would it not? Is that what
you got to think realistically, bro. What manufacturing do you think you can bring back here?
How about if we just, like, we're already building stuff here, why do we have to lose that to the US? Is it because everyone wants to suck his schlong? Or is it because, like having good paying jobs in the manufacturing sector in Canada is also good for other people that want to sell shit to Canada? Because those jobs and the accessory jobs to them and all the industries built up around big manufacturing cities like Oshawa and Windsor, and there's a bunch out west, and there's some in Quebec as well. There's some big manufacturing plants in Quebec, and they keep shutting them down. What happens to the towns where that exists? Everybody has to move away, and everybody says, "Well, you just gotta adapt. You just gotta get a different job. You just gotta do something different." Well, that's fine, but people are still buying cars. It seems like an industry that's long been established in North America as having cross-border assembly and cross-border production. And what the Americans are saying is, we need 100% of it to be in our country, but we still want to sell you our cars. It's like, well, for me as a Canadian, my thing is, like, if there's no Canadian manufacturing of North American vehicles, I will be buying from anywhere else. If the Americans do that to us, I will be looking to spend my dollars anywhere else, and I will vote for policies that exclude American products from any sort of benefit financially, and I'll be looking to make it easier to buy cars from other places.
But
yeah,
China's like there's one big
China's
problem
been
we just missed there. Yeah,
China's been doing this for very.
Yeah,
China's been taking those jobs that you just talked about. They went to China.
Yeah.
I think you're arguing
why?
the ones that are left are going to go to the Michigan. The spectacle is being caused like your animation and your what do you say? Your opposition is being sort of cast upon America, and I really don't think that you guys are really that much advanced. You probably got really truly more of a fight with the commies over in like China and your own internal elite selling off your industry and your manufacturing sector off to China and the commies.
Yeah, that's been happening too.
The thing is, us as hang on for a minute. Us as consumers, we always want to get our stuff as cheap as we can. That's why we buy like from China, because they can make the same products for a hell of a lot cheaper than we in the West.
Do you know why? Do you know why they can sell it so much cheaper, Stefan? Do you know why?
It doesn't matter. Hang on.
It doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, forget that now.
You can
because
cheapen
hold on, let him talk. I want to hear it.
Guys, yeah.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, could I finish?
My bad.
Because it's up to us consumers. If that goes for every country, if you want to produce everything domestic, then you probably have to pay higher prices for everything. Then you demand higher wages, and then you have inflation. So it's a bad spiral.
Okay, well, I have to demand higher wages because I have inflation already.
So in response to that, you're basically the guys that run the industrial sector in the western side of the world are basically negotiating with the Chinese government for their slave labor, and because of the cheapness of like carting goods on cargo ships from one place to another, they've worked out that they can actually make it cheaper. And I'm just going to let you know, like, every time that you do, and I engage in this, I'm not without failure at all. I'm just recognizing what the problem is, right? They've managed to sort of fandangle this notion of we've got slaves over in another sector that are essentially like exporting, and you're selling out all your jobs in your locality to this exported slave trade. This is all just like, this is history just repeating itself to me. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but
I feel like you're not wrong. My answer to that has been we should encourage the Chinese and people in multiple other countries. The Chinese are just the biggest target. Take the Chinese and teach all of their people how to overthrow their government and demand wages that are commensurate with the Western world. Let's bring up the wage for everybody so that there's no benefit in that.
I mean,
as long as every
raise
other
the
country
prices,
overthrows,
raise the
hang on a
prices
second,
of everything.
as long as other countries overthrow their government, like the Canadians, like the Americans, you've all got to do that, not just China.
No, we teach them. We teach them. I'll overthrow my government in a heartbeat, for fuck's sakes.
Wait, but Trucker, real quick, Trucker. That's the problem with that is that given that they're a communist country, there's not really much of a way for them to overpower the current government system that's in play, right? That's one of the dangers for them.
But
So
you know
you
what?
are negotiating
They've got,
with slave-
they've got a
slave
small.
servants,
They've got a relatively small army and a whole bunch of mistreated people. If you could, the reason they control their own media and their computers and their internet is because they don't want anyone there to get any good ideas in their head. Because if they get good ideas in their head, they might fight back. Because they can't fight back. But if we taught them what was
can I just add something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chinese have a saying though. The nail that's sticking out gets hammered down. So anybody that tries to stand up is gonna get nailed down.
Yeah, that's the Japanese as well. They say that. I said they're going to need a lot of hammers then, because I'm the nail that breaks your hammer.
That's you know what? It wouldn't hurt at all. To destroy all of their fucking hammers by being so many nails they didn't even realize they were all at one level, which was like 8 inches above the fucking floor.
You know the only way though.
If it all happened together, they wouldn't know, and it would fucking destroy in a minute.
Ironically, though, Al Trucker, the only way that you can take power away from that communistic country is to stop buying goods from there. Because every time we buy the goods from there, it empowers it reinforces it. We are tacitly agreeing with the composition of it, yet we sitting here openly talking about like the negative aspects of it that we tacitly agree with as a consequence of that.
And the reason I tacitly agree is because I need to be able. I need to afford what I buy for my family, with inflation being what it is, and the only things affordable being from those countries. I'm given a choice between buying more locally for way more money that I don't actually have in the bank, or buying the cheap stuff from China. It's tacit,
Agreed.
but it's also not much of a fucking choice for the regular working person, and that's something we have to deal with.
Well,
you are held.
I actually do deal with it. I don't buy the China. I don't buy the cherries from the United States because they're coming in cheaper than the Japanese ones. I buy the Japanese ones costing me more to support the Japanese farmer. There you go. So it can be done.
That's a great idea, and I buy Canadian produce when I can, but that's only 5 months of the year. The rest of the year we have to import it.
So when I made the declaration before, like, and you guys seem to agree with it, right? That your own economics, your own politicians are allowing for the incoming goods, which you acknowledge that they all put taxes on certain goods, right? But they're encouraging by the nature of the economics to send those products, the production of those products offshore to bring them back in. We're getting sold out from the inside, right?
Yeah.
And then we're getting this, like, here's the interesting thing. We live in the age of like so-called prosperity. Automation has like never been better than what it ever has been before. And yet, for some reason, we still need to go get the Chinese product.
Exactly.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Apparently, it doesn't make sense to me either.
Thank you, bro. So, I mean, like, once you you dig into the end of that little rabbit hole, I think that's where I was just like, none of this shit makes sense. These guys are just selling you all out. What's the point in fighting for any of them?
All this AI.
I don't know. Maybe that's why we all need. We need to take all of them to the public square, bring out the guillotine, and level the playing field. And then in another 150 years, we'll go through the same fucking thing. But, we can French fry them all.
The workday is the same. All this machinery, automation, apps, tech, AI, robotics, and the work stays the same. Everyone's working more than ever before. The same 9 to 5.
I gotta work 70 hours a week to stay afloat. And that's just to keep the fucking snorkel out of the water at this point.
So all this shit, it's like we're still something's just wrong here, and I don't know.
What's up? You still gone?
He got depressed.
I blame it on K-Verse.
He got depressed. Just halfway through his statement, he just got depressed and he had to
It is.
pull out.
It is a defeating conversation. Like, where do you start? Where do you end? Yeah.
I don't understand people fight economics and countries. Like, none of this country stuff makes sense. All these leaders are corrupt and bullshit, guys.
What kind of policies do you think the Canadians could change, right? To to better help the the industrial sector.
We could encourage the localization of the use of our metals, for instance. So instead of shipping metals to other countries to be made into products that we buy, and the same with our wood products, our agricultural products, our livestock, all of that we could locally deal with, and our fossil fuel industry could locally refine and sell to ourselves, and sell, instead of selling bulk product, we should refine locally and sell internationally.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what I mean. But to accomplish that, what policies need to change?
We should chop OPEC off at the fucking thighs, not at the knees. We should give them little fucking stumps to run around on.
What's OPEC?
The oil producing whatever thing that controls the price of oil.
They control the world, dude. OPEC controls the world, dude. Basically.
Yeah, and I'm saying in Canada, we could tell OPEC to get fucked. We could make our own energy cheaper, and ramp up our own production. And instead of paying people a shittier wage, we could just reduce the cost of production here.
The question is,
Canada, hold on, real quick.
Okay.
Canada has like either the number 1 or number 2 oil reserves in the world right now. Like
I don't know the actual number, but we got a lot of it.
Dude, it's like number 2 in the world, bro. I thought maybe Russia was up there. Nah, dude, Canada's like number 2 to Saudi Arabia. Or
I don't trust any of those figures, but why aren't they digging it up?
Oil fields are a great employer.
They don't want to contribute to climate change. Is that the reason why they're not doing it?
Like, I don't want to contribute to climate change either, but we don't have great solutions yet. So we should continue to make money and run our society until we come up with better ideas. We could come up with better ideas simultaneously to making as much money as we can and controlling our destiny in the world. We can do that together. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Two things can be happening at the same time.
Canada should want climate change, man. You guys will get roasty toasty. It'll be all fine up there. Then you get
it is like 17 degrees here today, and I'm fucking roasting. I want it to stay cold up here. I can't fucking handle it. I'm a fucking Canuck, right fucking through. I can't stand the heat. The summer pisses me off. The winter is my jam.
Rock and roll, good for you. Okay, maybe you don't want climate change. I just thought you want some tropical sunshine over there or something. Like, you're like, no, I don't want that shit. Okay, cool.
Fuck no, I don't want that. You know what? The only good thing about the summertime is my motorcycle.
So, Trucker,
what's
Canada's position, Trucker, on like nuclear power and sustainable energy?
We have it here, and we should keep on pushing for more nuclear power. It's an amazing technology that we should be at the forefront of developing. And the province that I live in has lots of working nuclear reactors that provide power.
We also have one of the largest plants in British Columbia.
We have the largest, in British Columbia?
Damn. Like hydroelectric. One of the largest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then Ontario has one too. It's called Niagara Falls. And there's also at James Bay, they have big hydroelectric as well.
I'll throw my 2 cents in. I don't think the problem is with, we need to rearrange the government, et cetera, et cetera. I think the problem just starts at home, that we're living this kind of, I don't know, we're living this, this thing that they push to us, where we're separate, your kid goes and gets their house and they all are separating where that's kind of the problem.
It's supposed to be separated like this. Everyone off in their own miserable fucking homes.
Yeah,
separated. Sorry. Was that SC? What were you saying about being separated? I missed what you said we were separated by. I didn't catch that.
It wasn't SC. It's no thanks. But I just think it's a problem at home.
Okay,
I think it's more of No problem. Yeah, I think it's more of just a problem at home with the family dynamic, where you have, say it's you got 3 siblings. Now you got 4 houses in the same town, all costing $300,000. It's just, and now you're
Oh, I
struggling
fucking
through the
wish
rest
they
of your life.
cost 300,000. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, each family member trying to outdo each
That's
other.
that's a really, hang on a second. Sorry to cut in there, but that's a really, really good point you raised. Steading is flourishing the Amish. Look at the Amish. At all. No problem with the COVID. They did the injections. Got enough food. They together, at least as was suggested.
Jin, don't talk about medical stuff, please.
No, we're not having this discussion anymore here.
Jin.
Okay,
Jin,
but
did you hear me?
I'm from a Mennonite background, and it didn't save me from anything.
Yeah, I'm talking more about you don't have to build the home. You don't have to.
How would you know that it didn't save you from anything, sir? If you've already been saved.
Yeah, right through them again. And you're bringing up the stuff that we're not supposed to bring up again.
How do you know that you haven't been saved from something, though? Just on that claim alone. Yeah. How would you know? If you haven't been affected by something, then you wouldn't know. You've got other things to worry about. You move on. You got saved in the world, maybe, from something.
Yeah, the Amish don't get vaccinated or anything.
Dude, you can't talk about these things. We can't talk about this stuff, bro.
Well, look, I've said it now. Sorry, but I've said it now.
Directly. Jen, it's a new rule. It's just you just don't talk about it. It is what it is.
We're all gonna have to get used to it.
And if we talk about the Amish, we gotta accept that they're part of the
U.S.
Is
this live, by the way?
Yeah, they're recording it now. That's why.
It's gone on YouTube.
Yeah. Anything the Amish does, though, is through proxy of the U.S. They're not an independent. You know what I mean? They just have different operating rules, but they're within the same country, so they benefit from everything the U.S. does. So it's for them to thrive, then you can just turn around and make the argument. It's if they're thriving, the U.S. must be thriving, type thing.
Yeah, because they're not idiots in a lot of ways, right? Where me and you, we're okay, we got ourself, or you got your wife or whatever. And you're all right, I got to buy a whole steak and I got to buy a whole thing of pasta, and it's you throw away half of it, and then if you have a sister, she's got to do the same thing, and a brother, he's got to do the same thing. If you're all in the same place, you wouldn't be throwing half of it away. It would you would save money. That's just one simple thing, right? Then you're all living in the same house and you want to go to the store. You only need 2 cars, 3 cars, maybe for 6 people, and you go together in the car. And then you don't need to fix the roads. You don't need as much fuel. You don't need as much repair on your car. And then you all have the same house, right? Or a bigger plot of land with a couple houses on it, whatever. You don't need to pay different property taxes. You don't need to buy more. You don't have to repair 5 different sinks. You don't have to keep the world working. You're done. You're finished. You don't have to keep working.
Yeah, but that's kind of what's been happening. Destroy the nuclear family, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the problem is more with that rather than the government saying, well, how come you can't, the government needs to make it possible so that I can have just a single income and have a house that 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. That's not reasonable.
Well, it was what people were sold as I think it's the American dream. I don't know if it was ever the Canadian dream, but they always talk about that. It's you're gonna have your nice little home and a family, and you can afford it on one income, and then that became impossible, and so people complain about it because they wish it was like it used to be, or they wish they got what the dream was supposed to be.
Well, I'm saying it became impossible not because of anything. It became impossible because the family split up and everybody went their own separate ways.
The problem is all of
that money.
It's all of it. It's all of what you're saying. It's multifaceted. Don't debate over which one it is.
The Canadian dream included a hockey game. That's all.
Maple Leafs are doing pretty good right now.
And lacrosse, too.
We can debate about the individual thing, but
more importantly, lacrosse.
Over them, and we can debate around them. That's the whole idea, dude. It's to break apart the monolith that is, right? We're breaking apart the monolith, and we're talking about the individual problematic aspects.
Yeah, but the thing that gives you the most power and the thing that you can actually do is the family thing. Not to say you can't do things about, where you put your purchasing power and who you vote for through your money, etc. But the thing you can definitely take full control of is within your family and say, hey, you know, what are we doing here? Why are we buying 5 different houses? This is stupid. Let's go.
Am I allowed to say that we, like, is it bad to say that you can't pay taxes? Is that allowed? Is that like a health thing? You shouldn't pay your taxes?
I pay my, I just want the record to know that I pay all my taxes, and I pay extra sometimes.
Yeah, I pay extra too.
Is this like, is it patriotic to say like that you don't pay your tax? Is that a patriot? Could you possibly make the argument for that? It's patriotic not to pay your taxes.
I talked about it like last week, that in regards to the voting system, it should be 1 vote per household. You shouldn't have like segregation within your own home. You know that 1 vote per household. So you want to go
vote for a no tax day. It should be a day that we have no tax day where we all gather. We talk about having no taxes. Ludicrous.
The tax.
Look how easy Trump convinced the people that he's going to bring jobs back, right? With the tariffs, people are so easily convinced. That was a failed thing from the get-go. Like, there's no possible way you're ever, if anybody thinks manufacturing is going to return to America, it's a pipe dream. It's never
wasn't there over 100,000? Wasn't there 100,000 jobs that were lost following that immediate enactment of those tariffs?
Yeah, and how many trillion? 2 trillion right away got wiped out from the world markets. Yeah.
There's a lot of propaganda. I'm not a Trump fanboy, dude, but that's not true, dude. There's a lot of jobs that actually came back, dude. Manufacturing plants are coming back. Textile plants are coming back.
I would say that there's
no
one
chance,
opportunity.
Apple, Chevy, Dodge, dude, like tons of companies, dude. What are you talking about?
There's one chance here, SE, right? And that is like if we go through a stage in, what do they call that? Industrial revolution. So if we go through a 4th stage of, is it the 4th or 5th? I don't know which one it is these days, but essentially, if they get into more sort of like fabrication using CNC machines, automation in that respect, well, I could think that they could bring it back, but they would need to do it in that manner.
China, it's over, bro. That jig is done. Like there's no chance of that happening, bro. First of all, number 1, money, right? Labor. Number 2, technology. China doesn't make just cheap stuff anymore. They make the best stuff. And not only that, they have the equipment. You can order anything there. America and Canada, we don't make shit. We don't even make buttons. I bet you can't even get buttons if you try. Like, I'm just saying a thing, you know what I mean? It's over.
I love that. Yeah, you're right.
It's over. Don't even dream about that coming back. That's Trump's pipe dream.
You don't need like a button pressing machine if you just got a button printing machine. Like if this printing stuff that they're talking about is actually a possibility, right? Like if they could get like some sort of like pretty hardcore like decent chemistry done with some 3D printing, like dude, you can just print off parts. Well, I don't think it's going to look as slick. It'd have to go like a modular system, but you could do a modular system. Like if they actually wanted to do that, right, where all the companies, like, what is it, like all of the engines that run your washing machine, I'm looking at a washing machine, I'm looking at a dryer, all of these things are just running on electronic components that you could just like modulate and have it such that like there's only about 5 or 6 different types of particular engine that's required for any sort of one washing machine or dryer. You could do that. It's possible. It's very communistic, right? That's the problematic aspect of it, but it's possible.
SE, so there's this lady that I was listening to recently from there's a YouTuber I follow that he keeps up with current politics, foreign affairs, and all that. And there's a lady, her name's, what's her name? Yi Fuxian, I don't know. But she's a specialist in her field, and she's says here a Chinese demographer and senior scientist at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and she's a prominent critic of China's official population statistic, arguing that the country's actual population may be significantly lower than reported in 2021. She estimates that the population dropped from 1.2 billion to 7 and 800 million because a lot of people are fleeing the country. There's like a mass exodus going on in China since the pandemic. Many Chinese have decided to leave the country altogether. And
stop saying the word pandemic, please.
Why? Anyways, one thing to consider is that China knows how to play poker, right? They have a good poker face and they know how to save face. So even when they're hurting, they're gonna give you, fudge statistics. Like when you look up the economic data, they're gonna fudge all that stuff up. They cook the books. So when they release like stuff to the US, it's not gonna be the actual data, dude. So what she's been doing is investigating like what's actually going on in China. Are they hurting economically? What's going on? Since January, there's been mass layoffs, mass protests. People stopped working because they haven't got paid since January. Right? So since January, they have not received a check. They're famished. They're hurting. Everything, like they're at the brink of collapse, dude. Hurting way more than the U.S. is. So this whole tariff thing is going to do a number on them. Trump is calling their bluff. We can withstand economic turmoils way more than they can right now. So granted, the tariffs will hurt the American consumer, but not to the extent that it's hurting the Chinese, dude. And I'll
underestimate.
Go ahead.
It's a good argument, bro. I like that.
It is a good argument, but you underestimate your opponent, sir. You're talking about a civilization that's been there for 5,000 years. Trust me. They can weather the storm way more than you. They can lose 100 too. Can you let me finish, please? They can lose the whole population of America and still compete with you. They have the people and they have the machinery and the expertise. Now they're innovating. Check out their cars, their batteries, everything you have around you. Look around you. Everything is made in China, bro. The world has changed. Don't believe in propaganda.
Yeah, and I think the export of China to the US is only 15% of their total exports. So they are looking for new markets.
Didn't we reach a trade deal with China? Or not right.
We just reached a trade deal because we knew the whole time they were bluffing. But anyways, it says there has been significant surge in worker protests across China in 2025, particularly involving employees of major companies, including state-owned enterprises, who have not received their wages since January. These protests are widespread and reflect deepening economic challenges within the country. This widespread worker protests over unpaid wages. Reports indicate that workers in various regions such as Hunan, Dial County, there's a bunch of places, dude. Basically all the places that you'll find on what's that site, Alibaba, for like manufacturing, dude. They're closing companies down, they're closing warehouses. It says here, streets demanding overdue wages and protesting unfair layoffs. For instance, employees of dude, I could go on and on and on, but dude, they're hurting, bro. They're hurting. Even during the Chinese New Year's, bro, when normally there's a lot of people celebrating and all that, dude. It was like everything was empty. The subways were empty. So there's a lot of stuff going on.
Let's say that's true, right? Let's say that's
Yeah.
true. What you just said, right? Let's say all that is true. They're hurting. They're laying people off. How does that change that you'll never be able to compete with them? Not financially, not machinery-wise, not labor cost-wise. How does that change any of that?
Montreal, I would say that in response to that, man, like if they disrupt the figure too much, like if they get 10% unemployment, it goes cataclysmic. Like I don't know what the unemployment is, but you recognize there is a tipping point to any civilization like that. Right? There's a tipping point at which everything is like too many people on the streets, too many riders. It'd literally just go to shit.
Okay, let's put it this way. Let's do worst case scenario, right? Let's say China falls tomorrow, which it won't happen, of course. Let's say it falls. You think manufacturing is going to come back that way? No. It's going to go to Vietnam. It's going to go to India. You're never going to get that manufacturing back. Understand that. You cannot compete with the... Why can I not finish a sentence?
You keep pausing. Go ahead.
I didn't pause at all. I'm on a roll. But I'll be quick. I was just going to say one last thing. You cannot compete with the wages of the rest of the world.
We don't want to compete with them. We want them to do the cheap labor for us.
Jump right in there.
It's always been artificial like that, though, SC Montreal.
I think the only way you could possibly do it is you get Americans to work for a lot cheaper wages, and then industry would probably come back. You know, get people to
See,
work for $3
all
or
it
$4
indicates is that your
per hour an
society has
hour.
been exploiting you at the highest levels for a very long time now.
Get people to work for a lot cheaper wages. But no one wants
It's
to
not to
work for
work
$3
for a
or
lot
$4
cheaper
an hour.
wages. It's for your upper echelon essentially to cut their bonuses. That's the issue. That's where all the money's bleeding out.
Yeah, but nobody wants to work for $2, $3 an hour.
That's a good point. Yeah, $2, $3
is
an
not
hour is
the point,
outrageous, dude. But you
It's not-
you could get the illegals out of America, which in Mexico is the Mexicans nationals who live in America. It's 20 million, or it's 20%. So it's about 20 million, I think, of their
human beings
population here.
create
If
value
you
in
just
the world.
remove them from the area, then the dollar would increase for the individual worker, and then you would have more money. I just want to keep talking because you insist on cutting off everybody, dude. I'll just keep just to show you. You'll cut me off again. There we go.
Sounds like Gintopia is in order here. Gintopia to the rescue. Rescue.
Human beings create value in the world. We don't take value away. I don't care whether or not they're illegals or whatever this stuff is. I get there's problems with that, with the way it's all incorporating, right? But like human beings inherently create value in the world. They don't take it away. And the only thing that seems to happen is the exploitation of people sort of creating slave labor deals with communist countries across vast oceans such that you can't see the deplorable activity that's going on. You've got your own problems in your own world, and I recognize that. But this is just like they've changed the plantation, dude. Like they've taken the idea of a plantation and it's just globular now.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. People have value; they can add value. It's not that complicated. I have a house, and I bought enough sandwiches for everybody to have lunch for 1 week. And I was like, all right, so I got 5 people, lunch for a week. I need a pound of turkey, this much cheese, and then 40 people showed up. Yeah, you got to get rid of them. You got to get rid of the 35 extra people.
And not everybody's valuable because some people are legit leeches. They don't work. They don't contribute to society. They just want to suck.
Why not? When
your government sold you
Some
out,
of them
guys.
hang out on Discord all day and
pretty much
discuss nonsense.
Yeah.
Where's the nonsense?
Are you saying they're legal?
You got to get rid of
conversation.
You got to get rid of illegals in any country.
Are you trying to tell me we should leave Omnivore?
What do we have?
I'm on Discord too, my guy.
I know, but you sounded like you were knocking your own server, trying to tell people we shouldn't be here.
Yeah, tell me I'm pretty
I'm here. I'm just aware. I'm just aware of what I'm doing.
Yeah, but some of us that sit here on Discord all day also have full-time jobs and just listen to this nonsense while we're supplying for our families.
It's a joke. It's a joke, Rob. Don't take it seriously.
All right.
No, but on a serious note, dude, like if it wasn't for Discord, I'd be way more lonely, dude. Honestly, as a trucker, bro, I'm by myself all day, every day. Even though this seems like idle, time, like useless time, it's not. Dude.
Don't take it. Don't take it seriously. I included myself. It was just a joke.
You're a omnivore. I might be a leech. You're like a sick omnivore.
We all wait for a share of time here.
We'll put sanctions on you.
You know what I think of Discord as? Interactive radio. Remember the old days we used to work and have the radio in the background?
Yep.
Well, that's what I think Discord is. Interactive radio.
It's way better. Yeah, it's way better. I used to before Discord.
The old,
I used to wait on
CB, the old CB radio system. Yeah.
I used to wait on hold for like an hour to get on.
What's your 20?
Good. I used to wait on hold for like an hour to get onto like the sports radio and just to be like, that guy sucks. That was.
Well, you go on talk shows?
Yeah.
Have you guys got any you guys call up for the talk shows at all in America? It's not really a thing here in Australia.
WKRP Radio.
Yeah.
You're up next, B-Ball. Tell us how your ball is in a vacuum and not losing its gas. Go ahead, sir.
Well, they always
green you out though before if you want to talk about something that they don't want to talk.
Oh yeah, what do you want to talk about?
That's what they asked you.
I wanted to. They had a guy on who said that it's a small point of contention. He insisted that babies don't feel pain when they're circumcised, and I just really
jeez,
that triggered me, and I really wanted to call in and be like, "Fuck, that's not true." How
That's out. That's out. Stay away from it. Stay away from it. Change
I
the
know.
subject.
No,
They
wait,
didn't
that's
even
already
let me
gone.
on.
Can't talk about it. They're like off bounds already. Like health stuff, off bounds. Can't talk. That's health. Is it health or is it ritualistic religion?
Medical.
I don't know.
Anything medical? No medical
We'll
talk.
think about that later
Well,
on.
like,
Can't talk about
where
it.
would
Look it up,
where would this one lie?
No
Like,
medical
if,
talk
So
at all.
someone was saying earlier about no taxes. I'm gonna go back to that real quick.
I like
Because I
taxes.
agree there
Taxes are
shouldn't be
good.
any. I don't want to fucking pay taxes. I don't want the government fucking taking a third of my fucking paycheck. But like when it comes down to it, like that money that we're actually paying, what happens? What happens if a government or a society stops paying taxes? Where does the
Yeah,
money
then you
come
then
from?
you don't. Yeah, then you don't have. You don't
No,
pay.
no, wait. I'm asking. I'm not done.
Oh, good.
Like, where does the money come from for like the roads and like the police force or the fire department or
The way it
ambulances?
used
Where
to.
does the money come for that though?
Okay, so like
Way
in
it
my
used to.
interpretation, right? Like like superficially, the issue is primarily that the taxpayer money that I am seeing spent is abhorrent. I don't like it. It's going to war, all these other problematic institutions that I can't talk apparently anymore. Essentially, that's my protest. Until the time at which they allow me to allocate my taxes or come up with a better system, I would advocate. I mean, I actively advocate for like that is the ultimate protest. It's kind of funny actually. It's like it's so like, oh no, everyone's oh no, I pay my taxes. Yeah, I do. Yeah, wink wink, nudge nudge. I don't know. Like, is it that much of a fear shock or something? I don't know. I assume that there are consequences to this stuff, but
There's definitely. I don't know where you've been living.
At what stage does it become 90%? It used to be, I think it used to be way less back in the day. It used to be like 10%, and they've worked their way up to 30% now. I don't know.
That's the easiest way of looking at it. Is that you had a time 100 years ago where taxes were significantly lower, and you still had roads, you still had police, you still had fire, you still had all of these things. So,
well, I mean, maybe things just got more expensive.
Yeah, but communities used to
because
donate
it's like
towards these. The corporations, the businesses used to like build areas, like they would build parks in the communities. That's like way
but
back.
that's
If
the
you go in
state.
there,
Yeah,
that's
but-
how it used to work. Now
Yeah,
it's
but the
all
state pays for
federal.
that though.
So,
Right,
so
it's
in
all
one
federal now. It's all federal
in one
funding.
sense, a lot of things have become more expensive, but primarily that's because of administrative bloat. Like there's
Well,
much
it's the
more
allocation
people.
of the funding.
Yeah, like there's so many more people that don't actually do work, that just do essentially
That is true.
like pen pushing email jobs that are getting so much money that are essentially just job programs.
More allocation of funding creates more results.
Hold on, no, that's very very true because I was asking a question about because I had to go do something. I had to go sign for a range recently, right? And we have to go into this building. There's a bunch of guys there, a bunch of old guys. They've probably been working there for fucking 30 years, right? And after we sign for the range, I have to go into another room where there's a guy sitting behind a desk. He's probably in his late 70s, and he basically says, "Oh, you guys are gonna sign for this range? Oh, okay. Well, just make sure you guys do this, this, and this, and this." Okay, stuff we already knew. And I'm asking my buddy, I'm like, what's the point of us just going into that office and talking to that guy? Like, what is his job, right? Like, exactly what? And I'm thinking maybe it's because they don't want to fire him. He's been working there forever, and they just don't want to fire him because he's been there for a long time. And I'm like, he probably makes a ton more money than I do, doing absolutely fucking nothing, right? He needs to just retire. So yeah, I get it. There's probably people that are getting paid way too much to do nothing.
Yeah. So it's both administrative bloat and then a whole bunch of programs that are just not those like basic needs. Like 90% of the things that people talk about when they're like, "Oh, we need government for this," like roads, police, fire, etc., they make up like 2% of the budget, and the rest, like the rest of the money is being spent on things that just are not within that realm of like, oh, this is something that would be mandatory for the government to do because it couldn't be done otherwise.
You got to keep in mind, B-ball. Like SC had mentioned it earlier. He said, Trump promised jobs. Like, like these people want jobs, right? And the other thing is that if they're not working a job, then they're just sitting around, right? They're not participating in the system. So there's something like what I'm saying is there's job creation. Like it doesn't matter if we need something done, we need to employ these people, kind of thing. Yeah. We just need to give people jobs. Like that's it. It doesn't matter. Nothing needs to be done. We just got to give them a job and pay them to do something.
Yeah, but some jobs are a lot more meaningful than others, right? Like a guy sitting behind a desk telling me and giving me some information that I kind of already know isn't really a job, right?
It's not needed. It's not necessary. I hear what you're saying.
Not necessary, right?
Yeah, right, but they need a job. They got to do something.
Yeah, but it's just like having fake jobs is just kind of pushing the can down the road because like while you're solving one issue, you're causing a whole other issue.
Yeah, it's back. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's kind of wrong, built on the family system. It's still, and it trickles into that where people are now creating unnecessary jobs. Go ahead. I'm definitely done.
Sorry, go ahead. It's just everybody's trying to get in.
Go ahead. But I'm in the middle of a sentence.
I got after you. No, you're right. I got after you though.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that you need to have everybody contributing to society somehow, even if it seems like the job is pointless. It's better than them sitting at home sucking taxes. Either way, it's just
That's
There's
correct.
no reason.
Is it justified for that person to make 3 times more than what I make?
Yeah, there's no reason to have state mandated gas pumpers. Like to have people pumping gas is a completely meaningless job. And there's like a couple states that mandate it to where you cannot pump your own gas. They have to.
But go to Jersey and then say that people just literally drive off with the pump in their tank, and that's like one of the biggest reasons. That and there was all kinds of bullshit being done to like the workers. So the reason they have it is because they can't control the population to act like
never
humans.
Seen that issue anywhere else.
Who drives off
right? So what's the common denominator? That you'd have to look
New Jerseyans are mentally ill people.
People need training on how to pump their own gas, I guess.
Yeah, let's just call New Jerseyans. Like that's the solution.
I've seen them going sideways on highways. No bullshit. Just driving sideways right at a toll booth, just fucking cutting, like literally perpendicular with traffic. Just cutting. They're in the wrong.
There's no viable reason for New Jersey to begin with, though.
Dude, like the fuel pumps here in Australia, you press the pump in, like you have to hold it down the whole time you're standing there, and then dismount it from the tank, and then put it back onto the holder. I don't know. You telling me people are driving away with the fuel pump still inside the canister?
At one point, in the early days of America, I guess you could say, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania accounted for 90% of the slaves. So they're still working on that.
What?
The Brazil issue. The Brazil issue.
In most of Europe now, virtually everybody dispenses their own fuel. They're quite hectic on the rules. You've got to be over 16. You can't be smoking. You can't even be using a mobile phone.
This just seems like such a tiny issue that maybe is localized to a couple areas. Because never see it unless it's somebody who's tweaking and they're going to cause issues no matter what they're doing.
Yeah, it's not an issue. It's just to create. Again, New Jersey is the most densely populated state, right? So it follows that they just need to create jobs. They just need to give somebody a job to do. Not that they can't pump their own gas.
Yeah, maybe. But what about this administrative bloat that we were talking about before? The administrative bloat, what was it? Yasuke was mentioning a couple of figures before. It accounts for 2%. So we can keep the police force and the fire stations and all that stuff. We can keep all that. Where is all this other money being spent? I don't get it.
I said it 3 times already.
Probably,
Military.
probably
Repeat after
welfare.
me. Boom, boom.
Boom,
Well, yeah,
boom.
that is true. I mean, yeah.
Love it.
I see. You know what's and you know what? We are kind of guilty of it, right? Because the amount of things that the military spends money on is fucking ridiculous. Like the amount of things that we throw away that are like brand new in the box, and I'm like, look at all this brand new stuff that we're just throwing in the fucking trash. Like,
Yo, check this story out,
fraud,
people.
waste, fraud, waste, and abuse. Like,
check this
you know,
story
and
out.
I see it. I see it directly. Go ahead.
Yeah, my little brother, he's telling me, he's like, I wanted to start working on electronics or whatever, right? He's like, I want to see, like, oh, maybe I can fix a computer and like kind of like learn it. So he says, he was telling me this on Mother's Day. He says, so I go to the town dump, and I'm like, all right, so can I grab some of these things? Or is it a computer, a laptop, a tablet, whatever? He's like, I'll bring these things home and fix them. He went home, plugged every single thing. He kept plugging in. It's just working perfectly good. Nothing wrong with these things. And he's like, well, I guess fuck it. I'm not going to learn how to fix anything.
A lot of
What
people.
B-Ball is talking about, they have to throw good equipment so the budget could stay up, right, B-Ball? So
No, it's just it's just because like we'll have like let's say like in our motor pool, like we'll have one of the bays which would be filled with just all types of stuff like straps and office equipment and desks and chairs and stuff that's been accumulating over the years, but people don't really use it. We'll wind up throwing that stuff away. Or like a supply sergeant will order something, right? And it'll take months and months to come in. Like maybe even a year to finally get there, like maybe a few, I don't know, bags or something. And then when it comes in, that guy's already gone. The next supply sergeant will come in, and then that thing that the other guy ordered will show up, and the guy will be like, "What is this? What the hell's all this stuff? We didn't fucking order this." And he'll take it and put it in a corner or an office or in a closet somewhere, and it'll sit there for years. And then we'll go in there. Oh shit, where'd all this stuff come from? Oh, we don't need it. I'll just throw it away. Like that shit happens a lot.
That's compartmentalization. That's a consequence of compartmentalization. And our system and society seems to be moving towards this a lot.
The military in the UK is adopting more business practices, so that if you order something or you make an inventory order on something, it persists in the system much longer than the employee of the warrant officer. So that even when it turns up, you can work out where it's come from most of the time.
But you guys don't have a military anymore. You're almost as bad as Canada.
We have some military.
But so also back to the military point, out of the federal budget, so that's not including the entire government budget of like state budgets and everything, the U.S. military spending is 13.3% of the budget in 2023. So even if you don't drop military spending 1 iota, and you include roads, that's still like 15% of the total spending. So there's 85% of the money that is being spent on like essential government services and military.
And isn't that what Doge is trying to crack down on?
In theory, yeah.
But I don't see it.
They're talking about sending people a check. I want one of them fucking checks. Shit.
Yeah, your military
just fix the system.
Your military spending is 16 times greater than the UK's.
Yeah, like we're essentially the world police.
Yeah, so
in the same way,
population of what? 320 million, and ours is 670 million.
Yeah, it's kind of similar with like the actual recent thing of the whole Trump trying to essentially the way medical stuff has worked. I'm not talking about medical things, but just policy things. Is that the other countries, they essentially say, we're not going to pay more than like 5 cents for this medication that costs you 1 cent to make. And then in America, like they super overcharge America because of like they're willing to do it. So Trump is like, this week is okay. We're going to have like price restrictions like every other country does, so that we're not getting price gouged. In the same way that America effectively subsidizes these medicines being made for every other country. The U.S. military, like in theory, subsidizes other countries to not have to have as much of a military spending proportionally.
What mechanism is the US using to stop this subsidization?
I don't know exactly. I don't know if that's particularly been announced. But if it's similar to what other countries do, then you could just look at what other countries do and then compare.
Yeah, and I was just curious. So I assume he's just going to put higher price margins on stuff in export.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the whole idea of like, oh, make insulin be capped at, $50 per month. Same concept.
I don't know what US can do. I mean, it's military. Your military budget spending is Fruit Loopy. It's got to be said. It's well.
Yeah, but even then, it's still only 13% of the federal budget. So
look at the amount of jobs too it creates. Like, how do you do away with it?
Sure. A lot of it goes
but I mean,
R&D procurement, doesn't it? So it's feeding all your tech industries.
Yeah, but like if you take the logical conclusion of just wanting job programs, just hire ditch diggers and then hire people to fill holes, and boom, instant job program. Like that's effectively what so many of these things are, is just hiring somebody to dig a hole and then hiring another group of people to fill that same hole in.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a good case for America spending, say, slightly less on the budget. Your infrastructure spending needs to go up, definitely. What you built in your industrial boom is kind of getting a bit long in the tooth in certain places. It's not a criticism of the country as such. It's the same in Europe. We're spending not enough on infrastructure at the moment in most of the modern world.
Biden took care of that.
Yeah, I mean that's something that's commonly talked about is like potholes in England. Like many potholes there.
Yeah. So some of our potholes have got potholes in them.
Yeah. Which is not very good.
Yeah, it's not unheard of over here either. So, but what you forget about the American military industry is they export for quite a few billions every year in the weapon systems.
Yeah, that's not ideal either.
Yeah, but the fraud, waste, and abuse is just it's through the roof. And I think a lot of what they're trying to do now, they're trying to cut down on a lot of it. That's why they're not allowing some of these supply NCOs to order so much stuff. It has to be vetted before they order it. I think before they were just ordering stuff willy-nilly, and now they're kind of like, now, do we need this? What are we going to do with it? Like they're having them really justify some of the spending that they're doing.
Can I just say that I very much enjoy...
Most of the bloat you found was actually in the military, because that's where they have contractors subcontracting to other contractors. And you do that enough times and you don't know where that money's going. That's why the Pentagon can't pass an audit. Like that's where the bloat is actually happening. That's the only waste really. Doge hasn't found fraud or abuse. I don't think they've really shut down most of the wasteful programs. Most of the things that they have shut down have been some of the most efficient, actually, that return more dollars than they actually spend.
Well, one of the biggest problems. If you weren't done,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if one of the biggest problems is the way the contracts works in general, right? Like the military contracts, they'll contract it out to a contract company that will then turn around and contract it out, right? And this just takes place, and they all just take money to do absolutely nothing. And they just write the liabilities into the contracts to make the company below them have more risk, right? And then it just changes it. And by the time it gets to the people actually doing the work and the companies creating this project, the money they're making, it's like pennies on the dollar compared to these other big ass companies that are buying the contracts. So
I was one of those people. I actually was a mechanic on the Australian Army's XT500 Yamahas and their little bomb disposal trucks. And yes, what you're saying is dead right. There was a subcontract company that charged the Army $700 a service. We charge them $300 a service. And when I actually checked, when it hadn't been touched since I last serviced it 6 months earlier, we rang them up and said, come and get it. We don't need to do it. And they said, fix it anyway and bill us. It was very wasteful. And I was one of those people. What you're saying is dead right, guys. I'm a witness to it.
Right.
That never would have happened if people understood that the Earth was flat. I feel for you.
Big leap there, but okay.
There'd still be fraud, waste, and abuse, even if the Earth was flat.
I think that's the underlying problem, though, right? Because now we're talking about the budget, the allocation of funds, and it's like, why does all this money need to be spent on companies that don't even exist, right? They don't produce anything. They're just there to monopolize all the contracts, right? And it's the same companies. It's the same companies. If you chase the contracts back, I dated a contract specialist when I was out in New York for a couple of years, and she broke it down for me, and I just couldn't believe it. It's the same contract companies that are just, they do absolutely no work. It's all lawyers, and it just taken, like taking like the taxpayer money essentially for free, and the government allows it. So that whole the way that whole system's designed just needs to be changed.
Also, with apprentices for trades, what you do is it's not the old tradesman, electrician or plumber who gets an apprentice and fills out the paperwork. Now they have companies that subcontract out apprentices to tradesmen to get their apprenticeship, but it costs 3 times the money. And consequently, there's no tradesmen now because people just can't be bothered with all the paperwork. So it's like what's that thing? One man on the front line, there's 5 people behind him. I think it's the old army adage. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean that's
the liability, right?
Yeah, I mean that's something that's wild. That's something that's wild when you look at the UK, with what the UK Prime Minister said, which is so wild paradigm shift in that one, both trying to dramatically lower immigration as the quote unquote left leaning party, and taking very sort of stances that would have only been said by super fringe right-leaning people 4 years ago.
You ain't gonna be able to read it.
While also saying in that same thing that there
right.
needs to be somebody stop miking. While saying in the exact same white paper that there needs to be increase in skilled trades training for British people.
Yo, can somebody mute that guy? Or move him to the hot mic room?
There's someone rebuilding their fucking kitchen in the background. We talk about tradies, we got one there.
Who was it?
Manufactotum.
Okay.
No, it wasn't me.
It was definitely you.
I mean, I'll shut up. But...
Hey, I just wanted to add real quick that I think that the problem here isn't a legislative problem. It's an ethical problem. It sounds like there's unethical business practices. People know they're being taken advantage of. And at the end of the day, it's a moral dilemma, dude. I don't think that legislation would help fix it because there's always going to be somebody corrupt that's going to be able to change the legislation or
all of them. They're on the payroll.
Yep.
Well, yeah, it's allowed to happen. The way the contracts change hands, it's all allowed to happen because of politicians. Politicians could wipe that out in a millisecond, right?
No.
They could change the
no, bro, the lobbyists. The lobbyists have them.
Because it's the moral fabric of society.
But right? that's always the thing.
If you can't fix that, dude, there's no legislative process. There's no legislation. The pen ain't gonna help you fix this problem, dude.
That's always the thing, though, Lion, is that you want to reorient the incentives in society to match the behavior that people have. So if people are
the ability,
so if people are greedy, ruthless, unethical, et cetera, then you just remove the incentives. You remove the ability for those negative manifestations to occur.
Yeah, I understand. I'm looking at it from a macro view, right? And I look at the United States of America as a collective entity, like a body, like a being, right? Society is like a living being. We're all collectively part of this living being, and it has metabolic processes, right? And that right now our metabolism has gone to shit. There's a lot of bloat, right? It's bloated. It's inefficient. It's sluggish. It's going to waste. the human collective, the smallest unit of government is the nuclear family, bro. That's what he said. It was the family is the smallest unit of government, of statehood. And then you get the village, which is a collective of families. And then as you move up the chain, then you get to the state. The state is just a collective of villages, of towns. And then you get like regions, right? You get regional, like the Northeast. And then now you got a collective of states. And then you get to the federal government, which is a collective of regions. That's all it is, guys. And it's an emergent phenomena of all societies. It's not like it's not like necessarily like some artificial human concept or structure. It's literally like it's a natural process, part of the human condition. But as a collective, we have a moral dilemma on our hands where people have become wicked and corrupt. And there's no amount of legislation that's going to fix that, dude. It has to start at home with the smallest unit of government, which is the family. Once you fix that, once you fix the nuclear family and start instilling morals and ethics into the society, then maybe things will turn around. But if you think that you're just going to get rid of certain corrupt politicians and with the pen, change some legislation that's going to fix shit, it's not going to fix shit, dude. It's not going to fix anything because after a few years, things are just going to go right back to how they were.
Well, you'll make an impact on the culture. That'll have a huge impact on the culture. If you change,
like there's. Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead, man.
Yeah, there's definitely like another way of thinking about it, which is sort of like you don't necessarily think about this on the government level, but like as an example, in the 2011 documentary Empire of Dust, which was essentially it's where the "it's all so tiresome" meme comes from, where essentially like Chinese people working for a railway group were trying to like do some road construction, and in the local workforces there were large issues with people like just trying to steal things from their employers. So like as an example, right, they would measure after every single use the gas in the vehicles to the milliliter because employees were consistently like siphoning off gas. And like ideally you wouldn't have to do that, but when you do have sort of an issue of sort of unethical behavior, if stealing from your employees, then you do take those extra steps. And you can't just say, oh, let's just make these people more ethical to where they don't steal. Like when you're in the moment right here and right now, when you're in the situation to where the employees are stealing from their employers, you have to have those rules set up. And you can work on both problems, but you can't just say, oh, hey, let's do things bottom up.
But if your job's so good, you won't want to risk your job by stealing, therefore you won't steal from your employer, so he won't need to go to those policing measures. So isn't it that basically the greedy CEOs taking their cut and us workers who sit back and think, did I work all day and that guy wanders around and he's probably taken home, 400 times my wage? Like what CEOs get is grossly disproportional to what us guys who actually sit there and do up the nuts and bolts or dig the holes or whatever you're doing. You're actually the most important part of that factory. And that's why we need strong unions as well. Because then we can say, we want money.
Man.
They're not going to protect you though.
Hold on. There's a lot of things being said here. I don't even like unions, to be honest with you. I don't like the idea of democratic socialism. Any form of that kind of seems problematic in my worldview. Like honestly, I'm all about like free market capitalism. And I know that it's an illusion at this point, doesn't exist. But ideally, that's what I think is the best economic engine that we could have. Like I said, you got to think of the United States like an entity, a body, and that body needs oxygen, right? It needs to be able to breathe. It needs to have a high metabolism. And if you try to hinder its oxygen production, it's the same way that you have an oxygen to fuel ratio in an engine, right? You start messing with some of the variables by trying to like control it through legislation or regulation, and you start hindering the economic progress. What you start hindering innovation, you start killing the entity. you start, it becomes sluggish. And that's what our government has done through regulation, through union, through all this bullshit, yellow tape, red tape.
Well,
they're hindering economic progress and innovation.
Hang on a minute.
That's a long way, dude. I'm just going to throw it back at you. When I grew up, there were unions. We all had our houses paid off before we were 50 and all had a sea change, a second block. You guys don't have that now. So what you're saying is pretty much irrelevant because where I grew up, mate, I could choose my job. A meat worker got paid more than a trade qualified person because they had a strong union. Now, you don't like it, you don't join it, but fuck you, buddy. I'm not going on strike to get you better wages. So this fuck you, Jack, I'm right, is what the problem is you're talking about, and you are the root cause of it, believe it or not. We're bound to
unions. I mean, if you look at Scandinavia, where we have like in Norway, where we have very strong big unions, they are actually working for the employees, and that helps us a hell of a lot. Not just financial wages wise, but rules and regulations and the safety within work. You can't just fire and hire people for short time. They have, in fact, made it possible for people to have a reasonable, good life, regardless of what kind of job you have. So saying that unions ruin.
Let me respond to that.
No, hang on. I am not finished. So in that respect, yes, union helps a lot. And we still have a lot of high-tech industries, but we also got like basic industries, the fisheries, stuff like that. We got it all. So do not blame unions on this because it fucking works for the worker and it works for the society.
All right, 1 second. Hold on. Please, I just want to respond to that. So earlier we were talking about unions. Dude, unions in Boston and in New York are some of the most inefficient workers, dude. Not only do they demand a premium for their work, those guys are the ones standing around wasting money. They don't work, dude. They just stand around and hold a shovel, bro. You drive by on the highway, dude. What are they doing, dude? They're dicking around, bro.
But if you look at the Norwegian worker, the Norwegian workers are one of the most effective ones in the world. So no, your example from the US, yes, corruptions and so on, but over here, it fucking works.
Well, I just wanted to mention a specific union in the United States that protects criminals, literally, and that would be known as the policeman's union, because anytime a cop does something wrong, they have either the policeman's union or there's another organization as well, but they will do everything they can to make sure they don't lose their job. Doesn't matter if they were drunk driving and killed somebody or what. You know, it's like, I don't know. I think it goes both ways on the union thing, personally.
The whole system is set up for you. The whole system is set up for you to blame the workers, the inefficient workers, and the unions. The fact is that in 1965, a CEO earned roughly 20 times the wage of a man on the shop floor. Nowadays, it's 399 times more than the.
Well, yes, the response that made you bring up unions.
Maybe I could get you in the sense of it. Don't worry. You carry on.
Yeah. The response that made you bring up.
I have a question for Lion. Did you? Or I think it was Lion. So you don't like unions because communism or socialism or whatever it was. What's your alternative? Unions are, may not be the best solution, but if you want the line employees to make money closer to what, for example, the CEO makes, what's your, or you want more equality, what's your solution?
So when it comes to unions, earlier we were talking about unions having lobbyists, they're all Democratic, dude. They're all lean Democrat. Even if the workers themselves truly aren't Democrats, they all vote Democrat. They force a Democratic endorsement because there's lobbies.
That doesn't bother me one bit. So what's your
So
solution?
when we talk about bloating, right? Unions are some of the most bloated organizations in the economy. They demand a premium, so the workors are getting paid 4 times. Like the guy was saying, hold on. The workers are getting paid 4 times, and the independent contractors are getting paid. When we were getting contracted, we would get paid, $35 an hour. Union workers are getting paid like $70 an hour for doing the same work, not as efficient, and it's just all around more problematic, more.
I'm gonna ask the same
Yeah, go ahead.
question again.
All right, go ahead.
I could actually answer your question.
What's your solution other than unions?
Just
Support the
independent
private sector.
capitalist, yeah, independent capitalist private sector, yeah.
Okay,
No,
so
I'm-
your solution is more capitalism. So basically, leave it like it is right now.
What were you doing that you were getting paid 35 an hour that other
Yeah.
union workers were getting paid to do?
The same engineering,
right.
So
excavator,
Any project,
loader.
Why didn't you
any
join the
project,
union
if
then?
you're private versus union, you're making less.
All right, so there's no answer. I got
No,
it.
Omni, I have two specific answers for you.
Yeah, I can make an argument for it, but
Yeah. So two specific answers is that one, in America, it's become very difficult to fire people, which means that companies are way more scared to hire people because,
that's I don't think that's
like
true.
like Walmart, in the past couple of years, like there are times where people will try to get jobs at Walmart and they'll have multi-stage interviews. Like
no, that is true.
Yeah, so that's not something that's normal. That's not something that should be there. Like, you know,
so you should make it easier to fire people.
Yeah.
Well, in the last 2 years, it's been harder to get a job.
Yeah. So
I wanted to
Walmart is closing down
something
this year.
Let him finish, guys.
This
Yeah,
year,
let me
Walmart
finish
is
my
closing
point.
down, by the way.
Yes, we heard you.
Walmart's
Yeah, so in this sense, if you make it easier to fire people, you in turn make it easier to hire people. And having that more like mobility is a beneficial thing. And then also the other stage, and this is a classical communist position, which is that removing the importation of workers, which is something that drives down wages for the working class. Because when you import extra workers, the entire purpose is to lower the wages of workers. And that is a classical communist position.
So I don't buy either of those. So making it easier to fire people.
Real quick.
Wait. Let me just say, making it easier to fire people so that we have better wages, on the face of it, doesn't pass the sniff test. You know,
but they do that.
It doesn't.
Through contracting.
Well,
no, they don't.
They contract
no,
out.
Well, I wasn't quite finished, and I'm going to go on mute and step away from this. But you know, I mean, you know, that's absurd, and it's quite easy to fire people, and in fact, it's done all the time. So I don't.
Good point.
I don't buy that. Wait. No, I'm almost done. So the other thing is stopping from importing people. Is you know, is also doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't pass the sniff test. So you know, immigrants typically make more than they cost. That includes illegal immigrants. Secondly, the jobs that they're doing are, typically speaking, not jobs that you can get Americans to do. So
that's not.
You can't get them to do it for the prices that are there. Like, you can't get somebody to do farm work for $15 an hour. But if there was a shortage of labor, then those like employers of farmers would have to start paying, you know, $30 an hour. And when it's $30 an hour, then you're going to have more people.
You're assuming that their profit margins would sustain that, and I don't think that bears out. I have a family that's half full of farmers.
Yeah, Paz and me already found the solution to this, right? So you can probably chime in. When you say something like, oh, the migrant workers are doing the jobs the Americans would never do for that price, the issue with the, you know, it's kind of like a tiered issue, right? With breaking apart the family system. The people who are supposed to do those shit jobs that nobody wants to do is your 16-year-old kid. So there's this issue now where people are like, oh, I can't afford to have kids. Like, you know, what are they going to do? Well, they're supposed to be doing that shit job, not some 40-year-old dude who just ran across the border.
Yeah, I mean, it's just basic economics that when you increase the supply of labor, the demand of labor goes down, which means that wages go down. Well, like, that's just economics 101.
Around here, your teenager's supposed to be doing a fast food job. That's a shit job that gets you like the $16 an hour thing. And all the other jobs that are factory jobs that people would have just gone and applied at, you now have to go to a temporary agency to get a job where you contract to work at that factory for 6 months And if you show up every single day without fail before your shift and you have no marks, you have a chance for permanent employment within that company. But within that 6 months, they can contract through a new temporary agency and they can do all sorts of things. In the last 2 years, I was screwed and I got fired from my last job and I was door dashing and I could not get a job. And I was applying for 30 jobs a day. And the temporary agencies had one employer that they were trying to funnel everyone into. There was no jobs for anybody. And you could only get it through contracting. And you had to be through the job I have now. I went through 4 fucking interviews, 2 piss tests, and I swear to God, I got raped somewhere along the line. But I have a great job now.
Yeah.
Yo, hold on, Quintessence is next. Yo, hold on. Yo, this guy's been trying to. Yo, well, hold on, dude. Quintessence already called next, dude. He's been waiting for like 4 turns already.
I mean, I wanted to ask Omni why he felt like the democratic system, which is mob rule, is such a good thing for the whole union thing. Because I mean, we were set up as a representative republic originally. That's why it's a constitutional republic, and the democratic process has been put into place because of the corporate government, and like they follow a democratic process. They elect their leader and everything. And like, I don't know. I just was curious why Omni thought the democratic process was so great.
Nick, you don't think the MAGA is mob rule? Are you fucking kidding me?
Think what is repeat, please?
Are you like a monarchist or something?
Hold on. That question was for Omni. Hold on.
Yeah, are you like a monarchist?
No, I'm just constitutional republic, representative republic. I don't know. It just, that's not.
Are you aware that a republic is a form of democracy?
Well, no. Democracy is a form of republic. It's the perverted form, according to Aristotle.
No.
He's right. Yeah, he's right about that.
Aristotle.
No.
No, that's just so. A union is not a fucking what you just said. That's a load. That is so fucking American.
Wait.
You've never had a job, have you?
Unions now.
All right.
That's such a broad. That's such a broad stroke, though.
I mean, it's whatever. We can pass on. I was just curious. You know what I mean?
Just to Demon Stride's point, like these temp agencies, man, they want the contract because they're charging the company. Just so you know, like they're charging the company that you go and work for. Like, say you're getting $19 an hour, they're getting $28 an hour, and they don't want $28 for 1 hour. They want it for 6 months.
When they pass the contract out,
can I actually answer this? So, to my understanding, a republic is a form of democracy, a representative democracy. So, are you like, I'm a Republican and not a Democrat? Is that what's going on, or is there something else going on?
Yeah. No. Whenever I was reading Aristotle and his on politics, that's just what it had said. It described the 3 forms of government being a republic, a monarchy, and an oligarchy, or actually an aristocracy. And the monarchy would turn into a tyranny when it was perverted. The oligarchy is the perverted form of the aristocracy, and the democracy is the perverted form of the republic. And like, I don't know. I'm not trying to get too detailed into it. That was just my understanding. And if you have a different one, that's whatever.
So when he says, let me answer. When he says these people are Democrats, what he's saying is they're voting for the Democratic Party, not that they're, voting for some kind of, mob rule or repeal.
They are, which is weird as they are.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about like classical political systems. He was talking about political parties in modern America.
Correct. That's correct. So I would say that, our system of government being a republic is, the best, is the worst system of government except for all the others that we've seen. So
what?
Our system of government.
You think the constitutional republic is the worst form of government that there is?
Yeah. Other than wait, let me finish. Other than all the other ones that we've seen tried, yes.
Yeah, this is a common talking point to basically just say that it's the best.
Repeat the whole sentence to yourself and then see if you're still outraged.
I mean, Rome lasted pretty long, dude, with the constitutional republic, dude. And
I was about to say, I agree with Ryan.
We've been going for hold on, guys. What the?
That's not true. Rome had so many fucking problems, mate. They were knifing each other. They went through seven emperors in 2 years, dude. You are so fucked up in your view, man. You need to study history.
All right, hold on, dude. Hold on. All right, just give it a second. We've been going for like 300 years, dude, since 1776. We've been going hard, dude. That's a goal right there, dude. Most countries don't last a generation.
So does it surprise you that
yeah.
So if you understood what I said, and I don't think you did, I think our form of government is pretty good. I think you only heard part of it, and then something short-circuited, and that you didn't.
Yeah,
Go ahead and clarify yourself.
His point is a common phrase to essentially say that like the current system is the best. It's just saying it in a different way. That it's the worst, except for everything
only
else.
Listening to the first like 3 words and not the rest of the sentence is a recipe for having bad understandings of things.
Hold on, so real quick. So I do have a mentor. His name is Dr. Stephen Pigeon. He's a theologian and an attorney of 25 plus years, right? And he told me the first time I heard this was from him. The big difference between a republic and a democracy is that a democracy, all it takes is a majority rule, right? Where a republic is a super majority, upwards of 70% to make change. That's it.
That's not true in all cases.
That's the biggest difference between a republic and a democracy. A republic has a better representation.
So in our system right now, that's not actually happening. So it's the reverse.
Well, we have both. We have republic and democratic processes in government, and from the local, municipality to the federal government, you'll see that there's sometimes 51%, and then there's sometimes a super majority like 66-70%.
So I'm not really that inclined to teach a class on civics right now, but I think that you should probably look at how our Congress is working in terms of representation of individual people. If you go and look at that, you might be surprised.
Okay, so quick question, right?
To bring it back to my original question, it wasn't so much about our government. It was why you felt like a democracy was better in the used in the what was it, the groups of people, unions. Sorry about
the union. He's complaining about the unions voting for Democrats. That doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
we're not talking about democracy versus republic writ large.
Yeah, the problem, Quint, is that your question is based on a misunderstanding of his point.
That's fair. I mean, that's fair. I just, I talk
unions,
about
they just vote. They do a show of hands. That's all. Like, that's the vote. You're saying that's the Democrat. It's not the Democrats like you've got. There's a union rep there. He says, hey, guys, the boss called me a cunt. Do we all want to go on strike for better wages? And a show of hands. And if more hands say, yes, let's go on strike, we go on strike. If less hands, we don't go on strike. That's democratic. It's not a part of your democratic party. It's just a democratic principle of more votes. And it's first past the post. It doesn't work in government.
That's not what he was complaining about, though. That he was not complaining about the union voting by 51%. He was complaining about the unions voting for Obama or
Democrats.
Something.
They're all Democrats. All the unions are
and that so
endorse
just so
Democrats.
Lion, that doesn't bother me at all. I don't care about that. So
because you're a Democrat.
Trump loves you.
You can complain about it, but I just want to point out that I asked you the question twice. Lion, you didn't have an answer.
I got you. So I'm trying to, because it's a lot more complicated. It can't be easily answered. So I don't have a perfect fix for our economy. I don't think you have a perfect economic engine. The best that we have, I think, is a democratic, a constitutional republic with a free market, a free capitalist market. If we could sustain that, that is the best economic engine that we have. But we can't sustain that because you get crony capitalists that end up hindering the market, and then you got Democrats that start hindering economic progress because they start hindering innovation by carbon taxes, by you got the EPA. You can't even build a hotel. You can't even hold on. You can't even build a hotel because some endangered dragonfly. Like there's all types of shit that's hindering it. So right now, for the economy to succeed, it has to be able to breathe. Remember that oxygen and fuel ratio I was talking about? So our economy is our economy is heavily dependent on the technological sector and the medical. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Oh no, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So our economy is heavily dependent on the technological sector and the medical sector, and then you got the I forget the third arm, but either way, these sectors need to continue to innovate. Our economy is dependent on consumption, whether you like it or not. That's how a capitalist economy works. It's because of consumption. Once you start to hinder that consumption, the economy starts to become stagnant, and it starts to fall.
Bring it home. You
All right. Go ahead. I'm done. That's it. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, good. All right.
You need to abolish income tax.
Do you think
problem solved?
Do you think all regulation is government overreach?
Yep.
We need a tax-free day. Everyone collects somewhere. We all join arms and we say like no tax day. Like they got your Labor Day, they got your Mother's Day, they got your Father's Day, they got your Gay Day, they got your whole gay month, they got your like a Black History Month and stuff. Like why no tax day? Come on.
Every day is no tax day. It's once a year.
If you abolish tax, everyone spends money because you've got money. It's just
but then your wages just go down. It's all it's going to go. The only thing that's going to happen is the corporations is just going to say, "Whoa, fuck the workers. We're just going to reduce their wages because they don't need that, and they're just going to have higher." Either that, they're just going to turn around and put higher markups on their product because now they know you can afford it.
It's naive. It's naive
in that situation.
If the government stopped taxing, it's naive to think you'd be better off because everybody else would just.
If we all decided
just tweak the knob,
then-
see back to where you were before.
It would just
All
bring
they
up
would-
so much money. No,
In that
The government
situation-
doesn't tax it, guys. We all vote on what we're getting taxed on. There's like, when you vote, you get a paper. It'll say, do you agree with maybe lobbying to have this increase or or that, and then you do it on a local scale as well. Like within your district, you vote for what you want to spend your money on in the area, and then they say, okay, let's look at the budget. These aren't like this is the issues. Like people think that these decisions, we're just sitting here, we're not even allowed to be involved, and they're just making these decisions at the top. We're just being too lazy. Go to your city council meetings and vote. Like in the moment.
There's zero correlation between public support of a policy and whether or not it gets passed. If anything, there's an active an anti-correlation to where if there is massive public support of a program, it is less likely to get passed.
Real quick, let me just. It's right on the back of your voting ballot. You can say I want in on this. We want in on that. It's right on the back of your voting ballot.
Yeah, but Yasuke points out a really good point, right? Like apparently, I remember looking into these statistics when I was right into left-leaning politics and all the rest of it. What was it? Essentially, like what is it? The top 20% of earners or top 10% of earners in the get 80% of the benefit of the legislative rulings and laws that are like in acts that are passed. It's catered towards the top 20% of earners or something, not the bottom 80%.
Another little tidbit, just to add, you can also donate when you're filing your taxes to all sorts of different funds. People do it all the time. I did it. I mean, they'll give you like 10. They'll give you a bunch of options. There's probably like 40 options.
Donate.
Real quick, I just want to say that I'm not against government. I'm not against cops. I'm not against the military either. But I do think that we should shrink our government. I'm all about minimal government and minimal government overreach. If we could do away with that, I think the country overall would be better off. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can say if you got a return, which I never do, but if you get a return, you can say, I want to give $10 or $100 on my return towards this, or it's donations on there. Yeah.
Arranged by priority.
Also, a very simple response to the idea that Pure brought up is that if you got rid of these things, then governments would corporations would just lower wages or they'd increase wages and all of that stuff. If that was the case to where there's so much surplus value, you would just go back to most people being self-employed or working for their own small businesses with people. Because, 100, 110 years ago, like 90% of people were self-employed in America. And like the easier you make it to do business, the more likely that you go back to that. And then if it is easy for you to work for yourself, then all of a sudden it doesn't matter if the corporations are greedy, because the corporations don't have any power over you.
Yeah,
you don't need to work for them.
You got
Until
it.
they monopolize. They monopolize it and they cut you out of the contract game. That's
how do they monopolize it if they don't have state power? Like that is the biggest
40%.
way that these corporations monopolize things is through
like
lobbying the government.
Through the lobbying with the politicians and the backdoor deals.
A corporation will monopolize you on value. You won't be able to compete against a corporation as a private business in terms of services you can offer at cost. That's how they monopolize.
If these corporations,
that's not true.
If what Rigger is saying, if what Rigger is saying is true, that they're taking like so much surplus value, in that like, oh, this company is charging $100,000 for a project that only costs, like, accounting all administrative fees, all labor, etc., like $50,000. Then all I need to do as the smaller business is to make a bid for $60,000. And then all of a sudden,
the contract is my
real
point.
quick, dude. Real quick.
Never get that contract
unless you. Hold on. Let me get in, dude. Listen, right?
Look at.
Hold on, dude. So I'm against any type of government regulation, especially minimum wage, dude. Right? And people controlling who can organize and who can't. Look at nature, right? In nature, you have multiple niches, right? You have whales. In the ocean, you have both whales and shrimps. They coexist perfectly fine, dude. You're going to have wealth inequality. It's inevitable. In every hierarchy in nature, right? In every biological system is a hierarchy. There's the lower class, the middle class, and the higher class. You can't escape that. If you think that you're going to escape that with any type of utopia, it's impossible. It doesn't exist. So you're going to have those monopolies. Let them. There's still plenty of competition for the small fry. Those that think that there's no competition for the small fry, look at nature, bro.
Yeah,
do you have a job?
How does the whale and the plankton coexist then?
Just to let you know, though, Lion, if I'm a plankton, right, and these guys that are sort of like the big CEOs, their capacity to do work and think, I don't think it's actually that far. Like, they're not a whale. They're just not a whale. These
you're actually a part of something great. You're the secret ingredient in the Krabby Patty. Just so you know.
You need all three. You need all three classes. You need all three classes in a habitat. You can't have everybody be a whale, and you can't have everybody be a shrimp.
No, because of the way the current system works.
Lion, what do you do for a job, Lion? What is your work?
I'm a trucker.
You have a job?
Flatbed
You're
driving.
A trucker.
Yeah.
Okay, so just get this right. Do you know that without other people making stuff, you've got nothing to transport? So yeah, that's got some extent.
Poor argument, bro.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, but the person who builds the shit, he doesn't eat you. He doesn't eat your truck. He wears it out, I admit, but he doesn't eat your truck. So it's not like whales and plankton and that shit, because they eat each other, which is what happens in the corporate world. You eat your competition, then put the price up. That's why we're all getting shafted.
That's free market capitalism. You have to allow the market to live and do its thing. You can't protect companies, whether they're small or great. You have to let businesses die, dude.
Yeah, I heard you slip in there earlier, which is a good point. You slipped in earlier with like omnivore. That is, I mean, you know, he believes like a social, you know, it seems like he supports like a socialist system, and you know, democratic to that full extent. And the reason, you know, then you'll say, well, look, the capitalist Americans are failing, but they're not failing. What's happening is that you get the restrictions and you get the subsidies, which removes the free market capitalist ideology. And you're saying, look, it's getting all fucked up. It's because you're not allowing things to fail or succeed naturally as they should.
Yeah. So
compared to what though? What are you comparing that to? Like Soviet Russia, or like Norway, or Germany, or France? Like,
it's just any kind. If you can imagine any kind of like, say, any kind of model, and you say, look, it's failing, or you know, or it's withering, it's falling to pieces. But we keep on throwing money at it to sustain it, like an old building or something. Like, well, it keeps on getting government subsidies to sustain it, even though it should and ought to fail. Well, now it's a drain on everybody around them.
You guys have a thing called a Chapter 11 whereby you actually, a company can borrow money off the government in order to keep going despite failing. And I don't think any other country in the world has a Chapter 11 clause. If you go down the tube, you're gone. That's it. They foreclose.
That's the entire point. Is the argument is to get rid of that. Like whatever that idea is in principle, to get rid of those things, to where when these big companies like mess up, they should actually, just crumble.
Right.
Oh, but they do though. I mean, the Norway is social democratic, partly sort of socialized economy, and the government just don't hand out money to companies who are struggling. You have to sort it out yourself. That's simple, and it fucking works.
Norway is playing government on easy mode because they nationalized their oil sector, so they just make infinity money from their oil that they can kind of just do whatever with. Like they're
no, that's completely wrong. That's completely wrong. The maximum they can use of the surplus every year is 4% of the budget. The rest has to come from the rest of the industry, and that is to avoid to get a high inflation. So yes, we got plenty of money stashed away, but we can't use them because that's going to ruin our economy. So we have to base most of it on the rest of the country.
Are they borrowing on it though?
What are you talking about, dude? Norway is well known to be wealthy due to its oil.
But they're not living beyond their means. What they do is they spend with the interest they make on their money, they spend within it. They don't go, I've made 4% this year, let's spend 10%. That doesn't work, and that's what America do. And Norway is the most admired economy in the world.
Standards in the world, and they sell the oil at the best rate possible. Is there a correlation there, or is there not a corration there? Tell me if I'm wrong.
They don't live beyond. Well, Steph here, he knows that.
Yeah. Of course. The major income of Norway, of course, the oil industry. A good second one is fisheries, which we also make fucking billions and billions of exporting fish every year.
Yeah, this is not a Norway flex. We're trying to reason out why Norway is so wealthy. We're pointing at the oil fields. You guys are saying, nuh-uh, it's something else. What's the something else that Norway does that makes it so much more wealthy?
Good economic management.
Yeah, and as you said,
have not
nationalized the oil field, but still, there's more than enough profit for other oil companies to come in, develop oil fields, and they still make a bunch of money.
The point is,
hydropower. We power Europe.
Yeah, hydroelectric power is a big deal as well. Yeah, absolutely.
You haven't got less corrupt.
Yeah, the point is Norway would have a much more difficult time if they didn't have oil.
You guys got oil?
Hydropower.
That's not.
You know what hydropower is?
I'm aware of what hydropower is.
Powering Europe.
Does Norway not get a ton of value from having their oil industry being nationalized?
My small town of 1,200 villagers powers 80% of Oslo, and that's just one of its target locations.
Those are go on mute.
Just a quick question. Wait. You say you power them? Like, are you just waiting for rain to fall or the snow to melt and it forms energy on a dam? What are you talking about?
We have control. We have dams up in the mountain areas that we have waters that we have dammed in, so you get snow that melt, fill them up, but you can still pump them up again. So you just get like a internal waterfall inside the mountain, something like that, which powers a turbine, and then you can also pump up the water again, and then you just make it go endlessly, and creates a shit ton of power.
It's the same as our hydro system we have here in the Snowy Mountains, Rick.
Kind of.
Yeah, okay, but he's saying that what, like 1,200 people or something in Norway powers 80% of Oslo or something.
No, I'm saying a small village that has one power station can power that, but more as well. Let me find the figure. I'll send it to you.
That's all right, bro. Like, I kind of
Yeah.
principally get what's going on here. You got a bunch of hydro dams in a row. Once you build the dams, you've only needed like a small number of people to necessarily maintain them. So, I don't know. I'm not sure whether I'd necessarily equivocate that, but okay.
Yeah, but it's just the oil industry in Norway, 20% of the GDP. The hydropower, which is 89% of the electricity generation, would be about like 2 to 3% of the GDP.
Norway's fossil fuel exports are 50% of its exports.
Well, like cheese?
Yeah, it's a large amount of its exports, but that's different than its total GDP.
Sure.
There is something going on with Norway and the oil, right? Like, I can't quite put my finger on it yet, but I don't know what they're doing differently to anyone else. Like, what's going on? Why does Norway get this special sort of deal or something?
Because they're a massive exporter, and they don't have any, and they're not in any, regulatory mechanism like the rest of the world, are they?
So what, other people can't, like, Norway is a small country, right? How have they got access to so many pipelines?
There are pipelines running all across Europe from Russia to mainland Europe. They're feeding into that infrastructure.
So
only Norway has marine cables.
Norway's built, and Norway's built a bunch of pipelines down to Europe.
Why doesn't Belgium have access to these oils?
Why makes you think it doesn't?
They don't have
It's
information.
only happening in the locality of Norway. I'm pretty sure it's happening off the shore of Norway, is it not?
Yeah, so Norway. So Norway is allowed to benefit greatly from nationalizing their oil fields. Why do no other countries do this?
Because most other countries, it's inherently, it's already corrupted by Texaco, etc., from the US back in the 1860s or whenever they discovered oil. It got corrupted early. Norway was smart enough to avoid it. That's how it happened.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
All of Norway's oil fields are in regionally uncontested areas of the North Sea, to the north and the northwest of the country. So they've been. Someone pointed out their regulations have allowed unfettered access to those reserves.
Interesting. So they're uncontested, as in no one wants to contest them for some reason. Okay.
Well,
interesting.
Where you're seeing where Norway is, the North Sea around it is, is not really a territorially contested area. Norway's a well-established country.
No one's doubting
the
that.
UK,
Man. I just don't understand this correlate. Like, why isn't Finland? I'm gonna have to look at the map a little bit closer.
Because Finland hasn't got access to the North Sea. Neither does Sweden.
Why not?
And neither does
legislatively they don't have access, or
no, physically. Go and have a look.
I would post an image, but we're not image perms allowing. I'd post an image of the map to show it.
So Denmark can't touch it.
Denmark has got access to the North Sea. It's got its own North Sea territory, same as the UK. The UK's got vast oil fields in the North Sea.
Sweden's been
all of these.
Sweden's been actively locked off.
It's only Scotland, Scotland.
Like Norway stretches right across the top of Sweden, Finland, and then touches actually onto like Russia. By the looks of it.
It's
conveniently sort of cast in such a way that it would have access to that Northern Sea for the so-called sort of shipping lanes.
The country of Norway has had its territory set out for a long time before even oil was found in the sea.
That's contestable. History's a lie.
Also, there's a thing called the Swedish superpower of the 1600s. If you want to go and study European history, that's a great place to go and do it, and you wouldn't be asking these questions because you'd know where all these places came from. But it's to do with the greater power of Sweden being Northern Europe fighting with Russia most of its time. And it's worth looking into as a history. We can't explain it here on a Discord server, but it's a fascinating subject. It's worth learning.
Here, look at this. I'll cast a photo, man. Just tell me why Sweden couldn't just take the top end of Norway. Like, I'd be kind of curious to know.
What do you mean, just take it? The Norway and Sweden and Finland as countries have existed for a long time, and they established their territorial boundaries long before oil.
When? Like when?
I'll go and look it up for you. Okay, hang on.
I can't post this picture.
Vikings,
Someone give me image terms.
Long before.
Give me image perms.
They were fucking Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, Norway, Unified Kingdom of Norway is established in 872 AD.
I want image per. Yeah, that is Norway. Does that necessarily state that that was the boundary at that time, or is it just like Norway grew and it continually sort of grew and grew and grew? You don't know this, so you're just stating this.
Well, what do you mean? What makes you think? What's the nefariousness?
Yo,
Countries
Risky,
grow and they shrink all the time, bro. Just look at Germany
Guy.
during the Second World War. You tell me I'm wrong. Let's go.
Okay, Ritsky, you might be onto something here. Perhaps Norway was a tiny little area up there, and it's just grabbed all the land in 872 AD so that it can get.
I think that's what they did.
Because that was their agreement within the European Union, was such that they should have the access to it. Finland and Sweden are all up there, man. You think like Sweden just sat there and like, oh no, we're not going to do anything about access to this like great, fantastical, profiteering like mineral or oil stuff. Like this is not going to happen, man. They're not going to compete for this. This is bizarre.
Okay, so
you know what's bizarre is your interpretation of it. If you looked into it, you would find out that they're all Vikings. Finland, Sweden, and Norway were all different Viking descendancies, and those borders were set out well before everyone knew what a drop of oil looked like. Like, I mean, whales were eaten; they weren't shipped for oil. So, look, Rick, I mean, it's Sweden aren't just going to say we want oil and move over. It doesn't happen that way. You need to look into European history.
So Norway just took all look at that map, bro. Look at that. The way that map lays out. That don't make sense, bro.
You mean they're not like the Americans?
So if you go and look at if you could do a search for Norway 1800 map, so a map of Norway that's like well over, coming up for 200 years old. Okay, right. But the borders of Norway, Finland, Sweden, and Denmark are pretty much where they are now.
Yeah,
I'll look into it. Thank you.
What was that Swedish king? Was it? Can't remember his name. The Swedish dude was pretty. What's the word? A power grabber, but he went overextended and it fell to bits again, didn't it?
Yeah, but I think Finland weren't it part of Sweden?
Finland, part of Sweden? No, it's been an independent nation state for thousands
since the 1800s. But it was part of Sweden.
You guys must be trolling.
No, it was part of Sweden in the 1600s. I think the Swedes took over, didn't they?
No, I think they gained their independence in the 1800s, so they were part of Sweden. And I think between them, they
didn't the Romanov Russians smash into Sweden, into Finland, push the Swedes back. The Swedes kind of went back to Sweden, or pushed back to what is modern day Sweden, and then Russia couldn't maintain it, so they liberated them and let them become themselves. That happens a lot. It's harder to occupy a place than it is to actually take them over. You know what I mean?
Well,
look at Vietnam for America.
It was the Scandinavian Peninsula, is what it was before. I can't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, but you're right. Actually, it was in a union with Sweden, a governmental union. But it re-established it didn't lose its original borders. If you look at a map of Scandinavia in 1600, the borders of Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark are roughly where they are now.
They pretty much haven't changed. I think you're right. They're pretty close to it.
I think the most powerful one out of them now is Denmark, isn't it?
No, no, not at all.
Yes.
It's because Tim on his own is the powerhouse.
I think Denmark is maybe more powerful. Do you know that?
What do you mean by powerful? What's powerful? In what way?
Even historically in wars and things like that. I'm pretty sure of it. It's something. Maybe it goes back to the Vikings.
No, I thought the Norway were quite a bit. It depends in what field you're talking about. I mean, Denmark have obviously been on the European mainland. Have been quite an affluent place.
The Norwegians were the fierce fighters of the Vikings. The Danes were the organizers. That's why they often had control over the other nations because the other nations actually asked Denmark to take care of them, like rule them. Because we
Didn't they
were the
have a
organizer.
sovereignty though? Didn't Denmark have a king and a queen in that as
There's
well?
lots of there's been lots of royal families up there.
Yeah, when like you're talking Holy Roman Empire, when Germany was just a whole bunch of principes and dukies and monarchies and whatever. Like it's a very dynamic place. It's 2,000 years old, guys. Like there's been a lot of borders and people coming and going, and yeah, Polish Lithuania were pretty much most of Russia at one point. So you probably need to look into European history. And I'm Australian. How come you guys don't do this at school?
Apparently, Norway hasn't
I
changed
think
much at all
Denmark-
in history at all, right? Like,
I think
this is
Denmark
what tell us
ruled
the history of it.
Norway.
No, Norway in the 1300s, Norway had all of Greenland, all of Iceland, and a little chunk of Scotland in its territories.
I think
there
they
you go.
They was in the colonies in the Indian Oceans, colonizing islands as well. Denmark, I'm sure. I've been to one of the islands, and I was kind of surprised. It's Danish.
They're also they're also the most northernmost country in the world that claims to have a slice of Antarctica, aren't they, as well, because of Amundsen?
Didn't Hardrada, who was like in competition for England in 1066, didn't he come from Norway? And I think it was the Vikings turning up and the French turning up at the same time was the Battle of Hastings and all that. Quite symbolic time in history, I thought. But Hardrada was Norwegian. I
was there today.
Yes.
I was in battle today.
And they turned up, and basically, whoever the king was, he kicked the Vikings' asses, then went down and got his ass kicked by the French, and that was the Battle of Hastings. But it was only 3 days before with Stamford Bridge.
It was using a telescope looking at the moon, and someone shot an arrow, and it went right in his eye.
Yeah, so they say, but that's...
I think the Battle of Hastings was just between the Duchy of Normandy and in England. I don't think any other countries are involved.
No, but the Battle of Stamford Bridge that was a few days beforehand, whoever the king was, I can't remember his name, he force-marched them up and actually kicked their ass. He beat up Hardrada's Vikings and then marched all the way back down, and then the Battle of Hastings. Let me finish. Then the Battle of Hastings happened. It was within the same kind of time span, the same army. Kicked the Vikings' ass and then got their asses kicked.
He walked straight into London and crowned himself, that French cunt.
You're right. Actually, the Stamford Bridge battle was in 1066. You're right.
Yeah. He force marched up because he had to go one way or the other. So they actually he stayed and beat the French, the Vikings would have come in and kicked his ass. So either way, King whatever his name was, he was always going to get beaten. It was either going to be Viking or French, though, who won. Yeah. So it's a bit of a George Costanza.
King Harold.
Yeah.
That's Hardrada, isn't it? Was he also an AKA Hardrada? What was the king? Who was the one who got beaten at fucking Hastings by the French? Is that a King Richard?
Harald Hardrada was the Norwegian leader, wasn't he?
Okay, yeah.
King Harold. 1066. Battle of
King
Hastings. Got shot in the eye with an arrow.
Yeah, Harold too, yeah.
Oh, okay. Right, so there was a Harold and a Hardrada. Okay, cool. I thought those names all fitted together. It's been a while.
Yeah, and Pazza,
it must have been a shitty battle. It's fucking very hilly around it.
It's Harald Hardrade, means Harald or Harold, hard rule or hard advice or something like that.
Oh, no, he was a real prick. He was a bit of a hard ass. So I think he wasn't backward in killing people and shit like that, yeah. Harold the Harsh, I think it might have also come sometimes translates as.
Yeah, the names are pretty cool. So we have Erik Blodøks, which is blood axe. Eric blood axe. Then we have another one is Harald Hårfagre, which is kind of like Harald Goldilocks or like
the guy you were looking for was Winky the Conqueror.
Battle of Hastings, yeah. I'm looking at it now, yeah, 1066 AD.
William the Conqueror.
Estimate that 25,000 people died, and bear in mind that's just swords and spears. There's no guns involved. That must have been horrific.
They reckon that he was hacked to death. They were butchered, actually. The whole English army, they butchered them with axes.
Yeah.
That was the new weapon of choice.
Which famous historical record says that at Battle of Agincourt, which is a fair bit later, they were fighting each other, and the dead were piled up 7 deep underneath them.
If I'm not mistaken, a lot of the countries that you guys mentioned had Christian crosses on their flag. Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland.
We were Christian.
Switzerland.
And Pierre Matinee shot Harold in the eye.
They were choosing. They're always choices.
Christianity was an ethnic cleansing to our countries. And you're talking about us now like Vikings. When Vikings, calling Norwegians or Norsemen or Northmen Vikings is like calling the entire English brigade for pirates.
Did you say White Kings?
Vikings is actually an action. Viking is not a signifier for a person. If so, it's like saying that a pirate is thieving or
Viking is like a journey.
Viking is to go on a raid. So
to this day, to this day, the Shetland Isles, which are a set of archipelago of islands to the very north of the UK, they have a Nordic cross on their flag, and that dates back to they were occupied by Norway for an awful long time.
Yeah. And just to jump in there where someone said something about if they had Christian values, I've got a feeling Christian values around the same time, which we're talking the last millennia, have got a lot to answer for too. So I wouldn't go and jump and pray the praise of God, because basically if you look at what the Christians did through Europe, they were as much cunts as everybody else. So don't say they were good and their Christian values were good, because they suck shit. And they still fuck kids to this day.
I don't think anyone said anything like that. We were just talking about.
You did. You said Christian values. You said if they had Christian values, they'd be better. And I'm going to challenge you on that. They didn't. They wouldn't be.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. That the Crusades and the Inquisition wasn't a good thing, dude.
Yeah, that's right. So no one was really good. Everyone was just what's the word? Self-interest, I guess.
Did you say that?
I think they were just slaughtering people behind the premise of we're righteous and religious.
Oh yeah, actually, Scotland, Britain and Scotland were actually resisting Rome for a very long time. I want to say for like 700, 800 years before Rome finally got a grasp on Britain and Scotland, dude, in Ireland. But they were resisting Rome.
It's what we say in Norway. Norway were Christians by the sword. You either accepted the Christianity or you had your head chopped off.
Call it for what it is, Stefan. They were not Christian. They were ethnically cleansed with a religion.
Yeah, that is true. Yes, I totally agree.
So that's actually what I think that what Boomer, is that what you were responding to? What?
It kind of was. Yeah. Yeah. No. Well, it was after that.
A wrong inflection from what the act was actually trying to represent, man.
No. You didn't listen. You said, was that what? And I said, no. I was remarking when someone said if they had Christian values, they wouldn't have been doing all that. The point just made about the ethnic cleansing at the sort of Christianity, I do agree with. So, Rick, you need to listen better. Sorry, man.
You're responding to Eden.
I was responding to Eden. That's right. Yeah.
Well, no, all I said was about the Scandinavian flags having Christian cross. Someone else maybe chimed in, but that's what I was just trying to get people to recognize.
Oh, sorry. Well, I heard something on the end of that I must have thought was you. Sorry about that, but yeah, and unfortunately, you do always bring up Christian crosses every time you come in too. So that's unfortunate.
I'm on a mission.
I think we rounded up a lot of Scottish, Irish, and Welsh and sent them to Australia.
Yeah.
Don't look at me.
Yep,
I'm
Russian. To Bondi.
I'm fucking Chinese. I'm Chinese.
Well, actually,
Kiwi origin, okay? Not me, okay? Wrong guy.
Well, I would love to have said I was convict descendancy, but I'm unfortunately, I think, descendancy of a 10-pound pom, but he was Dutch.
That makes me laugh when you call the English the poms, when you're the actual ones who were said.
No. It's actually a Banjo Patterson poem where he said POM stands for Prisoner of Mother England. They send us to a place that's full of sun and shade. Who are the true prisoners of Mother England? And it's actually you guys. You guys are the pommies. So maybe get your history right, because I'm fucking a history ace, buddy. If you want to challenge me, come forth.
Yeah, I want to see you fight a kangaroo, motherfucker. Let's go, hot shot.
Why would I fight a kangaroo? I got them hopping past.
They fucking did it, them big ones, them big fucking red things.
What about
well?
You got that
How
under
aggressive
control
are they?
now?
You know, cows kill more people than kangaroos.
So they're not aggressive at all.
They bench 120, them kangaroos.
Do they? Oh, you know all about it, do you? I suppose you got them hopping around your house right now?
I've been to Australia, mate. I know it's a real place.
Oh, so have I. Yeah.
That's the favourite one, isn't it? If you've never been there, how do you know it exists? I've been there. Yeah, it's like everything kills you in that place.
Yeah, but no,
you haven't been there.
Like,
You would have been
remember,
killed.
remember, nobody gets out alive either way, so it's all good.
So how'd you get out then? How did you get out if everything kills you?
Yeah, you can survive.
I just stuck to the city and fought with the cockroaches. Easier.
Well, I suppose, yeah, you're like-minded.
I was there, like, it wasn't like a real, I don't know, they were having a heat wave when I was there. And there was like an advert come on the TV, or like an announcement saying, like, "Oh, be careful because the redbacks are coming into the city because it was so hot." There was a year when Greg Norman was about 30 ahead in the Open. And then on the second day, he lost it because he couldn't hold the greens because they just burnt up. It was mad.
I've never remembered hearing redbacks are coming into the city, because redbacks pretty much just live in a house. They don't migrate, dude. So I don't know where the fuck you got that from. Hey?
Yeah, they said it was too hot in or it was one of the spiders at the funnel. Could have been the huntsman even. I can't remember, to be honest. But it was a spider advert. And at the same time, there was adverts how to take a roundabout, because the roundabouts were like now being introduced everywhere. So this is, I'm talking about maybe 30 years ago. More than 30 years ago. I think it was 96 and 97 I was there. 97, 98.
Oh, okay. Back when England couldn't win a test match. Okay, and now I remember it.
Pretty shit. They were bad.
You actually did get better, though, which is good. Good to see.
What happened to your... Oh, God. Come on, Sean. Come on, Sean. He died, didn't he? Shane Warne? No, it's Shane, wasn't it? Shane Warne.
Shane Warne, yeah. I'm surprised you guys haven't got all these little warnings, because apparently he was getting his fucking end in pretty well over in England about 20 years ago. So how come you haven't got all these little Shane Warnes coming up, bowl and fucking leg spin? There must be a few out there.
I think he was like they loved him, the English people.
Him and both of them used to love each other. They were the best of mates off the field. And I like Beefy. I reckon Beefy's cool. He's an Australian who just happened to be born in England.
He's a cocksucker, isn't he? He got caught out.
No,
he was doing something. Yeah, he was in some scandal where he's like fucking... I think he was like... You know when they said that they couldn't play in South Africa? And he was trying to get together a fucking team to go out there, and they set him up, didn't they, the press? They offered him loads of money, and he said, like, don't worry, I'll get a fucking rebel team out there. I think it was that.
I didn't know that.
Terry Packer and all that. There was some scandal, massive scandal.
You know, we did a rebel tour of South Africa from here, the Australian team, but Beefy wasn't involved. Ian Botham wasn't part of it.
No, Botham backed out, didn't he? He got caught out. They set him up with some newspaper.
Yeah, some newspaper did some shit. He beat up a fucking journalist. I remember that, but then who doesn't want to beat up a fucking journalist?
Boomer, do you still watch sports? Do you guys still watch sports? All the Globers here?
I do remember. I think it was
absolutely.
I remember it was outside some club, and there
that singer Jamiroquai, and he was giving it to some fucking journo, and the journo fucking headbutted him and knocked him fucking. Oh, it was a blinder. He was going, no, you're getting in my fucking face, giving it all up, and the geezer just went boom and headbutted him. I think it's
Yeah, Eden, I was just at the NCAA championships watching U of H play Florida.
Oh, wow, how was that?
Fucking awesome, dude.
I don't watch sports. I don't think I'm a real Australian.
Mate, you've got to get yourself down to Moore Park.
Nah.
What are you doing out of bed this late, Terry? It's fucking well past your bedtime. Have you been kicked out?
It is past my bedtime.
I know. Only fucking us insomniacs are up at this time of night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning for any of you guys who don't know what time it is Australia land.
That's crazy.
Mate,
I don't know how you guys function like that.
There's a time difference there with Perth.
Well, I don't stay up this late all the time, so I can handle it for now.
Oh, I gotcha.
When you can't get to sleep, you get up.
Terry,
I
do
love
you
the-
ever curse? Terry, I never hear you swear. Do you ever swear still?
I don't know. I can't remember the last time I've sworn.
Wow.
I loved it when I went to.
yeah.
I loved it when I went to Australia because at my work at the time we had notifications that would happen at like 4 a.m. UK time. I was just walking around Sydney and at like noon just got the notifications like, those things are happening. They normally happen at like 4 a.m. Oh yeah, time zones.
Actually, Terry, the last time I heard you swear was at that guy Steve. Remember Aussie Steve and his sister came into your live stream and was making a prick of herself, and you told her you were going to mute her ass if she didn't shut the fuck up, I think. Or shut
What
up.
were you doing?
I can't
Working
remember.
You were working William Street, I heard.
You got a better memory than me, Boomer.
I don't remember that guy. Was it Steve? I think Steve. Yeah, and his sister used to.
Oh
Well,
man, did Tora leave? Damn it.
And Boomer, if it did happen, it'd be in one of my live streams.
It was in one of your live streams. Yeah. Me and Mick were pissing ourselves laughing because the first time we heard you lose the plot, and it was cool. You didn't say the F word. You said ass though. You said I'm going to mute your ass if you're not too careful. And then she got muted. Are you doing any streams or what? Are you giving that the miss now?
No, not quite yet. I'm still trying to settle things up here, get things going.
Booma, are you ever going to become a flat earther?
Never, because I fucking think about things. Who would become a flat earther? It's just trolling.
You think about things, but you haven't seen the Earth from space. So is that? Do you have a lot of faith?
So if you haven't seen
Well,
anything
hang on.
with your own eyes,
Can
you
you-
become a flat earther. Okay.
Can you show me? Can you show me and predict the next eclipse or tide using a flat Earth model and show me the math? And if you can do that, I'll become a flat earther. I know you can't because I can do it with a globe Earth, and that proves to me the Earth is definitely a globe because of an
It's only the
eclipse.
flat Earth stretched over a bollock.
No, it's not.
Yeah, more or less. I don't know how the little motherfuckers have done it, but they've done it.
Well, Will Duffy went down to Antarctica 6 months ago to show you that
Who's
there's
Will
not a big
Duffy?
ice wall.
Who's Will Duffy?
The guy who went down to Antarctica,
Measure the
final
curvature,
experiment.
the curvature.
I don't know who Will Duffy is.
The
mate.
curvature. Remember the final curvature. The final curvature of your ball. Where is it? 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 The curvature.
Jin,
The curvature.
hey
Where is
Jin,
it?
will you
Where
grow
is
up?
it?
Jin, will you grow up? Jin, please grow up and have an adult conversation, or I will get
Grow
you
up.
muted. Okay?
Grow up.
If you're going to be
Grow
a
up.
fucking child, you'll be
Jin.
treated like one.
Jin, have you seen the curvature?
The truth.
Have you
You
touched
can
the
tell he's telling the
curvature?
truth because he's always telling the lie. The lie. The lie. They can't tell the truth. The truth. The truth. They don't know the truth.
Jin,
The truth.
I'm going to mute you in 5, 4.
No, leave him alone. It's all right.
What's
fine.
been happening?
Can we mute Boomer? Like, Boomer, take a break, bro.
You can't really trust that guy, can you? Winky Duffy.
Well, Jaren did. I mean, Jaren and Winston both went down there and saw it all.
Cross-dressing. What do you expect?
Oh, he's a cross-dresser. So does one's fashion taste inhibit one's ability to predict the shape of a particular orbit and mathematical calculations? Do you realise how stupid you sound right now?
Hold on. He's projecting his mental illness. Yeah? People
who's
just
projecting what mental illness?
Mental health issues, and he's just, demonstrating that at the moment.
Jeranism is. You're saying Jeranism is. You're saying Jeranism has a mental illness, which affects his ability to perceive things.
Look, it's obvious something's.
And how are you qualified to say that? What qualifications do you have to actually determine whether someone else is mentally unstable or not?
Take point to no one.
Yes, I do. I identify people with mental health issues.
Yeah, I don't
what
think
qualifications do you have?
Health professional?
Oh, do I need a qualification?
Health profession?
Hey, bro, what qualification do you have?
Do I need a qualification
to actually diagnose someone?
We really can't be talking about.
I thought we weren't allowed to talk about any medical issues.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No
medical.
No medical conversations. Thank you.
So if I say that I can, it's because I can.
Oh, okay. So you, a bloke on the internet who doesn't seem to.
The Earth is round. So the Earth is round. You just have to trust me on that.
No. I'll go and do some math and check it out myself. But I've seen eclipses.
You go and
eclipse
do
came
that.
at the time.
Tell me when you're on your way with the equation theory. Give me an equation where I can walk down, smell a flower. What equation is that? Yeah, I'd like to know that one.
And that to me is just such butterfly chasing, because you realise I was right with the tide. The tide made you run away.
Mathematics doesn't prove anything.
Well, it proves when the eclipse is going to be, and it proves that we know how things move in relation to each other. So it does prove something.
It's post-dicting. These things have been predicted.
Look, just because you're picked up when an eclipse,
but please note, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Gin CBO1. Remember, I told you, watch these individuals when they do not address the curvature problem.
They don't want to talk about curvature.
That's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. They can't address that curvature. It's like the third rail on the underground subway system. You touch that and you shock. The curvature.
I think we'd rather look at lights in the sky and say that the Earth is a sphere, because I looked at the lights in the sky.
So
awesome.
I think one thing needs to be really said here, and that is that I find it utterly repulsive that people around here try to tell what mental state Jeranism is in. It's disgusting.
No health talk.
It has no place. It has no place in this.
Oh my God!
If he's not here, then stop talking about him. Seriously, it's disgusting.
Let's not talk about people. You're right.
Your opinion's on record.
I agree. Stop talking about people that aren't even here.
Yeah, we can all have our own opinions.
We can't talk politics anymore because it includes people that are not here.
If you say Jaren 3 times, something that he turns into a Jaren.
If we talk about reality, does that not also include people that are not here? Doesn't mean we can't talk about anything really. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Great questions.
It's one thing if you talk about something, but it's another one if you try to try to talk shit about someone that isn't here. It's disgusting.
Well,
it's
no, we're not doing that. What we're doing, we're just questioning his sanity. That's all. You know, he was pushing the flat Earth. Now he's gone back to the globe. So we're
don't you think that's a bit strange in itself?
I'm not putting on him because hang on a second, please. I still use and promote some of the good stuff he was doing from 2015, 16, 17, and 18. Recent years, you know, like last year and that, he had flipped So we're asking questions. That's all. I like.
Well, let's
Jeremy.
ask a globular. Let's
That's
ask a
fine, but to
globular.
tell that he is mentally ill is disgusting.
Yeah, he's
Well,
mentally ill.
It has no place in a place like
He
this.
could be.
It really
He
doesn't.
could be. He
He
could
was
be.
mentally
It's a
ill a little bit.
possibility.
Let's
Isn't
not
it?
have chaos, guys.
It's a possibility, but I'm not saying he
Now,
is.
now
It's a
let's flip
possibility.
it, right? How many of you, or globers, how many globers, all right, would have thought the Earth was flat if they didn't see a 24-hour sun?
That's a good one. You know, I was actually going to bring up something similar. Like, if we could talk about all the globe scientists who went out there with like laser experiments and measured the curve of the Earth, but there would be nobody to talk about because no scientist ever has done any kind of demonstration to prove the Earth is a globe. Why do scientists?
Well, actually, you're wrong there. So where did you look? Probably nowhere, and that's how you came with that conclusion. Your confirmation bias is obvious in the
it's right in
sentence.
the back of Nowhere book. Yeah, it's in the back page.
Yeah, no, well, actually, you're wrong. You're wrong. I mean, Shoebill spends
you're
an
wrong.
inordinate amount of
No,
time
you're
with
wrong.
people, and now you're
Shoebill?
interrupting me. So why are you interrupting me? If you're so
Because you're
confident about your
entertaining.
position, why are you interrupting me?
Stop it, little Joey.
Which one did you learn about?
Little Joey hasn't.
Yeah, in school. Which one in school was the guy that your go-to laser test?
Well, look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Do you have a job? Because I've found most flat earthers are unemployable.
I
And I
don't
don't really
have a
hold that
job.
against
Nobody
them.
will hire me.
I
because
don't know how
keep
you would
telling
know
them the
that.
Earth is
How would
flat.
you know that? Do you know flat earthers?
Don't
Do you
call
know that?
people
I mean, it's a
names and
stupid
he comes in
statement right
with
there.
like fucking biting around your ankles.
You can't do that. It's like I found all the flat
Name.
earthers.
I just said most flat earthers I've seen are unemployable.
Well, the lady at the welfare office, I asked her. You know, I said, "Listen, have you ever read a science book? Who, you know, with one of these great scientists who have demonstrated the curve of the Earth?" And she also said no, and then gave me my food stamps, and I left. Did you have some different information for me?
I tell you what, could you work out an eclipse for me using your flat Earth math and show me the math? And if you can do that for me, I'll become a flat Earther.
Eclipse don't prove shape, but eclipse don't. Ladies and gentlemen, the eclipse doesn't prove a shape, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't prove a shape. You measure the surface, then you know the shape you're on. It's simple. Why is he always going to the sky? That's what I mean. The curvature for them is like the electric rail on the subway, that third rail. You touch it, you die. That's what it's like. Curvature, please. Curvature. And stop looking.
There was one scientist for Boomer, I guess, right? He was trying to do the same, like kind of the thing you're talking about, the eclipse. So he took like two balls and he tried to cast an eclipse type shadow onto another sphere, and he was unable to do it. But what he did do was he held up
and it's gone somehow.
There you go. You know nothing of my.
Perform it with two spheres.
He's back.
That was a scientist.
Well, that's just because you don't know or he didn't know how to do the experiment doesn't mean that everything he said is right or wrong. You actually, now, I'd like to look at that because what I can see, look, if it looks like bullshit and smells like bullshit, it's probably bullshit. And what you just said is probably bullshit.
All you gotta do is get a single source light and two. All you gotta get is a single source light and like a basketball, tennis ball, two spheres, whatever, and then cast a perfectly, circular shadow onto one figure, and then you could be the next scientist. Can you do that? Or?
Well, I can get a basketball and I can get a torch and I can get probably a marble or a tennis ball.
Stream it then. Stream it now.
Let's
see you do that.
Well, dude,
he's never done anything in his life.
Here's the thing. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here. I'm not going to get up and get a drink because you told me to.
Get her to help
because you're going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish? You ask me a fucking question, then you have to interrupt.
Well, you never start.
If you reckon I'm going to get off my ass and do something for you, why don't you get off your lazy loser ass and do something for yourself? Because I'm not doing it for you.
Hey, moderation, someone.
Yeah,
hey, can I go back to the question? How many globers? How many globers would have been a flat earther if there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I don't know. How many?
Great question.
No, I'm just saying.
How
any
many?
globers here? Okay.
Come on.
No, I was just wondering if it was so impactful, it wouldn't affect the globers.
That's true, Pure. I spoke with one glober.
Well, what would have happened? What would the observation have been? What would, if the Earth was flat, what would Will Duffy have seen when he took Whitson and Geron down to Antarctica? What would the flat Earth observation have been?
24-hour
So
sun.
it wouldn't have changed your worldview at all, is my point, right? Not enough to switch.
Yeah.
Right? And your defense
Well,
is
it would.
no, the observation is enough for someone to switch everything else they believe in. That's the only point I was making.
On the solstice, on the December solstice, there is a 24-hour sun and it continues a few days either side or whatever. Now, had that not happened, the sun would have set on the 22nd of December. It didn't. The sun went around the horizon, thus showing that
so
there is a 24-hour sun.
You're ignoring my question? You're ignoring my question to say a lot of things that are completely irrelevant. If you don't want to answer it, that's cool.
Well, hang on. What was your question? You just said that. If I saw an observation, if I saw an observation that proved a 24-hour sun with Will Duffy, I would be that proved a flat Earth. I would be now saying it's a flat Earth, and there's a lot of things are wrong. But we didn't. We saw a 24-hour sun, which is a product of a spherical Earth. So you guys are wrong, and you all went to fucking water.
It's only a spherical Earth if you assume you're on a sphere in the first place.
So you would have switched
doesn't make
flat
any
Earth,
sense.
is what you're saying. If that observation didn't happen, or like if the sun didn't spin around, right, 24, you would have switched and you would have been a flat Earth and you would discarded everything else you understand about the planet or the Earth to be a globe.
No, I didn't say that at all. I did not say that. No, I didn't. No, you see, that's where you go. You put these words in our mouth. No. I said I would. You didn't hear what I said. You didn't even listen to my answer. I said I would then have to look at everything else. Had there not been a 24-hour sun, I would have then looked at everything else like, was it on the 22nd of December? I would have then started looking and absorbing all the others. But unfortunately, Will Duffy proved the Earth's a sphere. Okay. It's only you guys who don't want to touch it.
That's good, though, right? That's good because, like, that's the logical conclusion, right? I agree with you. I think how you would handle it is the proper way to go about things. But in the case of the other gentleman, that never happened. It was just like a light switch. Boom, done. I'm checking out everything else. I understand, disregarding it. I'm not even gonna contemplate any of it. I'm not gonna process any of it. I'm just gonna say, okay, I know for sure it is now a sphere. That's not logical, is the point I think people are trying to, hone in on. And it's like, you can't do that. Like, it's like you have defenders of Jaren that just like, no, you can't. That's not fair to analyze the fact that he just skipped that whole natural phase of processing information and a worldview impact. He just walked right past it like it's not impactful to him.
I think he's trolling you. Jaren's trolling you. You know that, isn't it? He's even believing in the moon. We went to the moon in dresses.
No, it's just an instantaneous worldview change, right? It's just, that's the part for me. I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying it. I don't know.
I think he's just cashing in.
I mean, we can speculate.
He's going to make money on the globe. Just really believe the moon landings happen. I'm going to have to message
the
him.
new money.
But that's where I have the trouble, is the behavior of the individual. It's just like instant. There was no contemplating everything, no and then you look at someone like Whitsitt. He kind of goes dark, goes to himself, kind of stays away from, the
that's because he was beating his wife, buddy.
Yeah, fuck off, dude. There's no need for that. So,
well, that's the reason he's gone dark.
Yeah, all right. Well, prove it. And then he absorbs his his adventure, and he takes it into himself, and he starts contemplating, all his world views, and he has more of an authentic reaction to it versus someone that's just like, oh yeah, fuck it now. Everything else I know, fuck that.
Even the way you said it, come on, it weren't kind of convincing, was it? It was like, have I got to read this bit? Yeah, I'm going to read that. Sometimes you're wrong. Fuck off.
So wait, I'm just curious, Rigger. Is this something Whitsitt told you? Is this just your observation, or?
Flat up and destroying.
Yeah,
hang on
I'm
a
limited.
second, please. I was in the middle. What I was saying there, I was in the middle. I was in the middle of what I was trying to get at.
Actually, you interrupted me.
You don't spend 10 years vehemently destroying NASA, destroying the heliocentric model, and then eventually flip back to the globe. No, you don't do it. He could be trolling. It's a possibility, and it's worth checking his mental state of mind. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm limited in the information I can obtain about Witz's personal life, or I care to obtain about his personal life. But from what I saw on his channel and his, public media or whatever, I just didn't see much of him. So I take that as someone that's not prioritizing pushing out content to the public, but instead reflecting on his actual experience. And that's the big difference I seen between the two individuals. One seems like an authentic, way of processing a new experience, and the other one just seems, okay, I don't give a fuck. I'm pushing out content, like a robot. You know what I mean?
Rumor has it that Sharon had to hang out with Biden for a month to get into character.
That's just silly.
I swear on my death leg.
It's funny you flip
So
over,
please
attack
note
the guy
that
just
they're not looking.
changed, swap sides. No, weird.
Go, Jin.
I was just going to say, someone was talking. I thought I'd let them finish. But please note that, ladies and gentlemen, addressing the Achilles heel in that globe model of theirs, and that's the curvature there. That thing is elusive, isn't it? We cannot see it, we cannot photograph it, we cannot experience it, but it's there. Okay, all right. All right.
It's like touch the rainbow. Touch the curve. If someone can take a picture of them touching the curve, I'm in. I'm a glober. How about that?
Exactly. Flying around that curve, shouting out "Yippee!" as they go round. Snap, 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 snap. Photographs galore. Then we'll know you're on a curve. Do a back shot as you're going over the curve backwards.
There's a crock of gold at the end of the curve, Jin.
Well, Jin, why can't you go to the top of Mount Fujiyama with a telescope and look at California?
I wonder why.
Could it be because the Earth's a globe?
12 times to the summit out of 14.
I reckon you're using a tool with a limited.
That's silly now.
With a limited.
Yeah. How far are you from Mount Fuji, Jim? How far away are you?
I'm a long way. When I go to Fukushima, I can see Mount Fuji from 200 miles away.
You should take an elevation angle to the top of it and see if that matches flat or curved.
Yeah, with your
very good. I shouldn't be able to see it from where I am. From where I am, shouldn't be able to see it. There should be 4 of curvature there, 4.5 miles of curvature. That's not there. So no.
That's what you need to do.
And not only that, it took these Japanese. It took 3 Japanese hikers 5 years of the asking to capture Mount Fuji from Fukushima area. 25 years it took them to actually get a photograph of Mount Fuji. The most northern point that a photograph has been taken of Mount Fuji is in the Fukushima area mountain range. It was in 2017 they finally succeeded in doing that, but they didn't realize, inadvertently proving flat Earth, because that's 200 miles of curvature, 4 miles of curvature missing. It's flat Earth proof.
Yeah, you should get a theodolite, which is not a tool to measure distances, and with a very limited range, and then try to do that measurement. It would be fantastic.
Well, that's very nice to get an angle.
It doesn't mean flat Earth, though, Jim. You can't just say Mount Fuji, flat Earth.
Could be concave.
I most certainly can, because it's on a flat Earth. No curvature anywhere. Mount Fuji, flat Earth. You heard it here first from Gen CBR1. Mount Fuji, flat Earth. Thank you.
He did say
why
that.
can't you see?
He said he couldn't say that, but he did.
Why can't you go to Mount Fuji though and look across with a telescope and see California across the Pacific? That's what I asked you.
Well, the problem would be there that we have weather systems. Yeah, I'd have to look through weather systems, so it's going to be well obscured. My visibility will be obscured by the weather systems and the atmosphere itself, ladies and gentlemen. But if we could remove the atmosphere, the atmos, completely remove all gases, and we had a telescope that could resolve the distance, we certainly would be able to, ladies and gents.
Well, this guy did what he was asking. He's in Nevada, which is actually a little more, a little further than California, and he's doing it in the video. So, I mean, are you now? You're a flat earther now, Sport?
As the guy claims to have a video from California to Mount Fuji in Japan. Where's the video?
It's right there.
Oh, he's a flat earther now.
Yeah, he's on board. Don't move the goalpost.
Imagine, right? Do you think you could climb up to the top of Ayers Rock and look across the Perth and see two rocks?
Yeah, Boomer, we're getting you closer to flat Earth.
No, sorry, I'm actually trying to get this video up to watch. No, if I got to the top of Ayers Rock, no, because there's curvature in the way. Look, I actually asked the question. You're not allowed to
go up there.
I asked the question of, well, you're not allowed to now, but you can get a permit to go up there. So it's not that you're not allowed. So where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that from? You can get a permit to go.
You're flaming.
Do you know what
you're not
Do you know
allowed.
what you're talking? Do you know what you're talking about?
You're
or
not
not
allowed.
You can get a permit.
A permit for what? To check the temperature.
That's what the permit's for. You put the fucking reason on the permit. You can go up on your roof.
Can I have a permit because I want to check curvature? Let's just say, listen, Joey.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because, you see, you've just suggested something that's a fucking idiot thing to do, and then said I should do it, and therefore I'm an idiot. Yeah, dude, look, go to the top of Mount Fuji, and you should be able to use a telescope to see California. That's what I said. How the fuck did you get Ayers Rock from that? Are you really this dumb, or are you just trolling? You can't be trolling. You can't be that dumb.
I thought I'd do something simple. Keep it in Australia, right? Go to the fucking top of Ayers Rock. Fucking look out towards
I asked Jin for the Mount Fuji, the California shot. And what you've done, you've just white-knighted to get Jin off the hook because he can't go to the top of Mount Fuji and give me a picture of California. And you jumped in and give him a wristy and you're white-knighting for it.
But I gave
you a fucking picture.
I gave you.
Well, I'm trying to look for it. I can't find it. No, that's a picture from somewhere in America.
You're not looking for your knob.
I gave you my. Okay, here we go. Look, I gave you my reasons why as to we wouldn't be able to see it because weather wouldn't permit that. That's what I did say to you. But as I've said, ladies and gentlemen, you can tell he's telling the truth because he's always telling the lie. There you are.
But you're looking through a device which has a limitation.
What device?
Well, you can see the North Star.
You can
see the North Star from it.
No, you don't need a telescope.
Oh my God, these fucking guys! Who just dug you up?
You know what gets me is why you think you're smart when in fact
I don't get it. I'm going to mute myself because they'll be just coming and coming.
What's the limitations of a telescope?
Like zombies, you can't kill him. You have to axe him and.
Yeah. Well, you can tell Boomer's intelligent because he's always acting so dumb, ladies and gentlemen. There you are. As in Elon Musk's, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yes, notice the way I didn't comment on that, Jin, because I basically gave it what it's worth. So can you get on the Mount Fuji and take a fucking shot of California on a clear day?
As I love repeating myself in this case, as I've said earlier on, that weather wouldn't permit me to be able to see California from the top of Mount Fuji. We'd have to remove the weather and have a big enough telescope to resolve the distance involved, and then it would be possible. So we could remove all the weather and the gases and everything, the atmosphere away. Then we would be able to see California from Mount Fuji with a big enough telescope, no problem, easily. Yeah, But with current conditions as they are now, that would be a difficult thing to do. You've got to think of the distance involved, that the atmos and its layers, and then the weather systems between the observer and the target that he wants to observe. That's logical there. I mean, only a silly ass of an Australian upside down would say that, ladies and gents, on that ball that they think they live on. There you are. We need to check we need to be checking his cognitive processes as well, because you can tell he's an intelligent man because he acts so foolish.
Well, you want to know something funny, Gin? Is that I was actually a race mechanic back in the 90s, back when two-strokes ruled. So I'm a lot fucking smarter than you ever thought, and that's the problem, dude. Now, I just looked at this thing, and it's not actually what I asked for with that picture. I said from Mount Fuji, because I wanted Jim to go to Mount Fuji and look at California, not what this other one from Nevada, or I don't know why you fucking put that up. But anyway, yes, Jim.
If you just said you was a jockey, I would believe.
Well,
you.
I'm not a liar.
It's just the inverse. It's just you're saying, can we look at California from Hawaii? Well, here's or can we look at?
I didn't say that.
Just the reverse.
I asked for
Is the distance also is the distance from California to Nevada the same as Mount Fuji to California?
It might be
probably not. No, it's not. Mount Fuji to California is definitely further. Yeah.
Look it up.
So, no, but it's not from Hawaii to Nevada. It's from Mount Fuji to California. I mean, that's not that hard. That's what I asked for.
Yeah.
So you bought a knife to a gunfight.
Shot, ladies and gentlemen. That's for sure. It's a straight line shot. So you don't be looking at
you guys know that
because you're going to get lost.
You guys know that California is on the border and Nevada's inside, to the east, I guess, of California, right? We'll make it further. Any point in Nevada will be further than California.
But
as the crow fly, Mount Fuji
straight line
to
shot, ladies and
California.
gentlemen, with your telescope. The only problem is you've got too much weather in the way. You've got to think of all the weather that you're going to be looking through to try and see California. You're not going to make it, are you, ladies and gentlemen? You know what I mean? But
why don't you do infrared?
What we can, even with infrared, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got that distance to overcome.
No, the rain's in the way.
Telescope, yeah.
Well, the rain is in the way.
Yeah, it's still even with the best infrared telescopes, it's still going to be a problem, right? And that distance, okay. And we're not claiming that we can do that. Well, what we're telling you is this: there won't be any curvature visible there. That's for sure. You will not be seeing any curvature between that distance. I guarantee you. For example, in Peru, Lake Titicaca, they shot a laser beam 24 miles. There should have been 384 miles of feet of curvature within that distance. That's not there. I'll get straight through. So, where's the curvature? We keep asking them, where's your curvature, man? Where's that curve that blocks our line of sight? 60 miles, ships are painting targets at 60 miles away with their laser beams. Then you've got, what is it? The rail gun. No, they're not. Hang on. No, they're not. No. That radar goes up onto a plane that's up in the air and bounces down. So that's not flight, Gin. You've got that wrong. You've made up something there. On ships, they have a line of sight target.
Can I have one?
Tell us. It's in the documentary called Flatten the Curve. Hold on, you can hear me talking now. Hold on. I held on for you. Now you hold on for me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Flatten the Curve, it's called. You hear the military, especially the aircraft carrier naval personnel, tell you that they're painting targets at 60 miles away and they're hitting it, okay? Then there's the railgun, the last point. The railgun that's traveling at, the 7.6, 7.5 times the speed of sound, 75 seconds, hits the target 120 miles away. 120 miles away, 75 seconds. Bang,
Yo, Gene.
with the kinetic energy of Mark 5. Energy of Mark 5. That's power.
Beeloo.
Right there.
Beeloo.
Flat Earth.
Yo, Gene.
Okay. Flat Earth.
Mach 5.
Flat Earth. Railgun.
Wait.
Earth.
Mach isn't
the plane's
energy.
called an AWAC. Oh, sorry, you go.
We got the world.
Yeah. Gene, you said Mach 5 energy?
Mach 5.
What units do we measure energy, Gene?
Ladies and gentlemen, if he's talking about Mark 5, that's 3,840 miles per hour. After being fired from a muzzle, and it was traveling at 7.5 times the speed of sound.
Yes.
75
so,
seconds
so
later,
how do we
it's
call
hitting its
this
target.
thing
It's hitting its target
in English?
with the energy, kinetic energy of Mark 5. Boom. That's 3,000.
Gene. What is miles per hour? What does it measure?
Later. Distance, 120 miles. Distance, 20 miles. 120 mile distance, 75 seconds.
So are you measuring energy or are you measuring speed?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are measuring how flat the Earth, the surface of the Earth is, because the Earth's curvature would have.
You can just say I don't know.
It would never have hit the target. You see, that's the point.
Gene, you don't need to say ladies and gentlemen. You can say I don't know.
We love it when he addresses us.
120 miles.
Yeah.
Interrupting. That's the problem.
Could you say I'm going to take over the world?
Bilu.
Could you say that?
Bilu?
I'm going to take over the world.
Gene, are you done?
M Agent just said a racist thing under his breath. Can we ban him for like 6 hours?
Yeah.
I didn't say anything. Why are you lying?
Because I don't like you.
I heard you say it.
How many hours? Dude?
Okay.
I'd say like months.
Okay,
Whatever
so
number you said, I'd say months.
So what? Who cares? You cannot admit that Gene had a mistake right now, or you agree with him.
I agree with the sentiment that your English is absolutely disgusting and painful to listen to.
I just
How's
want to
that?
hear him
Or
say,
agree?
I'm going to take over the world.
Can we all agree on that?
Yeah. Like Agent, maybe you have like a redemptive part about you. Could you make
I thought he was taking the piss. I thought he was trolling me.
He always is. Can you make an argument for the globe Earth without insults? Like, maybe I'll give you a chance. Like, what's the argument for the Earth being a globe?
We could talk about the particulars.
Did you manage to know?
Natural.
Wait. Did you manage to know what the shape of your room?
No. Do you have an argument for the shape of the Earth? Go ahead.
You can speak in your mother tongue. Maybe
How can someone talk about the shape of the Earth if you don't know what's your shape of the room?
I'm just gonna listen. I'm not gonna talk about it. Can you make an argument for the Earth being of
right? So you're stupid.
Remember the part without insults. Go ahead. You're up. Yeah, there's nothing redemptive about you. There's no quality within you.
What I said
that allows
5
for me to
seconds
think of you
ago.
in a good way.
I think you should be banned. You just lied about me saying a racist claim.
Look, Magen, stop being racist, yeah?
Yeah, we're gonna quit talking about racism and banning and all that. Let's talk about.
Well, he's muttering things under his breath, though. Why is he doing that? Left leg, or are you?
I don't know. Why do you do it?
What did I do?
You're
Why
always
is he
muttering
doing
under
that?
your breath.
Left lane.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, let's talk about subject matter.
If I got something to say, I'll say it to your face.
So I heard. Yeah, fuck you. I heard Jen say something about radar targeting 60 miles, and there was an objection. There was an objection to that.
Yeah, Maggot was saying.
I heard Gene talking about energy and calling it speed. So why Gene cannot protect his position?
Yeah. Basically, as per usual, you don't understand the English language, so you've muddled yourself up. That's what you've gone and done. Ladies and gentlemen, I merely stated this, that the rail gun, with its projectile fired at 7.6 times the speed of sound, hits a target 120 miles away with the kinetic energy of Mark 5, which that speed in itself
again
is 300.
Not kinetic energy.
3,840 miles per hour with the energy. That's 5 times the speed of sound.
That's not energy. That's speed.
Okay, that's
so let me ask you. Hold on, Jen. Hang on.
Hang on.
I mean, But what does it matter? Yeah, what does it matter that he's
It doesn't
getting energy
matter.
wrong?
But like,
well, let's talk about
if
something that matters.
if it is,
It matters a lot.
do you want to
Earth,
answer?
ladies and gentlemen.
Let me
flat Earth.
answer.
That's
You
why it
can
matters,
kill why
because it's traveling.
Why are you
it's
talking with
traveling
Iron
at 7.6 times the speed of sound. Doesn't
Because
follow any
left
curved
lane-
It cannot follow a curved trajectory. It is because of the kinetic energy. It is forced to fly horizontally only. It has no choice. It has only one thing to do and hit the target as soon as it possibly can with the kinetic energy therein encapsulated. And by the time it hits the target, 75 seconds from being launched, it still has Mach 5 of energy. That's 3,840 miles per hour as it slams in. That only happens on a flat Earth. Doesn't happen on the globe. We don't.
Right. So how does
Flat
that
Earth proof
help
right
you
there.
with
Well
your
done.
flat
Thank
Earth
you.
claim?
Thank you.
How does that help you with your flat Earth
It helps
claim?
us a lot. It helps us a lot. Ballistic kinetic energy helps us a lot because they don't like
Ballistic kinetic energy?
Oh yeah. Yeah. What's your problem? Are you not up to date? You might want to do some updating. Go and do some research. Look up the railgun.
So
Beautiful
you're
instrument.
measuring the curve using energy?
Ladies and gentlemen, this Frenchman has clearly lost the plot completely. This is why you can tell he's so intelligent, because he acts like a fool. Okay?
Why can't you be honest? You
Ladies
can
and
just
gentlemen,
say,
every
I
word
don't
I've
know
said,
what I'm
Every
saying.
word I've said, every single word I've said has been the truth.
It
I haven't
was
lied.
Gish galloping.
No need to lie.
Gish
I'm on the
galloping.
flat Earth. We don't have to lie on the flat Earth. We don't lie at all. It's the globers. You can tell they're telling the truth
Well,
because they always
that's
tell
just
the lie.
now. No offense, Jen. I
Yeah.
love you. God bless you, and I appreciate most everything you're saying. But the one thing about like flat Earth and then flat earthers don't lie. Well, that's just bullshit. I know a lot of flat
I
earthers
didn't
are out here
even-
lying.
I didn't even talk
I
about
get you.
lies. I didn't even say he was lying. I just said
I'm not
nobody
saying Jen's lying though.
understands.
No.
I said nobody understands the collection of the words coming out of Jin in that connection of the
Unfortunately,
flat
they do
Earth.
very well
Yeah,
indeed.
Stacey was
because
talking about
8-year-olds can
saying-
understand.
It's a bit like
Unfortunately, it is you they don't.
You need to stop choking on the mic while
This
you
is
talk.
one of our probably
maybe
biggest problems in the world beyond the shape of the earth is people's behaviors. I mean, I think that's the biggest issue. If we can't get past that, we can't even have a community, right? That's you got to be able to communicate correctly. So if we can't have a communication that's right, then forget a damn community.
An excellent point, right?
You know?
Well, hey,
Okay,
Stacey,
but back
do you
on
think?
point.
Do you think? Real
Back
quick,
on point.
real quick.
I just posted the ballistic trajectory of the railgun.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I just looked that up too.
So it kind of shows even curvature there, and that can happen on a curved Earth.
Incredible.
Yeah, is it reality?
Not at those
Of course
speeds.
it is,
Not at
but
those
like
speeds. Mark 7.6 doesn't lend itself to a cut trajectory. It can't
Except
do that.
the point
it's
is
showing it.
It's
shows it.
absolutely ridiculous.
Except we're
It's flying
Jen, we went to
Except the
source
video that
material.
I've got,
It's
the
showing
video
it.
that I have.
That looks like a
Looking at
golf
my
cake.
video where you see the projectile
Jane.
traveling
It's like
between
this
two
video,
black lines, perfectly horizontal between two
That's the
lines
golf
of
cake gun.
parallel lines, two parallel lines, perfectly horizontal across the
Real
earth.
quick, Schlitzie, is there any way,
care
maybe
what
it's
you've
just in
seen.
my, you normally sound a
I've
little
seen
bit
something else.
stronger coming in. You sound a little, muffled.
Oh,
So, you know.
Yeah, maybe shut the fuck up for 2 hours, let's do.
This is a really quick responding to Shubill's diagram he posted of this railgun making this like rainbow arc trajectory. I posted a video and I timed it exactly at the point where it hits this boat, and it hits it like at the side. It's not coming from the sky. It's coming sideways. So there might be a big problem with the globe with the speed in which these ballistics, whatever it is traveling. It's not making this this type of rainbow arc curve that you guys are imagining.
Well, in that
making.
diagram,
you-
the arc could be in that diagram. The arc is exaggerated, and even still, range matters. So if you're shooting at something, several miles away or 50 miles away, it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, not like curves.
Yeah, but is anyone going to hit play on the video I fucking posted?
It certainly is, yeah.
That's why I said, is it shooting golf pegs?
That thing comes at it fucking sideways, as if Earth were
Yeah.
flat or concave. That's not coming at it from the sky like your shit requires.
So tell it to the Navy.
Okay, well, yeah, I know you guys don't.
Do you want to show us the equations?
You guys,
why...
the whole room is so gate kept. You guys are like vegetating, just flat globe. You guys like energetically suck off and leech off on each other. You don't even care about any other additional information.
Concave. I would be happy to go.
No, I think
the
you made
equations with
a
you.
great point. But I think you made a great point right there. Yeah, good. Okay, bye-bye.
Well, I'm not going to say that. Much Alex gets the same kind of feedback though when he tries to. I'm not saying I'm not agreeing with everything he says, right? But when AIX even talks about certain things that may not agree with the mainstream, even own agendas in here of how we push things of what flat Earth is, some people don't know. Right? They got maps, they got everything, they got it all figured out. They think, and then they don't. So for me and others, we're still trying to figure this place out. But we definitely know it's not what the fuck they're telling us. Excuse our language, or my language, I should say. But yeah, the ideas are not open, honey. They haven't been open for a very long time. Just like the moon map wasn't an idea and it wasn't open to be talked about until TFE happened, and all of a sudden they wouldn't bring it up for a second. So just, you know what? You're going to break it anyway. Keep doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying, honey? Tell your piece.
Yeah, Stacy, can I ask you what's the shape of your room?
Yeah, it's a circle.
I know I haven't measured it, honey, in here or anything, so I'm not going to go over that. And my mother-in-law, I'm staying at their house right now for a visit, so I'm definitely not going to.
Oh my God!
She's taking a nap right now.
This is such a simple question. Anyone can answer what's the shape of the room in general.
It may not be a perfect square. I can't guarantee that, honey. I didn't actually measure it.
You're taking the hint.
Square is not the shape.
Everybody.
How far are we going to go with this? How far are we going to go with this?
Listen, guys, stop. The conversation went like about a week ago was about triangles and what's a triangle. And they're like, that's not really a triangle because it's not exactly a triangle measurement, right? So it is about measurement, sweetheart.
No, this is not the point.
Don't know. Have a good day.
The point is that this is a shit test. If you cannot answer honestly, what's the shape of your room?
And I gave it back to you.
She said stop pestering
Right, so you failed. You failed.
I love that somebody just tell you failed in life and you're supposed to believe it and therefore you failed. It's kind of like
not in life. No, not in life. In just understanding 3D dimensional shapes.
It's right now.
Oh, you can imagine him in a disco, innit? Can I have a dance? No. Oh, please.
Please no. I'm the one in the corner going, please don't come up to me. Please don't come up to me. Shit, he's doing
it. No, Napoleon, you're too short. We look stupid. Oh, please.
It's not even the looks thing. It's just because they have this, I don't know, this essence about them. It's like a globe essence. They just speak globally.
You don't like being around intelligent people?
You guys know I'm messing with you. And most of my friends are what? Out here in the world? They're just people. They have opinions. They don't even know. I don't know. I haven't measured everything. I've been out here and seen everything. Nobody really knows. They have an idea what they're told in life and what it is. And that's fine. But no, most of my people and my family and all that have not the same opinion as me. And I love them.
Well, I could offer
What's wrong with that?
Stacey, I could offer you the same thing I offered Omni and a couple other people so that you can know something. Just this is what you have to do, right? Or what you can do. You don't have to do this. You can establish 3 points of equal elevation. Yeah, and then you can know something.
And then you can cry.
That's it.
And close your eyes.
Oh wow!
How many Globers here have ever established?
Hey, no thanks.
3 points of equal elevation. How many flat Earthers?
No thanks.
You know.
No thanks.
And there's a lot of people
What-
who haven't even got outside their room or their house. Let's be real.
Hey, no
I'm
thanks.
going to get a tool with a limited usage and measure the shape of the Earth, even though the tool is not devised for measuring the shape of the Earth. I'm going to show all my little globe friends that I've measured the shape of the Earth.
Like
When you
Renee
actually-
Zan is pretty smart. He could
I'm
tell
not
us
sure
the tool
you're
that he would
capable
use.
of measuring your
Like
phone.
what tool, Renee, would you use to establish
Who's
3
that?
points of equal elevation?
Magen.
How would
Magen.
anybody measure the shape of the Earth?
Magen.
How would one do this?
So Renee is pretty smart, I think. Or was it Renee who said smart people or something? Renee Zan? Was it
Because
him?
all
Yeah.
of these things,
Yeah.
all of these things that are
What's your
mentioned
question?
can be done.
Well, you being you're pretty smart. So, like, what tool would you use to establish 3 points of equal elevation, so that we can, participate in that?
I don't know the answer to that question. I guess I'm not that smart.
Well, so you see what I'm saying, Stacy? Like, so that's it. Like, we can start there and then go from there. We need a foundation to build on. So we all have to do that at some point in the next month or so. We have to
Well,
establish 3 points of equal elevation.
Oh, why don't you just start with gravity?
You guys have had 10 years
Okay.
to do this.
No. Like if you just started with gravity, then everything else would kind of form around the fact that gravity does certain things.
Okay. So what tool would I use for this?
For gravity?
Yeah. So I could use gravity to establish 3 points of equal elevation.
No.
It would be
No,
math.
no.
The
Ask
tool
them
you would
what
use would
gravity
be math.
is. No tank.
Once again,
Ask them what gravity is. What is it?
Yeah,
I'm
they
sure
don't
it's
know
going
what
to
you
be.
guys
I'm sure it's
are
going to
gonna
be entailed when he
We
tells
can
me
go
the-
through this. This is, many people have gone through this. I've seen people in this room again, but gravity is essentially mass attracted to mass. That's what gravity is.
Don't go down this road. They've asked the same
Oh.
question for 10 years. There's no reason to go back
I
and
understand.
ask the same question.
I'm sure it will be entailed. Like gravity will be entailed
then-
in whatever device.
10 years and still no
that we can
answer.
then-
No tank. 10 years and still no answer. Thank you.
It's always the same. It's always the same exact thing, right? People will come in and
Still
ask,
no
like,
answer.
let's say, like the distance
Still
to the
no
sun.
answer.
We'll hold on. I'm
Still
speaking.
no answer.
So I'm speaking. So someone will mention the distance to the sun, right? And then someone will come in and say, "Well, how did you measure that?" And then we'll go down the same exact road of how it's been measured. And hold on, I'm not done. You're interrupting. Then we'll go down the same exact road
You're
of
not
how it's been
answering.
measured. But dude, can you not interrupt me?
Not answering.
So we'll go down the same exact road of how it's been measured. We've done it with lasers. We've done it with radar. And then they'll say, "No, how do you know there's not anything in between us and the moon, Earth and the sun, and blah blah blah?" And we'll go down the same exact road of this same thing all the time. So what's the point of asking the question when you don't really want
10
the answer
years.
to the question?
10 years and still no
Are you done,
answer.
Sherbet?
What is
you
gravity?
don't need. Why are you going to sign anyway to measure the ground? I don't. What? Stop it though. Just stupid. Sorry, Lord, forgive me.
I don't know. I mean, Renee was the one who said we're going to grab a gravity tool, whatever that is. You're just going to have to point.
A gravimeter?
Tell me
Yeah,
what it is.
it's called a gravimeter.
All right, so grab a
But I didn't
gravimeter.
I
And
didn't
then
say that,
establish
though.
3 points of equal elevation with the gravimeter. Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, PhD
He
Tony
didn't.
actually works
You're
for
putting in stop.
gravimeter.
Then Bebo, he didn't say anything like that. He was going to give us the tool.
No, I asked you, could you accept gravity? And you asked me what gravity was. I
never
explained
did.
to you. Someone did. And then I answered that. I never said to use some stupid tool.
Yeah, I
I
answered
never
what
said
tool
that.
would we use to establish
And my answer to that
3
was,
points
I
of
don't
equal
know.
elevation? You said, well, first we'd have to establish that gravity.
No, I
I said,
didn't.
okay.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I said,
Now what?
so if this is your problem. You have like a goldfish memory. I literally said, I don't know the answer to that question. And then I was
Okay,
asked
we can
another
start with
question.
gravity, right?
Why
Yeah,
did
and
we
I
just
said-
avoid Rob? No offense. I'm sorry, Rob.
Because
Wasn't that
Rob
a
asked
conversation
the
that Rob was
same-
having now?
Because he asked the same question that's always been asked, and it's always been answered.
Yeah, I've been asking it for 10 years and
What
still
answer have we
no
given?
answer.
So
Well,
no
just
one's
give it
giving
now.
it.
It's a new conversation, obviously, that we're having. I guess we're in echo chamber and we want to be, and that's fine. If we're going to do that, then quit complaining about doing it. That's why we're here.
Well,
Okay, because listen, at the end of the day, we already know when we feel what we feel.
But But Stacy, we've answered that question multiple
No, no.
times, but you guys don't accept the answer. So what's the point?
Of course not.
If you're
But so
lying.
wait, what? Can I answer that question, please? You said so. What's the point? Well, why are you guys here then? No, why you guys didn't ask yourself that question? Why you guys are here every day debating the same damn thing every day, trying to force each other having an opinion to believe my opinion? I'm not here for that. I'm here to have a conversation and get down to maybe proving some shit. And you guys don't like about we want more evidence, we want more actual reality proving itself, right? I'm sorry, we don't want to agree with some of the things that are given to us. We don't have to agree with them, hon.
Then why
Not very
continue
good.
to ask the question?
Well, then let's go over it again, because Rob was being serious. He had a question. This is why we are here, isn't it? What else are we going to talk about? We can't talk about medical.
I get it.
Have you
Yeah.
ever heard of the
No
allegory of
offense,
the
honey. You
cave?
get me. I get you too.
Have you ever heard of the allegory of the cave? Have you ever read Plato's Republic?
Can you make 3 points of
No,
equal
no, no,
elevation inside of the cave?
So in the allegory of a cave, what happens is there are people, they're chained to a wall, and the only thing they can see are reflections from the outside world, shadows, and they perceive that as reality. And someone frees themselves from their chain and leaves the cave and sees real trees.
cave.
Hold on, I want to hear this.
Sees real trees,
Yes,
sees
that
the
is
sun.
analogy is perfect to explain Globers. They're stuck looking at
Stop.
shadows.
Stop. I want to hear it, please.
Dude, it's
So-
just how he doesn't know anything. That's all.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish, please.
So the guy frees himself from the chain. He goes outside. He sees the real trees. He sees real birds, and he comes back inside and he tells everybody, "Hey, what you're seeing, your reality, what you view, is not real. Those are just shadows. Free yourself from this comfort and everything else that you're used to, and come with me, and I'll show you reality." And that guy's murdered. He's killed. But in the Republic, Plato tasks people to return to the cave to free other people. So the answer to your question is why? Is because people have empathy, and like I said it the other night, there's a lot of intelligence on the other side of the table. It's just not being focused in a way that's one ethical, because it's not using the reality that you can't see, and the thing is, to free yourself, it's to educate, it's to learn, it's to do things like that.
But I think we do go down the philosophical because you have to, and science was built on philosophical from the beginning anyway. But when you want to get to empirical, right? Yeah, you're going to have a hard time out here talking to us about certain things if it's going to be about actual empirical evidence and science. I mean, that's where it's trying to stick. And yeah. But there's a lot of things, honey, that I cannot see and verify, of course. But we can verify. We should at least be able to verify the ground, what it's doing.
But the thing is the evidence that you get of NASA, you'll say NASA is a fraudulent agency.
We can verify the ground. It's easy. It's so easy.
So the times I ask flat earthers what makes the sun move, they say I don't know. The times I ask flat earthers what force makes the moon move, they say you don't know. When I ask you, okay, what makes the star move, they say you don't know. So if we reverse the question to you, you don't have an answer either. So what's the point?
You can't get away.
Wait, I'm not the one saying about I know what the hell's going on with this fucking. Excuse me, sorry guys. I'm not the one saying I know what's going on in this world. We are told, but we are told a book. We are told what is going on.
The satellites are in the sky. You guys got to get over it. They're not balloons. They're not in the wind. They're in space. They're orbiting. And there's thousands of them. There's thousands of them. You guys didn't decide there's no satellites. You were compelled to by the belief system that you're under. FE says no space, no satellites, so you guys follow. There's satellites.
You say no magic. Look, you say no magic, but I would like to say that there is magic because you guys still can't explain this one singularity. What the hell?
You're asking for explanation, but the explanation is not what you need. You need to evaluate your belief system. You keep asking more about the globe. Nothing about the globe is going to help you.
Agreed.
Concrete.
Isn't there a lot of magic to the globe in itself? I'm sorry that there is.
You've already decided it's not a globe.
Okay, first things first. Let's define what you mean by magic, Stacey.
How do we know how the sun actually?
Hold on, I want to hear. Hold on.
How could any human?
Okay,
how
let
can any
Jen
human
finish.
being claim to know how this sun actually works?
Because many
And
people
be
can.
correct?
Okay. Because many people can. Many people can.
Jen, stop interrupting.
The
Many
reason,
people can
Jen, is
what?
because many people can observe the sun at the same time.
So what?
That's how we
Is
know.
there a
That's how we
possibility
understand
that
the
there is
movement.
something going on out there that I can't explain?
Oh my God.
Sorry, yeah. Somebody said that we flat earthers don't know how the sun works. Well, how would we know how it works? I don't know how the sun works. How would I know that?
Maybe try.
Thank
Maybe get
you.
a bunch
How
of
would I
people
know
together
that?
and track it. Maybe get a bunch of people together and
Ladies and
track it.
gentlemen,
Let's
how
move
can
it.
anybody know?
Somebody asked.
We can track the sun. Tracking the sun is different from knowing how the sun works.
You don't have to. You don't have to know how.
Sentences better.
Just track its movement.
Oh, we can do that.
Use
We can do that
spectroscopy. You
easily.
can use a lot of
That's
different
knowable.
tools to see how the sun behaves. You can use a lot of spectroscopy. You can use different types of
We know how the
photography.
sun
You can
tracks.
use different ways of finding
know
out its
how the
chemical
sun tracks.
composition.
All right, so maybe
okay.
Dr. Pepper's the smart guy, not Renee. Dr. Pepper, how would you establish 3
Oh
points
my
of equal
gosh.
elevation?
Okay, we're back
This
to
is
3
the
points of
problem.
equal.
This
Okay,
is the
here's
problem with flat Earth right here. Yeah, it's This just is the it drives me thing. nuts that you guys are saying you know how the
okay,
sun
so if
moves.
I
You know
all
this,
right,
you
let me
constantly ask
you
you
One at a
gravity
time. Okay,
questions.
wait.
Shit.
Can I do some housekeeping
Yeah,
real quick?
chaos.
I don't know how crazy it's been earlier today. I wasn't here. I have to be quiet because people are sleeping, so
It
we can
was
kind
way
of calm
worse
it down.
than
Because
this.
3 or 4 people cannot
Stacey, you're
talk
too
at one
loud.
time, guys,
Stacey.
and it be heard. Am I? Exactly.
Okay.
All
So
right.
can we bring
So
it to? Can sorry
Oh,
subject? What are we on?
So
One thing.
what does things that we do know versus things that we don't know? What does 3 points of equal elevation get you? What I don't even know. What does it even get
Okay,
you?
what he's
Like,
asking is like three.
We're
Like
not
let's
talking
say
about
we're at.
elevation.
Let's say we're on the water, right?
What is
We
the
have 3 points that are all 5 feet tall, right? Is that what you're talking
okay.
about? No tanks.
Would those 3 points be at equal elevation?
I don't
Yes, they would be.
Oh
Yes,
my
they would
God,
all
we're
be
not
5
talking about
feet above.
elevation. We're talking about the freaking sun. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we
that's what I'm
were.
saying.
Flat
You're
But
talking
he,
can't even
about.
stay in one.
I
this
asked a
is
simple question.
this
like
is
a
what he
premise.
wants. This is the road he
Oh
wants to
shit.
go down. He's been going down this road for the past 10 minutes.
bro.
Yeah, this is the road he wants to go down. So let's go down this road real quick. Let's talk about 3 points of elevation. Go ahead.
No, not at all.
All right, you don't have to. That's fine. So you're out also. So the thing that kind
Give
of
us
like
give us
astonishes
5
me.
minutes,
Oh,
and we'll
shit.
go back to the sun. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing that astonishes me, like we're bringing up, like, oh, the flat earthers know this, the globers do know that, and who doesn't know the most things about what they know? So to me, right? It seems like we're in the wrong category when you're talking about the sun. No big deal. But when you guys will claim to know what what's propelling the sun, what's moving the moon, why the moon stays where it stays, how the stars work, what's inside the stars. When I ask you, in reality, right here, like you know so much.
Wait, no thanks.
Right?
Hold on a second. You're talking.
Yeah.
Let's get back to 3 points of elevation.
I am.
We're going off
If you would
topic.
not cut it, if nobody listen, I'm a big boy. I'm grown up. I have
3 points
jobs.
of
I have
elevation.
kids.
Go.
I know how to complete a circle, a sentence. Right. So you know so much, right? And then I could ask you guys, right? Like if you know so much about the things that are external to you, all right, I know how to bring a sentence around. I know how to bring it around. Now, right? If you know so much, can we use a tool, establish a tool? Because we're talking about the elevation of stars, etc. To just establish 3 points of equal elevation, and what tool would that be? So that we can then have a foundation to build upon to say, well, the sun's at this elevation, the star's at this one. So what's the tool you guys would use? And if you fall short on that, then you don't have a foundation for the sun.
So 3 points of elevation at the water, right? You get
I don't know
three
where.
3 poles that are 5 feet tall, all in a line, right? That's 3 points of elevation. Do you
Is
agree?
it? It's not about my agreement.
They're all 5 feet above the water. Do you agree?
It's not about my agreement. Is that what you would use to establish
Yes.
points of equal elevation?
3 points of equal elevation. Yes, all 3 poles. That let's say they're all a mile apart. They're all 5 feet above the water. Do you agree?
If you can measure that.
Cool, you're using the water
Yes.
as a horizontal. Good job, dude.
Yes. The
Flat
water
Earth,
will be a horizontal. Yes.
And what water? Where would you be? What water
Now-
would you be in?
Now,
Excuse
hold
me,
on.
that's
Now,
that's a
let's.
question. That is a question.
Hold on.
Which water? Which body of water would you be in?
Ah, damn.
Any
This is
body
it.
of
This is
water.
why you can't make progress. People asking
Exactly.
dumb ass questions.
No,
any
it's a
body
fucking
of water.
important question, fatty.
Any body of water, a lake, a river.
Any body of water. So if
an
you're in the
ocean.
sea and you've got a tide, so that's not very good, is it? That's ridiculous.
Okay, let's use a lake. Is that good enough?
Well, I
Still
don't
along the
know.
Non-tidal lake.
Lakes have ups and
The
downs. You know that.
non-tidal lake.
Okay, so we're just gonna be stuck on what type of body of water, right?
Yeah, this is why there's no progress right
But
here. This
but
is
why
it.
No
don't
progress.
Goodness gracious,
why
you
don't
guys are
we
the ones that also
establish?
say we can't use water and they say it's level because it's not level. It's when unless it's
Well,
at
we're,
rest. I mean,
No,
come
no,
We're not
on.
using it
no.
for that
Well,
same
Listen,
right now
purpose.
what
you have
he's
a
trying to do,
Goldberg asserting that the Earth is flat, and he doesn't realize it.
Well, he's
what he's
trying
trying to
to.
do, what
He's
he's
trying to.
trying to do.
Okay,
Yeah,
tell me what I'm
I
trying to do.
just
Go ahead.
It's trying to show you,
no. He's not trying to show you. Well, I don't know why he's
not
saying
him.
water because that is most probably the most ridiculous place to go and do the measurement from.
I'm talking about no
Wait,
You know,
tanks.
you wouldn't.
he keeps
Okay,
on
What
it.
what you
Hold
need to
on.
do? What
I
you
thought
need to
water
do?
was the flat Earth
Hold on.
evidence. Isn't water the flat Earth evidence?
Yeah, well,
Wait,
we're not falling for this because what you need to do is go to a place and we'll measure that we're on an equal level plane before we do anything. Then it doesn't matter about anything
doesn't
else.
water lie flat though? Doesn't water lie
It doesn't
flat?
matter. We can drill down. We can make a slab. We can put that on there. We know it's level.
what is B-Ball wanting us to agree with? I heard him say we have 3 poles, I guess,
No,
in the
this is
water,
no
because
tanks.
afterwards,
No,
and he
it's just
says
no
5
tanks.
feet.
Yeah,
Okay,
This
so
is
then
no
what
Not
do you,
tanks.
me at this point.
but what are you asking us to
yeah,
agree
right.
with? Like that you said all those things,
3
or like
points.
what?
No tanks wants 3 points of equal elevation. That's what I'm
Okay.
trying to
You're
establish.
gonna make them. All right, go ahead and make them. You made
All right,
you
yeah,
made them.
make
3
Can we
points
get
of
to
equal
3?
elevation, right? There are 3 poles that are all 5 feet above the water. Are those 3 points of equal elevation?
I don't know. Are they?
They're all 5 feet
don't.
above
I
the
don't
Just
water.
think
make a
that's a good.
statement of fact. Are
Is
they or
that
are
what
they?
sea level? Yeah,
They're all.
like is that sea level?
I mean,
No, it
obviously,
doesn't
if
matter
they're
what
at the
level.
water, right?
Water has movement, so that's
Well, I mean,
ridiculous.
If they're
there's
all
lakes. You
5
do know
feet.
that there. Hold
Oh my
on,
God!
B-Ball. You know that there are lakes above sea level, right?
This is
Wow.
why we can't progress.
Wow.
We can't agree that
Yes.
3 poles are 5 feet above the water. Can we not do that?
Oh,
They're
above the
all
water
equal
or above
elevation
level?
above the water. Above
We gotta
the
visualize
water.
it. We gotta draw it
Wow.
out, live stream it,
Wow.
something.
This is why I say this is what everybody should do
Wow.
within the next
And
month or whatever. Just make 3 points of equal elevation. Now, B-Ball's saying he's doing that, so I'll allow. I want to hear more. Yeah.
Let's walk down this theoretically, right? We have 3 poles, all 1 mile apart in a line. They're all 5 feet above the water. Are those at equal elevation? Yes, because they're all 5 feet above the water. Can we agree?
Well, our agreements wouldn't prove it, but we can prove it in another
I'm not
way.
agreeing anything.
But
Of course not.
again,
Okay.
so now you establish 3 points of equal elevation using the surface of water. You haven't proved it yet, but you're assuming that's the case.
I mean, they're
did I
5
get it
feet above
right?
the water, right?
Yeah,
Do
you
you think
said
he's
yeah, but
trying
you
to
said a
trick you?
mile apart. Is there a difference between those miles apart and those poles like you're
No, they're
talking about that might change?
they're all 5 feet above the water.
So it's level then, right? The water's level then
Yes, they're
in that
all
mile.
5
So we're
feet
talking about
above
how
the
many
water.
miles is level then, and 5 feet of poles above the
Now,
water.
now if I take an auto level and I look at the first pole, which is 5 feet, the crosshairs are going to hit right on the top of that pole. Right? That means that all of the poles that I'm looking at should all come up to that horizontal plane created by an auto level.
Okay.
Can I just
Do
stop
we
you
all
there
agree?
because you said
So
an auto
did it
level
happen?
and you're talking about crosshairs. That doesn't. I think you got the wrong tool.
No,
You do.
that's the
Is that
same.
happen or what?
That's what should happen on flat Earth, right?
I don't know. Did it happen? Did you establish 3 points of equal elevation or not?
Do you think that's what should happen? That's what should happen.
Yes.
Shouldn't it happen to measure and know?
Are you seriously now running away from water, guys?
This is
Is it
B-Ball's proof
seriously
right
so
now.
that you're now
asking questions about
not
his own
Let's
proof.
claiming
stop
anymore that
this.
water is
Nobody's running
flat?
from water. Let's just get on to the actual conversation.
This
Nobody's
is
running.
this is what should happen if the water is flat. All those 5-foot poles should all come up to the same elevation as the crosshairs on the auto level.
Okay, did it?
Do you think
Up
they
to
should?
what range?
We'll
Hey,
get there.
up
We'll
to
get there.
what? No, hang on a second.
So
He's
here's the same
invoking
question.
an auto
Up to
level.
what range? Up to what
Hey,
range
yeah.
should I? Because is that where we're going?
Are you gonna go or are you gonna let me go?
You're gonna say up to what he's gonna say is you're gonna say.
Are you gonna let me go?
Are you using the? Am I using the tool?
You don't know what he's gonna say.
Range? I know exactly what he's gonna say. I've heard this.
Even if he says that,
Go ahead.
you have to give him a chance.
Go ahead.
You know.
Go ahead, Rob. Ask me the question. Go ahead.
You want to use a water level to look. You want to use an auto level to look at water levels. That's tool abuse. When you get an auto level, you have a measuring rod. Can you let me finish? When you have an auto level, you have another guy with a measuring rod at a certain distance away to within the to keep the accuracy of the tool.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead and tool abuse away.
Okay. So let's say those three poles that I put in the water are all measuring rods. There you go.
All right. So did
You
you
can
do
say
it?
that. Go ahead.
Are you happy now? They're all measuring rods, and the crosshairs are all hitting at 5 feet on those measuring rods. That's what should happen on flat Earth, correct? Since they're all 5 feet above the water, which is
How
supposed to be
far
flat.
are each of them? How far
They're
are
all
each of
1
these
mile
poles?
apart. They're all 1 mile apart.
You think that you're going to shoot an auto level a mile away?
Right.
Yeah,
you're
2
high,
miles.
bro. Keep abusing the tool. The tool is never designed to work that way. So go ahead, do whatever you want.
The only
you'd have to
the only
be able to read it, B-ball. You'd have to be able to read the markings on their measuring rod. You can't measure them at a mile away.
Correct. They're all 5 feet tall.
Yeah,
So
you
they're
can't
all
read
gonna.
it.
I don't have to be able to read the measuring rod. All I got to see is that the top of the measuring rod is in line with the crosshair.
Yeah,
That's
the
it.
crosshairs
I'm not
width
measuring.
take up like half of the rod.
The rod is not going above the horizontal line. So
you
I
need
don't
to
have
read
to
it. You need to read it.
anything.
Yeah, that's the point of it. You got to read it. But anyway, did you do the task that was given to you? Did you establish 3 points of equal elevation or not?
Yes, we just did theoretically. Yes, this is what should happen.
Exactly. That's the question,
This is
honey.
what
Has it
should
been
happen.
done? And it has not been done.
It's been done. It's done all the time.
Oh my gosh.
This is what should happen, though. Over the water, correct? This is what should happen.
Dude, I don't give you're avoiding the answer. I don't
Nobody's
care what you
avoiding
think
anything.
what the consequence should be of what
No,
should
wait,
happen,
no,
what could
no
happen, what
tanks.
may happen.
Here comes Rob. Go ahead, Rob. Let him,
No tanks. He's not using the tool the way the tool is supposed to be used. He wants it to do something it's not supposed to do.
What's it
I understand.
That's
I'm not even
why it
going to
hasn't
harp on that right
happened.
now. I just want to know if B-ball did
I've already-
establish
yeah,
3
I've
points of
already-
equal elevation or not.
Give up, B-ball. Give up, B-ball.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why
That's some
flat
good
Earth is.
advice,
Y'all
Good
don't
advice.
even know what the fuck you're talking about. This is why there's no progress.
Wait,
I know exactly what I'm talking about, Left Lane. I have the fucking tool.
Okay, wait a second.
I wouldn't
That's
use it
not
like
fair,
that.
Left Lane. Left Lane,
It
is that
is.
even possible? Do you even know if you can use that tool in that manner? Do you know anything about
Yes,
that? Or
it's
you
just a
taking it from left
telescope.
field?
It's just all it is a telescope with crosshairs in it. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't.
And can you read a measuring rod a mile away, Left Lane?
Yes, you can. If
You
the
can
target's
read
big
the
enough, you
measuring
can read
rod.
it. If it's
You
big
can
enough, you
read
can read
a millimeter on a measuring rod a mile away. You guys are
We've had this We've had this conversation before, right? I'm not measuring for millimeter accuracy, right? If I was, I wouldn't be using it at that distance, right? All I'm saying is
How
that
big
I
is the
can
object
see a
then?
pole. I can see a pole that's 5 feet tall, right? 5
Okay,
feet
so
tall.
how big is it?
So if I have
Wait,
3 poles,
You
that
need
means
a
it's like
lesson
2
in
miles away.
optics.
Do that at some
That
point.
means
If I
it's
can just
2
conclude.
miles away. That means
Can
it's
I
2
ask a
miles
question
away.
now? Because
No,
Left
let me
Lane
just
spoke and he
let me just
said,
conclude it. I know
Wait,
you guys
wait.
want to go into these specifics about other things. The point is, the end result is that B-ball is claiming he did not establish 3 points of equal elevation, and he still hasn't to this day. He's just concluded a not that, not an is.
Okay, can I use?
So that's all.
No tanks. Can I use
That's
a
all.
building as a measuring rod?
I don't care. I don't know. Did you establish 3 points of equal elevation? The answer was no.
He doesn't even know how to get what he's asking for.
If I have something that's a known, if I have something that's a known height, can I use that as a measuring rod?
These are all questions. Did you or did you not establish 3 points of
did.
equal elevation?
Yes, I did. I used something in a distance as a measuring rod. Yes.
Could you
Okay,
establish 3 points of elevation? Could you do that?
Yes.
Wait, why don't you go? Why don't you go from one point, right? You take your first marker, you set it 5 feet above, and then you go 60 degrees off that marker. Set it 5 feet above, and then you go 60 degrees off that marker. Set it 5 feet above, so all of them are 1 mile apart, and you have a 180-degree triangle, right? And now you could just look from each one to each one, right?
You could set
No,
this
we're
up
not.
in a triangle.
That's
You
No,
could.
we're not making a triangle though. We're doing it in.
Yes, you could.
guys. Why are you
We're not doing
deflecting?
a
It's a
triangle.
completely different experiment.
No,
We are
I
talking
thought
about
that was
one
the 3
line.
poles. I thought
We are not
No.
talking about spherical triangle. Don't deflect.
Oh,
No,
I'm
we're talking
sorry.
about they're all like in a line.
Well, the argument was basically, how do I know they're all 5 feet? And the argument was, I can't see all of them from one
I don't know.
point.
Just
Why
if
can't
everybody
why
would be
can't
quiet,
you-
you can fast track the answer. You set the 3 poles up at 5 feet above the water, a mile apart. You get at the first pole and sight the last pole and see where the one in the middle sets on that line.
Correct.
Okay, wait.
And why can't you guys
So-
just first educate
Three
the
miles.
theoretical construction? Why couldn't you first theoretically say, if they are all at the same height on the flat Earth, they should all be in a level line of sight? Why
It was
couldn't
never
you
the that
just
was
agree
never the
on that?
question. It wasn't
You
a
are
beg the
so
question type of
dishonest.
thing.
You are so
Yes, it was
dishonest
the
by
question.
running away.
It was never
and
begging the question of a
blaming the wrong
model. It
tool
was
and
just
so on.
3 points of equal elevation.
No, Tanks. Nobody was saying that it's begging the question. He's asking you why you couldn't engage honestly with theoretical.
Yeah, he's begging the question of a model. I'm not asking about a model. I'm asking about
That's not
3
the
points
question.
independent
No, we're
of the
asking-
Earth at equal elevation. Can you establish it? And his answer was
and-
no.
Yes. When what I'm asking
Oh.
you is, would all of the poles be in line with the crosshair if the water is flat?
Can you
on
or
a flat
can't? Just
Earth?
say you can't
Yes
do
or
it.
no?
And just cast the mic.
Just say yes
Just
or no. Would they be? Should they be on flat Earth?
This is your not proof.
I
Not
don't.
mine.
I see why you. I mean, come on. Just answer the question. Should they be in line on flat Earth? If
Dude,
they're
he
all
asked you a
5 feet above
question.
the
You mean
water.
like
I mean,
do they?
put a question back
You
on
mean
him.
like
Answer's
it's
yes.
Not
you
worth
mean is it an
engaging.
ought
Not
claim?
worth
Wait,
engaging.
Yes.
but he's
The
saying
answer is
should
yes.
they be like as if it's an ought claim or something?
Yeah.
Like what do you
Yes.
mean
It
should
should.
they?
It should be. It should be because we're on a
Yeah,
flat
Earth is
plane.
like,
They're
I
all at
have
the
your
same
answer,
height.
bro. They should not be in line because you have whatever effects. I don't
Right,
know
so
why
you
he's not willing to say
right. So he failed at
Well,
establishing 3 points of equal
Well,
elevation.
we're not bringing
That was the point.
we're not bringing effects in here. We're not talking about effects because that's a whole nother subject.
You're
Theoretically,
talking
they
about
should all be in
citing,
line.
talking about citing 3 points along the same elevation, right? On a
Mhm,
flat
yes.
Earth, you have some kind of thing happening in the atmosphere, right? So the answer is no.
Yes, they would be because you're looking through the same density gradient. So they wouldn't. You're not changing density gradient.
Okay.
Next.
So they would all be in line. They should all be in line. Now, when I look in the distance and I see something that's taller
Wait, what do you
than me,
mean density
that's falling-
gradient isn't changing?
Because
You gotta say
because
3
if you're
miles?
because if you're
Possibly
if you're
could.
Isn't the densest medium on the
hold
bottom,
on.
so all the light's gonna bend down regardless or whatever?
but you're looking parallel with the surface of the Earth. If-
Yeah, exactly.
if,
So the density gradient would cause the light to bend, right? That you're looking through the parallel density. Are you saying your density
which way-
gradients aren't parallel?
which way would they bend on the? Which way would
What
they
he's
bend on
saying
flat
is that this is theoretical. He's not saying we're actually practicing.
Yeah,
this.
we're not
The
talking
question-
about refract.
the
I know they
question
want to.
is-
They want to. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, the question is essentially, can you in a flat Earth if you have
Oh, in reality, stop doing the flat Earth over.
Okay,
In reality.
okay. In reality, if you have three poles that are a mile apart, 5 feet, you cut them before prior to placing them in the ground. Everyone is equal length, and you've placed them in the ground, and you look theoretically down that instrument, and you see the top of all. Should you be able to see the top of all of them? That's the question. No one's trying to manipulate you, but that's the question. That's the simple question.
Okay, and do you see them when you do that in the hypothetical?
Yes,
We're asking you that.
Depends on the shape.
I think I would say in the hypothetical, yes, but
In
that's
reality,
what I would
the
think.
hypothetical said in reality, When you look at these
you
three
don't have
poles.
hypothetical in reality.
Well,
We
that's
said
what you said.
hypothetically. We said hypothetically. We said
Yeah,
hypothetically.
hypothetically, in reality, if we had three poles, these poles are 5 feet above the water, and they're a mile apart from one another. When you look down the road, like, how far away, like a traffic light that's a mile away, you see that clearly?
By using my eyes or by
With
using
the
instrument?
telescope, yes.
Yeah, but you can
Well,
see
we're
how
not.
high it
I
is.
didn't know you're using a telescope. He said auto level. Those don't zoom, do
How
they?
far is
Yes,
that?
it is.
They
How
It
do
is
far is
zoom.
zoomed.
that
They don't zoom.
tool? Can I ask a question? How far is that tool meant to be used for?
How far
In
is what?
distance?
Rob,
It depends.
As
So
far as as far as reading the story pole, you don't want to get so far away that you can't definitively read the
correct.
numbers. And if you're
Okay.
leveling a foundation for a building, it's critical that you're accurate. But it doesn't mean that you can't look at a stick 100 miles away or mile away or whatever you want to look at. You can still use it to observe things at distance.
But it
And
doesn't zoom in. That
would be
tool
much
doesn't have
easier.
any zoom. So then
All
how
that
are you going to
matters.
see a traffic light a mile away? What are you
It would
talking
be
about?
much easier
Because with the
instead of
telescope,
Have you used
looking
one of
just.
those before? Have you used that
It would
tool
be.
before?
yes.
It would be
No, that's
much
why I'm
easier.
asking how far you can actually see in that damn thing.
I
Yeah.
haven't
yeah.
used one. So
when
like if it's like a camera that you just like
Mhm.
it's basically your field of view. But it sounds as if this has
You
zoom
look this shit up.
no matter
No,
what.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't
Yeah,
have
it's
zoom.
a small telescope.
yeah,
So
when it
that's zoom,
With
right?
no zoom
It
capability.
enhances
I'm saying.
it enhances visibility.
yeah,
Yes.
when it comes to
Right,
telescopes,
so
it's
it
not
cuts for.
distance that's the limiting factor, it's angular size. So as long as you're not so far away where the pole is too small angularly to see any detail, then you're good.
Okay, so
You know
5
how you
feet,
could
1 mile, 5 foot
How big
tall
are these
thing
poles?
a mile away, bro. Think about it. You're gonna
You
be
can't.
so
able to see
one
that?
thing
Snipers,
Usually
how you
can't
could
read the. You
snipers hit
can't.
shots like this.
You can't read
how
the.
you could really
Hello.
improve how you can really improve the visibility of these tips of the poles is if you, for example, mount a flashlight or a laser pointer on these tips
Now
of
he's
the poles and
invoking
look
your
in one direction.
No.
You
Because
can't read
yeah,
the
then you have a
story
dot.
pole.
Then you
No.
have a small dot that is lighting up, so you can clearly see the tip or the top of that pole.
At 1 mile
I
away.
posted a picture. I
light
posted a picture
spread.
in the
So
chat that kind of gives you an idea of what I'm talking about.
how do you eliminate the solar like glare? How do you eliminate the glare in that scenario?
Don't look
What?
at the sun.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-mm.
But
No, like
I
if you
have
put a
1
light, if
mile
you put a
away.
light on, dude. Have you guys ever been in a boat and then looked at a buoy? I mean, they're about
Yeah.
5 feet high, and then you're
Lord knows
talking
what
about
you're
a
going to see.
mile away. If it was
Yeah,
the case
Right.
that, and they would just put a buoy every mile instead of every quarter mile. Dude, it's not the case that you could see these buoys from a mile away. What are you talking about? Is that
Yeah.
because the Earth
Tora
is
knows
true?
the shape of
Yes,
the earth.
Gibbs.
He knows what you're going to see, and that's why he's
Well,
negating all of it.
No, at
so
1
this
mile
is
away.
the Tora. Can I ask you a question? That was with your own eyes, though, right? Just using your eyes, correct?
Yeah, but
I'm not
this
saying you're
tool
wrong.
isn't. Yeah,
This is what
this
I want
tool
to figure out.
doesn't
This tool.
enhance. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I personally say, like, when we watch stuff disappear bottom up, what you see with your eyes versus a camera is a little bit different of a scenario going on. So that's why I'm saying this tool, if it doesn't have zoom capabilities, right? Or you
It
guys are
does.
claiming it does have zoom capabilities.
Yes.
It's
A
not like
theodolite
zoom.
has
Can we
zoom
verify that it absolutely does have zoom capabilities? I'm not trying to
I'll
say
post
anyone
the
here is
picture
wrong or don't know.
by
I
default.
mean,
By
I
default,
do know
yes.
It's not
auto
like
level.
zoom
Hang on,
capabilities.
It
Like
everyone.
doesn't have
I'm
Hang
trying to
on,
think, guys,
zoom.
one at a
hang on,
time,
everyone,
guys.
please.
I can't hear
I'm gonna
everybody.
post a
It's
picture that way you can
magnified.
see what I'm
Please
talking about.
allow me.
Okay, if you could,
Please allow
go ahead,
me.
go ahead, go ahead.
It's a magnified
Auto
lens.
levels
It
do
doesn't
Yeah,
have
not
can
have
we get
zoom.
zoom.
Seafoam or who was
They
speaking?
have
Say,
a
allow me. Oh, it's Rob.
multiplication scope, 30 or
Yeah,
40
that's
times.
zoomed in.
No zoom ability.
yeah, so it's not like a zoom
Okay.
lens where you can adjust a ring and it makes everything bigger. It's a fixed.
Yeah, we
No,
should
it
just
does
keep
zoom.
repeating each
Only
other.
has
Like, holy
focus.
shit, he just said that.
So this
Rob,
is
can you?
close.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. So the two pictures I posted, one is of a measuring rod and one is of a building.
Mm-hmm.
That's through the same
Okay,
scope.
how far away is the
Yeah.
measuring rod?
The measuring rod is only like a few feet away.
Well,
Yeah, okay, so if I put
read the
that thing
numbers on it.
if I put that thing 5,000 times the amount that
Yeah.
you put it, you think you still could read those numbers?
But we're
Honestly.
we're not concerned with reading the numbers.
Why do we have to
No, no,
read the
no,
numbers?
no, 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 no.
All I know
no,
is that.
Because how do we know
the
we're
point of
pointing
this-
at 5
hold on,
feet?
I'm gonna explain this to
Because
you
we cut the
because
sticks before.
obviously you don't
remember?
understand, right? So this is what I want you to understand, right? I'm not worried about. I'm not focused on reading the numbers, right? All I'm focused on is that I know that at my location, I am a specific height above the water. Off in the distance, right? I can use the buildings as a reference as to how high the crosshairs are at that location.
At that,
How
so
are you
you're
gonna see
saying
how
the
far, how
crosshairs?
high, and everything? How you can see it for 3 miles away? 3 miles away. I'd have to see this actually work. Is there any way we can
Wait,
pull
the-
up something that actually shows in like a manual or anything that says how far it can be used for?
Hold on. If you were to, if you had a gun, so you're saying if you had a gun that shot perfectly straight bullets, it would hit that exact spot where the crosshairs
Do
are?
you not think so?
It would hit
I don't know.
approximately,
I don't
yes.
think so.
Yeah, counting not counting refraction, it would hit exactly, but there is some refraction there, but not enough to hide 150 feet of building.
Okay, so that would be the experiment then, is to take like a straight line and shoot it and see where it actually ends up on the building versus where the crosshairs are ending up on the
Yeah,
building,
but
right?
I guarantee you, it wouldn't hit at 11 feet on the building.
Wait, how do you know that? How do you guarantee that?
Do you honestly think it would do that?
No, I'm just wondering, how do you guarantee it? Because my thought process here goes to the white swan and the black swan. So on the day that it's the black swan, you think that if we aim at the bottom of the tower, we're going to hit it, or is it going to hit the water first?
No, you're probably gonna hit the water.
Okay, so then why in this scenario would it be
if you want
different?
to go with the black swan, those conditions don't happen in this location, and we can go through that. I've gone through that many times.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
location?
I was out on the boat all morning
Hawaii.
this morning, and we had some interesting conditions. We had like a cold upwelling, right? The water was like 70 degrees while it was a little warmer outside, and we were experiencing tons of sinking. Like things were
Really?
being obstructed by the earth curve, as you guys would say, way earlier than they normally would be.
Mm-hmm. Be interesting
Like
to see. It's cool.
crazy, yeah, like crazy amounts, and it was
Okay,
like
well, the
miraging like
difference
nuts.
is the difference is what you're saying is hearsay, and what I'm saying is that we're actually seeing it.
Well,
So
it
you
was
can-
this morning.
you can
It was,
say what you saw all you want.
Right?
I just went out there this morning. That's the point of it, is because it's like clear in my memory, and it was incredible that we were getting like the land was looking like it was floating at times, but I could understand why people would say disappearance from bottom up for sure.
Yeah,
but
well,
it didn't look like that to me.
Yeah, on a day like that with those conditions, I wouldn't measure or look at anything because I
So
don't know what's
okay,
going on.
so colder
So I would
water than
definitely
the air.
Yeah.
Colder water than the air creates what kind of refraction?
looming.
Yeah, but all the things were obstructed by the earth earlier than they normally are.
How do you know? How did you determine how early they should have been?
Because
And how far
I've
away
done
were
the
the distance?
measurement multiple times. It's a 14-mile distance from
Yeah,
Fort
they're
Pierce
all
Causeway to the Jensen Beach Causeway. Today you
Yeah,
could
that's-
not see the Jensen Beach Causeway from the Fort Pierce Causeway at all. And then when you got about 6 miles away, you could start to see it. And it wasn't that you saw the top first. It was actually like looked like it was floating. So it was like a mirror image of the bridge, right? And then as you got closer and closer, you noticed the mirage would fade away and you would just be able to see the bridge. Now, I've been to this same location and seen it when the air temperature and water temperature were very similar with minimal humidity, and you could see just straight clear across, no issue. So to me, when you're saying that causes looming, I think we have a mistake here because the images weren't being loomed up at
Well, what
all.
you should do is when you go out there, you should take some pictures.
Yeah,
on
you're gonna have
multiple
to show
days.
this because I don't agree with what you're saying. I think you're gonna have to actually take some imagery. I know you don't care, but I mean, I know you don't want to present. You don't want to
prove it
present
to you
anything.
guys
Okay,
because
I got
to
you.
me it's
Listen,
perfectly good in my mind because when you say those conditions should create looming, yet I'm seeing obstruction earlier than what I normally see in conditions that would create like actual looming, which would be the air temperature and water temperature being very similar, I would say. And then you would get like a little bit of cool air up top, right? Isn't that what typically would be looming?
No, it's like a cooler air on the bottom would cause looming.
Yeah, that's not what you're getting though in reality, unfortunately.
Is that what it?
Okay,
yeah, I was going to ask you, are you sure it's always that? Always?
What? I'm sorry?
Are you sure it's always that? Verified. It's
In
always that way.
Hawaii, yes, it's always that way in Hawaii.
Wait,
It
so
can't
only
be
in Hawaii
always.
is it
There's
this
no.
way?
Yeah, there's no claim that can ever be made that it's like always this way specifically. That's how you could tell someone is
You
lying
know
right
what?
off the
You know
bat.
who else? You know who? Okay. Now I'm lying about what I'm saying. You know who else
No,
can
I'm not even
verify?
saying you're lying.
No, you know Noah. Noah lives in Hawaii, also the same place I was. But and I've told him multiple times, hey man, go out to the same location and take those pictures. But you know what? He'll never do it because he'll say this.
Maybe I
He'll
do
see
that.
the exact.
That's because
He'll say
Noah
the
is
exact
just
same thing I
He's not
did.
here to have any discussion. He's just here to troll and
Okay.
act stupid.
I don't
Yeah.
think Hawaii is a good place to do it personally.
Why
I
not?
would
Why
say
not?
the
Why
humidity
not?
there because of the humidity
No,
levels
it's
there.
not that humid. No,
insane.
it's not that humid there. No.
It's
But
not
are you,
that humid in Hawaii.
No,
No.
temperature
it's
inversion is
consistent
what
every
causes
single
refraction.
day, basically what you get? No, because you just said to me a second ago that if you came out there that type of day, you wouldn't do it that day. So is it always the same specific way every day? No.
Yes, it is every single day. I lived there for 5 years, Stacy.
Hawaii
5
has
years.
some of the
I'm not
worst.
He's
calling you a
shown
liar.
lots
I
of.
have
He's shown
experience.
lots of. But here's the thing: B-ball shows what he's talking about, and you guys won't.
You could
Well,
go
of
to the
course he's not
top
going
of
to
a
be the same every
mountain and
day.
you could go in the top of a mountain in Hawaii and it's a totally different temperature and weather than it is at the beach. So that would cause extreme crazy refractive indexes.
That's your claim.
Oahu.
That's your claim.
Not in Oahu. Well, I'm talking about Oahu specifically. I'm not talking about the Big Island.
Man.
Okay, so
And
in the
that's your
middle of
day.
Oahu, it's the same exact temperature as it is at the beach in Oahu.
It's not much. It's not much different.
So and I want to add to that. That's your claim without your
Measuring
evidence.
that curvature, photographing it,
But
and
if
saying
there is a difference,
yippee-yi-yay,
then that means there's going to be a change,
yippee-yi-yay. Show me that. Okay, thank you.
right? You might
I'm
be
sorry. Say that again.
consistent. If there is a little bit of a difference that Ethan just explained in the temperature, or you did, whoever said that, I'm sorry.
No, you're
Would there
not going to get
be
much of it.
consistency? I don't
You're
think
not
it'd be
going to get much of
consistent.
it. You're not going to be much of a
Okay.
difference. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
You're okay. Good. Look, I'm not doubting your experience. Like, I don't want to doubt Tor's experience, right? We are experiencing things in this world, and I value those more than anything. And maybe more can come together and have the same experience. But I've seen different things in this reality too that don't match up. So I'm definitely not going to doubt Tor's what he's seen. But in reality, you may have been too. But to tell me I can only see this in Hawaii, it's a little strange to me too.
The issue isn't what he's
Well, I
seen.
see
The
things.
issue is that he's using his eyes as a measuring tool to come to conclusions. That's the issue.
I
That's why he
seen the
was using
things.
his human eyes
What tool?
to use
What
as a
tool,
measure
Dr.
to actually
Pepper,
come
could
to
we
a scientific
use?
conclusion.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
What tool, Dr. Pepper, could we use to eliminate any kind of optical distortion and also create points of equal elevation? Which tool could we use for that?
Good luck.
We already talked about it. We can use a very strong laser that can
That's
cover long
optical.
distances, and then yeah.
Yeah, what tool
but
could
I
we
mean,
use that's not optical? I
we
have one. I don't know if you
or
guys
we
have
could
it, but I
use
have one.
we could use the tools that are designed to do such a thing,
Yeah,
like
there's a
auto lights, auto levels, things like
We
that.
have right now today a 4-degree difference between the middle of Oahu and the beach of Oahu. Right now today. Right now.
That's a big
In
difference,
real
right?
time.
Thank you
There
very
is,
much,
Ridiculous.
Tora.
well, all right.
Like I said,
Groundbreaking news,
I'd
Dr.
have
Pepper. There
Tora
is
on
a
my shoulders
tool. Holy
whilst we
shit. This is
observe
like
that
fighting
together.
to talk.
Me and
Every
Tora
second,
on
every
my
time I talk,
shoulders,
I'm
and we
fighting
got
to
our
just get
tools,
my
and
words
we're
out. It's
checking it
fucking
out.
I
nuts.
understand, but don't forget Jen's on a lag, and so he may not have heard you go speak in the moment when he went and
Sorry,
did
yeah.
it. And
That'd be
Jen
my
hasn't
bad
spoke
there.
very
Sorry.
often, so well, at least when I'm in here.
Sorry,
hey.
I was just
I don't know.
going to say that I support Tora's observations. He'd be on my shoulders, and we'd have our telescopes and our equipment, and we'd be checking it out and photographing it for sure. Well done, Tora. I agree with what you said. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I've seen things
Left
just
lane,
like
please. Left lane.
B-Ball has seen. I understand it, but I see a mirroring going on even in his own image here. I just think he doesn't know what he's looking at.
Also, I just wanted to say really quickly to Tora, I did some calculations. So, this auto level scope I saw, it was 32 times magnification. And so I plugged in the aperture to a calculator, and at its worst, it would have a resolution of 4.89 arc seconds. And at a mile away, a 5-foot pole would be 195.3 arc seconds. So definitely 100% you'd be able to see one of those poles at a mile away.
Would you be able to read the numbers on it?
It doesn't matter.
I don't think they were reading the numbers. I think he was specifically looking for just the tip of it, like
Yeah,
where the
using the
stick
tool.
ends, not what the number
But
says. Like literally where
didn't
the
somebody
top of
say
the.
that they were citing the last one though first? So it would be 3 miles away.
You could do that and then place the second dial in the middle, but that was a solution.
Yeah. But how are you going to do 3 miles? Is it going to be a problem? I mean, you're going to have to just leave out all this other things. I mean, what are to
Let
do
me-
that? Okay, if you're going to do a mile, is there anything that you have to kind of calculate extra in then because you're doing a mile? Anything?
How do you know it's a mile?
Thank you, Seafoam, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
How are you gonna measure a mile? How are you gonna measure an inch?
Do you guys
got a lot of? There it goes. When I talk, they talk. This is like
At,
fucking insane asylum.
Stace,
Yeah,
I was actually
pitched a
talking
question,
before.
they just dogpile, and it's just over talk. It's
Well, the
nonsense.
question is do you think that you're being like you're someone? Do you think he was trying to?
No tanks speak, please.
Do you think that they were trying to
Can we
deceive
let
you?
no tanks speak, please? He's been cut off 3 times in a row.
So have I.
No, you've spoken lots. Left
Okay,
lane.
okay, go, no tanks, go.
Okay, who's next? Renee? Anyone?
Y'all gotta stop
But my
referencing water
question.
as a horizontal when trying to get,
I was
measurements of elevation. You gotta stop doing that.
I was just gonna say to Stace that at 3 miles away, a 5-foot pole would be 65 seconds long, which is still well in the range of resolvable.
Hmm.
So my question is, do you think you're tempted to be deceived? Is that why you're rejecting this so violently?
Who?
Anyone who's been speaking against this theoretical idea.
I definitely haven't been violent. If you're talking about me not speaking against it, a little. I'm questioning it. I'm not mad about it. I don't care. My life is grand. I ain't angry. Doesn't change my
I don't
life.
think it's that. Yeah, I don't think it's that. I think
Yeah.
what's going on at the horizon is more detailed than that's the Earth curve.
That wasn't what we were asking or trying to say anything about. We just literally asked if you agreed theoretically with these things being in line. And like it went on for 30 minutes afterwards. And just the question of that can't be accepted. And my question is, like, do you think that the person who posted pictures and showed information and spoke, do you think that they're trying to deceive you?
Now, do you think it's a possibility that some days it'll be the one pole will be below the second pole, like the furthest one, and then there's other days that it'll be above the second pole?
I would say relative to the water level because it would move, yes, but
Okay.
that's not like I was saying. Like,
So you're saying sometimes it'll be above the horizontal, sometimes it'll be below the horizontal.
It's a possibility.
Yes, I said yes, and I said
Okay.
relative.
Yeah.
Yes,
So it seems like we have no conclusive data here. Yeah.
So what I'm asking you is, do you think he's trying to deceive you? Is that like because the way you're attacking it and the way you're not accepting anything he's saying, and
Yeah, I would say it's a malformed hypothetical for sure, 100%, because of the fact I just gave you that it's a possibility that it could be above the horizontal, below the horizontal, in line with it, in reality. That would
Yeah,
be a
that would be at a
problem, wouldn't it?
that would be at a location where you have those wild varying conditions.
Yes.
Yes,
No,
that
I'm
would
just
happen.
saying if you
That's
did
why I
it
said
every day,
possibility.
if you just
That's why I
do it
said
like every
possibility.
day throughout a year,
Yeah,
right? Would
exactly.
you you would get different results? Like,
But what the theoretical experiment wasn't to have a result that was every day. It was to create it. That we can add in those variables, but we have to get to the point of accepting the foundation that was laid by him. And if you reject it, like you said, can you present a better, more solid solution?
yeah, I did, didn't I? Didn't I tell you on that building, right? You have your crosshairs where they hit with your theodolite. Why don't you just take like a really long pole or whatever you need to do to make a straight line from you to that building to see if the crosshairs are hitting the same spot physically as the physical thing?
Well, that's technically what the crosshairs are doing.
Yes.
So, but then when I asked it, so if you had a gun that shoots forever perfectly straight, you think it's gonna hit
Yeah,
right
it's
where
not.
those
Yeah, it's
crosshairs
not.
are?
Yeah, it's not going to hit below the water where 11 feet would be.
But on the Black Swan day, it is, right?
Yeah, that in that location, that's what happens in that location because of the conditions.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That doesn't
Well, is there
happen in
any way we
Hawaii.
can get like more than just, no offense, and please, that I can, your pictures would be great, your experience
I'm
is
so
great to be heard. Is there a way I can see this in reality where you're at?
yeah,
Because you're telling me I can only see this where you're at. So can somehow
yeah,
somebody do this test then?
yes. So I posted a playlist of all the days that I was out there. Everyone should have got pinged with it.
Yeah, but nobody's done this test, but you didn't do this though, right? You just been out there showing me conditions, I
Yeah,
guess, or what's going on optically.
I also did one with an auto level on two
Oh, okay,
separate
okay.
occasions.
That's right. You said that for so far. It wasn't very far, but yes, I'm not talking miles, feet. But yeah, okay, I forgot about that.
Yeah, and every single day I went out there, everything was always obstructed. There's never a day when I could see the beach in front of the buildings. Which, if what you guys are saying, I should, so on some days I should see all of the beach, and some days I shouldn't.
Your conditions where you're at might vary. I'm not going to deny your conditions are creating something in your sky you're seeing and whatnot, what's going on today, and it changes things for you, or it keeps it that way for you. But most of the world, yeah, we see things. Just like if I'm in Chicago, Iowa, I've seen things that just aren't explained by that, by a globe or anything. Sorry.
Yeah, but
Too
those
many
are
miles
those are
away.
conditions where
And
those are. Go ahead, Lefling.
in Hawaii, your water and air temperatures are usually pretty close to the same. And then you've got the breeze that keeps the air mixed up so that it's not laying like a blanket, that would cause this severe refraction that you
Correct.
see in the Black Swan.
Correct.
Okay. But in reality, we only have a couple feet. How many feet? Like some type of test, whatever, of this or what or not? It's not
I was
enough,
11.
right?
I was 11 feet above the water. Well, I'm sorry. In the observations where the videos that I'm showing, I'm actually a little bit lower. I'm closer to the water. And then the ones where I can have a different one where I'm using an auto level, which everyone disagrees with. I'm 11 feet above the water, which I measured with a measuring rod.
Yeah. You're not measuring the curvature though, that's the thing. No experience, no indication, no notification, no photographs, no seeing it with the eye, and I've traveled a lot of this earth, okay? A lot. And I don't see any curvature anywhere have I seen
What would curvature
in
look
the
like,
time that
Jim?
I've lived 63 years now. And I've started,
Yeah,
I
take
would
your
see the curvature,
blindfold
of
off.
course. I traveled London. I'm almost there. London to Japan. Hold on a second. London to Japan is 6,000 miles. The curvature therein would be 3,740.47 miles of curvature. Not there in a 9-hour flight.
Well, what would you expect? What would you expect, though, Jim? Would you expect the
I
Earth
would
to just
expect the
drop
plane
away
not
from
to be
you?
flying horizontal. I expect the
Okay.
plane to take a curved trajectory for 9
What if
hours, which would mean that I would be in the seat belt first and foremost, because the plane is not flying horizontal. So that means it's taking a curved trajectory. That means I'm going to see the Earth's, the surface of the Earth. I'm trying to explain, but you won't let me explain.
Hold on, let him finish.
I'm trying to explain, but you keep interjecting whilst I'm explaining.
Yeah.
You're interjecting whilst I'm explaining.
Okay, guys, please. The only way this server is going to be any better than any other server, and I'm sure the Omni like that, we all want that, is to let people finish. And Jim, we know is going to need to finish. And you guys talking over him like this is just making everything worse when you do.
Because
not helping
he
anything.
pauses and then continues.
So
I get you though. Listen, I'm not saying he doesn't do something.
Saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, so I'm going to finish what I was saying without any interjections. And it's, what would it be like? I'm trying to tell you. I expect the plane to fly through a curved trajectory, not horizontal. That means seatbelt on all the time. That means no food is coming, no meals, cabin crew is seatbelted. It's a 9-hour flight, 9 hours of trajectory. I look out the window and I'm seeing the curve that I'm flying over. Oh, look at that. Ka-chung, 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 ka-chung. Kana, 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 kana. Okay, thank you. Bye.
All right, Jim. What if the airplane is flying at the same elevation around this curve?
It's got nothing to do with it. Curved trajectory is curved trajectory. Stop. What's the word? Obfuscating my point. You're not bringing up a point. What if doesn't prove it, mate? No.
This reminds me of a video I saw once of a
90 degrees of curvature. 9 hours on your oblate spheroid. It's 9 hours. It's almost a quarter of the globe. No curvature. That's an impossibility. Sorry.
Well, this reminds me of a video I saw of a plane flying nighttime, like a really long flight at nighttime.
Yeah.
And I did some measurements of the stars, and actually over the course of the night, the position of the South Celestial Pole, which is a point in the sky that doesn't rotate. All the stars rotate around it, but the South Celestial Pole stays in place. And from the beginning of the flight to the end of the flight, it had raised a considerable amount, which is what we would expect on a globe.
Yeah, again,
it doesn't mean it's globe though, just because you see it in the sky. Which is super funny because I did a night flight for 8.5 hours to London. It was a beautiful flight. It was night for, I'm sorry, it's only night about 6 hours of that flight though. But it did not feel like that or see like that. Literally, I'm surrounded by a dome of stars. Like they barely even moved. That was the only thing moving.
Yeah, but you gotta understand the pattern. You gotta understand the pattern that you gotta understand the pattern that the stars would make. That the pattern that the stars would make around a globe while it's rotating. That's the key thing you have to understand.
Yeah. So my question is, why would the South Celestial Pole have gotten higher in the view of the plane?
How are you even verifying it wasn't you or the plane doing it in the plane? Was the star getting higher and moving, or were you moving in the plane? The plane moved. How would you verify that?
You're moving because
the plane was moving, and
well, obviously, I'm just saying you have no idea what that plane's actually doing.
Yeah, flying. You can see the plane flying. You can see the ground, and you can also see the stars.
Okay.
And the South Celestial Pole starts low and it ends high.
Okay, did the plane change anything?
Plane is heading south.
The plane turned left and right slightly, but all the same stars were still in the sky throughout the whole thing.
Also, in a plane, it's really difficult to discern curvature.
If the plane is heading southwards, the stars would rise higher.
Mm-hmm.
And just to point out, southern flights have the same amount of time as a northern flight. It's impossible on a flat Earth, by the way.
Correct.
And it's funny how we got off of the ground measurements to look at the lights in the sky. Because our ground measurements
how high it is. Because you can't form a baseline or a elevation to measure the height of it from. They don't know if it's going up or down in relation to what. They still can't.
Right.
They still
in
haven't
relation
formed
to
a
the
line.
horizon.
You can drive southwards and see the stars rising higher in the sky if you're heading south.
Well, the question we have to ask is: would this effect of moving over the top of the globe? Would this happen on a globe? Would the stars move the way we see?
If you're going 6,000 miles, which is almost a quarter of the globe, that's 90 degrees almost of the surface of your globe. That's curving. You must experience that. You have to encounter that, and you have to follow the curvature of the Earth. And that curvature would be 3,740.47
What would that look like,
miles.
though, Jim?
It's not
Like,
there.
what would that look?
It's not
What
there.
would that look like?
Look, I know what it would look like, because you're talking of a curved trajectory. I know what curved trajectory means, and I know what that 9 hours is like, and I know for sure that that plane was dead level. I even used my own spirit level app, my own bubble app on my smartphone. It was there. It was in the black circle all the time. Never deviated at all. Prove it. And then you've got sorry, Stacey. And then you've got the in-flight telemetry data telling us planes fly horizontal. So all the stuff
it's kind of funny.
Tells us up. Yeah, go ahead.
Jim, well, someone just spoke about a flight, and it's the same thing. Literally, they just went left and right a little bit, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
let me ask you a question, Jim. Let's say you were in a chair and the chair was on the ground, and over the next 9 hours, someone slowly lifted the chair so you were vertical. Would you feel that rotation?
So I was vertical. I'm going to feel something. Yeah, definitely. Because that would be impossible for you to lift the chair up and not me notice it, even if I'm sitting on it. I'd have to be asleep.
But no, over the next 9 hours, it's going to take him 9 hours.
I'm going to
notice. You think you would
and
feel?
Remember, the aeroplane is traveling at 600 miles per hour, roughly.
Okay.
There's vibration. You know you're moving because there's vibration. Look, the
has,
plane is vibrating as you're flying. Right, you're being silly.
There's no plane going 9 hours continually making this movement so that I will not feel that. That is not happening in any reality on a plane ever.
Yeah.
So I don't know why there's even a thought process for us to go down. Okay, I fly a lot. I'm about to fly again in a second.
He said it was a 9-hour continuous flight that went about a quarter of the globe. So the question was, if you were rotated 90 degrees over 9 hours, would you be able to feel that rotation?
Listen, you probably would feel, but honey, but even if I went down the route that I would not feel that because it's so minute. That means you're also not changing this constant direction. You're going to now be changing in that plane because it's moving left, right, turning on its side. So when you want to keep going back and forth, I'm going to feel that. I don't ever feel that.
Think about this. Hold on.
Not continual.
Think about this though. Think about this. We're in a plane flying the same elevation above the ground over a curve where everywhere on that curve is down. Everywhere on that curve is down is towards the center of the ball. Do you think you would? How would you? Hold on, Jen. How would you experience curve in that situation?
I tried to explain it to you earlier.
And I didn't ask you. I know you're. God, Jen, please, I didn't ask you, Jen. I know your position, Jen.
He just explained it, and his position is still my position. We've talked about this many times.
Down, I'm going to explain.
Go ahead.
I'm going to explain. So I'm in my seat. As I've said, I'm in my seat. Okay. Now, no drinks are coming, no food, because the plane is flying in a curved trajectory. So for the first half of the flight, I'm going to be leaning back I'm going to be firmly in my seat for that first half of that trajectory. I'm in my seat. Okay. Then for the second half of the trajectory, as it's going down towards my destination, now I'm going to be feeling some tension on my seatbelt because the plane is moving forward through that trajectory. So the body weight of myself is going to shift. So I'm shifting body weight through that curve of not.
Which way is down in our model? Which way is
down? The horizontality of the aircraft will not. That's the pitch angle. Will not be horizontal at all. It's going to be curved all the way, and you will see it. And you're going to notice it more when you're at. Hang on, I'm nearly there. Don't keep interrupting. You're going to notice it more when you're at the back of the plane, because that's where you see the actual profile of the plane better from the back. You'll see it when it's nosing up. You'll see it when it's nosing down.
Yeah.
That's the best vantage point.
They don't nose down very often. It's usually just constantly nosing up or doing,
Jen, which way is down on our model? Which way is down?
Unfortunately, your model doesn't exist, so it's null and
void. Yeah, but which
you don't have it down.
Which way is down?
It's a shit model.
You don't have down.
I wanted to comment on Jen's. No, on Jen's description of his airplane flight, the plane never does nose down. It just slows down and descends.
Yeah, the down is towards the gravity well.
Down in our model, it's down towards the center, correct, Jen? Do you agree?
Oh, no, it would be actually down towards the gravity well. That is like holding all.
Your model is null and
down toward the center of the Earth, right?
I would be towards the gravity well that's
It's
holding
down
all.
towards the center of the earth, right?
Yeah, you
Just give
don't
him
have that though.
Just give
According
him
to
Yes,
your
that.
we
He
poll,
do.
said
you don't have
gravity.
that.
He said
Oh,
gravity. Just give him
we
that.
can't even
We get it.
agree on that. Oh my god.
Just give
No,
him
we all
that.
agree on this.
No, just
We
give him
agree on
that.
this.
Just
That's
give
what
it
they
to him.
say, but it's not what we say actually happening.
Just give it
Okay?
to him.
Do
He at
you
least said
think?
gravity.
Yeah. Do you think down and up are in relation to your feet
Down
and your
on
head?
our model is towards the center of the earth.
No, you can't agree on that.
No, because once you get to the center
Absolutely
of
not.
the earth, there
Your
is
globe
no
doesn't
down.
exist for me to be agreeing with. Thank you.
Right?
Have a globe. It's null and void. It's a false premise.
Is there a
Don't
down when you get to the center of the
This
earth?
is why we
Can
don't
somebody answer
progress,
the
Sarge.
question
This
for
is
me?
why
Is
there's
there
no
a
progression.
down when you get to the
This is
center of
why
the earth?
there's no progression. There's no
Well,
reason.
give it to him. Give him that there's a gravity well. Give it to him. Just give it to him. At least said gravity. Just give him that fact and try to move forward.
No, hang on, guys. Jen thinks on the globe model that down is southward. That actually all the water would run off the globe to the south.
That's why.
It'd be towards your feet, wouldn't it? Wouldn't down be wherever your feet are?
Yes.
Yes. And everyone's pointing towards the center of the earth.
How do you know that?
On our model, that's the way we describe it.
I know, but I'm asking, how do you know that in reality?
That's what we're establishing right now. Okay.
Okay, fine. We all
I know
agreed
you
on
guys
it. We
don't
just
want to
said
agree.
that.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Now, if you're in an
everyone here
airplane,
agrees
now
that
if you're
down
in,
is
hold on.
towards your feet.
Now,
Yeah.
if you're now if you're in an airplane flying along on that surface, right, that where down is towards the center, how would you experience
No,
curvature?
towards your feet. Down is towards your feet.
Towards your feet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
How would you experience? Go. I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
yeah,
but down
we
is towards my
don't,
feet.
right?
I'm
Is
in
that
that
what?
plane. I don't ever feel my feet going in that direction down that plane. No,
Yeah,
no, it's going up
that's
and
because
right and left and returning. We're
that's
not doing
because
down until
all
we're actually landing.
So are you
correct.
guys
That's
saying
because
that
all along the
it's you don't feel it? It
that's
just
because
feels
all
like
along the surface of the earth is pulling down at the same. It's all pulling down
so that would
equally,
be the
right?
same.
So in
So
the
that would be the
airplane,
that would be the same
Go ahead.
result. Though Earth is life, right? As if it was flat, like we'd both be in the same predicament. Down would
Same.
just be towards our feet, so we wouldn't know.
Exactly. Exactly. So I don't even know why this is an argument.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah, so I said just give it to him.
because it's not. There's no conclusion to the argument. It would be the same on both. So what is the deal?
Well, the thing about the thing about the flights, him saying that he doesn't experience curvature. How would you experience curvature in an aircraft?
Yeah, Jen's the one making the meaningless argument. Jen is the one doing that.
I'm not making
That's
any
what I'm asking.
arguments. You can tell you're telling the truth. You can tell you're telling the truth because you're always telling the lie about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Can
why
I
I'm
ask you a
asking. There's
question
no.
then?
Telling the truth, isn't it?
It's not. It's
How
not
am I
about. It's
supposed
not
to? Because
about.
I'm about to go flying. Can you tell me how I'm supposed to see this curvature when I'm flying this plane? Please explain to me how I'm supposed to figure this out.
Because that's not how we say you experience curvature. We don't say. The airplane.
How do you
Why don't I see this? Why don't I experience it at 40,000 feet elevation though?
The
The
only way
difference
they
is right.
experience curvature is boats go over the horizon. That's it.
Okay.
That's all they have.
But
No, we
and
can
I said,
measure.
why don't I
there's
see
other
this?
ways too.
Why?
No, there's other ways too.
Flight?
Seriously, I'm asking this.
Yeah, what
Why
about-
don't I see this at 40,000
If
feet
it-
elevation?
hold on. If it was the case that boats go over the horizon, go over the curve, then when we were to watch an airplane then go over the horizon, we would see the nose disappear first.
Do you think you could see that?
No, we don't see that, dude. It'd be
No, we
flying
don't.
like
No,
it
I
would
don't
look
think
like it's
anybody would.
nosing into the water, bro.
I don't
Too
think
far away to
anybody
see.
makes
see it
that
all.
claim. Go ahead, Blue. You want to say something?
It's too far away to see. You're not going to see that.
Okay, why not? You
No,
don't
we
have
can.
anything you can't.
So how do you
You could
experience
zoom
Because we
into
don't
the
have
moon, can't you? Can't you zoom in on the moon and tell me exactly what crater is what and all
Do you
that?
think you could see a Boeing 747 sitting on the moon with any telescope on Earth?
You could see the ISS. Can't you see the ISS go over the
The
horizon?
ISS is only 250 miles
plane
away.
is much closer.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. So it's 250 miles away when it's on the
Right.
horizon? Are you kidding
That's a
me?
long way.
Its orbit is about, what is it, 250
What
miles,
the
I think.
hell, dude?
Yeah, but 250 miles above your GP when it's like
We're talking
when
about
it's at
with the
12
naked eye.
o'clock.
We're not.
But
We're
what
talking
about
about
like?
with the naked eye. The naked eye. You're not going to see an airplane on the horizon.
Okay, well then show me an airplane going over the horizon where
The naked lie.
Show me
You're looking
where
through.
an airplane going over the horizon where the nose disappears first. Since that
You're
would be
looking
the
through
best.
atmosphere.
You can't.
Remember,
Congratulations. You devised an impossible test. You win.
you're looking through atmosphere.
Cool,
Remember.
I win.
Good job. Nice job.
Well, that's what we
We
tell you all
can
the time too. We still have
we can
atmosphere
measure the
on
gravity
flat
vector
Earth, but we
can't
can
see
see
divergence.
that.
atmosphere. My God.
Can you let him talk?
We can see
We
the
can measure
sun,
the
and that's
gravity vector
93 minutes.
diverging, Tora. We can measure the gravity vector diverging. We can measure that in measuring reciprocal zenith angles.
Well, I don't wait. So you're of the opinion that you can't zoom in on a 747 and see it go over the horizon?
Nobody
No, I don't
made that
think you
claim.
can.
No, why is that? What
don't
is
think
the
you
reason
can.
that you
Nobody.
couldn't? What if we put a light on the airplane, like on the nose, and then
They
we
have
watch
lights
that
on.
disappear first?
They
So,
have
Okay,
lights
so
Why don't
let's
we
on.
have a tool that
Blue,
could
let me
do that
answer
if we
this
can look
question.
to the moon
Blue,
and
let me
satellites
answer
and
this.
shit? Why
Let
can't we
me
see
answer
it?
this question. So when an airplane is really high up, right? It's normally above the clouds, right? So when it's flying out, I don't know, over
Okay,
the
let's do
ocean,
a
it's
let's do
probably
a
going to be
cloudless
above the
day.
clouds. It's probably going to be above the clouds, and also you're looking through the
Most
atmosphere.
cloud.
That's why we say we can't see Hawaii from freaking from California,
Yeah.
because we're looking through
From
So,
atmosphere.
wait,
I mean,
on the globe, you should be
you're not
on
going to
the
see a
globe.
tiny you're not going to see a
Damn.
tiny aircraft at the horizon when it's freaking
well,
hundreds of miles away.
hold on,
How
B-ball.
many miles away?
It's more
Wait,
than
I
that.
thought it's only according
It's more than that.
to Blue Marble Science,
It's
it's
more than
only
that.
6
Here we
miles
The
go.
above.
airplane will.
It's
The
only
airplane's
6
going to go
miles.
beyond the horizon. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. The airplane's going to go beyond the horizon when it's about 200 miles away from you. That's
Okay,
all.
then that would
Okay.
apply to the
Just a
that would
minute.
apply
Let me
to
finish
the
what I'm
ISS
saying. The
then.
airplane is
but can we
going to
tour?
disappear when it's about 200 miles away from you. That's only a 3-degree change in what you would see. Do you actually think you could see a 3-degree change in the attitude of that aircraft from 200 fucking miles away?
Oh, okay,
Really?
well, your theory, what you said, hold on, I want to respond to that.
Jen, wait a
Jen,
second.
hold on. I need to respond to that because your theory is that the ISS is 250 miles above the Earth. The airplane is
Above.
6 miles above the Earth. I asked you when it's at the horizon, you said it's 250 miles away, and now
No,
you're
I did
claiming
not.
the
The orbit
airplane
of
is
the
at a
ISS
different
is
distance.
250 miles.
Yeah,
Be
you're
correct,
done,
please.
dude. You just got totally schooled because you just
I did
made
not get schooled. You're the one getting schooled here, son.
you just made a
I didn't say
contradiction.
that. I said the ISS's orbit is 250 miles. When it's at your zenith, it's about 250 miles away from you.
Okay, what about
That's
when
what
it's
I
on the
said.
horizon? When it's on the horizon, how far away is it?
I don't
A hell
know.
of a
I can
lot
do some
farther.
calculations and figure it out. It's
Yeah,
only
well,
way
can you see it with the
You
telescope?
guys,
couple of
can
thousand
you see
miles,
it?
I
Do you
think.
think?
Can you see it with the telescope when it's on the horizon?
Couple of thousand miles away. You can see it with your
If it's being
naked eye when
reflected,
it's on the horizon.
Okay,
You just
okay,
can't
if it's
so
being
discern
you
any
answered
Guys,
the
detail
guys,
about it.
guys,
airplane.
it's it.
if
Housekeeping,
it's
please, please. Tora, I love you, but babe, you gotta stop too over. I got you. You're upset. I get you anyway. But I'm hearing you. But you guys can't do this back and forth. It's like 3 or 4 people at a time. And Jen, no offense,
yeah.
babe, can you mute yourself because we're getting an echo back for an echo feed.
Sorry,
Okay,
yeah,
you're
I'm
not doing
getting
anything wrong. It's
background
okay.
noise, so my
It's
Yeah.
apologies.
okay. So there's too much going on at one time. Tor, can you finish real quick, kind of let him speak, but don't interrupt each other. Give
We're
a
like
little bit
kids.
of time. Okay.
We're like children here.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean to either one of you guys. I like you.
No problem. No, I felt like I feel like
Thank
every time
you.
I try to go to talk and when I'm about to finish the point, they interrupt because they know it's detrimental to what they just
No,
said.
nothing you say,
See,
nothing you
oh my,
say is
see how it's
detrimental to
happening?
anything. It's your sad misunderstanding of everything. That's the problem.
No, it's not my sad misunderstanding. If you say that the ISS is 250 miles above the Earth, then I say, okay, but we could see it with the naked eye, even when it gets down to 45 degrees,
No, you
maybe even
can't.
15 degrees. Dude, you
No,
see
you
how I
can't.
can't finish?
No, you can't. That's your straw man right there. So whenever we see whenever we see the ISS, right, it's usually at nighttime when it's being reflected by the sun. That's how you
Okay,
can
that's
see it.
when I see
That tiny
airplanes as
dot
well.
that's flying across,
Dude.
that tiny dot that you just acknowledged is actually up there. It's very, very tiny, and it's being reflected by the sun. So yes, you can see it with the naked eye. Now can you see it in the daytime? No, you can't see it in the daytime. Also, at nighttime when it's not being reflected by the sun, you can't see it at all.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
Why are you guys
If-
avoiding though the fact that he said 250,000 miles you can see with not your naked eye, right? But then 200,000 miles is this plane. So why can't we use the same tool, some way of seeing this? Because we should be able to see 200,000 miles if you can see 250.
Not 200,000.
Depends on how bright it is.
You added a
What did
zero.
you say then? What did you say earlier?
He said it's 250 miles above the Earth is what the ISS is at, right? And he says we can see that with the naked eye at nighttime.
When
I
it's
can see
reflected by the
airplanes.
sun,
Dude,
don't
you
leave
see
it
how
out.
this dude? Oh my God! Please stop.
Keep going,
So that
When it's
airplane is
reflected by the sun.
Come on,
an airplane is 6 miles above the Earth, right? That's what it flies at. Now, I want to watch the airplane at nighttime. If we put a light on the nose of the airplane at nighttime, I want to see the nose disappear bottom up because of the curvature of the horizon. And they're saying, no, you can't be able to see that, but you can see the ISS do that?
Because
Come
you're
on, guys.
looking through more atmosphere.
No. You can we're not pointing out. You cannot see the shape and body of the ISS. It's only lit by the sun. It's a dot, a point source of light moving across the sky. You cannot make out what it is. You can't see what it is, and you can't see a fucking airplane go over the horizon either.
Okay, then my question
how are we going to see the airplane? It's just light.
Okay, I have a question. If it's on the backdrop of the moon, you can see a pretty good depiction of what it is, right? So now, say we do this observation. Say we do this observation at moonrise, and we have the ISS. We could see in the backdrop. Now there's an airplane in between us and the moon.
He's
Do we
talking about
see
the
the
meme.
moon on the backdrop?
You got sucked in by the meme, didn't you? That's why you're making this argument?
I have no idea.
I
We're just having a conversation. I have no clue.
Yeah.
I don't think he was trying to troll with that question.
I'm not trying
He's
to
saying
troll.
if there's a median behind it to essentially be able to see it. But I would say the big issue is if you it's like a mountaintop. You're talking about a mountain that's 6 miles high compared to a mountain that's 250 miles high. You understand? So like in that perspective, you're going to be able to see the higher mountain more and longer than you could see the lower mountain, essentially. But what he's asking, what he's asking is if there is a perfect condition, essentially, like there's a median behind this plane in which you could capture this. I would say with film and in technology, I would say potentially, but I would say it's very, 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 very hard.
But there's an important thing here. Hold on. There's another thing. There's another point. At about 250 miles away, the plane is only tilted off of our horizontal by like 3 degrees. It's not going to be nose down.
Okay, it won't be nose down. So, like, when you're looking at the backdrop of the moon, you won't see the tail, like, vertical compared to the nose being below it?
No.
You can't see 3 degrees when it's close to you.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very small angular shift. And
Do you guys agree? Do you guys agree that airplanes should disappear nose first?
No.
No.
Why not?
We just explained it to you.
You don't understand what we just said. The combo is over, really.
No, but just say like you could see it, like, and say the airplane is flying at a higher height, so it's less than the 3 degrees and you have more, right? There would be a scenario that when you looked out, the plane would look like it's flying straight down, right? According to the model.
Well, according to the model, it's going to need to be about 8,000 miles, 6,000 miles away from you.
Okay, whatever the numbers have to be, I'm just asking, do you guys agree that the airplane would have to disappear nose first?
A fourth of the circumference of the Earth, 6,000 miles away. Yeah.
Yeah, the airplane.
The North Pole
would be at the equator.
Yeah, the airplane would disappear nose first, right?
You got another big problem. He's got another big problem, though.
What?
The Earth is between you and the plane when it's that far away.
Yeah, so you would lose the nose before you'd lose the tail, right?
Oh God!
No,
oh my God!
The whole airplane at the horizon.
But Cora, do we see bottom of obstruction in the distance?
I don't know. Apparently not with airplanes.
So you're denying bottom-up obstruction now.
No, I'm not denying it. I think there's
Let's show.
miraging
have
effects
bottom-up
that occur.
I'll show you
I've
a perfect
seen
example of
bottom-up
bottom-up
disruption.
destruction.
Don't, dude. I'm just saying, if it
Here
is
we go.
true that boats should disappear over the horizon bottom first, then airplanes should disappear in a perfect world nose
Bottom
first.
first. No, bottom
Yeah,
Here's an airplane appearing
Bottom
the
nose
first.
nose would
nose
be
first.
the lowest point. Obviously,
Why?
if
Here's
it's
an
going
bottom
airplane
is
around,
the lowest
avoiding.
point,
dude,
you
it's going
fucking
around
idiot.
the curve, bro. It's going
not. It doesn't.
around the curve.
So
So
you have
when it's
takeoff, and then
flying,
you have
hold
a
on. When it's
plateau,
flying,
and then you
All
go
you do is
down.
dude,
straw
when
man the
it's
globe.
no, when
That's all
it's
you do is
flying
straw man
away
it.
from you. Let me just finish this, and then I'll be done. When it's flying away from you, it's flying on a curved path away from you. So therefore, the
Yes.
nose is going down. So the first thing that would disappear would be the nose of the airplane.
The nose is
No,
up
the
on
bottom
takeoff,
is the
right?
lowest part.
No, on takeoff, the nose is up, correct? Like when you take off, the nose
Yeah,
is
but
which direction? It's up,
that's
right?
yeah, that's fine, but that doesn't matter.
Okay.
The Earth is curving away from you, so it
Okay. So
doesn't
listen.
matter
So
that
right
you've
now,
nosed up.
so no,
If
we're
you
taking
keep
this.
it nosed up, if you're saying the bottom of the airplane disappears first, then the airplane's going into space, not
Okay.
following a consistent
So what
elevation.
happens? So what happens after you? So what happens in a flight? Remember, you get on a flight, put your seatbelt on. They take off. The nose is up. They say, "Bing, you can take your seatbelts off." Do you know why they do that? It's because they're no longer having to reach the proper height, altitude, and range in that arc.
Yeah.
They're not going to the top of the atmosphere. They are going to an arc.
I know. Okay, so then that
that
plane would
nose-
disappear nose first because it's traveling in an arc path
You have to
from
listen.
the person
Remember,
at
the
the
nose is up at
airport.
takeoff, and now it's been
Okay.
tilted down. Yes, the nose is still
No,
up,
no,
but
no, 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 no. Why is it
your
tilted down?
perspective is going to be the back and bottom of the plane. If you could see it disappear, you wouldn't see it disappear nose first. That's what he's trying to explain to you.
No, then that airplane would be flying off into space.
So nose down, they don't even put the nose down when they land.
I know that. I know that. Yes, they do. 100% to descend
What?
the airplane.
Okay,
They
I got an
can.
airplane.
You can't.
I
Hold
have
on.
an airplane
Yeah,
landing right now in the chat.
you
Let's see
can.
if the nose is the
Hold on.
nose down when it's landing.
Dude, you can. In order to take a sharp turn down, you can turn the nose down, and it will take a sharp turn down.
No
Just
plane
because
ever
you can
lands with the
also.
nose down.
Yes, the fact that they don't do that.
You could push
Yeah.
the nose down if you needed to like avoid a missile. That's why you have commercial planes. That's why you have like military planes. They're built differently to do different things.
Okay,
This
so would a
thing-
military plane then the nose disappear first, dude? I'm just asking
don't
you
know.
guys.
I
If,
don't know.
if
Is
the
it
bottom
really
of a
dumb
ship should
argument?
disappear first, why shouldn't the nose
guys
of
are
an
arguing
airplane
over
disappear?
past
No,
dude.
Let's move on.
No, you guys
You're
are
not just
arguing
asking, you're
past
being
each
intellectually
other.
dishonest, Dora.
You know what it is? They don't know their model.
Airplane
Well,
in a normal
you
airplane
guys are
in
not even
cruise
talking
is
about.
flying with a nose up attitude of about 3 degrees.
The globe
From 200 miles away,
how an airplane works.
from 200
Hold on,
miles away,
everybody-
from your
Yeah.
perspective, it's going to
You
look
don't
level. It's going
understand
to
your
look flat.
model.
You're just going to see the
Everybody,
back
please
of the
let
plane.
someone
That's
speak.
it.
I'm pretty sure I hear somebody like Blue Marble speaking right now. Whether you like him, just respect him or what, he is taking the floor. Please, please, please.
Let me put it like this. We're at the
I
North
think Blue was
Pole, right?
talking.
Okay, go ahead, Blue. Sorry.
If you
No,
want
I'm tired of trying. You go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Okay,
guys.
we're
I'm
at
just
the
trying to get the flow again.
if we're at the North Pole, right, and we have the ability somehow to see an airplane at 45 degrees latitude from the North Pole, that plane would be at a 45-degree tilt compared to what we are at. So therefore, we
Yes.
would see the nose disappear first before the tail of the airplane.
Yeah, and we don't see it through the Earth, so it's fucking stupid idea to even talk about it.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
But it would be the
I mean,
case
if the
both
Earth
are
is flat,
disappearing.
if the Earth is flat, then you should see Mount Everest from North Pole, right? Because it's right there.
No, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? Like we don't have atmosphere in the way now? Like we just don't have that? What the heck's going on?
And why did he say that we can see from
Right,
the
just
North
like we
Pole
should
to the
see an
equator an airplane?
Nose down.
Alright.
Hypothetically.
We're
I was
trying
given
to
a
figure that out.
hypothetical,
By
dude.
hypothetically.
Fucking stupid people.
I was trying to get give
say something?
But Snooze, do you understand the hypothetical in the scenario I'm talking about? Like how it relates?
Yes.
Like if the boats disappear bottom up, then the airplane would disappear nose first, right?
You understand that, guys?
Can I respond to that?
When
Can I
I
please
get a
respond to
chance,
that
can I
because
say
he mentioned
something?
me? So I
Yeah,
would like to
he can
respond to
respond,
that.
guys. Let him go, please, real quick. Go ahead.
So if an airplane is flying 30,000 feet height, when in our model it disappears behind the horizon, it will be 200 miles away. With 69 miles per 1 degree curvature, that airplane will just be tilted 3 degrees to the front when it's flying away from us. But a normal airplane has a positive angle of attack of 3 degrees. So when we could theoretically see the airplane disappearing over a seaside horizon, not any mountains or so, it would just be directly in the same plane of view with us. 3 degrees positive angle of attack plus 3 degrees tilted front, so it definitely will not disappear nose down. And if you say there is a plane 45 degrees north and I'm at the North Pole, that plane will be 3,000 miles away from me.
Yeah,
There is
yeah.
definitely too much Earth between us. So this is just, sorry, your claim is just dishonest. You have never made any calculation, but just make these stupid claims.
Okay, it is a hypothetical is what I'm going with. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the plane 500 miles in the air, right, above the earth. And then we're going to make the plane 10 miles or whatever, 500 miles wide, right? We're going to make this so it's so high up and so big that everyone can see it. And I want to know that if when it goes around the earth, are we going to see this thing disappear nose first or not?
Yes.
Ask a pilot.
Yes, we are, right?
Jesus,
But
having these
that
discussions
has
require
nothing to do. That has nothing to do with our model. That has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, you
Can I
think that
have a
airplanes
scenario?
are going down into the ocean?
Can I have a scenario? I've got a scenario. Right. We're watching a boat sail over the curve. So if we had a plane above the boat at whatever altitude, it doesn't really matter. As the boat goes over the curve, the plane should be disappearing roughly a few minutes later. Should it not? It's flying
what about
the
when we
same
see airplanes
altitude
taking off out of the
above
water?
the
What about
boat.
that? What about airplanes taking off out of the water or
No,
landing in the water? What about that?
We're not
How fast
talking
are they
about
going,
that. We're talking
honey?
about a boat continuously hovering, like the cruising at the same altitude. So the distance between the boat and the plane is the same. So if the boat goes over the curve, the plane must go at some point over the curve.
Yep, it would go over the curve. Yep, it sure would.
Yeah, we never see that. Why don't we see that?
I just showed you. They're in the chat.
When would
actually.
you see it?
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You got a model for that?
Yep. It's a curved surface.
What is it? Simulation?
Let me
Is it
see
real?
what I posted at. I posted it at 58 minutes past the hour.
That's one of those new. That's one of those new water. That's one of those new water 747 water landings.
So you can make predictions based on the size of an object and when it should start having bottom up disappearance.
So the nose should, like Torres said, the nose should disappear.
Also, I posted another one at 5 minutes past the hour.
Look, that plane, I just want to say something earlier and I couldn't speak up at the moment to be talking about. Somebody say it's when they land, it's nose down. That's actually incorrect. Well, when they're going to descend, they are kind of going nose down. But I'm going to be real with you. What you're seeing that plane do right there is basically how it lands the whole time because it gets so low that it can almost, I feel like, jump out and land on some buildings. And then it lands.
I
So it
think
doesn't land the way you think in your head anymore, guys.
I think we
when
always
they do their descent,
slightly nose up when they
the
land.
nose is up for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of nose up at the very end. That's what I was getting ready to say. That feels
No,
like
it's
it's
nose
there.
up all the way down final. So it's nose up from the time it leaves altitude normally.
Yeah, it will go into ascent, going up.
We
Then
rarely
it will
put the
do a
nose of the
cruise,
plane
and the
down.
nose is definitely up.
Correct. You're
Because
constantly
it's
trying to leave
definitely
it
not
up or at
following the.
balance,
It's
right?
definitely
Level
not
it.
following Earth's curvature.
You know what else I don't see in that image at 5 minutes past the hour? I don't see any miraging. I don't see any.
Oh,
pretty clear. And that
Where's it?
airplane looks
Okay.
like it's landing right behind some water that will be curved.
Awesome.
Can you
Obstacle
touch the
things that
curve,
make you see things that you think are happening in reality, but we're looking through atmosphere, looking through shit. So you think you see stuff, therefore we know. I don't know why we go to this stuff though, right? Sky, plane.
Wait, so Stacy, do you think that if we eliminated the atmosphere, we still wouldn't see that behavior?
Honey, it depends on the day, the atmosphere we
Sure.
have. We can't just eliminate the atmosphere. How are you gonna eliminate that atmosphere? What, you're gonna
That's
be
why it's a
some kind of
hypothetical. Do you guys not
of course,
understand what
but
a
then
hypothetical is?
oh no, of course we do. But honestly, we just done a hypothetical. No offense to her and other ones. That is not going to happen in our reality. I'm not going to have like a 500-mile huge object.
No, but I'm asking you to engage with it
You know,
honestly.
and
Do you think that if we eliminated the atmosphere, it would make a difference?
everything's going to make a difference if you get rid of our atmosphere. Would you not say the same thing?
Yes or no? Yes.
Not
Yeah.
everything.
Well, I'm pretty sure.
What about that picture? What about
Gonna
this?
change everything.
What about the GIF at 0 past the hour, the one at the hour where the rocket is landing in the water? What about that one? That's a pretty good one.
If you want me, give me a second. If you want me, hon, I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. I'll look at it.
Do you know what it is with that thing with where the plane's landing? That's not the same representation of what you're apparently telling us we see when we're looking at a boat sailing over the curve. That's just the plane coming down at an angle, and most probably the compression of the camera bringing the sea so it looks like it's raised up. That's nothing. That's just refraction for sure. You can see that from how the plane is.
That's just a bunch of
Refraction
excuses.
seems like the answer.
Absolute,
But
not
it definitely wasn't refraction in the Black Swan, though, right?
I don't know the Black Swan. Well,
Okay.
who's the Black Swan? We're talking about a plane, and you've put in a picture going, "Oh, I posted this picture," but it's not what we were saying. We're
What would
talking.
we see if the Earth was curved, though? That's a good question.
I don't
would we see if
know.
the Earth
I
was
think
curved?
that's in your imagination. What would we see?
I mean,
don't
we
know.
could both think about it, right? What would it look like if the Earth was curved?
I don't know. Really and truly, I don't know. I think your representation of what curved is, I would imagine it would add. If it was, I would imagine it would blow whatever you think curve it is. It would blow that out of the water.
What if it was ever so slightly curved?
I don't know.
Just,
I really
just
don't
geometry,
know.
man. Just geometry.
It ain't geometry doesn't prove anything. It's your imagination that you're on a globe anyway, and that's why you do geometry. It's fucking just ridiculous. I don't know. It's not rocket science. What you? I think I'm on a globe.
Visualize what things would look like.
Gives me.
You can't even visualize what something would look like if it was on a curved surface the size of the Earth.
I think you'd. Listen, what? I don't know. It's bizarre you post this video. It's bizarre you post this video and you say, "Oh,
yes,
look,
we can. Of course, something
behind
like
the curve."
a ball
That's
world,
absolutely
we can.
nonsense.
Come on now.
You most probably
Everything's going to be bending away from me.
Isn't I don't know just an excuse to give yourself an out?
No, because that's the truth.
Hang on. Let me
You
finish.
don't know. What do you know?
Let him cook.
Go on then.
Let me get a sense out. Isn't I don't know an excuse to have, or rather, it's an out to never ever agree to having seen curve, right?
No, it's not.
Well,
It's an actual admission of integrity that I don't fucking know, and I don't assume to know, and I'm not reading some bullshit and pretending I know.
Okay, but if I asked you, if we went out in the wild and we were like, let's identify some animals,
I'd most probably shoot you.
And hang on, and you don't know what a cat looks like, you would never, ever, ever be able to agree with me that something you see is a cat, right?
Well, how would you know what a cat was if we went out into the wild and you didn't know what a cat was? We'd be sitting there going, "Is that a cat? I don't know." You'd say, "I don't know."
I'm not,
and we'd be agreed on that we don't know.
the issue here is that none of us claim that we don't know.
Yeah, but like, how do you know? Look, it's really clear. How do you know?
Wait until we ask you, are you absolutely 100% positive? And then you go, well, we don't really know.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a sphere is a pretty.
And then we say, well, if you use
geometric
science,
object, right?
What's the gold standard for science?
Can you ever be 100% accurate in something?
No.
And then you're really fucked.
No, don't let them drag you down that road. So the bottom line here is what
sure.
The bottom line is that what Earth's life is asking of you is reasonable. To consider in your brain what it might look like, so that when you do see it, you can agree with somebody.
So look, let's take your analogy, right? We don't know nothing. Me and you are the best of pals. We don't know about flat Earth. We don't know about globe Earth. All we've got is a couple of guns. I don't know how we got these guns, but we've got a couple of guns. We go into the woods and we see, I don't know, a tiger, for instance, but we don't know what a tiger is. And you'd say to me, "Is that a tiger?" And I'll go, "I don't know. I don't know what a fucking tiger is." And you'd say, "Do you know what? I don't know what a tiger is neither." And we'd agree.
But how would you know that you've never seen one?
So let's see. The problem, though, is that. So let's see. The problem is that I did not agree with you when you said we both don't know. I know what a tiger looks like.
But the scenario is we don't know shit. We don't know nothing. It has to work like that. If you know what the tiger is, then you could tell me, "Oh, look, that's not a tiger. That's a horse." And I'll go, "Oh, should we shoot the horse?" And you go, "Nah, just leave it." When you're on your own, you can pet them. And I'll go out on my own, go to pet the tiger, and it eats me. And I think, what cunt? He's just lied to me. I wouldn't know that until the tiger's eaten me. I think that's how, like reading goes, isn't it? If you couldn't read and you asked me to read a letter and I didn't like you, I could just make up anything and you wouldn't know because you don't know how to read. And I'd just tell you something,
let me ask
nonsense. Do you think that's what's happening here?
Then. At which point did the globe model then eat you, just like the tiger? Do you
I don't know what you're talking about now.
You're
making no sense whatsoever. The globe model.
I'm making no sense when you are literally saying that the globe model is like a tiger that ate you.
Okay.
We're talking about a tiger, not a fucking globe. What looks like a tiger.
I don't think you can
Okay, so Schlitzy, I have to ask you not to mock your opponents. It just doesn't make for a good conversation.
Yeah, but like, come on, the guy is he's trying to put words into my mouth, and I didn't say
he has a particular accent, but no, he's making an allegory, and he has a particular accent, but don't mock him. Come on, man.
Yeah, but like I'm just saying to him, I did not say
I'll just mock you back.
It's like a tiger. So I don't know.
No, nobody should be mocking anybody. Please have the conversation.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't resort to childish tactics.
Okay, that was just a knee-jerk reaction. I'm sorry. Yeah.
What is the tiger and the forest have to do?
An apology has been offered.
Well, I can have a knee.
On a second, please, everyone.
I can have a knee-jerk reaction to you, Mr. Schlitzy, because you are a jerk.
Lowry, an apology was offered. Please be gracious to take it, and we can continue.
I apologize. The guy wants to carry it on. Yeah, that's why you most probably have no teeth.
I wouldn't have even said that, but it made a funny joke. So.
Well, it didn't really. No one laughed.
What's the point in picking up the tiger?
We'll get back on track. I'll pick up where Negator's left off.
The example that he was trying to give was that in a meta sense, there's one person who claims to know about something, and then there's a person that doesn't know what they would expect about something. So when those two people come together, the person that says, okay, I do know, here are some characteristics. Would you agree? We'll use the same tiger thing. You don't know what a tiger is, but I think I know what a tiger is. I say, okay, if we see this animal and it's got claws, it has paws, maybe it has orange and black stripes. If you agree to those variables, then we can agree that if we see something based on those characteristics, then you would know if we see a tiger or not, right?
Correct. I agree with that.
Right. And I think that's all the globe model is. If you don't know what you would expect, you don't know that you would see what the globe is. Same way with the tiger. If you don't know what a tiger looks like, you wouldn't know that you've seen one. So when we break down stuff like this for the globe, this is what we would expect for a globe. This is what would happen with curve. This and this, characteristics, expectations. Then once you agree, or if we agree, those are the characteristics. Then we say, okay, here's examples of those characteristics. Now you have an expectation of what you would see. Here's what you do see. Now we see globe. That's all this is.
Let's have a closer look at that and say we see the tiger and we see the thing what we think is the tiger. We see the claws. We can establish, look, it's claws. Oh, look, pointy teeth. We can see that. With the globe, you'll be talking about gravity. We can't see that. You'll be talking about curvature. We can't see that.
Yeah, but how do you know you've never seen curvature?
I think we'd go to a lake and we'd see a curvy lake.
And that's why I asked you, what would it look like?
If we can go down to the beach and see a fucking boat sail over the curve, I'm sure we can go to a lake, 35-mile wide lake, and it's got a hump in the middle. And I've never fucking seen a lake with a hump in the middle, ever.
I see humps everywhere I go.
And again, that's why I asked you, what would it look like?
What would it look like? What, a lake with a hump in it? Come on, are you kidding me?
You're talking about left to right curvature. I don't think you would. Why would you expect to see left to right curvature?
I'm talking about, you'd only have to go up a certain height to see that, oh, look, it's spherical. But you're not going to see that.
No,
How do you know
not on something the size
How do you know?
Not on
Right, look,
guys,
on
one at a time. One at a time.
That's why he spoke about. That's why he said it gave you theoretical, right?
Okay.
If you claim you've never seen it, how would you know you've never seen it, right? And that's why I asked you.
Because I would.
You'd say
that. You'd say we're on the sphere, and I say, "What's the sphere look like?" And maybe you say like, "Oh, it's like this ball."
Sure you know
offer
what
me
a
a ball.
sphere
You
looks
have to explain it because you know. So you'd tell me.
I'm pretty sure you know what a sphere looks like. And I'm pretty sure you know what a hill looks like.
No, you imagine we don't know nothing. You know everything, and you're telling me about we live on this sphere.
Yes.
And I don't know nothing.
Have you ever seen a hill? Have you ever seen a hill?
Have I seen a hill? That's not a sphere.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a hill when someone walks over the side of a hill? Have you ever seen that? And what happens when they walk over the side of a hill? And
But how's that represented? How is that anything to do with a sphere?
Yeah, and I've seen airplanes disappear nose up.
Okay, we're not.
While being on a hill. Yeah.
Hold on. You've seen the effect of someone walking over a hill.
Listen,
hold on, I'm not answering the question.
Hold
He's
on.
explaining curvature.
How can I? How
He's
come
not
you can't
explaining
walk
curvature.
here?
You're talking about
Guys, please, moderation, quick moderation. Please don't talk over each other. It's impossible to hear the arguments or any evidence you provide.
Okay.
If you talk over each other, it will be incoherent for everybody else. Maybe you guys understand it. Please. One at a time. Yes, thank you, Schlitzy. Thank you so much.
I'm trying to walk you through this simple thought experiment, right? You're watching someone walk over a hill, and I'm asking you what the effect is when someone walks over a hill. I'm pretty sure we've all seen that, where someone walks over a hill, right? And you don't see the bottom of their legs anymore the further they walk away. Right?
Okay, let me ask you a question, because like you're talking about a hill. You can walk down a hill or you can walk up a hill. So I don't get what you're saying. And that's a really bad analogy to talk about some spiritual
guys, you're talking over him. You're talking over Schlitzy.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
You can walk up a hill or you can walk down a hill. It doesn't represent a sphere, so I don't. I'm confused at what you're trying to. Tell me what your point is.
You understand what happens when the person walks over that hill, right? You can visualize what happens. Yes or no?
I can't visualize someone walking over a hill and you assume that is the same as walking over a spherical shaped object. No.
It's a curved surface. Walking over a curved surface.
No, it's
Can you
not.
visualize that? Can you visualize?
No, I
someone walking
can't.
over?
Sorry. If I'm being honest, and I am
Wow.
going to try to be honest, I can't visualize someone walking over a hill and it's a curve. No.
You can't visualize.
Hills are curved?
You can't visualize someone walking over a hill and you can't see their legs anymore. You
I don't
can't
know
visualize
what part. I don't
You
know
don't
what
think
part.
hills are
Hold on.
curved?
I'm not interrupting you when I speak. I can't understand what part you don't understand. If I say no, I can't visualize that. It's because I can't visualize it. It's not because I'm lying. I just can't do that. But you can still talk over me. I have to put myself on mute.
Hold on. So, guys, I get that you both have something to say. That's great, but we have to wait for each other. So, it's a good conversation. So let's see. Please be concise, though, right? Because it's a quick exchange. Thank you.
Okay, have you ever seen that meme, that GIF that flat earthers have put out, where the guy is walking over, walking in the field, the football field, and you don't see his legs anymore the farther he walks away? Have you seen that?
Actually, I saw it the other day, and I think there was I think I was speaking to, I don't know, some flat guy or some globe guy,
Correct.
Yeah,
right.
just wait, let's see. So, B-ball, that football field represents Earth curve then?
No, that's just the effect of walking over a curved surface. That's it.
How do you know that's a curved surface?
That's all I'm trying to get it.
How do you know that's a curved surface?
Because that's what happens when you walk over a curved surface.
You're saying that the football field is a curved surface.
Yes.
So
all I'm trying to say is that yes, we understand the effect when you walk over a curved surface and you can't see someone's legs no more. That means the surface is curved, right?
Let me reiterate, because I don't want to be confused or confuse you with anything. So you're telling me that football pitch is curved?
Yes, let's see. That is the case. Football field in American football fields are curved for purpose to drain the water. It's a cheap and efficient way to drain water. They are curved. You can look it up. Yes. I can give you websites that talk about this and how to build a football field. All of them are curved.
Okay.
There's a hump in the middle.
For me, a football pitch in this day and age, if you try to put a pitch on it, because there will be maybe a variation of, I can't remember it. It's less than 1 degree, because at a professional level, that would be deemed unfair play. And I'll guarantee you, I can bring up the citation if you want.
I can give you the website for American football.
I don't want to get away from the point. What I'm trying to point out is we understand the effect when you walk over a curved surface and you can't see someone's legs anymore. That means the surface is curved. The same effect would happen if the earth was curved and we're at the water and we don't see the bottom of buildings. That's what I would.
So you're telling me when I look down a country lane. So you're telling me, look, I can only do. My neighbour is super drunk. No, my neighbour's outside, super drunk, telling me he loves me. Right. So I'm looking down a country lane on a hot day. Yeah, it's a baking hot day. Yeah. I'm looking at my mate, and I know this road is straight. It's like it's not curving. It's straight. It's pretty level. There's no, you can tell when something's undulating, where it's going up and down, and I don't see that. But I don't see my mate. He disappears, and I see him disappearing into the, the heat's coming off the tarmac of the road, because that's what's happening. That's your refraction. You're on a hot day. Is he walking over this curve? Because that road is pretty straight. And I can't see anyone walking over a football pitch and it's curving that much that he disappears. That's absolutely insane. And if you believe that, then you have to have a test that you're not witnessing reality.
I think there's a confusion here between a football field and a soccer field.
Yeah, we're talking about American.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I think we're getting away from the point.
May I say a couple of words, please?
I guarantee you. Yeah, I don't know about American football, and I really don't care about American football. But I'll guarantee you, there's no football pitch in America, a professional football pitch, and I'll guarantee you. And I'll actually, in a minute, I'm going to go away and cite it. And get the citation that there must be something due to fair play, because you cannot have a curved pitch. It will be deemed that you can't have fair play.
No, I even mentioned
Not for soccer. Why not? Soccer, no. For football, yeah.
So pure rigor is correct. You can look it up. I posted numerous images and a citation if you want to look through this. They are curved for drainage purposes. American football fields. That famous flat Earth video where the guy is putting down the camera and then
what's the variation?
Please, I just need 5 seconds to finish. I promise. I'll shut up after you can respond. The famous video where the guy is putting down the camera and walking away. He's walking on an American football field, not a European football field. That was the context.
Okay, so I would imagine.
Okay, go ahead.
No, right. It's time. I promise him to speak.
Okay, I would imagine, regardless of anything, if you're talking about fair play, and this is the question, it would be about fair play, and there's no way that they could put a drop, or you're telling me a curve. I would imagine that is down to a certain degree, maybe 1 or 2 degree.
Well, it's not really a curve.
It's not a curve. It'll be higher in the middle, and everything will fall away.
Yeah, it's not a real curve, like how they're trying to promote it. No, it's just slanted for drainage. That's it. It's like a 1 degree.
So like what?
1 to 1.75% slope. That's it. It's very
so
very small, but
it's not a hump.
Yes, very small.
1.75 degree, 2 degrees. Say it's 5 degree. You're not.
What's this got to do?
Going to disappear.
But that's why.
I don't know how we got to start talking about football.
What's this got to do? What's this got to do with the fact that at larger scale, the horizon is always in front of the vanishing point in perspective? What's this got to do with it?
That wasn't the point either. The point was for me trying to walk him through what would curvature look like.
Because that's not even true. The horizon is not always in front of.
Hold on, please.
What the fuck did you just look at? It's like saying the black swan doesn't exist.
So if you look at 22 minutes past the hour, let's see whoever I was talking to. Can you look in the chat real quick? 20. You have to scroll.
Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. At what time?
22 minutes.
This is the guy walking over the.
No.
Oh, go on.
Little
22 minutes.
Blue building.
You know what's really ironic? You guys are arguing about half a degree if it's visible in the curve. Meanwhile, flat earthers can't even fucking explain how the sun moves, or how the moon moves, or where the sun came from.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with anything.
You're arguing about such small degrees and so small. Meanwhile, they want to believe
Dr. Pip, I think
because of magic.
Hold on.
Dr. Pip, all due respect, I think Earth is Life is trying to demonstrate something.
Yeah, real quick. Have you gotten there yet? It's 22 minutes past the hour. It's little blue buildings.
Oh, with the guy with his finger.
Yep. That is a curved surface.
That's a curved
That is the
surface,
effect.
yeah?
That is the effect that happens on a curved surface. Things will get obstructed. This is what
Right.
I would expect to see over a curved surface.
But his finger, there's limited information here.
It doesn't matter. It's just showing the effect. That's
No,
it.
it does.
Nothing worry about the We're not worried about the distance. We're not worried about the height. We're just showing this is the curve. This is what happens on a curved surface. That's it.
So if I show you that on a flat surface, what would that say? Would that change your mind? Yeah, that would blow you away. Surely, no?
Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, go for it.
I think that's possible. I think that's possible.
Well, Schlitzy, you have to demonstrate that. Yeah.
What'd you post?
No, I said I think that's possible.
I'll repost it again. I'll repost
to
it
replicate.
Thank you.
If you're because like the football pitch, look, if that's what say 5% drop, the guy is. It depends how low your camera is to the ground, doesn't it? If you can get your camera pretty low to the ground, I'm sure things will start to disappear. It doesn't mean that things are disappearing over the curve.
Yeah, but Schlitzy, all of this is conjecture until you demonstrate it. That's the point. I think you.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about look.
You made a claim that you have to defend.
Hold on. How many times you're down the hole?
Did he break up for me or?
You create the same thing on a flat surface, on a flat table.
Yeah, he broke out.
Bad
His mic dead.
Can you demonstrate that?
Oh, there's videos of it. You want me to go dig them up?
Are you talking about the coin on the table trick?
No, this is just perspective.
I know that's the magic word, but can you demonstrate that?
Well, I mean, kind of like your magic word for refraction, like light does. And everything does what it's supposed to be on a fucking globe because refract.
We're just talking about a curved surface, man. That's it.
But perspective
what would we expect?
What I'm saying, things are gonna disappear bottom up, whether it's flat or curved.
No, it's
not. Can you cite somewhere anywhere on the internet a talk of the mechanical perspective that gives an element of concealment, which you're talking about?
Are you guys serious right now? Like you think?
Yeah, we are very
true?
serious.
You think this is not true?
Yeah, very serious about that. And if you look down, a straight wall, is it able to conceal things to the left or right, or is this just an up and down phenomena as far as you're concerned?
What are you asking me?
When you say perspective, you're looking down a surface and you're saying that the things on the surface have an element of concealment as you go down the straight surface. Does that also follow if you look down the wall? Yeah. Does that also follow if you look down a wall?
Look down a wall?
Yeah, a wall is just a floor turned through 90 degrees. That's what I'm saying, yeah?
Right. At what point, let's say we're looking down a hallway, at what point will the floor obstruct the ceiling?
No, you're just going to lose. Like, you're not going to be able to see anything after a certain point.
Yeah, but at what point?
What the fuck? When did I ever say that? The fucking...
But that's what you're claiming.
Dumb, dude. Why would you ever try and put that
That's
on
a natural
me?
conclusion of the claim that
go over the ceiling.
Pure. That's the natural conclusion.
It's a narrowing hallway effect. Like the whole hallway just comes to like a little fucking point.
Right, but at what point does the floor obstruct the things on the ceiling?
Yeah, as you look down the hallway, everything narrowing to a point doesn't have any mechanic of concealment to it. It's literally just everything becoming visibly too small to be discerned simultaneously. There's nowhere down the hallway you can see the top half of someone stood there, is there?
Yeah, it's all where you put the observer. That's all. That's all that matters. You put the observer in the middle of the hallway, like equal sides from the sides and the tops. You put it dead center. Yeah, it's gonna look like a.
Can you demonstrate that? Is there an experiment you can do to show us that this is the case?
To show you that if you're lower to the ground, and something is pulled away from you on a flat surface, it's going to disappear from the bottom up?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And there's no and what you can't do is you can't show us a camera sat on a field nestling into grass, blades of grass, because what will happen then is as you move away, due to perspective, they will shrink in terms of the side of the field of vision, and they will
But
actually
it's
be
not
concealed by the grass.
No, they'll be concealed by the floor. The object will be concealed by the floor. If you're close to the floor, it's going to be concealed by the floor.
No, they won't be.
If you
I've
go up
never
in
seen this
elevation, you'll be
done.
able to see it again.
I've never
So
seen
here,
anybody
I have
do
a-
this on a flat, crisp, flat surface.
You can do it yourself.
So I done it myself, right?
I've done
You
it
go put your head near the table, right? Put your eye about like right at the surface of the table. Put your eyeball,
God.
and then
Let's
pull
do it.
something away from you, and watch it disappear.
I've done
from the
that.
bottom up.
I've never
done
seen
that.
it disappear myself. Yeah, I've done that.
I mean, this is like you could do this at home experiment.
Yeah, I know. We did.
I've done it. Several people here have done it. I can show you pictures. If you put something on the surface and whatever your eye or camera or whatever on the same line as the surface will never get in the way of the object.
It can't do.
I can put a very tiny toy soldier and pull it with a string from one side of the table and just put my phone's camera exactly on the surface of the table. It never disappears. I've tried this.
Wait, who posted it? Black Sabbath.
I'm posting it. Well, it's gonna take a while. I got side by side view with the camera on this like level with the surface of the table, and then one slightly below the table.
Yeah, but it depends with how they've augmented the camera, because you can do it so that it's not. It looks like it's in line with the table, but actually it's concealing the furthest edge from the table slightly. So as you slide something down there, you're moving the thing into that region of concealment. But it's only as a function of how the camera's set up. If the field of view of the camera is symmetrically aligned with the planar context of the table, then nothing will be concealed as you slip away.
Correct.
All right, so here's my example, pure rigor. This is me photographing a coin pulled very, very far away from the camera. That's about 8 feet away. That coin is not hidden by the table there.
What is that blue bottom?
Wouldn't you like to know?
All right, you post.
It's
you want me to look at something? You posted something you want me to look at? I'm trying to find this video.
39 minutes past the
Right, you're
hour.
trying to find a flat earther meme that did this thing, that did it dishonestly.
I got one.
39.
There's two posts. One by Black Sabbath, a video showing how the guys got the camera squared up using a square and lasers, mind you, at 39 past the hour. And there's a second one by Doofus.
Yeah, mine is taking a while to
later.
post.
I think what a load of people need to do is to set up
We
a
only accept globe memes around here.
Who's
It's not a meme. It's not a meme.
So anyway, when you do it yourself at home, it doesn't do the shit that flat earthers say it does.
No, I've done it. I've done it. I mean, maybe not for you. I've done it.
Okay. So here is photographic evidence of me doing it, and it doesn't fucking happen.
Yeah,
There's a video of a guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you didn't
There's
go
a video
far
of a
enough. How
guy.
big was the table? Like, it doesn't disappear the very second you move away from it.
How much does it have to be, though?
It's 8 feet away. It didn't happen in 8 feet. Why is somebody else's table that's only 4 feet long going to do it?
All right, so it's 8 feet, you're saying?
Yeah, from the camera to the coin, it's 8 feet. It didn't fucking happen.
There's a video of a guy using a square and lasers to ensure his camera's at the level of the tabletop. All right, how much more do you need? He's using a square and a square, right? It measures 90-degree angles, and lasers to make sure his camera is flat against the top of the table. What more do you want?
What point?
What do you
at
mean?
what point
What
does it
more do
become
I
you
want?
can do it at home and or change from you can do it
I
at
don't
home?
need it to experiment. I've done it. I've done this for myself.
Well, you've done
Okay,
it wrong.
At what point does it
Oh, I
change
did it
from
wrong.
you can
Okay,
do it
that's fine.
yourself
You have to have.
it's been done and it's actually not doing the thing that you said it does?
You have to have done it wrong because there's a guy using a square and lasers, and he shows it doesn't do what you say it does on a flat.
Yeah, that one, Earth is Life. That one's good. Can you look at that one, Pure Rigor? 42 minutes past the hour, the one that just got posted.
Yeah, I'm just about to give up looking for this video.
Is it by Taboo Conspiracy?
I don't see it either.
Well,
I would just like to make sure that the point is driven home. If your source is another flat earther trying to do this, and we've got a bunch of other people that have done it correctly, I bet you if you do it correctly, the flat earther is wrong.
Here, my advice would be for you to try it yourself. It's not difficult.
Holy shit! You don't listen, huh?
Well, we want to know how you got the camera in the right position.
I didn't do it with a camera. I did it with my eye. I just
right.
did it on my eye. Really easy.
Can you make a video next
time? Did you use a square and lasers to line up your eye perfectly positioned to the table?
Yeah. And then at first I went to the local fucking optical shop and had my eyes calibrated, right?
Oh, well, now we know you're just full of shit. So are you going to engage honestly, or are you going to actually like...
Oh, you didn't get the joke? Like you don't understand sarcasm?
It wasn't funny. Got it. Didn't want it.
Sarcasm doesn't work in a flat earth debate.
What is that supposed
Because
to?
when you say something silly, that's actually sarcasm. We think you're being serious.
So can we both
because you're always saying something silly.
So can we agree that this little test is done dishonestly on the flat earth side, and that things on a flat surface are not obstructed by the surface? Can we just stop making that claim?
Not from my experience.
Look, dishonestly, yeah, sure, it could be dishonestly, but I think they're just honestly wrong, and I honestly don't know what they're doing.
I mean, I think we've posted several demonstrations of it not happening the way you say it happens.
Okay. And I've seen demonstrations where it's worked, and I've done it myself.
You've seen demonstrations where the camera was put slightly below the table. That's what
Possibly. Or I've seen demonstrations where they put it slightly above the table. Like what the? I mean, what are you arguing here?
Above what do the effect?
Yes, please post a video where the camera was slightly above the table and the quarter disappeared halfway.
No.
I would love
you
to
missed
see
the
that.
point I was making. Like what you're showing me, right? Except for that, the Black Sabbath one. That was actually a good one. But the others, all they are is like, oh, take my word for where it is, right?
No, I posted a video.
What?
At 41 minutes past the hour. You can check it out.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you're doing though.
That one was good. The rest were just kind of shit, right? But that one, where he shows it's actually squared,
that's right.
lined up.
I mean,
perfectly. That's
did
a
you
legit
do that?
one.
Yeah, but can any of the flat earthers that say the coin disappears on this flat tabletop, can they provide that to show us that the camera's actually squared up? No, none of them do.
No, I was just looking through my eye and I pulled it across the bench downstairs.
Again, there's the problem that we keep. That's the problem we keep trying to point out to you, right?
You believe that, right? You believe using an eye like that is the correct way to do it.
Yeah, let me just eyeball it
online one day, and I was like, "Huh."
So
let me go try that.
That's what I'm saying.
I
You're
did
like,
it.
"Huh?" You're like, "Huh?" And we're like, "Huh?"
Yeah, but all right, I guess. Let me see. I'm watching this video from Black again.
Again, huh?
Yeah, like, huh? Look at that. It worked.
You said that it's been shown that you can use the table to hide a coin. Can you post any videos or any evidence for that?
I don't think I can that you would accept to this.
Not just post anything. You've never posted anything. You make claims and you never post anything.
What the
Please
fuck? You
post
keep
something.
having me. You keep asking me to look at, watch videos and shit, and now you want me to dig through all my shit while I humor your requests at the same time.
Don't make claims.
Doing bubblegum and walking is very hard.
How about you just fuck off?
There's no guys. This is not conducive to a good dialogue. Come on.
There might be a black hole in the middle of everything. While you guys keep bickering.
Inside the Earth.
Yeah, I don't get the laser the laser level in that video. I don't see it matching up with the edge of the table.
Oh.
The laser line, right? If you go to like 56, it looks like that's the edge of the table there, the corner of the table, and then the laser line's above it. Like why is that?
Do you think that a 2D surface can obstruct a 3D object?
Wow.
I don't think so.
What?
Do you think a 2-dimensional surface can obstruct a 3-dimensional object?
Dude, I'm just asking about the laser. Why does the laser not line up with the corner of the table?
The corner of the table?
You mean the
Yes.
ledge?
Yes. So the middle of the lens,
does.
you're saying you put the middle of the lens, right, with the table, right? Even with the very top edge of the table. That's where the middle of the lens was. Right? So it's like eye level with the top of the surface.
Was it though?
Right? That's the claim. But then I look at the laser and I'm like, well, the laser kind of looks like it's in the middle of the circumference, but then it's not on the corner of the table. Why is that? It looks like it's above the table.
You mean the ledge,
Talking
not the
about
corner.
it. You're talking about the 56-second mark, yeah?
Yeah. I don't get it.
All right. Well, let it play a little further when he retracts the lens, and then it does look like it.
Yeah,
There
but
at
where it meets the
107 mark.
table, yeah, but where it
mark.
meets the table, it doesn't match up.
Yeah, all
Why
he's
is that?
showing is that the center of the
does.
lens is in line with the table.
It lines up with the square on the table. I think you're just wanting to see something.
No,
That's
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Of course it doesn't.
But here, this is the easiest experiment you can do. You have a smartphone, just get a toy soldier, tie a string to it, stand on one side of the table, have the string in your hand, and put the camera at the level of the table, and then start shooting. That's the easiest experiment you can do. The soldier would never be obstructed. Yeah, not below, on the level of the table.
Yeah, you put the center of the lens.
No, not the center of the whole lens is on the table.
Why are you going to put the whole lens on the table? Then you have a.
Because that's your eye. That's your eye.
You put it even with the surface.
Yes, your eye has to holistically see everything. Everything.
Angular resolution. It's going to change the whole experiment. Yeah.
No, this is how your eye operates.
Yes, you put the lens above the edge of the table, you're going to get a different outcome.
Why do you think
we don't leave our eyes half hidden on the
If you go lower, you're going to get a different outcome.
Yeah, but your eye, if you do this experiment, then your eyes have to look at the ledge of the table. Have to look at the thickness of the ledge, essentially. And some part of it will. Some part.
What you're saying is
of the soldier would be obstructed.
The entire surface of the bottom.
Entire surface of the
You've
table.
already proven your concept before it even started. Like you have to see the entire top surface, or you don't have it at the right height. Is essentially what you're saying.
If you think about it, pure. If what you say is true, every time we look at something on the surface of the Earth, we're buried halfway through it, right? Like our eyes are half buried into the Earth, right?
Well, now
if
we're
using
really
the same
scaling
logic.
up. No, we're just scaling way the fuck up.
No.
Yeah.
Your eyes are on the surface. Your eyes are entirely. No, your eyes are entirely on the surface. Yes, you're always above the surface.
Yeah, we always see the surface of the Earth, Pure. Do you see the surface of the table in any of the demonstrations where the coin is hidden?
Yeah, I see the surface of the table.
So you see the surface of the table, the top surface.
Yeah, the whole way through.
That surface hides a coin.
Well, it's reflective, so it's kind of tricky, right? Well, if you see the surface, you're going to see the whole coin.
You can
like,
use on a mate type of material table, right? So it does not reflect.
All
Yeah.
surfaces are reflective. If they weren't reflective, you can't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No, I'm
the
saying you can
surface- the flat
minimize. You can
surface
minimize
never-
like optical, like.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of obstruction here, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? Because it's like, all right,
a
well,
flat surface.
It's just
flat surface below the observer can never hide an object that's on that surface. It's geometrically impossible.
A what? Say
A flat surface below the observer can never hide an object that's on that surface. It's geometrically impossible because parallel lines do not cross.
Yeah, but if you're even with the surface, it's going to disappear.
We're not even with the surface of the Earth. We are above the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So then, if the Earth is flat, that flat surface can never hide an object on that surface.
I mean, that's what you say, right?
No, you
and then
agree
show me
to
a
it, you
demonstration.
fucking idiot.
No, that's the
get mad
logical
somewhere
entailment, Rigger. That's what you don't understand.
Agreed to it, and now you're walking back.
No, because you're shrinking the scale size to give me a demonstration of what I should be able to see with my eyes out in reality.
The scale is
You just
irrelevant.
scale
A flat
everything down and
surface
say,
below
it's
the
the same.
observer, a flat surface below you can never hide an object on that flat surface. That's just geometry. It's not that hard.
I just don't think he likes the entailment.
No, I'm just trying to think about it. When
You
would,
don't even
when
know.
would the object come out of view, and what part would disappear first? Right?
It would just disappear because of the angular size. It wouldn't. The bottom would not be invisible.
Yeah, I think
and
the
top
bottom
be
would
visible.
still like start to fade first because it would just blend in with the ground.
No, the entirety of it will fade.
What?
Well, that'd be the part you'd be able to make out the least. Well, depending on the
But
background.
what if it's a pyramid where the bottom is the biggest? Then it would have to disappear top first using perspective.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to focus on it, so the top would. Yeah, I guess.
God.
I'm telling you, I did this with a toy soldier. I dragged a toy soldier with a string while filming, while the entire lens of my smartphone was on the surface of the table. It never disappeared, and my table is 8 feet. And the soldier was incredibly tiny.
Yeah, I don't know.
could
I
see
don't
the
really
whole
like the
soldier
experiment
the
though
whole
with the
time.
camera. 'Cause it just seems like the camera, like as far as scale goes, it's just up way too high. Of course, you would never get that.
I mean, think about it, right? So if you see those videos with the ships, right, that disappear over the horizon, right? You can see that even if they disappear bottoms up, the proportions of the ship is still kept. The tower is proportional to the, if it's a container carrier,
so
the
they disappear
containers.
bottom. That's a good example, actually, because they disappear bottom up, right? And then you zoom back in on them, and then what happens?
They're still halfway gone.
Yeah, more of the bottom comes into view. That's actually a really good example.
No, I did this myself. I was
reality. You can
I
say
was
no
I
all
was
you want, but that's reality.
pure. I was
I've
on
done
the
that shit
Adriatic.
myself.
Pure. I live in Italy, so I went to Rimini on the beach, right? And I was filming giant container ships. They're bigger than aircraft carriers, right? And after a certain period, the ship is just gone, bottoms up.
Yeah,
and
I've seen
during
that
that
happen, too.
during that
And I've
transition,
zoomed in
no matter
for
there's
There's so many videos of this online.
You would respond. I promise. You will have the chance to respond. I just need to finish. I have a P900. I couldn't afford a P1000. It's very expensive. I have a
care about your
P900.
life
Right?
story, dude.
Yes. So I did the experiment, and I could not bring back and could not resolve the
Yeah, it
entire.
doesn't always
picture.
work.
The only result
Doesn't always work. That's obvious. Yeah.
doesn't always work.
Yeah. I can't answer that. Why? I'd say maybe ocean swell. I don't know. Atmosphere obstruction. I have fucking no clue. But I've done it with days. I've been out there, and I've zoomed back in on a boat, and I can see it. I can see the bottom.
But you can't do
back
that
in focus, right?
You can't do
And
that
I've done it other
forever,
times,
though.
and I'm like, well,
Right, exactly.
You can't do that forever. You're correct, though. You can if you have a zoom and the boat goes over the horizon. If you have the zoom or you raise your elevation, you could zoom back in and you would see it. But you cannot do that indefinitely unless you keep on raising your elevation.
But with your perspective of your eyes, that disappears from the bottom up. But you can still pull it all the way back into focus, right? And you get
not
more
from the same you couldn't do that from the same elevation.
You can.
No, you can't. Not indefinitely.
100% can.
Not indefinitely.
No, I'm not claiming indefinite. No way.
Okay, and the reason why you can't do that indefinitely is because it goes over the curve of the Earth.
Well, then
you can't see through the Earth anymore.
But then you're just changing you're just changing the geometry.
No, the reason why you can't do it, the thing is, I'm agreeing with you. You can zoom back in, and you would get more of the ship, but you cannot do it indefinitely because of the curve of the Earth.
Well, that's right. I see that last part because of the curve of the Earth is right.
Well,
I don't
look
at
an example. You could eliminate all of the other variables like the atmosphere, the water swelling, all of that, and it would still be the case that due to the shape of the Earth, you still wouldn't see it.
Yeah, like the example I just posted.
I'm being very patient here. I'm waiting for somebody.
Indefinitely. Why should you be able to see indefinitely?
If it was flat, if it was a flat surface,
we have no limitations.
If you're elevated above that flat surface, and there is no there is no limitations. It's like with light.
Or look at it this way: if there is a limitation, why is half of the ship at the bottom at that limitation and the upper half isn't?
I don't know. Why can you zoom back in and get the bottom back if it's
try it? Okay,
if it's the physical horizon, why can I bypass that? If it's the curve of the Earth, why can I bypass that with a zoom level?
So we admit it that you can bypass that to a.
You're basically trying to make an argument. I can zoom in and bypass the curvature of the Earth.
To a point. We are saying that you can do that to a point. To a point. No, hold on. There's no or. So now we're saying the reason why it has a finite ability to be able to be zoomed in on is because it goes over the curve of the Earth.
Right. So the curve just keeps getting bigger, is what you're saying.
The curve curves.
So the curve just gets bigger. So when I look at it with my eyes, right? When I look at it with just my eyes, the curve is in one place. But then, if I put a camera or a telescope in front of my eyes,
that's not your eyes. Okay, that's a tool.
The curve is in a new place.
Because you're no longer looking with your eyes. That's why. Because you're no longer you are using something to enhance your vision.
So the physical horizon just changes because I'm looking.
There is no physical horizon. There is no physical horizon.
You two get a room, bloody hell.
So there's no physical horizon. All right. Well, if it's just apparent, it's just apparent.
It's all perspective. It's all perspective.
If it's just apparent, it doesn't prove anything. So
yes, it does. So this is what it proves. So what we're talking about.
No, you just said it's an apparent horizon. It's not where.
So like we said, why you can't zoom in and regain vision, like visualization of the ship indefinitely. So this is the problem. I agree with what you're saying.
Well, now it's a physical horizon.
It's a physical horizon based upon the perspective of the viewer. Yes.
Okay, so I can't zoom in and see things past.
Yes, if you do not change your elevation, yes, you will have a finite ability. You can't do that forever. And the reason why
nobody said you could. You can't do that forever with optics. Nothing would allow you to do that forever. That's like saying the atmosphere doesn't obstruct vision.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like everything in the atmosphere would prevent you from doing that, whether you were on an infinitely flat plane or not.
So your hypothesis is atmosphere. The hypothesis I'm proposing to you is that ship.
There's some type of obstruction.
Yes, that's my hypothesis.
Yeah. Okay.
and it's and there's other ways to prove my hypothesis other than the evidence that was given before. Your
just
hypothesis
prove it with the radius. You could just prove it with that.
Yep.
Because it's got to be your horizon has to be physical, right? But you don't want to say it's physical.
My horizon set upon my
reality.
The horizon will be.
And it's
the
like,
horizon will be set based
like
upon the perspective of the viewer.
Can I get in at some point?
Yeah.
Right. So on the globe model, they say there's two horizons. There's one that's geometric and one that's apparent. Just
right.
To clear
so you have two horizons. Yeah, that's fucking dumb.
Secondly, if you can show me a video where half of a ship, let's say a big tanker or something like that, and you can see it's half obscured, if you can show me a video where you can zoom that bottom bit of that ship back in, well, now you've got something. Because I've been looking into this for a long time, and I've never seen that video.
Have you ever gone and watched the ship disappear bottom up, Andy?
Yeah, well, wait a minute.
No, they really haven't. They don't observe shit in real life.
They don't do
I've
it.
been looking into this for years.
If they honestly believe that you can't pull a boat back into vision, they've just never done this before.
Oh my god!
Or they live somewhere where the swells are like pretty severe off the coast. That's the only other thing I can think of.
So, anyway, you can watch a ship disappear completely and then zoom it back in. All of the ship.
From the same
I
elevation.
never said you couldn't, Pure Rigger. I didn't say that, did I? What I said is, if you can show me a video where half the ship is missing and then you can zoom that bottom half back in, I'd love to see it.
You mean like the underwater part? Is that like the joke? The underwater part?
That's no joke. Can you show me the bottom bit that's missing? Zoom that back in.
Oh, the water line?
Yeah, show me that bit.
Yep.
How am I supposed to do that? Like, what do you want me to do?
How is he supposed to see through the water, dude?
Why is he having to see through a water on a two-dimensional plane?
Yep. No, the boats don't sit on top of water, dude. Boats sit in the water.
He's not talking. He's talking about the water line as it disappears over the horizon. There's a bottom of the
Wait, come on. Jeez,
have you ever seen that? Andy, have you ever watched a boat disappear bottom up?
Yes, I've seen a video zooming in and out, and yes,
no. In real life, I want you in real life. Have you ever watched it happen?
The last time I went to the seaside, mate, it was decades ago. So
see this is where the Globers have got you because I live in Florida. I continually go offshore. I go offshore weekly,
and I live in West Palm. I see barges go out all the time from the beach, all the time.
Okay, very good. I live just north of you in Port St. Lucie, Florida, right? So I see the same exact thing, and I'll tell you what, every single time I go, depending on if I go in winter, if I go in summer, I do it at Fort Lauderdale all the time to see the big cruise ships come in and out. And it's not consistent. It's not a consistent observation, dude.
Yeah,
half the time it's miraging out, especially here in Florida. You would see the miraging out that the boats. You've seen them float, right?
I see boats floating in the sky.
Yeah,
literally in the sky, looking like they're like 10 feet off the surface of the water. Not like more than that. Just floating.
That's called
no one is saying that doesn't happen.
Something like that. But anyway,
yeah, but I mean, like that's the observation. Like I've done this shit in real life. I've literally sat there, seen boats. Like you can't even see the thing anymore, and then you can zoom in with a lens from the same place you're standing and pull that thing right back into focus and see the whole.
You should have recorded that.
Left leg. Can I just finish my point? Jeez. Pure Rigger made the claim that half the boat was missing, and then you can zoom it back in. And I want to see that video specifically. Right, I know that you can watch a ship disappear with your own eyeballs and then zoom it back in with a high-powered lens. I'm not saying you can't.
No, that's not true. That's not true. The boat that they zoom back in just disappeared for the camera. With your own eyes, that boat is still there. Actually, see, the camera doesn't do it justice for what you actually see. When I see a boat disappear bottom up, the only time I see that clearly occur is through a camera lens. I never see it clearly occur through my own vision in the same way a video does.
See, according to the globe model, things can sometimes disappear from your view without them still disappearing behind the curvature. For example, if you're looking at a coin, let's say 20 meters away,
you might not be able to see it because it's too small. That doesn't mean that it disappeared behind the curvature, and then we can just use normal regular zoom to bring it back. But when the object is large enough and it's far enough away, then it would start disappearing behind the curvature. So ships also fall into two categories. There are ships that disappear from view normally because they are just too small to see. A ship even further down then will start disappearing bottom up because of curvature. And you are right, exactly.
I'm talking about the Carnival Splendor, bro. I'm talking about a freaking gigantic cruise ship, dude.
I'm getting to my point. And mostly ships will disappear from your eyesight before they are far enough to disappear behind the curvature. Typically, they would most likely be obscured because they are just too small to see. So you need to zoom on it first, and you need to follow it, and then it will at some point when it's going further, it will start disappearing because of the curvature.
Yeah, be careful how far back you go, because the further back you go, right, the more distance you create between the observer and the object, the bigger the ball gets. So you need some type of cutoff, right? Because we do have
a cutoff, and it's actually very predictable. It's actually kind of a problem for you because they seem to constantly disappear at the. Roughly speaking, of course we have. Of course we have like.
Predictable. It's not predictable.
Yes, it is, and
no,
I would appreciate
because
if you don't talk over me.
Dude, I know for a fact it's not predictable because I live in reality.
I'm not gonna have a shouting convo with you. So can you just shut the fuck up when I'm speaking and let me speak first, and then you go?
It's impossible.
So
we will
have. Hold on. Yeah, we will have atmospheric effects that change the things, but roughly speaking, it's quite fucking consistent that they will disappear exactly where the curvature should be. So why is it? Now is your turn to speak. Explain that.
It's not predictable. First,
yes, it is predictable.
Well, you're going to have a different number for California. Yeah, okay.
Okay, with the airplane,
so this is what goes on. I see.
I just posted.
Dude, what's going on right now, Shubo? What are you doing, dude? Do you not hear me talking?
No,
I didn't.
What did you post?
No, I didn't.
What did you post?
If you were.
Yeah, you were making, bro.
I was on a phone call.
What happened to the ship? What happened to the airplane landing that I just posted?
Turned into a girl.
You got atmospheric effects that can occur, and it's not going to be the same globally, okay? So if you believe the Earth's a globe and you think the refraction effects are the same all over the globe, dude, I could just take you for a year here in Florida and show you how different it is every single day. I go over bridges and look in the distance at other bridges constantly. It's all the time. We see boats going out constantly. You guys don't. You don't live by the seashore. If you do live by the seashore, that's the person I want to have the conversation with, not some guy in the middle of nowhere.
I live by the sea. Every day I go there. Some days you can see, like, it's insane. It could be a sunny day, but it looks like the sea has a fog on it. I wonder why. Another day you can go out and it just looks crystal clear. I don't know if it's the same with you, Tora.
Yeah, we have that. And then if you have days that it's like just like no wind and the ocean's like glass, the miraging effects you get are insane.
Yeah, there's like different points. When I look out, you've got a point. You can see there's a change. Like you're looking at the sea, and you can see it changes. Then sometimes you have that mirror because, like, when you look out with a camera, especially, you've got the hull of the boat is inverted. There's no way that's inverted because of anything other than there's a mirror effect going on.
Exactly. That's what I see.
Can I throw a challenge for you?
Huh?
Can I throw a challenge for you, Mr. Schlitzy and Tora?
Yeah, go on.
Since you live by the seaside and this has been like a contentious issue for like a decade now, we need more data. So what we need is observations from people who live by the sea, where we have clear data about how far exactly the boat is. Not just random footage showing
Just
that,
go
okay,
move
this
to the
day
seashore.
this and this
Spend
day
a
that.
year.
Hold on, I'm speaking. So
Spend a year on the seashore. I'm not going to do your work for you, bro.
Okay, so when you are given the tools to prove your point and to prove the globe wrong,
I don't need to prove it to
no,
you.
I'm not. No,
You're not
hold
going
on,
to be
but you
convinced
do.
by
You do.
anything, bro.
Hold on, you do.
No,
Because
you'll
it is
explain
your
away with a
claim.
fraction. Like everything I post there,
Firstly, hold on,
anything I
I'm
post
speaking, so
to
can
back
you
up a
please?
claim just gets instantly dismissed and hand waved every single time to the point I don't even bother anymore.
Yeah,
like
because if you don't, hold on,
on
but
flat Earth the
here
other
is
day,
why. Here is
saying
why, Rigger.
there's no physicists exist in the flat Earth. Why is that? Blah 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 blah. And then I posted a dude that wrote a 120-page paper about nuclear physics, right? And then he had a PhD in theoretical physics, right? While holding a master's in science, right? And then everybody instantly defaults to calling him a quack, right? Like, what's the fucking point? What's the point in investing my energy and trying to prove something to people that just don't care? Like, they don't really want to see it. They don't
we
care.
do care.
No, you don't. You don't.
Hold on. If you provide me with data that shows that the ship is too far, it should already be hidden by the globe curvature, but you can see it. Yes, I will fucking take it seriously, and I will become flat earther. But this has never been done.
You're lying right
hold
now.
on, I have been in this conversation for 10 fucking years. Not a single person ever did it on your side.
Okay, well,
so
you
why
move
is
it.
it? I am giving you the tools to prove your case. Why are you running away from it and saying,
okay,
no,
will you come visit me
Even
and stay
though I
with me?
brag about, hold on, was it you, Tora? You bragged about living on the seaside? Now brag about something useful and brag about, oh, I tried to prove your globe model, but it got fucking debunked. That's what you can brag about. But you cannot brag about living on the seaside if you don't actually take anything. If you don't actually utilize that for anything, then you have nothing to brag about. You're a worthless piece of, I don't even know. You are worthless in this conversation if you don't utilize the chance. You live on the seaside. I don't. Utilize it and disprove the globe.
Okay, would you like to come visit me for a week? Lori,
If you haven't done this already, then you have no claim here.
Okay, Lori, would you like to come stay with me for a week in my house and I'll take you to the seashore and show you the observations personally? That way you could take them for yourself with whatever camera you want. I am giving you an open invitation right now. I will message you.
There you go.
I would.
You would? Okay.
Yes.
Let's talk about it then.
If it was practically speaking possible. I don't think it is, but if we can arrange that, I will do it.
Okay. Because I 100%, I'm not bragging. 90% of the population lives on the coastline, first of all. So it's not a brag. You know, most people live by the coast.
Well, you said that you live on the seaside and we don't. So in contrast to us, you were bragging and you were saying that you can only speak to people who live by the seaside. Well, you live by the seaside as well, but as long as you're not taking observations that actually matter, as long as you don't have data that the ship is too far and we can still see it, then you have nothing.
Okay, this is what we say in fishing. So you're saying if you didn't get pics of the fish you caught, you didn't catch anything, right? Because I do take observations. Just because I don't take pictures of the observations, I still have observation, bro.
Like,
if you don't want to take my word for it, that's fine.
You need data to prove that the ship is far enough.
Absurd, because it just seems so obvious to anyone who's been in the water. I'd never even thought to comprehend wow, there's so much of the population that just never goes to the coast. But it's like anybody that's been at the coast has experienced this.
Laurie, do you know what how can I say, like an optical illusion is? Do you know what an optical illusion is? Yeah.
Sure.
What kind of thing? Say like, what would your imagination be about what's an optical illusion?
Your brain saying that something exists or the nature of something is something that it isn't.
Or you look at something, it's replicating what you think it is, but you know it's definitely not. I can send you a picture right now, which gives
another
that
thing
representation only because I photographed. And I tell you won't get it, but I'll tell you what makes that picture an optical illusion. But afterwards, you have to look at it yourself. I'll DM you the picture, and you tell me what's making it, and I'll tell you what's making it the optical illusion.
Sure.
And there's, I mean, just a straight picture. There's no
optical illusions don't work
filters.
if you use scientific tools.
Because like
It
one
only
day
works
I was
what
on
the
a
eye sees, and we don't use eyes to measure things. It's a dumb argument.
Yes. But there's a lot of
buts.
people.
There's no buts. There's no buts.
No,
if or when or where. It's a stupid argument. It's a very stupid argument. Use a spectrometer. You're not going to get. You're not going to get an illusion of the wrong answer. Use scientific instruments that we do, and you're not going to get an illusion.
So when you look at a picture, you can't define nothing from a picture.
We don't use our eyes to measure things.
Hold on.
For God's sake, listen. We don't use our eyes to measure things. We use apparatus. We use equipment. We use machines.
Are you going to stop? Are you going to stop?
Eyes aren't good for measuring things. That's why we don't use them. That's why.
Are you going to continue to talk over?
I will not accept this. Like, I won't.
Fuck me, this guy. If you invite him to your
house,
you
even listening? I'm telling you,
invite
that's
me
why we use
so I can
machines.
kill this motherfucker.
That's why we use equipment. That's why we use scientific things to measure, not our eyes, because eyes are bad.
You're not
at
even waiting
things.
for me to tell you something, and man, I just can't talk to this guy. Engage with a fucking dim light.
The most densest thing I ever heard. Jesus Christ.
What are you talking about? You don't even know what I'm about to fucking say.
You're talking about optical illusions. That's something that the human eye can actually see and get affected by. But optical illusion is completely useless.
I was about to show you something else, you dimlo. That's your problem. You take your fucking globe blinkers.
Look at these guys sharing emotion. They're not even saying anything.
You're going on how optical illusions can actually affect something. It can't if we use machines.
Hold on, look. Who's about to blow blood vessels? I would imagine the blood vessels in your temples are about to explode. You don't even wait for someone to explain something. Oh my God.
Because you're blabbering on things that are irrelevant.
Yeah, what's the argument here? Can we let him finish?
Unless you're a psychic. You're a psycho for sure, but not a psychic.
Why don't you present your argument, dude? Try and get to the end of it, and we'll see.
No, I can't be bothered. I can't engage with fucking dim.
He can't be bothered because he's wrong. Jesus Christ.
No, because you're a fucking spastic. I didn't even get out what I wanted to fucking say, you dimlo. It's nothing about
go ahead,
optical illusion.
Don't worry about him.
Prick.
Just go ahead. Go ahead and say your bits.
He's killed it, man.
No,
he's killed it.
Come on, man. Don't leave me hanging.
I'm sorry. It's like an episode of Neighbours.
Never watched it.
It's the best one.
It's like
Neighbours, and everyone wants to
Foster's
kill each
Lager.
other.
Neighbours is like Foster's Lager. We send our shit overseas.
You love it. That's why you have
you love it.
That's why you have
it appears
people
that you
rolling up down in Melbourne to go and see.
It appears that you guys in the UK love it. I mean, lapping it up.
Wow.
Anyway, now that you're in a bit of a better mood, can you present your argument now?
No, because I just lost my train of thought because I said to him about
optical
illusion. I have a picture to clarify an optical illusion, but I wanted to say to him about a picture because he said like you can't get nothing from a picture. So I said there's a lot of people making claims about analyzing pictures. So how do they do that? Because they didn't take the picture. They don't know. It's very limited information, but they have all the answers. Oh yeah, and it's a very famous picture. It's about the longest shot. You know, the Mount Gaspard.
Wouldn't part of the analysis? Part of the analysis would be knowing how the picture was taken, what equipment was used.
Yeah, but they don't because it's limited. You're only limited.
Right. So if you don't know that,
Yeah, but
then
that's why we wouldn't
you can
use
only
a
analyze
photograph
it so
as
far,
evidence.
and you can be so it can only be so accurate.
No, yeah, but these people are saying this is it. This is how it's done. You need to do this and you need to do that. And I was thinking, like, mate, you're drunk on your own. I don't know, big-headedness because you think you know when you actually don't. Because there's telltale signs that you know these people don't know what they're talking
No
about.
one uses photography as scientific.
Oh, shut up, you! You still rabbit. You're like a fucking bug.
No, but like you're
by the way,
telling me that you're using
Please don't
photographs
engage
as
with me.
evidence.
Please don't
and
engage
telling
with
us
me.
that
Then we
there's
don't have to
illusions on
lose
the
our
photograph,
shit, do we?
and that we can and like you're pretty much proving my point by saying that yeah, but it's optic illusion and we can't trust it. Yeah, that's why we don't trust photograph for evidence for anything. That's why we use scientific instrumentation for it.
Also,
Like, you're proving the
Slitzy,
point, honestly.
you make a good point, and that's actually why I was asking you guys for more data, because what I was trying to say is you can shoot footage with all kind of effects all the time, but like unless you have clear data about how far the ship is, then it's nothing.
And
So
where do you
you're
think that
basically
data
making
came
my
from?
point for me. We need more data
Yeah,
than just
that data came from using scientific equipment, not our eyes, not just camera
Photogrammetry is a thing. Photometrics
data
is a
is what
thing.
I've been
It's
saying for the
science.
past half fucking hour.
It's exceptionally
don't
dense
give
to
science
say
credit
photos
for
can't do it.
engineering.
Dancing H
That's
fucking Christ of
engineering,
Nazareth.
dude.
Not to mention,
don't get on
I should put
top of
myself
it.
on mute for this cretin.
not to mention novel
difference
testable
between
predictions.
engineering and
That's
science.
kind of the most
like,
important point.
Like what really is interesting is that a lot of the flat earthers this evening has been bubbling about that. Yeah, half a degree is wrong. Oh, but it's a 50-foot drop that you can't approve of. Meanwhile, you are completely ignoring that flat earthers still can't prove what makes the sun move, which forces apply to the sun move. Does the sun move by sheer magic? Where did the sun come from?
Wait, Wait, how is the
magic.
sun moving in your
Where does the
model?
moon come from? What
Wait,
force
what's making
makes
the
it move?
sun move in your
Magic.
model? Wait,
Where
what's
did
making?
the
Hold
Earth
on,
come
dude.
from?
Hold on,
Oh,
dude.
it's
Hold
popped out
on.
of nowhere.
Don't gish
Magic.
gallop.
Where the planets come from? How do
Don't
they
gish
move?
gallop, bro.
Magic. We don't
Dr.
know.
Pepper, chill. How
Let
is this
Dr. Pepper
sun moving?
spiral.
Go ahead.
He's
Go
getting
ahead and
through a spiral.
explain. Yeah, go ahead,
It's not
Dr.
a
Pepper, and
spiral. It's like it's
explain
literally
what's
in the field of
making the
magic.
sun move.
It's
Dude,
just
Not a
chill
spiral.
out.
I'm talking about the same thing that
Oh,
globe
globe
earthers can't actually
scattergun.
explain. Globe
Okay,
earthers
Dr. Pepper.
everything
Dr. Pepper,
I don't
chill.
understand.
What is making the sun move in your model
well, I
around
mean,
the great
but
attractor?
that
Go ahead.
would rely on them understanding
Momentum.
what gravity is.
Mate,
So.
and there's no order in here. Because
Okay, and
everyone's
what
just
put it in
talking over
momentum,
everyone.
left lane? What put it into momentum?
I don't know. Probably the formation of the
Oh,
galaxy has something to do
magic!
with it.
It's magic, right?
That's not an argument,
No,
though.
no
It's just
magic.
Questioning things.
The Big Bang
here's
is
the thing,
no miracle is
I
required.
just asked what makes the flat earthers think what makes the sun move, and you'll go directly to, oh, but what do you think makes it move? Oh, you think gravity's magic. You are completely
No,
avoiding
dude.
the answer to the question.
Wait, you think
by
gravity is the
asking
cause of
Globetrotters
the
to stay in
sun to
Norway.
move? Wait, you think
Yes.
gravity is the cause of the sun moving?
Yes.
That's
Yes,
your
because-
claim?
yes, because- because the
So there
sun-
was
because the
nothing,
sun-
and then there was gravity, and then the
Yeah.
sun
Okay,
just started moving.
Yes, because the sun
Yeah,
has its
okay.
own.
Sun move on
The
the flat
sun
Earth
has its
model?
own orbit.
What
The sun
makes the
has its
sun move
own
on the flat
orbit.
Earth model? What
The
makes
sun
the sun
has its
move
own
on the
orbit
flat Earth
following
model?
around something
What
else.
makes the sun
Oh my
move
God,
on the flat Earth
primordial
model?
chaos.
What
Come
is
on,
the sun
answer me
orbiting
that.
around?
It's a very simple question. What
Center of
makes
the
the sun
universe.
move? The sun goes down on the
Where's
west
the
and it
center of the
rises in the
What
east.
speed is it?
How does
What
that
speed
happen?
is that happening at?
What makes the sun move on the flat Earth model? Just tell me that. Simple question. probably has a simple answer for you.
Yeah, no problem. God.
Going down on you.
How about that?
The police.
Come again?
How about God?
Oh, magic. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You made my point.
Wait,
I'm
God
phoning
is
the
magic?
police if your son's going down on you.
So
the sun has its own orbit around around Sagittarius A. So the sun is orbiting Sagittarius A. We are orbiting the sun. The sun has a greater gravitational effect on
put all
us.
that in motion.
No, I know, dude.
I'm talking to Tora. I'm talking to Tora. Yeah.
What put that into motion?
My point. Thank you. But the point is that
what put Sirius A in motion?
the argument that it's space magic. That's what they want us to believe.
You were saying something interesting,
and I've proven my point
and you're
perfectly
not
and eloquently.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with creationism. It just comes down to magic. It comes down to magic.
Okay, yeah. What made Sirius A start to? What made Sirius A move? What made all these things start moving in your model?
It's so beyond stupid.
Okay, Tora.
Won't let anybody talk.
Tora, would you like an? I'm curious. Would you like an answer to the? Would you like an answer? Would you like an answer to the question as to how things gain momentum? Would you like an answer to that?
Yeah,
it's not long and in depth. It's actually it's not long and in depth. It's pretty simple.
I'll explain it to you. That's not my question. My question is, how did all of these things start moving?
Okay, and I can answer that.
No. I asked you what makes the sun move. You still haven't answered that. I asked that 15 minutes ago. What makes the sun move on the flat Earth model?
Makes the sun move, there's like a whole domino effect, bro. There's a whole domino effect of things, right? So if everything was at one point stationary, or if everything was just always moving infinitely into the past, I don't think that works, because you can't have an infinite amount of physical reactions in the past and have the present moment. So therefore, I'm asking, what is causing everything to move in the globe model? Because I know you're about to invoke magic.
What makes the sun move? What makes the moon move? What makes these things move? What does that?
Yeah, in my worldview, God does all that, and that's not an acceptable answer.
Thank you very much.
To you.
Space magic is your answer.
But Tora, you realize you understand that we have a naturalistic model that explains these things, that makes predictions, that yields new information, right?
You mean space-time curving, which is bullshit?
No, it's not what we're talking about. So,
you would be
don't jump in. Answer the question of what.
That is exactly what you would be talking about.
No, it's not.
What
it's called
started
mechanics,
moving?
but nonetheless.
All right, what's causing your sun to move?
Okay, how could you possibly know what started everything moving if you can't do empirical science?
Do you know what a novel testable prediction is?
Are you going to answer the question?
This is a guy that thinks things move because of magic.
No, these guys don't. Obviously, they don't know why everything started moving.
So
obviously, because all they can do is
hold on. I don't know who's saying what, and it's been that way for like 15 minutes now.
Tora, the answer is hang on, dude. The answer is novel testable predictions. Predictions that we make about reality based upon our interpretation of current evidence that yields new information.
Okay,
and then the continuing process of doing that. That's how we confirm our interpretations.
His predictions, he says predictions are the cause of everything in the galaxy moving. It's based on, it's because predictions. So was there a great predictor?
No, that's not what I said at all.
That's not what he said.
How did you test that space-time curving is causing the sun to move?
I asked him what makes the sun move, and his response was space magic. What makes the moon move? He said space magic. I asked him where the Earth came from, and he said space magic.
You stop spiraling.
Dr. Pepper and Warren, could you, let's just say this. Let's grant there was an event by an external force, right? Let's just grant that, and let's move and meet where they are.
No. I don't grant that. Because that external force has to be measured.
I understand that.
And by the way,
please,
and by the way, just to throw it out there, space-time curvature is something that is confirmed. We do know that it exists. We do know it happens. We concluded it.
Hold on.
We've concluded it experimentally and observationally. So
that's not telling me how you measured the sun to be moving.
Okay, like I said though,
just so you know,
if we grant,
it's asserting a baseless claim because you don't even know you're retarded.
I want to ask a question when.
Oh my gosh! But I'm just saying, if
everyone stopped arguing.
Yeah,
I'm trying
not to argue, but like I'm saying, like if we grant that moment happened, everything else that's being described is still with exactly what you're saying, Warren, predictable models and things like that. Where it came from, I can't say I know. I don't know. I'm not as smart as you two. You may know more. But in the regards of the fact that I can claim I don't know that there was no external force that could have started the Big Bang, I will grant the other side that blanket a bit. But the problem is not giving them that blanket, they won't receive the rest of the information that's irrefutable that you're trying to deliver.
Well, okay, so if you're talking,
you have a model.
Well, if you're talking about gravity,
there's a huge difference between us knowing and being able to predict things down to the smallest degree, and they're saying, "Oh, it's magic."
DP, if you're talking about, if you're talking about gravity and the effect of mass, objects with mass on space-time, okay? There's a current prevailing hypothesis, and this was established, I think, in 2022.
Yeah, but you can't test it.
Hang on a sec. No, I'm not
test magic either.
Hang on a sec.
You can't test magic either.
So you're
trying to get there.
Test your
it's not that hard, okay?
He just
the dumbest answer I've ever heard in my life. You can't test magic either.
Yours.
You can't
Okay.
explain magic either.
Dude, Dr. Pepper, you got to stop crashing out, dude. Come on.
You can't test your hypothesis. You're not manipulating any variables.
Okay, so I got to turn him down too. So this is a new hypothesis concerning. This is a current hypothesis a current hypothesis as to how space-time developed. Okay, so after the Big Bang, the hypothesis is that
did you just
space-time in and of itself,
and jump in
what space-time is a quantum effect. It is an effect of quantum particles entangled with one another. So particles, it's a hypothesis because we haven't experimentally confirmed it. But if we do experimentally confirm it,
bro. You don't know what you're
the work
talking
is currently
about.
being done because this is relatively new.
It's not a hypothesis.
Well, we haven't confirmed it yet. So it is hypothesis based upon certain mathematical models. But we need to experimentally.
But you're giving us the theory.
Schlitzy, hang on. It's not a theory. It's a
hypothesis. Real life. You're
the hypothesis is space-time a quantum effect? Is that the conclusion as a result of these observations and these mathematical calculations?
If
it is a quantum effect, then that helps us to understand how space-time, the phenomenon of space-time, developed after the Big Bang. It's literally particles.
That was not a hypothesis.
Particles quantum entangled with one another, creating a lattice work upon which objects with mass then interact with creating the phenomena we know as gravity.
Lattice work.
So that goes in that direction. Now, if that is true, the reason things have momentum is because of that gravitational effect when they gain more and more mass.
Yes.
So the greater the mass, objects fall around it. And the greater that mass, the greater the gravity, objects fall around it, they fall into orbital patterns, and that's where they get their momentum from, is the pull on the objects pull on it, and how they fall around one another. So that's what is being described. That's where these things get their momentum.
That's not a hypothesis, dude.
Okay.
So that's space-time, objects with mass, and how they interact with one another.
Yeah, it's not a hypothesis. I don't know if you ever made a hypothesis in your life, but that's not one of them.
That's not.
No, that's definitely
it's
not.
not a rebuttal either.
And magic is a hypothesis. Magic is a hypothesis.
So I'll just wait for the
Shall we buy
hypothesis.
into magic as a way of measuring things? Like you do listen to yourself,
dark
right?
Dark matter, dark energy, bending concepts, reification fallacy with space-time, bro. Bending? You think you could bend magical concepts? Okay.
It's not a magical concept. We can confirm the curvature of space-time through...
You think magic, things popping out at absolutely nowhere, just existing with your magic is a better explanation?
You
think magic is a better explanation?
One at a time.
One Glober at a time. The most dominant
him.
Glober, please speak.
Okay, Dr. Pepper actually just admitted at this point.
You just have to counter him with the actual demonstrable science.
Dr. Pepper just admitted at this point
Mercury's precession.
Hey, let him finish. Let him finish.
That's all you have.
Why are you doing this?
Tora, I didn't get a chance to hear.
On drugs, dude.
I didn't get to hear a single fucking thing you said. Would you be kind enough to repeat that one more time,
You
please?
gotta mute the crackhead. Mute the guy that's smoking drugs. J.L. Warren.
He's the one wrecking you guys.
My God.
J.L. Warren isn't doing anything
you?
wrong. He's explaining what gravity and what space-time curvature is. He's not doing anything wrong.
And how we experimentally confirm it through gravity probe B,
You sound like you're
exactly.
Mercury's precession, time dilation, parallel transport, gravitational lensing, gravitational waves, test particles. There's so much. The Eddington experiment, back in I think it was 1919. We can measure space-time curvature with the cosmic microwave background. There's so much. So yeah, it's there.
We gotta let them respond, brother. We gotta let them respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. One point I'd like to bring to the forefront of everyone's mind is when I brought up that space-time bending is a reification fallacy, and that these things would require magic like dark matter, dark energy, and whatnot. I just want you to note how Dr. Pepper was like, "Yeah, but you have magic too." So he's confirming that his model does have
We still need an argument, please.
point.
None of this is
So
an argument.
I just want to point that out from the very beginning. Everything that J.L. Warren is saying could be the scientific consensus, but just because that is the consensus, it doesn't declare it to be the truth.
No, it's probabilistically the truth, because you've heard me talk about that
That's
before.
fine.
That these things are
probabilistically
probabilistically true to a degree. These things are confirmed to be probabilistically true to such a degree that it would be irrational to doubt them without evidence to warrant that doubt.
Just because you don't buy the explanation, just because you do not understand the explanation, and you think that therefore magic is much more dishonest than outright saying, "Oh, I believe the sun. What makes the sun move is pure magic." We're not saying that it is magic. We're giving you theories, and we're giving you evidence that actually exists and has been calculated and measured and observed, but you don't buy them because you don't understand them. And then you're saying, "Oh, but it equals magic." There's a difference. We're saying this exists.
Hold on,
and
I gotta
you say
respond.
it's magic, and it's different because when I ask you what makes the sun move, you say, "Oh, it's actually magic."
Okay, I'll respond to that. I'll respond to that real quick. You are projecting right now, sir, because the fact of the matter is, I said God. I didn't say magic, and the fact that you
magic. Thank you.
The fact that you equivocate magic to God means you have a lack of understanding of what God would be. So you just projected your worldview onto me because my God, the Creator, made it in such a way that liars like you have to expose.
It's magic. It's interchangeable because if you're saying that God did it, but God did it in a way that cannot be detected and it does not align with what we understand to be natural reality or the laws of reality, that is definitionally magic. That's why we say you're a magic man in the.
Someone listen to that.
That's why we say
I didn't say any of that.
That's why we say you're magic man in the sky. You're sky fairy. Okay.
Tor, basically they're saying if God did it, this is how he did it. That's what they're saying in your mind. Like in your mind, if God, then how? Right?
He said he's a space fairy.
So that's their that's their words. That's what it is.
I mean, it created humans through a golem spell, through a Jewish golem spell. So what do you want?
But basically, what they're saying is, what they're saying is, if God did it, this is how, and this is how I can prove these proofs. They're not trying to disprove the first part of the theorem. They're just trying to show you.
I cannot falsify what they just They just gave me a huge story about nonsense, and then they go, and this is because we can predict things. No, those are all.
It's a story that you don't understand. It's a story that you don't understand. There's a difference.
I got muted. I would like that gentleman to be muted.
You have to let him finish. You have to let him finish.
Okay, so I believe you're giving me a story that is unfalsifiable, just as I have given you an unfalsifiable story. So we can meet at that level and go, yeah, maybe that is the case. Maybe you have the correct story. Maybe I have the correct story. The bottom line is your predictions don't come from that story. Your predictions are all post-dictions. We can tell where the sun is going to be because we have had people that have created math from looking at it, not from the story. They didn't create the math from the story. They created the math from observation.
And so remember what I said in the story. They're not in what they're trying to tell you. They're not. So it's if God did it, this is how. and they're making predictions with that math, like eclipses and finding
all of that
planets.
math, dude, all that math comes from observations from the past. They stand on the shoulder of giants. Therefore, I can just take all of that math and come up with the same predictions without having to make up the fancy story. Yeah,
but our model doesn't say that the sun became from magic. Our model explains where the sun came from, how other suns or stars. Let me finish. Let me fucking finish. Our model explained where the sun came from, which processes occurs in the sun, what makes it run, what makes it burn, for how long it's going to burn. Because we see
who's
this.
the guy that keeps saying that? This is how God did it.
Let me fucking finish. We see these processes all over the sky in other stars as well. That's how we can explain where we came from, and you can't.
When have you seen a gas cloud coalesce into a liquid sphere? You've never seen that.
Yeah, you're just making it up. You're saying we know when the sun is gonna burn out. You don't have the ability to
We have a model that makes a prediction as to when it pops.
You cannot point to any example of the claim that you observed.
We're saying
what the sun is.
We do know what the sun is.
Wait in line.
We do know what the sun is. That's called stellar. That's called stellar spectroscopy. It's not that hard.
We know the chemical process. Listen. We know the chemical process or the physical process that happens inside of the sun. We've been able to replicate that process here on Earth. It's called fusion. And that process happens in all of the stars. That's how much we know about the sun.
And we've watched other stars, like we have photographs of other stars forming in nebulas. So we know how stars form.
We have witnessed stars form. We've seen stars. We've seen stars born, and we've seen stars die.
Okay, yeah. So we watched something. Yeah, we watched something happen in the sky, and therefore now we know how stars form 100%. So you know how the very What are you doing?
Holy shit!
Okay, Tora, you realize that you realize that novel testable predictions.
I'm not finished, dude. Shut the fuck up.
You keep leaving out novel testable predictions.
Dude,
we take the interpretations.
Bro.
We develop models.
You have to let him finish
until you shut up. Dude, you have to let me finish.
JL is a retard.
I have to let you finish talking shit. You're not saying anything.
Because you jump in the middle of what I'm saying. This is a tactic that you implore, bro.
Because all you do is talk shit.
Dude, you see you doing it right now.
Yeah, all you do is talk shit and whinge about the meta.
Okay, get on.
Well, maybe
that's all you do. You talk shit and you whinge about the meta. Nobody has time.
Okay, can someone put us back on track? What were we talking about before JL rudely
interrupted? We're talking about how genes instability has never been observed.
You ignored novel testable predictions as a result of the interpretation of the evidence, which confirms the interpretation.
They were saying we looked up at the sky, we saw a star form, therefore we know how stars form now. So in the very beginning of time, you know how the first star formed because you watched something happen at this point in time. That's fallacious reasoning. You do not know that would be the case. So, okay, so all the laws of physics that are here today are going to be the same as they were in the past and in the future.
To a point, but not eternally. No.
That's what laws of physics mean.
Yeah.
That's what they mean.
Yeah.
Laws. They're universal laws to the universe.
Well, hang on.
Jesus Christ.
They're not universal. They're not universal in the sense of being eternal.
So there is objective, absolute truth in the world?
No, Tora. I've explained this before. I explained this yesterday. They're not universal in the sense that they are eternal or prescriptive. They're descriptive of the universe now. But if we're talking about prior states, like prior to the Big, I'm not done. If you're talking about prior states, like prior to the Big Bang or the origin point of observability, these things don't apply because states of energy become unquantifiable in that.
400 million years ago. Prior to 400 billion years ago. How do you know? You don't know any of that.
Tora, we haven't seen one star get born. We have seen hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands suns born. We have seen hundreds and tens of thousands of suns die. We have observed it multiple times. We have mountains
when you
of
go
evidence
out at night, you think you're looking into the past.
We have mountains of evidence to support how suns live and how suns die, and it applies to ours as well. We have sent robots that are circling our own sun right now.
Dude.
No, it's true. We have sent probes to the sun right now.
thing is, right? I mean, we've got to give each other a bit of room, right? Because the audience is suffering because we're all talking over each other. But have they seen stars born? I didn't think they'd actually.
Yes, we have. We've seen stars live, and we have seen stars. It's called star nurseries. These are big
but it's like a cloud,
balls of gas. Yeah, they're big stellar nursery. One is the Orion Nebula. The other one is the Horsehead Nebula. We've seen them over and over again. We see that also in our own galaxy, in the center of our galaxy, where there's a huge cluster of very compressed gases where stars are born. Yes, we have witnessed it. We have mountains of evidence to support it, and our sun is no different.
Well, you're applying a story, though. You're applying a story. I was just going to say
no, it's not a story.
Because
it's not a story. We have used scientific equipment to see it.
Right. Well, I was just going to say because earlier on, I've heard that some. Look, I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit here, but I've heard several people over the last week or something say, "Well, eclipses," but we had the solar cycle's older than the globe, right? I'm pretty sure. So we could predict eclipses way before any notions of globes. Just FYI.
This has nothing to do with eclipses. This has to do with our knowledge of how stars function and apply that to our own sun.
Oh my god, dude, you're freaking out a little bit. You just gotta chill out. Let Doofus get in. What were you gonna say, Doofus?
Yeah, the Saros cycle does not predict. It does not predict the path of totality for a solar eclipse.
It does predict
the thing that is required in order to predict the path of totality, like where you need to stand in order to see the moon completely block out the sun, is you have to treat the surface of the Earth as spherical. It's the only way. It's the only method we have.
Right, but did they predict before though? I mean, I'm assuming this goes way back, like perhaps to even Egypt or something like that, right?
What they predicted was the frequency at which the moon crossed the ecliptic around the same time that it would be in the vicinity of the sun or the vicinity of the opposite of the sun. That's all they did. That doesn't say flat earthers or the earth is flat. It just says this is where the moon's going to be an ascending or descending node, either near the sun or complete opposite side of the sun. That's it.
Yeah. And speaking of the moon,
in order to do anything useful with that information as far as it applies to an observer on the Earth, you have to treat the surface of the Earth as spherical.
Speaking of the moon, we've seen countless of other moons in our solar system as well around other planets. We have a very good explanation where it comes from. We have a very good explanation how it moves. We have a very good explanation where it's going to go. We have a very good explanation what it consists of. Flat earthers want us to believe in space magic, where it came from, how it moves. That's why the flat earth model doesn't work and will never work.
And additionally, Torah said that we observe those stars right now, so we have no right to say that it happened the same way in the past. But you have to remember that these stars are a significant distance away from the Earth, and because the speed of light is finite, that means that we are actually observing them in the state in the past.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The point is that we have observed them and we know what they consist of. You can use spectrography to see which chemical compounds are in them, and they're all the same. They all consist of a huge butthole of helium and a huge butthole of hydrogen where they do fusion.
Okay, then make one in the lab.
And
that's what fusion
is. We've done fusion in the lab, dude. We have.
Like we can do it here on Earth.
Yeah, we have. Dude, look it up before you ask something.
Okay,
this is the flat earther. This is the flat earther. What have we done on Earth? We have. We have done it on Earth. We have been experimenting with fusion for 50 years.
TV, all you have to do is look up star in a jar. Just look up the star. Look up star in a jar.
That's not a nuclear fusion.
So now your star requires
yes, it is.
Good job, guys.
No, it is not.
Yes, it's a fusion reaction. Yes, look up star in a jar.
Jesus Christ.
Sonoluminescence.
Fucking embarrassment, dude.
Hey, let him finish, guys. Chill. Hey,
I'm sorry.
Chill.
I'm sorry. I'm allergic to bullshit. I'm sorry.
This dude's a fucking
chill,
man.
You've got to let them respond, guys. This will go nowhere if you keep doing that.
And we
won't lying constantly though.
Shit.
They can't shut up.
Yeah, I will point out that it turned into complete catastrophe the moment that Torah said it.
Yo, Jesse, what the hell are you doing, bro?
Holy shit!
Yo,
is he starting like? Is he starting a fucking lawnmower?
Yeah. So you brought up star in a jar. So it sounds like your star needs containment to form. Good job.
Wow.
The point is that
On Earth it does.
Not only do we know what the reaction has inside the sun, we have sent several probes that are orbiting our sun right now. We have used several instruments to see what it is from different layers, as well as we have even picked up the solar wind. We have detected what the solar winds and which particle it ejects outwards. We know extremely a lot about the sun, more than you think.
Very angry.
Yeah, the big breakthrough was in I think it was in December of 2022. Is like when there was an NIF experiment that demonstrated inertial confinement fusion energy for the first time and they used laser beams to deliver I think it was 2 megajoules of ultraviolet energy into a deuterium tritium fuel pellet. And so we were able to experimentally demonstrate it on Earth for the first time. That was in 2022. And the estimate is that we'll be able to turn that into to mass produce that for energy production. But they're estimating somewhere between 2030 and 2060 is when it will be able to be rolled out for energy use on the planet to create the infrastructure that's necessary to be able to do that. So fusion reactors, yes. Fusion reactors instead of fission reactors.
Yeah, I mean, fusion is something that we have known for a very long time. It's very difficult to make it work on Earth because you need tremendous amounts of power in magnetism. But yeah, we've been knowing about it for quite a while.
So you have an
we were able to do it in an experiment and generate an experiment, but that took
of some
for
sort,
just an experiment
of nuclear
that took 2
fusion going on.
megajoules.
Like
2
all these
megajoules
gases
for just one experiment.
into
So
something in the back. It sounds quiet to me.
Don't turn anybody else down.
I was just thinking, Doofus, do you know when they were just saying a star's born and a star dies and all that stuff? I would have thought logically they'd have had to have seen a similar amount of both, right?
What are you talking about? The remnants?
It's not necessary
not
because
you, JL, not you.
Well, if you're talking about the remnants of the remnants of dead stars.
If you turn him down, you can't hear him anymore.
So anyway, he asked me real quick. The time scale of celestial events is unfortunately significantly longer than human history. So what we observe is going to be limited to our history and our ability to write shit down. So it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. I was just thinking, if just logically, I thought, well, they must see a similar amount of both. It'd be interesting to sort of see. I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying, though?
At a minimum, we've got observations of nebulae which have young stars within them, and we can use spectroscopy to analyze that process as well. But it as far as we should see an equal amount, and unfortunately, we have like in statistics, we have if you have a limited sample size, you don't expect to see the same trends as a bigger sample size. Yeah. This is the same kind of idea.
Okay.
Also, I think the remnants of dead stars, they can be neutron stars, white dwarfs, black holes,
Supernova.
Yeah, so there's events that you can look for, like supernova that can appear in the sky if they're when the light reaches us. It's kind of like Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse, which is a star in Orion. Is
the lower bottom one. Yeah, that one is going nova. That one
is anticipated. Yeah. So, but the thing is, when that thing goes nova or supernova, when that thing dies, we'll be able to see the event from Earth. But when we see it, when the light reaches us from Earth, that tells us that thing went nova 600 years in the past.
Yeah. From the article that Left Lane posted, it says that these things are using the Markov chain, which is the drunkard's walk, that they are unpredictable.
in a way that beginning at the origin of a Euclidean plane, it moves a distance of 1 unit for each unit of time, the direction of motion, however, being random at each step. So that's kind of interesting, but you say there's predictability to this because it says that the future won't be like the past because of this.
So what you're basically saying is that our model of understanding stars is not complete, and therefore we can't be using it on the sun, and therefore the Earth is flat?
No, that's not what I was saying. I was just asking, do you agree with that too, with the sun? Like, so the photons coming from the center of the sun, we're not exactly sure. So to make a claim for sure about like when the sun is going to just be gone or whatever, that could be, you could be off on that claim, right?
No, we do know that the sun will eventually run out of fuel, because that happens. That is the fusion process, what happens when the sun runs out of helium and heavier elements. That is known. So
Helium
there's
is
no doubt.
Helium is a heavy element, did you say?
Heavier. Heavier.
Helium and heavier elements, yes.
Yeah. The prediction is based upon what we know about the elements themselves and the process. So we can mathematically project, or we can predict that the beginning of the end, like when that will take place, when the sun will expand and into a red giant and eventually consume Mercury, Venus, Earth, possibly Mars, and then when it will die. It likely won't go nova, but it'll probably just expand and then it will collapse.
It's too small for that. It's too small.
Yeah.
But like Tora, you do understand that the sun is the most studied celestial body throughout the entire history of humans on this earth, right? You do understand that knowledge about the sun is extremely.
I would disagree with that because they actually landed on the moon. So wouldn't that be more studied than the sun because they actually physically put hands on it?
No, because the sun has been around. The sun has been around for a very, very long time, and we've used a ton of instruments to study it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people have been studying it for a longer amount of time because the moon wasn't around and they were studying the sun because
no one said that the moon wasn't around.
Study right now, bro.
Nobody said. I've got a question. What came first, the moon or the sun?
The sun.
Well, the sun, obviously.
Sun came first, moon came second.
How do you know?
Obviously,
because the Earth was formed from an accretion disk.
We know this because we picked up rocks. Let me fucking finish. We know this because we picked up moon samples. We can actually date how old they are.
What? And you knew it was nighttime with the rocks.
Jesse, real quick, the paint mixing or whatever else is going on in the background doesn't really make the conversation any better.
If it's your robot, bro.
I didn't unmute myself.
Yeah, it's whatever it is in the background. It's not mixing paint or shaking a cereal box or.
I mean,
I think he's just shaking his
evidence of a star being born, like a piece, like a little light source popping into existence.
What do you want, like a star in a jar handed to you? Come on, dude.
He's making a star in a jar. Wow.
Well, that's the claim, that astronomers were looking into the sky and then a little source of light just popped into existence.
They weren't looking into the sky. We're scanning huge radiuses of the sky. We're covering a lot of the sky everywhere. So it's not that we're just looking at a small point. And all of a sudden, the star was born. That's not how it works, dude.
Okay, go ahead and tell me how you observed the star being born.
This is such a fundamental level of knowledge that I won't even have to.
You're not even gonna say it. You're just gonna keep
Jesse.
on.
Well, it's at least a better explanation than telling me that the sun moves because of magic, or the moon moves because of magic.
Nebulous.
Right
or
now,
the sun popped out of nowhere because of magic.
Magic as
But Jesse, in conversation, you actually need to make a claim because they answered your questions. Then you continue and bring more and more and more and more.
Yeah, but
what's your point? What's your point?
Not get answered, dude. Just so you know.
What's your point?
Yeah, and show me a single flat earther that has told me how the sun moves. What is the force that makes it move?
Oh no, you're very excited.
No one has answered it other than Tora. And the only time Tora said it, he told me it was magic.
You were done, dude. You gotta
step up to the point. Step up to the point, just like Tora did, and tell me what makes the sun move.
First you have to stop talking,
move?
right? So I can respond to
Go
your
ahead.
dumb shit, right? All right, first shut the fuck up. Wait, hold on one second.
Can I help Jesse? He wants to say
dude,
yes.
Shut up, dude. Shut up.
He wants to say space is fake and
shut
gay.
up, Candace
No, I'm at the bank. Let me do this thing at the ATM first.
Well, the funny part is
he is kind of making a good point that, like, you guys, you know, on the globe Earth side, you guys think that when you look up at the sky, right, you do like 1 arc minute or arc second of a degree, but that's actually like 500 billion miles wide, and so you should be able to see like a star.
Right, so it's gay.
It's gay 500 billion miles. Are you out of your mind? The moon is only 300,000 miles away. The sun is 93 million miles away. What are you talking about? 500 billion miles. This is what happens when you talk. This is what happens when you talk about shit you have no idea about. Like, what are you doing?
But why does it matter? It's fake and gay.
hey, flat earthers, what makes the planets move?
Why are you
what makes the planets move?
Out gay people?
No,
you know what's
I'm taking the piss out of Candace Owens.
Hold on one second, Agent. Let's not go down that. Let's not go down that track. Dr. Pepper, real quick. The funny thing to me about that scenario is what flat earthers are claiming is they're saying, hey, I think outside is different from what they told us on the television. And I don't know exactly what that means. But it's not like a flat earther ever claimed, like, I have a perfect model and I can demonstrate all the movement in the sky. But you're under the belief
you are
that
criticizing every globe earther and holding them to accountable for everything.
Second, bro. Dude, when you talk and I talk over you, no one can hear anything, so it's not going to work. So don't do that. So you're saying, why flat earther, don't you have an answer to me why the sun is doing what it's doing? No flat earther has ever claimed to have an answer for that, and it's weird for you to hold that belief in your mind, like flat earth has to have an answer for this, otherwise I can throw it away. That's very silly, bro.
Tora, I'm sorry, but this is also not true. You have Joe Henvey, you have Dave Weiss, you have Whitsett, you have lots of people, and they always say space is fake and gay.
All right, before we get too far into it, JL wants to make a public apology real quick. Go ahead, JL.
You didn't say Polaris.
I said when
you said an arc minute, so I assumed you were talking about an Earth's surface, which is one nautical, which is one nautical mile.
You misunderstood.
No, you didn't specify. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. We're talking about the shape of the Earth. So if you're talking about arc minutes, that would be 1 nautical mile on the Earth. If you're talking about Polaris, but you never said the star Polaris.
There was a miscommunication, so you don't need to apologize. I was referencing Jesse saying we're looking up at the sky, we should see stars being born. I was saying when you're looking up at the sky, like for instance Polaris, one arc minute there is 500 billion miles across, and we still don't see a star being formed. But yeah, sorry.
Well, that's right, because they're not born on Polaris. Polaris is a star. We see them being born in stellar nurseries called nebulas.
Yo, you know what's funny? No Tanks. Ask JL where empathy comes from, dude. He'll prove the Bible to you.
It doesn't prove the Bible. Tora's just trolling.
No, listen,
it's amazing.
I do understand that.
But
in
anyway,
order to make any kind of proposition,
no thanks.
At any point, what's up, dude?
Why are we entertaining brain dead flurfers anyway?
You need to face the criticism
because you wouldn't have no channel otherwise.
Real flat earthers used to make claims. At least it was fun and something to debate about. You don't make any claims. You deny reality.
It doesn't matter if you have a claim or not.
It matters.
How can you defend an Earth a viewpoint of how the world works? And when asked, okay, but how does it work? You're like, I don't know. And I ask you, okay, where did this come from? And you say, I don't know. And I ask you, okay, but how does the moon move? And you say, I don't know. Okay,
wait,
Dr. Pepper. And then you say, I don't know.
Dr. Pepper, I can prove in your own worldview.
On your high horse and call Globe Earth liars and frauds and cheats.
Dude, it's not just I don't know. It's not just I don't know. It's I don't know, but you are definitely wrong.
Why are you guys doing this, dude?
That's why. That's what they're doing. It's I don't know, but you are definitely wrong.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start muting people that are gonna interrupt.
Thank God for that.
You'll be the first one of the day.
I just want to bring up the point to Dr. Pepper. Okay, if you claim that you don't have to have a reason for it, why are there 360 degrees in a circle, and why do you affirm that math when it's based off an arbitrary number that was come to by Babylonians?
You want me to defend why Babylonians came up with the number?
No, yeah, I'm asking you. You said there is you should have a reason for every single thing that you build upon, and you build all of your mathematics upon the idea that a circle has 360
but this has nothing to do with mathematics. This has nothing to do with mathematics.
No, because
interrupting. This is the second warning.
You said specifically to me at this point that you cannot hold a belief like that and not have a reason behind it or not have any explanatory power for it. But I'm showing you in your own worldview, you hold to beliefs that you don't have explanatory power for unless you'd like to explain why 360 degrees should be the amount of degrees in a circle for us.
It works. It works.
Well, first of all, mathematicians don't use 360 degrees. They use trigonometry, where it's pi divided by 2 and pi divided by 3 and such and so forth. Secondly, it's not really relevant because it's a tool to measure things, and this tool works. And it works
it's not
flawlessly.
relevant. It's not relevant to know how the sun is moving.
That works flawlessly. It is our basic foundation of how to measure things. It even works in how to measure how celestial objects work, and it works flawlessly each and every time. As long as you master the math, it works each and every time. Meanwhile,
that's fine.
Your explanation to how celestial bodies came to be, you have no way of measuring it. You have no way of telling where it came from or where it's going or what it consists of. You have no math to back up anything that you said, and you are standing on your high horse calling globe earthers liars, frauds, and cheats.
Okay, it's not relevant.
Go on mute now and let somebody respond.
It's not relevant to me what the celestial bodies are doing at all. So therefore, I'll just use your same reasoning that you don't have to answer why there's 360 degrees in a circle, because it's not relevant what the sky is doing to my life.
Day and night.
He answered the question that it works. It has utility. That's why we adhere to it.
Okay.
Yeah, and 300.
There's no practical necessary reason to know why the sun is moving and what the reasoning is behind the sun moving. There's no there's absolutely no practical usage in my life.
There's endless usage.
You're a fisherman.
Hang on a minute. Torah can use you. It says, doesn't it say? I'm just thinking about from your paradigm. Doesn't it say for signs and seasons or something like that in the Bible? I'm pretty sure. So he would be using it in
Torah. But I don't need that. Would be for predictive capabilities. I don't even know what is causing the sun to move. I can just say I set up a sundial and now I know what time it is. And now I'll call that a post-diction. I'm not going to call that this crazy knowledge I discovered and I'm going to prove everything about the earth because I used a sundial.
Okay, so the fact that you
can I answer?
Wait, can I? Wait.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. You go ahead first, and then I'll answer too. Go ahead.
Yeah, the simple fact that you are checking your time and you design things by the time, you are working with this information, and it is impacting your life, no matter how you will say it.
No.
Yes.
The reason for the sun moving has nothing to do with predicting where the sun will be.
Now you let me respond to that. He was done. Now I respond to that. You are here because you want to convince others that their worldview is wrong.
Incorrect. I'm not here for that reason. I'm not here for that.
Let me fucking finish.
No, I'm not here for that reason. I'm not going to allow you to just
finish.
You have told people you're poisoning the well.
That they are wrong about their view about the world. You cannot tell people that they're wrong about the view of the world when you have absolutely no evidence to substantiate how your world works. It is hypocrisy.
Man, what's wrong with this guy?
I just muted him. He doesn't listen. Listen, buddy. Listen carefully. When somebody comes into mod, you close your mouth, you stop talking. Do you understand that? Obviously not. So when a mod comes in, you don't talk. You got it? Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. Stop interrupting.
When a black woman talks, I sit my white ass down and listen.
I hate to do this, man, but it's the only way. They don't listen.
If anyone thinks I'm trying to convince anyone that the Earth is flat, you've totally misinterpreted what I'm here doing. I'm just here simply to listen and ask questions and challenge your worldview. However, that doesn't mean I'm implying you should take on my worldview. That's not what I'm doing.
So, Torah, your goal is to waste everyone's time.
That's right? What I think. Discord is for entertainment purposes. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so
are you a flat earther?
No, I'm not a flat earther.
So what's the point?
I'm a follower of Yeshua. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is it related to the shape of the earth?
I think Jesus was a glober.
But when I asked you what makes the sun move, you said God. Am I right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, and when we gave you the explanation to why celestial body moves the way they do, you said that we are wrong. You doubt that.
Yeah, but
I did not. I did not.
What if the sun isn't moving? You fucked up.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I didn't say that you were wrong. I just said that's an interesting story, but I don't think you could claim for sure you know it to be the case.
So wait, you accept gravity and the attraction between the planets?
The attraction between the planets that never seem to meet. I mean, I don't know. Maybe repulsion. Maybe something else. I don't see attraction.
Wait, I asked Torah because I don't understand his position.
I told you my position. I'm not concerned with the things in the sky. They're not relevant to my life. Now, the predictability of I can tell when it's noon. That's just something that I have a reason that I can believe noon will occur at the same time tomorrow because I believe God keeps things normal. So therefore, there would be uniformity in nature. So I'm perfectly fine with that. However, I've yet to hear a good reason for uniformity in nature from anyone in here.
Do you accept gravity?
What?
Is this like a?
I accept things go down and things go up. Yeah.
Okay, so
Do you
from
solemnly swear to accept space-time?
Talking to me?
And to abide by all of the laws provided by the space-time continuum in your life, and to allow it to guide you through your decisions. Do you?
I have no control over that. I don't have the technology to do that. It's kind of like gravity a bit, but the where we were with if you accept gravity and you're seeking that uniformity from gravity, you can find that uniformity, and it spells itself out in math and logic.
And what's keeping gravity uniform?
So, remember earlier I said I'll grant you a great creator if you choose it. That's not what I'm here to argue. What I'm here to explain is what they're telling you. If you want to have the worldview that God did it, what they're telling you is how God did it.
No, they're not. They're not. They're directly contradicting how God said He did it.
Oh, okay. So remember the other day, I think
I do though. Sorry, I do. I kind of understand where you're coming from, though.
I understand where you're coming from, but I have an understanding of how God said He created everything, and it's not the sun first, then the moon.
But
it's the Earth first.
But that book isn't taken literally, correct? Or is it? And we had this conversation the other day.
Well, it depends on what you say by literally. If it's using the word "as" before a sentence, something like that, we would see there's literary
we'll
devices.
Speak specifically to what you're talking about. We're talking about creation. So we'll talk about it said God created the heavens and the earth. I don't know the exact text, but What I'm asking is, you're saying that you must take that literally, but
Yes,
there's other parts of the
I
there's
take
other
it.
part. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You can.
I take it literally, dude. Yeah, I take
Yeah.
literal creation.
Okay, but are there other parts of the Bible that you take figuratively?
If it's in a figurative manner, if there you know that when you're reading a text, you can tell when the author is being literal, and then you could tell when the author is being figurative. You agree or disagree?
Can you?
Yes, you can clearly.
Okay, and so
Can you?
I would disagree fundamentally on that, based upon the level of alliteration in this part of the Bible, and the level of non-connectiveness to other parts of the Bible that are taken literally. So,
like what?
I would say like Deuteronomy, the laws. Those books are taken way more.
Deuteronomy repeats all of what's in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. Yeah, so all of those books actually confirmed by Deuteronomy, confirming everything that was just said. So what
we
you
were
said there
speaking.
isn't a connection.
I'm sorry. We were talking about the text, though. We were talking about how, like, as you said,
Torah,
as you take
Torah,
it literally. But
Torah, if someone tells you that the sun is 4 billion years old, do you think they're lying, or do you think we don't have evidence for it?
No, I don't think that. I think that they've come to conclusions based off their observations and evidence. That's fine. I just don't know if anyone could make a specific claim to the exact age of the sun.
We could make those claims with inside of margins
does the
of error.
Bible say how old the sun is?
No, it does not.
This is how people with belief systems debate. One side believes one thing and one side believes in another, and they just butt heads. They can't put their belief systems to the side and come together as like intelligent people and like, so keep going. It is what it is.
Like Concave, do you think someone could tell you the age of the sun? Concave? Do you think someone could tell you the age of the sun?
I agree with, unless he's going to answer, I don't think he is. But yeah, I agree with Concave as far as you guys are just like, I don't know, they're grilling you on what you believe. Like, does that have any kind of, does that have any kind of implication to what they believe? And is it going to affirm what they do or don't believe through what you believe?
Well, I think the real problem, no tanks. I think the real problem is what happens is these kind of mentalities build their life around consensus. So then when they find someone with a different belief, they go, it starts to ruin their whole worldview because they're like, I thought everyone believed this. Wait, am I crazy for believing this? Because this other guy doesn't believe it.
No.
So yeah, when you build your life off consensus, you're like wishy-washy and you feel like you need to get everyone to agree with you. Otherwise you might be wrong.
You might be onto something, because the one guy was like, don't you believe in gravity? And this guy was like, don't you believe in the sun? And don't you believe that it moves? Don't you believe in the age? It's like, man, why are they searching your mind for answers?
Because he asked for conformity.
Because he pretends to be a flat earther for days and asks questions like he doesn't know the shape of the earth, and suddenly he does. And suddenly he agrees with physics.
That's right. That's right, I major. Then it was like another thing.
He's
about, like, what is your
two-faced.
like how do you identify? Don't you know? It was like almost like a what do they call the things that the like an inquisition? Like they're like, don't you identify as this? The whole room.
It wasn't.
Yeah, it was like basically like if I don't have the same exact beliefs as them, for some reason there's something that irks them inside terribly, and I think it has to be that their worldview is built upon consensus, and that's the only. I can't think of anything else.
They had to put you in a box. They were like, you have to fit into one of my boxes. It's like,
yes, So I have to then be. They do it so that way they can just at some point declare me insane, and then everyone could be like, "Yeah, let's just institute this guy, put him in a mental institute." Then we don't have to listen to his opinion anymore, and we could still hold our beliefs because we all agree, right, guys?
It goes both ways. Trolling?
Goes both
this guy's got to be trolling.
Yes, exactly. You're showing that you're trolling, and you're not interested in hearing the actual answer on anything given. And therefore, we grill you.
Yeah, let's
why
keep
you
the meta,
say
agent.
that.
Let's keep the meta to a minimum. Talk about the subject. Thank you.
Why?
Yeah, I've been in
Okay,
this
so
topic for a lot longer than you have, Emily. I've been in this topic a lot longer than you have. I've had these conversations for like 3 years now, day after day. So I'm sure
Right.
I've heard your answers, bro, and they still haven't satisfied me because of my
So you're
beliefs.
here to
And for
waste
some
everyone's time, in
reason,
other words.
Don't
that
interrupt.
offends.
Guys, have you been not listening to me?
For some reason, it's offensive to you guys. And if you're saying I'm just here to waste your time, I would just put that back onto you and say, well, you're here. So why would you be here allowing people to waste your time?
Okay, so let me answer. Okay, when you ask a question, someone like I don't know who you were talking with can take you seriously that you really want to know the answer. For example, why the sun is located in a certain place and how we know that, or he can know that you're only LARPing for attention, and then he can give you some random answer just for the shits and giggles. You understand the difference?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Yeah, if someone wants to make a joke, it's actually more entertaining in my opinion because this whole globe belief, the whole globe belief is a joke, dude. And you're being played on it and you're being controlled. NASA doesn't even pay you.
Okay, so
nobody is paying you to do this, but for some reason you feel the need to defend a position you were taught in the 5th grade. As if you have superior knowledge.
I'm sorry. This is complete nonsense.
That ain't right.
So Tora, right now,
this is straw manning. He's straw manning to 100 degree. He's trolling.
I did ask earlier though, in regards to that, like the scientists, like the top guys, maybe I don't know, maybe the top guys like in the globe, like because it seems like there's a lot of people here defending the globe, but like the top guys, the scientists, are there any scientists that you know of who have like done long distance laser experiments or some sort of measurement of a tangent to a globe in some sort of formulation that we could all accept? Do you guys know of any scientists, or are you guys it? Are you guys it?
No, I do. I know quite a few. I know quite a few cosmologists. I do for a lot of people that work in the astronomy faculties. Yes, I do.
And they wait. Specifically in this context, maybe the laser experiment, proving drop over the distance from the horizontal tangent, or something of this.
They don't need to do those to prove that the Earth isn't flat.
Yes. I want to clarify this. We don't use laser to do those measurements.
Which scientist in which demonstration, which I guess experiment, or which demonstration have they performed in regards to the surface of the Earth to demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is uniformly curving in all directions at 8 inches per mile squared, or whatever formula you use?
Quick question, no thanks. Are you aware?
Go ahead, French guy.
To my question, or no?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. That's exactly what I was looking for in my answer. Do it.
Yes, I want to clarify. Do you know that land surveyors actually send it to a place that you want to build something? Like let's say I want to build a long stadium right now. I need to make sure that the land is really the way that it is. So we send land surveyors and we have a whole science behind geology that we do those stuff all the time.
Differential leveling will be used to. You still go ahead. I thought you were done.
Even to put a traffic light, we use a geodetic survey.
Oh, that's weird. They got 31-mile away traffic lights that they're surveying, I guess. But I would imagine that they would use, planar surveying and a differential leveling to get the height of or elevation of the land in reference to a horizontal plane, and so that you could have the slope, inclination, declination of the land surrounding an area such as a road to then mount a traffic light onto.
Okay. Let me move into it because I feel that we're going back to full circle. You want us to prove that the Earth isn't flat. You have been completely missing the point for the past hour and a half, where we told you that the sun cannot move because of magic and the moon cannot move because of magic, and the origins of the Earth kind of just exist out of nothing because of magic. All these things that we are able to predict where the sun came from and the moon came from and where the Earth came from proves altogether that the Earth isn't flat. Have you been listening to the last hour?
I mean, you can measure the Earth to not be flat. You know, I'm just wondering if you guys know any scientists, top guys in the field, or are you guys it? Are you guys the globe? Like as was put forward earlier,
I just answered,
are you guys the globe
the
defender?
shape of the Earth.
That's it. There's nobody out there.
It has no influence whether I know astronomers that did a laser experiment or not.
All right, so then just say the answer is no. No scientist, no expert in the fields throughout history has ever measured the Earth to be a globe. They just say it.
Because it's not needed.
Again, astronomy doesn't need a laser to measure stuff. Astronomy is another field. The shape of the Earth is another field.
Astronomy. I just want to be clear.
Let me ask you this.
About astronomy. I never asked about. I mean, I was told that in order to get I went over it earlier, like you said, like a few hours ago. 3 points of equal elevation, so that you could establish a plane to measure elevation from. Does anybody know how to do that? And they're saying no, but we know the elevation of the sun. In reference to what? Like, what did you use to establish a plane?
No, thanks. Let me ask you this question like this.
You're going to not answer them. You're just going to not. This is like a circle of no answers.
Yeah, because I'm not going to answer that, and I'll tell you why I will not answer them. Because the shape of the Earth is irrelevant to your opinion and what other astronomers have done when it comes to if they did or did not do laser measurements. It's irrelevant because the Earth isn't flat, regardless of what experiment you want others people to do. That would be like me telling you. That would be like me telling you, oh, you haven't proven to me that gravity exists, and therefore I don't think it's true. It's like me telling you that atoms do not exist because you haven't shown me an atom yet.
Listen, I don't know how many poison of the well, straw mans you want to build of whatever I'm saying to you of non-answers to the question. But yeah, you should stop and let me respond to one of them at some point. So then the answer would be no. You don't know of anybody in the scientific community or geological community even or astronomical community who's measured the Earth to be a globe, but you still hold that belief, that's fine. You can hold that belief, but if you're going to then say that the sun, the moon, the stars are at certain positions, they will be at certain positions relative, if they're at an elevation, they'll be relative. I'll never be able to finish any of these things. It's fine, I guess. This is madness here.
Because you're drifting.
Because you're talking all the time, no thanks. You're not giving other people the chance to respond.
I'm talking as fast as I can. I can go a little faster, but not that much faster. And I always feel like I'm forced to talk this fast because of
but you do
let them finish. Thanks. Let them finish. They're going to start complaining.
Shugo has measured the Earth to be a globe. He's in the voice chat. If you'd like to talk to him, no tanks, go right ahead.
Yeah, I know he has. Yeah. How? I mean, I tried to demonstrate the other day. What they're implying, they'll say like an arc second or a arc millisecond, like how large these deviations are, and then the attribution of those deviations from the arc to then be the curvature of Earth is insane. That it's like a dot of, you take a pencil, draw a dot on a piece of paper, cut that into 3,000 pieces. That's how much of a difference they're measuring. They're saying that's Earth curve. I mean, it's insanity.
So you asked for proof, and when given proof, you say that's wrong.
Well,
I mean,
first
it's
of all,
not proof. So anything. Oh, and you know what?
Okay, when given what they think is proof, you say it's not proof. So what's the point of me telling you that others had done it and that they have acknowledged that the Earth is spherical? What's the point?
I mean, they've determined that their difference in radial measurement of that size is due to Earth curve. How is it that they removed all their factors to determine that difference in the radial is due to Earth curve? And I would ask that, and they say, well, I'm sure what they say they done is they use the model to affirm the model. But maybe you have a different answer.
No, thanks. You do understand
you know I'm close to the end. That's why you interrupt. You sense that I'm close to the end. Just let me get to the end. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me know when you're
finished. I'm at the end now. You sense it. You just speak. You sense it. You know I'm about to round it off, so you speak. But go ahead.
Okay, so you do understand that the movement of everything around us is based off the calculation that the Earth is spherical and all the forces that involve it and other celestial bodies as well.
I understand. Well, what I see is that it's a misinterpretation of when something goes away from you. It seems to be like declining in the distance as it moves away from you, and that's interpreted as going down below your feet, and then that's modeled into a globe. Yeah. Okay.
But how do you see that? Do you have an actual
has the moon become smaller? Have you witnessed the moon become smaller or the sun become smaller as you move away from it?
I have not. No.
Okay, so there's actually one explanation to that, and the explanation is that these things are extremely far away, because the further you are away from an object, the less of an impact you have from moving to it or moving away from it. You do realize
Yeah,
that?
like I mean, I've witnessed that as well. Like when there's cars that are really far away from me, they don't even seem like they're getting smaller. Just on a road, like they don't even seem like they're moving anymore. They almost seem like they're stationary and at the same size. Yeah.
Okay, so you're willing to acknowledge the fact that these celestial objects, and for the simplicity's sake, say that it's the sun and the moon, that they are extremely far away. They are so far away to the point that you could be in another part of this Earth, let's call it that, and the size of the moon and the sun will still be the same. You can be thousands of kilometers away, and the size of them will be the same.
Yeah, but if I took that from my the experience that I just gave, like my colloquial experience there, of when a car that is far away doesn't seem to be changing in size or moving, that's the same thing that appears to happen with the sun. You're saying, look, the sun and moon do not change size when they get further away from you or appear like they're really moving that fast. That's the same. It seems to be a one-to-one, alignment.
Okay, and you do understand that these celestial bodies move for a specific reason, right?
Yeah, there's going to be.
There has to be some form of force some form of force pushing them to do these things, right? You do understand that.
Well,
they don't move all by themselves.
The way I understand a force would just be two things interacting, one giving, one resisting. So there would be some sort of interaction going on. Yeah,
that's a good explanation. I would be willing to accept that. But you do so. What I'm asking you, and I'm asking you this truthfully and honestly, we both agree on that there is a force influencing these things. Where do you think that force comes from? Because these things cannot move by themselves.
So I, honestly, right? To be honest, I've said it before. I haven't seen too many high altitude observations of the sun, even really appearing to move. I've seen a couple, but not a bunch. So somebody had mentioned earlier there could be three options, right? It could be that the ground's moving, the sun is moving, or something else is making it appear to move. Because from high altitude, the sun always seems to be off in the distance and not really moving. I mean, as far as a force goes. In my understanding, a force requires two physical things interacting. I wouldn't say it's magic at all. I would definitely say that everything happens for a reason. There's always going to be a cause to an effect. The movement of the sun is some sort of effect, and we want to know the cause, but it can't be. It has to be something physical. Yeah.
Okay, so would you agree that this force is measurable? That the speed of the movement of the sun in the sky is measurable?
No, I'm not measurable and not in speed. Maybe not in speed. It would depend on the distance.
But I mean, we can track the sun in the sky when it settles in the west and it moves up in the east. Like we can actually track how it goes across the sky.
Yeah, that'd be like the ground speed, but this actual speed of the sun it wouldn't be the same. It would depend on the distance.
Okay, and you are also willing to admit the fact that we have seen other celestial objects, we call them planets, orbit around the sun because they do have this weird retrograde motion where they switch directions. It is why we call them planets. Are you willing to agree with me on that?
Yeah, all these things are. I mean, these aren't the Earth, right? And like Tycho Brahe's model may be the right model. I mean, I don't know. You might be right.
It is not.
I mean, you do understand that with just binoculars, we can see these planets. We can see Jupiter, we can see Venus, we can see Saturn.
Yeah, I was telling somebody not too long ago. I have a P1000. I can zoom in to the moons of Jupiter with my camera from the backyard. It's insane.
Yeah, I've seen photos of what the P1000 can do when it sees other planets. It's actually quite impressive. But here's the thing: do you think those celestial body orbits us, or do you think they orbit the sun?
Well, measurably, they both orbit us. It depends on which one you're going to put at the ultimate center. But yeah, if you have the planets moving around the sun, and then you have the stars moving around the Earth, I mean that's just you can model it out however you like, but the observation is Earth centered, Earth fixed, and it's made from Earth.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I mean,
So you are quite right when you come up with the idea that these things orbit us. Here's the thing, though. Copernicus actually saw this too, and he did try to make a model. And what he did was called epicycles. And what happened is that since the planets have what's called retrograde motion, is that when they compete in orbit and they go away from us, it completely messes up the entire model. It makes the whole orbits of planets a complete mess. And it cannot be used to predict the movement of them. This is something that was studied for a very long time, for hundreds of years, all the way from Galilean time to Copernican time, where our fundamental basic idea of how things move around us doesn't really work.
which part about what was the fundamental idea that
The fundamental idea that the
doesn't work?
celestial bodies orbit us and it doesn't orbit the sun.
Oh, they appear to. I mean, I don't know. What's the problem?
It could be both, couldn't it? Like the planets seem to orbit the sun, right?
Yeah, and that's what my point I was getting at.
You could think of it like the sun is orbiting us and the planets are orbiting the sun. So I think you have a false dichotomy there.
No, not really, because so that's one of the solutions to the epicycles problem that they tried to solve. Rather than thinking that the celestial bodies orbited us, they put them that they orbit around the sun and that the sun orbit around us. The problem is that prediction fell apart too. And that's because planets have what's called retrograde motion, which means that they would rotate the sun towards us, and then they would rotate behind the sun. So when we're trying to map out the movement of the celestial bodies, it looks like a hurricane is just moving the things around in completely unpredictable patterns. So what they came up with is
you got to point out the symmetry breaker on why it can't be the case, that the planets orbit, and not this is even relevant to Earth at all, but this is just
from the reference frame of Earth,
I'm not saying that it's relevant to Earth.
From the reference frame of Earth, that's what it looks like, right? Do you agree, though, from the reference frame of Earth, that's what it appears to look like?
Observably so, yeah. They call it the observable universe. Yeah, like we can see it from our backyard.
That's not what observable universe means, but that's beside the point. That's beside the point.
Go ahead.
So what I'm trying to tell you...
you can point out something if you like. I mean, it may be the case, it may not be the case, but the thing to point out would be, I guess you're saying it is an issue. If you have the planets moving around the sun. Go ahead.
The issue is that when we try to put planets to orbit around the sun and the sun orbit around us, is that map doesn't work. We cannot predict the movement of the celestial bodies because they don't move in circular. They don't move in patterns that are predictable. They turn and then they go back and then they go in front of the sun and then they go behind the sun. And also, it doesn't explain why some celestial bodies orbit the sun and other orbit us, because the moon orbits us. It doesn't orbit the sun. So
yeah, but real quick, guys. Yeah, but it's all about reference frames, right? Like depending on the angle, it makes it look like the planets Venus are actually moving backwards, right? But that could happen with a geocentric Earth, and you could still make the luminaries work and their epicycles work with the Neo-Tychonian model of the universe. You ever heard of it?
No, it doesn't. No, because Copernicus tried doing that, and he released, I think it was 57 volumes with the epicycles for each and every celestial body, and he couldn't make it work.
No. I didn't say. Hold on, bro. I said the Neo-Tychonian, not the original classical Tychonian model. The Neo-Tychonian model.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one. Actually, honestly, I will admit I haven't heard of that one. Who proposed that one?
It's relatively new within the last 100 years.
It's the sorry. Could you repeat again? It's the last.
It's within 100 years. It's like 100 years old.
No, it's like within the past 40 years. It's like a 1980 revitalization of the Neo-Tychonic involving the outer stars.
Yeah, Neo meaning it's the new Tychonian model.
The retrograde motion of Mercury and Venus, or Venus, is explained through there's kinematic equations, and it works perfectly fine with the Earth stationary, the sun moving around the Earth, with the planets moving around the sun once a year.
Yeah, the issue with that is that, well, obviously the solution that they found to the problem that removed the epicycles completely is to put the fact that Earth spins around the sun. And when people did that after Copernican, is that all the math landed perfectly. Everything is perfectly aligned to the point where we can measure a tenth of a thousandth of a degree how the planets are going to move across the sky. It works perfectly. It is an elegant and very simple answer to that equation.
Dude, they have the formulas, they have the mathematics for the Neo-Tychonian model, dude. It's literally, and I got the paper, I posted the paper, people just hand-wave dismiss it. It's kinematically and dynamically equivalent to the heliocentric model.
I would be interested in reading it. I would be interested in reading it.
The luminaries still have elliptical orbits. The only difference is that instead of the original geocentric model, where you have all the luminaries going around the Earth at the center, you now have the luminaries, or at least the planets, going around the sun, and then the sun going around the Earth at the center.
How does that work with the newer celestial object that they discovered after the 1980s?
Like what?
Pluto, Sedna, Eris, all the moons of all the satellites of all the other planets. Eris. Do those conform to that as well?
Dude, whatever the case may be, hold on. If it works on the heliocentric model, it will work on the Neo-Tychonian model perfectly fine. The math checks out. It's a coordinate transform. The mathematics are equivalent.
All right, I can't take this anymore. So the Neo-Tychonic model has some problems in that it is not dynamically equivalent. I don't care how many times Whitsitt says it is. One of the things that has yet to be explained to me is it is observable that the Earth's rotation changes as a function of time. Under the Neo-Tychonic system, there needs to be a mechanism by which the universe's rotation has to change as a function of time. I have yet to hear that explanation. What is going to physically cause the entirety of the universe to change its rotation rate? Now, the reason why the Earth's rotation rate changes is because of the internal configuration of all of the stuff, TM, in the Earth changes, so therefore its moment of inertia changes, therefore its rotation rate changes. On top of that, you also have the tidal effect of the Earth, or the moon on the Earth, which is slowing the Earth down. So while you can make the claim that a Neo-Tychonic system born from a coordinate system change would account for a lot of observations, it is dynamically not equivalent, and also does not answer the question of what did the universe look like prior to the existence of Earth.
Wait, so the Earth?
Hold on. The reason that he doesn't like it is because his. All right, dude, go ahead. Jesus Christ, go ahead, dude.
Since we got you on the phone, yeah. I mean, first come, first serve. I was first.
All right.
Since we got you on the phone, right? I definitely want to get into that thing. That one's interesting. But just for clarification, since you're in the field, do you know of anybody who's performed any type of, long distance laser experiment or line of sight scientist to measure the Earth to be curving at a rate consistent with the radius given?
I've already mentioned that Schubill, who is in the VC, has already done that.
Okay, that's a no from him. All right, go ahead with the Neo-Tychonian.
That is, in fact, not a no. You asked for someone who has done it. I am supplying you with someone who has done it.
Yeah, like outside of Discord, I think he was trying to say.
I'll yield to the Academy of Sciences, Paris. I'll yield to the Academy of Sciences Paris and Ordnance Survey UK and the U.S. Coastal Geodetic Survey. I yield to them.
Is it possible in the future, though, the rate of the Earth spin to change in a way that is like quicker? Like you're saying, it's continually slowing down. Are you saying there is absolutely no? You're 100% sure it will never speed up?
So on short timescales, the Earth does actually speed up in relation to what it was spinning before, but overall, no. The rotation rate is going to eventually synchronize with the lunar orbit.
Okay, and did you do science to prove that?
That is based on the observations of the moon and basically physics. Now, I will admit that I have yet I do not know of a citation where those observations can be found, but I could look for one if you'd like.
No, I'm just saying, like, if science claims it can't prove things, I'm wondering how you prove this with science.
Okay, a good source is the IERS, International Earth Rotation Service.
So you can prove things with science, just so we're clear, right?
No.
Okay, so this isn't a fact then, right?
So the way that I define things, measurements are fact. Measurements that are invariant to situations are fact. So when we measure the change in the rotation rate of the Earth, I would consider that to be a fact.
That's interesting because how did you take, like, when you measure your height, it's not exact. So measurements are like the one thing in the world that aren't fact, actually, because like if you say that you're 6 feet tall, how do you know you're not really like 5'11" and you know what I mean? You got all the marks on the ruler that get in the way. Like, how precise can measurements actually be?
That is a very good point. And with a measurement, all measurement comes with uncertainty. So, yes. So I would consider that a fact in the sense of you measure something to a level of uncertainty based on the instrument, but doesn't matter who measures that. Given the same instrument, they're going to measure the same height with the same uncertainty.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I use like when I'm on a job and I'm using a tape measure, I don't let like 2 tape measures on the job. You have to use the same tape measure over and over, because if you bring in a second tape measure, it could be a little different. You know what I mean? The length that one has 1 inch, and you could just go down to Home Depot and test this for yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that would just be confirming like that. I'm not saying that I'm getting proper measurements because we're using my special tape measure here or anything, right? I'm just saying these are the measurements that are required, and then this is the tape measure I use, so therefore you need to use this tape measure. That doesn't mean I've measured it accurately.
You have measured it given a certain precision.
So it's like a faith then, right? It's more like a faith-based, like a confidence claim. Like I have a lot of confidence in this claim, and I put my trust in this measurement.
I would not use the word faith, but yes, everything else I would agree with. You measured something and you have confidence. You have a certain confidence, given the precision of your instrument, that whatever it is you're measuring is 6 feet tall.
I'd like to try to change your opinion on the word faith, as you claim to be a Christian, because faith is like the evidence for the unseen, right? Because of like we have evidence first, and then we have a confidence. So what happens is this would be called like trustworthiness, and you don't have to trust in like just a blind belief. You can have evidence for your belief, including like once you have transcendentals like knowledge and uniformity and the laws of logic, and you start to try to justify why those exist. You know, I mean, you could come to a conclusion that would be an indirect proof of God, and therefore your faith would actually be the evidence that you have in your inductive argument.
Unfortunately, that's really not the discussion I was I came in on. I'm actually in the middle of grading. The only reason why I came in on this conversation because there was a lot of misinformation being flown around. So I wanted to clarify what the neo-Tychonic model can and cannot do.
Go ahead.
No problem. Yeah, but dynamically, it seems like you're in a pickle too here on this.
The only reason it wouldn't work is if your whole worldview are based on other premises. Like relativity being a thing, and centrifugal forces being pseudo.
How about simple geometry and motion?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The neo-Tychonic model of the universe, the geometry is fine. There's no problem with it at all. It works out. It checks out mathematically.
Yes, there is. There is. It doesn't explain the movement of the stars because right now, Polaris is the North Star, which everything revolves around. But this shifts. It takes a lot of time. It takes tens of thousands of years. But the Neo-Tychonian model does not explain that because
you know that
we weren't aware of that. So no, the math doesn't check out.
What are you talking about, dude? Wait, well, hold
on.
on. One thing at a time, dude. One thing at a time. What doesn't check out? But the precession of the equinoxes, why not?
And also the precession
because they're not static.
So the neo-Tychonic model as it is
why would the hold on? Why would the precession of the equinox be exclusive to the heliocentric model? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but the heliocentric model claims that the sun is in the middle, which it is in the middle of the universe, which it isn't.
Bro, there's no listen. I don't think you guys understand. There is no dude,
model that I don't agree with.
Dude, dude, there's no problem at all with the neo-Tychonic model, with precession, with ellipses, with eclipses, with lunar, and so there's no problem with it at all. You guys keep asserting with confidence that there's some problems when there really isn't any problems, dude. It checks out. It just doesn't. It doesn't fit your worldview. Go ahead.
So I just again, this is the reason why I popped in here. The neo-Tychonic model, as it is currently being described, would explain stellar parallax. It would explain precession. It would explain a great many things that the current model certainly does because it's simply a coordinate transform. It's not changing anything about the physical motions of things. The problem comes in when you use the neo-Tychonic model. You have to dynamically start to explain why things do or why things move, particularly when they're accelerating. With the Whitsitt neo-Tychonic model, he cannot do that. And that is the problem with it. Yes,
that's not true.
Then how does the rotation of the universe change with time?
Well, this is the thing. We don't know the exact force where the source is coming from for the energy. Hold on, dude. Hold on. You guys don't know either. That's why you needed dark matter. You had a whole presentation on it. You need that to make your model work. We don't know where the energy is coming from. But what we do know, right, that this would all work out with Mach's principle, and it would also work out if you had ether flow. If the whole universe was moving around the Earth, there's energy, there's real dynamic forces that are being transferred to the luminaries themselves. Real dynamic. So that means that centripetal and centrifugal forces would be real, that the Coriolis force would be real. In relativity, it's fictitious. That's the only thing. That's the only change that you would need. That's the only change that you would need to make it work.
It was the biggest shitload I ever heard.
Hold on, let Professor Parks, you don't agree with the conclusion of the paper then? If one could put the whole universe in accelerated motion around the Earth, the pseudo-potential corresponding to the pseudo-force will immediately be generated. That same pseudo-potential then causes the universe to stay in that very state of motion without any need of exterior forces acting on it.
I don't disagree with that, but that is assuming that the rotation rate of the universe is constant, which it is not, as seen from the neo-Tychonic system. Hence,
not necessarily. Not necessarily. It could oscillate. It could accelerate. It could decelerate fractionally. That's logically irrelevant. My point is that it is possible but you would have to abandon your whole worldview. You would have to abandon expansion. You would have to abandon dark matter. You would have to abandon dark energy. You would have to abandon relativity. You would have to go back to pre-relativity physics. to make it work,
So
which you're not
Einstein
willing
is
to
wrong,
do.
huh?
Wait, I have a question. Really quick. I have a question. How would stellar parallax work? If the Earth is the center of the universe and everything moves around it, how would you get stellar parallax?
Because the way that you measure parallax right now is, or a stellar aberration your premise is already messed up because you're assuming that the Earth is in motion around the sun. So, for example, when you measure,
No, that's not what I'm talking about. If you think the Earth is the center of the universe and everything is shifting around it, if the Earth stays still, how would you ever get stellar parallax? Something that does happen.
because the sky is spinning around the Earth, so you're still gonna get, like I said, like Professor Parks already said, you can explain parallax, you can explain stellar aberration. It's just a coordinate transform. You'll still get parallax.
So Akka, if I can explain. So the current neotectonic system basically states that the Earth is stationary and that everything and the moon revolves around the Earth, and then everything else revolves around the sun. So effectively, as the sun is moving, the stars are moving with the sun, and so it is the sun's motion around the Earth that provides the parallactic angle. It does actually work.
But then wouldn't you have both the sun accelerating towards the Earth and the Earth accelerating towards the sun?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, if you think if the Earth is the center of the universe, but the change of the stars in the sky are caused by the pull of the sun on the Earth, now you have two shifting things, right? Like, wouldn't you have the Earth shifting towards the sun to cause stellar parallax, but then you also think that the sun and everything else is rotating around the Earth?
So stellar parallax is caused by basically it's an observational or perspective effect. It's caused by the Earth's motion around the sun, providing many different perspectives of the background stars, of a close star relative to the background stars. You can flip that on its head and basically say, okay, well, all of the fixed stars are moving with the sun, then as the sun moves around, you still get that difference in perspective, which leads to stellar parallax.
With that being
everything
said,
moves around. Hold on, is it the neotectonic model is that everything shifts around the Earth?
So effectively, everything is, I believe, everything shifts around the sun.
Yeah, the planets move around the sun and the sun moves around the Earth, but the whole cosmos is spinning around us, causing real dynamic forces. And the sun would also be causing real dynamic forces. So centrifugal, centripetal, and Coriolis forces would be real dynamic forces, not fictitious in this model, which is what we're starting to see. And that's exactly when people put satellites in orbit, they actually treat the Earth as it's stationary and centered, and they treat the satellites like they're actually being affected by real forces. That's why you get C plus minus V.
It's not even true, but in the neotectonic model, there's two celestial poles and the Earth is a sphere.
I know that, dude. We're not talking about flat Earth right now.
I find it hard to believe that you're saying that Einstein was wrong. I find that very hard to believe.
Whatever, bro. I gotta go.
But you can't argue for the globe and then say that you're a flat earther. That's just sophistry.
Such a weird
I don't think he's a flat earther. I think he's a geocentrist, but I don't think he's a flat earther.
So what makes you need to like repent from the flat Earth? These guys dictate to you that you cannot do an internal critique. You must if you're going to use some kind of citation, you must agree with it. It's just so weird of you guys.
If you claim that it's true, then obviously you have to agree with it. You can't say X is true and then say, but I don't believe it.
Yeah, they have. Like, I already put it out there earlier.
To agree with that. Like,
is it possible for Einstein to have been wrong? Or is it like sacrilege?
I just find it hilarious that he claims that Einstein is wrong, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
So in your mind, there's absolutely no way Einstein could have been wrong about anything, right? He's the man.
That's a straw.
Einstein
that's a straw man
could have
argument.
not been wrong.
No one says that.
That's a straw man argument.
I'm asking.
Hold on, just from
okay, I'll phrase it in the form of a question. Do you think Einstein could have been wrong about anything? Dr. Pepper.
anything at
That's a
all.
strawman argument. I never said he was really wrong
Well,
about anything. I said
scientific,
he was
like
wrong about
any one of his.
Science doesn't deal with absolute right or wrong.
You might be breaking up. He asked you, do you think that Einstein could be wrong about any of his scientific proposals?
No, I don't, because they have been proven to be correct.
There it is.
Science doesn't deal with absolute right and wrong. It just tries to find the best explanation, the least ad hoc explanation for things. It's not meant to be absolute right and wrong. It's just the most probabilistic.
No, I fully get it. It's like a Jesus belief, right? There's nothing you can tell that person.
No, you don't get it.
It's like the exact opposite. You just said the exact opposite of what I just said. Like you actually said the exact opposite of what I just said. So now you're just being dishonest.
Trolling.
Yeah. So just from my understanding, the Earth is the center of the universe.
Control yourself.
Okay, so the Earth is the center of the universe, and the Sun revolves around it. But all other planets besides the Earth revolve around the Sun for the neo-Tychonic model.
Yeah, the guy that was proposing it, he's not here anymore. So, who knows at this point.
So, just to be clear, there's no possible way Einstein could have been wrong about anything, any of his theories.
So was Einstein wrong about photons?
Special relativity was debunked.
Was Einstein wrong about photons? The discovery of photon, was he wrong about that?
That's not what I asked. Maybe you didn't hear my question.
Maybe you didn't hear mine. Was he wrong about the photon? It's a very simple question.
Do photons conserve momentum of energy? Do they conserve momentum when you shoot them while you're moving?
Dude, they don't have mass. That question doesn't even make sense.
They don't have mass.
So they don't. So then, if we shoot a radar at the moon,
what can happen is that they change. What can happen is that they change the wavelength.
You have to stop interrupting,
though. The photon changes.
You have to. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I was answering the other guy.
Yeah, but I'm trying to mod. Can you hear me? Is my mic clear?
He might have you turned down.
You're clear for me, Essie.
Can you hear me? Pepper.
Hold on.
I'm going to try one more time. Pepper, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so once again, when a mod tries to come in, please stop talking. It's about, I think, the 6th time I told you that.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Yo, real quick.
I posted.
I'm gonna real quick. I'll be quick, dude. I'm just gonna post a link. I'm just trying to get you guys to look at the chat real quick. This is Professor Parks versus Dr. Robert Bennett. It's not to put you on the spot, but it's like a 4-hour video. And Professor Parks, Dr. Robert Parks, he's actually a geocentrist, and he's pretty high caliber. He's retired now. But he actually had teachers that knew Einstein, that worked with Einstein. So this guy isn't like just some flake that you can hand wave dismiss. Yeah, Robert Bennett. Yeah, that's what I said, Robert Bennett. But this is Professor Parks versus Robert Bennett.
Yeah, the issue with that, and please don't remind me of that because I still dream of Newton's fucking bucket. Because that was basically all he had to say at the end of that discussion. For one thing, Robert Bennett's assertion that kinematics cannot predict anything is so absurdly laughable that I cannot believe, or I just cannot take anything he says after that seriously.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but Newton's bucket proves that you need this reference frame to measure weights, velocity, magnitude. Yeah. Anyway, what was the conversation before the link?
No tanks. What's the equation for weight?
What was the conversation before the link?
Yeah, no tanks. What's the equation for weight?
9.8 meters squared, which is the displacement of a volume. What's the conversation
what is weight?
What is weight, bro? What is it?
What is weight?
I don't know. It's like, is it your gay voice? I don't know.
Weight
You're creeping me out with your gay cackle. What was the conversation about?
Akna, cut it out. Don't start your games.
What am I doing? I asked him what the equation for weight is.
What you're doing now, that giggly shit that you do, don't do it.
Why?
I know it makes you upset. I think it's really funny. I get it.
What's the problem with just asking what is weight?
Well, remind me what the topic was.
That wasn't his question, agent. Like, where are you, bro? Are you even listening?
We were talking about Dr. Bennett and Parks
Yes,
let's not get
yes.
sidetracked.
And in order to talk about dynamics of Newton's bucket, I want to know if you understand what weight is, which is a
He brought it
legit
up.
question.
He brought it up. He literally brought it up himself. He said you need to understand what weight is to observe or to talk about.
Tried to give you the equation, and you interrupted him the entire time, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, what was the topic about before the link drop? That's what I was interested in.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Yeah. So no, I guess it was just that somebody was up next. And then he jumped
Newton's
in, but I'll be real
bucket
quick.
needs a reference frame.
Yeah, that was the argument. Yeah.
What does that mean? It needs a reference frame. What does that mean?
Yeah, Professor Park,
how do you tell which way the ball? How do you tell which way the ball is going if someone threw it at you? Do you think of it from your reference frame, or do you think of it from their reference frame?
Hey, you can think of it on both. Just different directions. It doesn't matter.
Oh, so the ball's going away from you.
Yeah, if you're looking at it going away from you.
Don't hold up your glove to catch it or anything, even though it's going to hit you in the face.
What are you talking about? I don't even think you know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Wait, how do you know? How do you know which thing is moving? From the ball's perspective, from the ball's perspective, it's going towards you, right? And then from your perspective, what's happening?
Wait, hold on. Really quick. Is motion relative? Do you get that there's no such thing as absolute motion?
That's what I'm saying. You don't know which thing is moving in that scenario. You don't know if the ball is moving or if the person is moving.
That's not what that means.
That's exactly what Einstein said.
So if
Einstein said,
if I drop a ball on the Earth, is it the ball going towards the Earth, or is the Earth moving towards the ball? Which one's happening?
Ball going towards the
relative. Do you know what relative motion is?
I'm just asking which one is actually happening.
He's avoiding the question. He just asked other questions, bro. You suck.
I think you're avoiding the question because you don't even want to acknowledge what reference frames are.
So you don't know which one is moving?
So you don't understand what relative motion is.
No, I mean in reality, in reality, when I drop a ball, you don't know if it's the Earth moving towards it or the ball moving towards the Earth.
Do you understand what relative motion is?
Moleman, do you want to try answering? Maybe Moleman.
No, he won't.
Moleman might answer.
Yeah, I mean, I can try that.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're dropping a ball. In your reference frame, the ball is falling towards the ground, right?
And then even when they get an answer, they don't respond to it. Huh, look at that.
Yeah,
So the ball is falling for sure. The Earth's not going towards it, or from the Earth's reference frame, the Earth looks like it's going towards it. But what's happening in reality, though? Because if we took a bunch of these balls, right, and we just surrounded the entire Earth with balls, right, and then we're going to lift them all up 10 feet off of the Earth, so these balls would actually get further apart from one another than when they were on the Earth, right? You'd be able to measure that, considering that all plumes are diverging. And
What
then
the hell are you talking
dropped
about?
all of the balls towards the Earth, and if the Earth is actually rising up to the balls, you would have to increase the radius value of the Earth.
Well, the balls are moving towards each other at that point. Yeah, the balls are moving towards each other at that point.
Also, why did you? Is this like on a flat Earth or is this like on a globe Earth? Why did you say surrounding the Earth?
I think he's
on the globe.
About the globe.
Oh, okay. Just making sure that you didn't like have a Freudian slip there.
Was that a Freudian slip of yours?
No. Wait. Torah already said there is gravity.
Maybe two missing.
He admitted.
Oh.
Wait, so do you guys agree that if we covered the Earth in balls, right? We just have balls all over the Earth, and then we lifted them all 10 feet off the ground, there would be more space between the balls than when they were on the Earth?
What? Yeah, they all moved 10 feet from the surface of the Earth? Wait, do you mean like altitude wise? Like all of them from their position of the Earth?
Yeah, 10 feet from elevation from a horizontal baseline, yeah.
But it wouldn't be horizontal
Hold on.
Horizontal.
Yeah.
Altitude conforms to the shape
how do you
of the
measure
Earth.
elevation?
No, hold on. Torah, you said that this is the globe, right? The balls are on the globe and you lift them up 10 feet from the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that on the globe we measure elevations from a flat baseline.
No,
Hell
from
yeah.
the Earth's surface, you would say, yeah, this horizontal plane of the Earth in this specific location. So then if all the balls are all touching each other when they're on the surface of the Earth, when all those balls lift up, right? You could say 10 miles off the Earth. Now they would not all be touching each other, correct?
Yeah, there would be distance between them because the radius
Yeah, okay,
would be
do
bigger.
it. Can you measure that for me?
What do you mean do it?
Why do you need to measure it?
Actually,
do that with two
we
balls on the
do.
ground?
Actually, Torah, we do with skyscrapers, because the distances between skyscrapers at the base is closer than they are at the top.
Okay, do you have a citation for that? And also, are skyscrapers built perfectly parallel? The walls are parallel to one another, you're saying?
Why do you? I have to ask this again.
Straight. The building
Twin
is
Towers in Malaysia.
straight.
What building do you know isn't? Yeah, what building?
Bro, stop asking questions. To think for yourself for once. Make some statements. It's just so dumb. You just auto respond with a question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
just so you know,
citation
some guy
would be
yesterday,
acceptable for
just,
you?
you know, if somebody were to
I
ask
thought
you
the guy
why,
said that skyscrapers were built that way, so a citation for that would be
what
perfect.
citation would be acceptable for you?
Twin Towers in
You
Malaysia.
already don't believe every developed country in the world. Like that's not good
You
enough.
won't
for
accept
So
anything,
what
so it's
citation
pointless.
would be good enough for you?
if you're sure that I don't know, he's just asking
just
another
use-
question. This kid just endless questions. He's just like, Mom, why don't you love me? Mom, why don't you care about me? Mom, what's wrong with me?
We can just
But,
use the
you
Twin
know,
Towers.
some guy yesterday on the
answer.
internet was like,
We
What
can
the
just
heck?
use the Twin Towers in
some guy
Malaysia.
yesterday on the internet was trying to
Petronas
debunk
towers.
the celestial theodolite by using
We're just shifting the topic entirely now.
you know,
Yeah,
a pole.
Tor is
No, I'm just trying to
trolling.
give you
He
like an
claims
example
to
of
not
why.
to
So
be
he
a
was trying
flat
to,
earther,
he was
yet
trying
he
to measure
questions
a,
every
I'm
evidence
talking,
that there is.
I swear I'm still talking.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
swear I'm still talking. So he was trying to debunk the celestial theodolite measurement of an occlusion of a star behind a mountain by measuring a telephone pole in the foreground, assuming that telephone poles are put in the ground perfectly vertical. So, I mean, the person who assumed that or proposed that there would be a deviation in the skyscrapers is doing the same thing. But when I drive down the road, none of the telephone poles in the area are ever vertically or perfectly. They're all tilted all over the place. So it's based on this ideal assumption of some sort of
It's
perfection.
not an ideal
and the
assumption. We
measurement
can
from that.
measure it. We can
So
measure
hold on,
it.
dude.
Yeah.
If you're on the ground and you erect a pole, okay, and you can measure it to where it is perpendicular to the earth, okay, so then you go a distance a ways, and then you erect another one. You measure, you make sure that one's level. When you measure the two at the base, they will be closer together than when you measure the two at the distance between the two at the top.
You don't have a tool
Ideally,
sensitive enough.
That's
to
because
make
of the
that
curve of the
measurement.
earth. We see this phenomenon with skyscrapers
You don't have
as
a
well.
tool sensitive enough to measure that.
Yes, we do.
Wait,
Yes, we
yeah,
do. Surveyors use them all the time.
Okay,
hold
so
on.
you're
Hold
saying
on, let me
a
ask this guy a
building,
question.
a
Yo, 'cause he's
building,
not- hold
a
on.
building that's 40
Hold on.
feet across, you can measure the difference?
Tor, when you ask for a citation, you literally think that we can't do that. So why would you ask for a citation for that? What kind of question is that? If you literally think there's no tool. Hold on.
Yeah, exactly, because there is no citation to that.
I'm trying to get in, dog.
Hold on, yeah. Hold on to 2 Akna, Lion can go.
What? No.
Real quick, I want one of the Globers to
interrupted me.
answer this.
Wait, there's literally 2 parallel towers next to each other in Malaysia. The Petronas towers. You can literally fucking use that.
How do you know?
Yo, hold on, guys. Wait. Because we're moving way too quick through topics, bro. We were talking about absolute motion, and now we're talking about diverting plumb lines. Can we just stick to one thing for like at least 5 minutes? Can we do that?
Well, I don't know if the flat earthers could do that, but we could try.
No, because that's your tactic, bro. You just keep asking questions, and then we get distracted.
I was
go back to absolute motion.
Yeah, could you tell us? Could you tell us how Einstein was wrong? I really want to hear about that one.
Dude,
Wait,
bro, listen.
Lion, can you tell us what absolute motion is? What do you think that is?
I'm at my destination right now. I only got like 5-10 minutes. I just wanted to ask one of the Globers.
Yeah, what do you think that is?
In a thought experiment, right? If you have two skydivers that are antipodal to each other, completely polar opposite to each other, antipodal, and they're both falling to the earth, right? How do you explain absolute motion there?
Oh, what is absolute motion? You asked a question with a phrase in it. I have no
within
fucking clue what you're talking
So
about.
is the earth? is the Earth expanding to both skydivers,
Lion,
or are
lion,
both skydivers falling to the Earth?
lion.
What's going on?
Lion. You asked a question with a phrase in it. I don't know what you mean. Can you tell me what you think absolute motion is?
Lion, that's a good question. Well, I'd like.
We're just not gonna have an answer.
Hold on, dude.
Got it.
Dude, absolute motion. Dude, what do you mean? What is it?
I don't know what you mean.
It's in the word, bro.
Okay. I'll explain it.
Objective motion, dude. Objective motion. Not due to inertial, not because of reference frames or illusions.
Okay.
No, there's what's actually going on.
I got it because he just. Yeah, no. Hold on. He just talked to me, so.
See, you better get back to your computer, bro.
Okay, so he just responded to me. So I'll respond to because he's like, "What do you mean you don't understand what objective absolute motion is?" So when I think of motion, I think of something moving relative to something else. That's how you can gauge a distance and a change in distance, right? So you can try to get around this in some ways by using like calculus and stuff like that. But to tell that something is moving without any reference, I don't know how that's possible. How can you do that? How can you tell something is moving without any reference?
Well, this is just a simple thought experiment. So if you're the
asked
third,
a very specific question.
So hold on, dude. If you have a third, if you have an external reference frame of the Earth and you can actually see both skydivers falling towards the Earth, you can reasonably assert, right, that the skydivers are actually falling towards the Earth, that the Earth is not expanding or moving up towards the skydivers. Can we agree on that?
Hold on. I asked Lion. I asked a very specific question. How do you tell something's in motion without relating it to anything else? How do you do that?
What do you mean? There's kinetic energy.
You think motion is absolute objective?
Well, hold on, dude. Bro, hold on, bro. I'm trying to answer you, dude. I'm trying to answer you. So in a hypothetical experiment, if you, all right, go ahead, dude.
Yeah. So you said I don't know how you don't know what objective motion is, and I'm literally explaining it right now. Something moves, even in your hypothetical. You're saying the skydivers are moving towards the Earth, so you reference something else there. So even you are using relative motion in that explanation or that example. So you said that you believe in objective absolute motion. How can you tell the motion of an object without referencing another object? How do you do that personally? You personally, how do you do that?
I'm trying to explain to you, bro, that regardless of reference
let him respond. Everybody, please let him respond. Go ahead, bro.
So you have absolute motion and then you have relative motion, right? Relative motion, and according to relativity, it's all depending on what you're using to reference, right? So if everything that you're using to reference is in motion, it's going to be very hard to discern what's actually going on. But in my worldview, I don't have that problem because I know the Earth isn't in motion, so that's not even a problem. Regardless, that's logically irrelevant. That's logically irrelevant to the scenario that I'm talking about right now. The scenario that I'm talking about right now has specific parameters, right? You have the Earth and two skydivers, but let's substitute the skydivers for bowling balls, right? So you have two bowling balls that are falling to the Earth, antipodal to each other. How do I know what's actually going on? Because you can measure the kinetic force that's being multiplied as the balls fall to the Earth, antipodal to each other. They're both going to leave a crater on the Earth. That's how I know objectively that the Earth is not in motion, but instead the cannonballs are in motion. That's absolute motion.
Can you tell me the equation
for
kinetic energy?
Is there a velocity in there?
That's how we know what we know, guys. That's how we are all able to make measurements. Holy shit, it's so bad.
Can I make a statement, please?
Well, I just be clear, I never got to answer my
we
question.
have to keep going down this rabbit hole, right? I love it when fire earthers say, "Oh, we know the Earth isn't in motion." Yet, every single day, we always post something that shows that we measure the Earth to moving every single day. I post it all the time. I don't understand why y'all keep making this assertion that the Earth is moving.
Well, the thing is, like I stated earlier, people, in order to make any kind of, do I have to turn?
It's being measured as we speak. The Earth is rotating. It's being measured as we speak. I will post the evidence again for the millionth time.
Okay.
All right, so to make any measurements, holy shit! Is my mic broken?
No, patient. It's your turn.
Okay, try to go one at a time, guys.
To make any?
Let Thanks go. Let Thanks go. Go ahead, Thanks.
It's just a statement of fact. We make all any kind of measurement of motion, weight, vector, magnitude, direction. It's all in relation to the Earth as a stationary frame, so that we can measure anything with any kind of consistency and relation to reality. That's it. I mean, that's it. That's where we measure our motion, our weights. Whether it be a balloon going up and the water going down, it'll be perpendicular to what you guys call the direction of gravity, which is a level surface or a horizontal plane.
Okay, no thanks.
The normal force.
What is that? Okay, I just posted something at 21 minutes past the hour. Can you read that for me?
All right, let me look for you. Holy shit!
If he knows how to read.
Also, can you speak?
You don't
have to read it for
when Tuakna goes on mute, I'll read a story to you, dude. This is just too exhausting.
No
with these fucking
right.
creeps.
Are you scared to read it?
Also, can you please speak?
22 minutes. Real time measurements of Earth spin and tilt.
Yes, real time measurements of what? What did it say?
Earth spin and tilt.
There you go. Thank you. So we can stop
You're welcome.
making this stupid claim that the Earth isn't rotating.
Okay, now sit on the sidelines while everyone else talks about it.
I never got an answer to my absolute motion
If
question.
you're going to measure tilt, you're going to measure tilt in reference to some sort of a plane, right? I said this earlier today. If you're going to measure tilt of any sort, you're going to measure it in reference to some kind of a plane in any orientation. And that plane has to be 3 points of equal either altitude or elevation along either of those planes to measure the tilt from that. Now, if you're living on a globe, then your verticals diverge, which would be a different point in space above that point. And if your levels curve, it'll be a different point along that surface as well. So you would never have 3 points at the same within the same plane to measure any kind of tilt from. And to measure motion, you're going to have to measure motion relative to something else in some type of a uniform fashion. The thing that we use in reality to measure motion against is the stationary inertial reference frame of Earth. I mean, it's just the world. Relative. I don't know what you're arguing against.
You understand that's still relative. You just said that you're referencing it against Earth. That's still relative motion.
That's going to be relative to something. Yeah, the stationary reference frame of Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, but Lion claimed that there was absolute motion. So
yes,
I don't know what that means. Yes. No, it's not. You literally just said relative to something else.
Absolutely in relation.
Yeah, but that's only under the paradigm of relativity. And under
motion is. Lion, what is absolute motion?
Absolute motion would mean that you would have something moving in reference to something else that's absolutely not moving.
Lion.
So
by definition,
I'll ask it in a different way.
Wait.
How do you tell the speed of
you've been
something
answered.
when there's nothing to reference around it? How do you do that personally? I'm asking you a personal question. I'm not asking for the math.
Dude, I'm trying to explain to you that the absolute motion would be referenced with the Earth that's not in motion at all. That's how you get absolute motion, because the Earth is fixed, stationary, and immovable. You can treat it as if it's stationary, and then you can reference. You can use it as your lab. You can use it as your lab frame, as your main reference point would be the Earth. You can anchor everything to the Earth.
Question. Hello, question. So if this facility is underground, what is it measuring? If it's not measuring the rotation of the Earth, it's underground. What is it measuring?
I only read the title, dude. I don't really know what it's doing.
Wait. I think Lion is disagreeing with the basic notion of what motion even is. Lion, you understand
He's not disagreeing. He's just lying, but he knows it. He's just being dishonest about it.
No,
he knows
in this. I know where he's going with this, but in this specific context, right? We're talking about orbital mechanics, and I'm saying that the Earth is immovable, stationary, and fixed. Now, if you're talking, hold on, if you're talking about like on the highway and you got another car next to you, and one car's going 65 miles an hour, and the other car's going, I'm not talking about that right now, dude. Stick to the context.
Lion,
it's wrong.
No,
there's no way around it.
Hold on, Lion. What I just posted, right? Again, real-time measurements of Earth's spin and tilt.
Come on, bro. You're gonna bring that shit to me right now, dude.
They can't talk about it.
Oh my God. They're not doing that right now, okay?
Are they lying about that? Are they lying when they built this facility underground?
Hold
Are
on
they
a second.
not measuring that? What are they doing?
What is your number one?
The conversation. Lion brought up a proposal, and everyone is trying to explore it. Now, Lion, I think that's a good idea.
Because he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the basic definition of motion.
That the audience can't hear anything. Let's keep over talking people so that nobody can hear what's being said.
Your mic's terrible, man. Nobody can hear you. Mic's terrible.
Your mic is shit.
Your mic ain't that much better, dude.
Yeah, but his
Anyway,
message is correct.
Lion.
Don't interrupt. His message is correct. Don't interrupt and don't do meta. Just stick on the.
We are not doing meta,
M agent
unless
you're gonna make that rule.
Unless we can agree what motion is, you don't even have talking about frame of reference and stuff like that.
Listen, maybe people.
Lion,
dude, I already told you guys, bro.
Lion, shut the fuck up.
Listen, dude. All right, go ahead. You asked me a question. Go ahead, dude. Ask me again.
I love it how Rob only comes into the White Knight for the.
I already told you guys. I don't believe in relative motion.
Nobody's talking about relativity. You understand that?
I didn't say relativity. I said relative motion. Because in my worldview, I don't have the same problem that you guys have. In your world, hold on for the audience listening. I'm not dumb.
No, for the
They're
audience.
projecting that I don't understand relative motion, bro. I'm not stupid, bro. In my worldview, I have a stationary, immovable, fixed reference frame.
Dude, you don't understand motion.
You don't. In your worldview, everything is in
motion.
You don't have an anchor point. The best anchor point that you have is the backdrop of the stars.
Lion.
What
is motion?
Man, with your maybe you have the information that we're all looking for. Like, what is the inertial reference frame that they were able to establish to measure the motion of the Earth from? What is it they used to establish a reference frame separate from the Earth when they were in the ground? I guess you said in your article, Evil.
Laser gyroscope. Built underground.
Okay,
now, that's not mutually exclusive. None of that's mutually exclusive.
Hold on. Lion, you're really skirting this motion question, and it's actually kind of bothering him now. Do you not understand what the word? Hold on. Do you know what it means to be relative to something else? Do you know what the word relative means? Okay, so when you say one thing moves compared to another thing, do you agree that you could use the word relative there?
Yes.
So would you agree that would be referred to as relative motion, one thing moving compared to another thing?
Okay, yes, but I already made.
Okay, there you go. Relative motion. Done. Now we can move on.
No.
Don't
That's
interrupt him. No,
you
can't move on. You're gonna let Lion finish his sentence. Go ahead, Lion.
Thank you, Essie. I already made the disclaimer. I knew you guys were gonna try to get me with this. We're not talking about two moving objects, right? So when I mentioned the car on the highway versus another car on the highway that's going like 85 and one car's going 65, that would be relative motion because both cars are moving.
No, you still don't.
Yeah.
I said we're not talking about that. We're not talking.
Lion is going to get timed out for a minute. I promise.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Lion.
Thank you. We're not talking about that. I said stay with the context of the conversation, right? And in this specific example, I'm using the Earth as my reference point. The Earth is not in motion. It's fixed and movable, right? Therefore, there's no relative motion invoked in this specific scenario when the Earth is not in motion, dude.
Okay, No, I brought it up. I'll ask it again. I brought it up. That's okay. Lion, if the skydiver is moving towards the absolute still Earth, do you agree that it's moving towards another thing?
Yes.
Okay, would you say that one thing is moving compared to the Earth that is not moving?
Yes.
So would you say it's moving relative to the Earth?
Technically, yes.
Okay, so that's relative motion. It doesn't matter if the thing is still or not.
No.
Hold on, please.
It's literally relative motion. It doesn't matter if one of the things are not moving in even your objective frame of reference. It doesn't make a difference.
Even simpler. Can I say?
Hold on.
No. It's fine.
I'm not going to keep
Tanks
pushing.
and Lion sort this out for a minute, or else it's gonna be chaos. Let Akna and Lion sort this out.
I thought
that's it.
I'll repeat it again.
Good Lord, people. Hey. What a time.
Yeah, I know. I'll repeat the thing again for Lion to respond to. I'll even grant you that you think the Earth just does it, whatever that means. It's just still reference frame or whatever. It's an absolute no motion, right? And you gave an example of a skydiver. Do you agree that the skydiver is moving closer to the Earth?
Yeah, dude. Yes.
Okay, so you're measuring the motion comparatively to the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so would you say that the skydiver is moving relative to the Earth?
Yes.
So that's relative motion, even if you just want to say the Earth is not moving at all.
I understand that, and I already told you yes to that. But in your model, everything is in motion, including the Earth.
You just didn't acknowledge how you say you don't believe. Hold on. You just didn't acknowledge the fact that you said you don't believe in relative motion, and then you just exactly described relative motion. Do you understand that?
I already told you I
Probably
believe in
not.
relative motion, dude. I believe in relative motion, but not in the same sense that you guys do, bro.
Okay,
I think that the Earth can be used as a stationary fixed reference frame. You don't have to worry about it also moving. So when you do the calculations, you can treat the Earth as it's not moving at all, dude.
So I'll ask you a very simple question. I'll ask you. I got it. No. Hold on. I'm not done. So, Lion, have you ever been on a plane?
Dude, hold on, bro, because I already know how you are, dude. The reason that we brought this up to begin with is because I came up with a thought experiment regarding the 2 bowling balls and the Earth, and I asked you what's actually happening, right? The reason I brought up 2 bowling balls and not just one, because if I didn't bring up the other one, you could always use the relative motion bullshit. And we're like, well, if you're on the bowling ball, the Earth looks like it's moving up, but if you're on the Earth, it looks like the bowling ball's moving down. So it's all about inertial reference frames. That's why I brought up the 2 bowling balls, dude.
No, hold on. I asked a very simple question, Lion. Have you been on a plane?
Yeah, dude, yes.
Okay, and do we agree that plane is moving?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever handed someone something on a plane?
Yes.
Do you agree that the thing that you handed the person is moving?
Yes.
Is it moving relative to the plane or the Earth? Or to you?
Both. Both?
So both the things are moving?
Yes. Well, what's your point, dude? I get it, dude. I'm agreeing with you. But you're trying to catch me. But the thing is, you're trying to catch me in a technicality, dude. I already conceded that you can use other reference points, and call it relative motion. That's fine, dude. I don't have a problem with that. That's logically coherent.
Remember, you answered at least 5-6 questions, so keep that in mind next time you ask him a question.
This is painful. This is painful. Can we not do the obvious yes/no answer? If you're going to ask, wait a minute. Well, no, I'm not finished. If you're going to ask a yes/no answer that is so obvious that that we all know what the answer is going to be.
No, we don't all know the answer.
That is true.
But you have to. Now, I wasn't quite finished. Answer it yourself. If the other person disagrees with it, they can say so. But you don't have to wait to go back.
They don't disagree with it. They're just lying about it. It's not that they disagree with it, because he just admitted that he agrees. Hold on. Oh, okay. So now you can interrupt me. Got it. So he just said that he agrees with relative motion. There we go.
Yes.
How did he not just say he agrees with relative motion?
Because he's trying to draw a distinction between the kind of relative motion that he agrees with and something else. I don't know what something else is because I just joined. So,
so let him explain. Let him explain the difference he's drawing there.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Really, we weren't talking about relative motion. He invoked relative motion for some odd reason. We were talking about absolute motion originally, and you just completely deflected to relative motion. That's what you always do.
Hold on.
You have your tactics, dude. We started with absolute motion.
And you described it as relative
motion. Hold on. Yes, that's exactly correct. You described it as relative motion. You said skydivers falling towards the Earth.
All right, so a million people are talking at once.
Yeah. So I was in a conversation with Lion. So that's absolutely correct. You described what you called absolute motion as relative motion. You perfectly described it. Actually, you said the skydivers was falling towards the Earth. That's relative motion. Hold on. Don't say anything. That's exactly what you just described. So if you want to try to draw a distinction between absolute motion and relative motion, another thing that you could do is you could describe
this
how
guy's serious. He's going to be allowed to just
I was in the middle of...
I don't know.
Hold on.
No, this ain't going to work, bro.
You guys can't say you... Hold on. You guys can't always say you want a one-on-one conversation. Okay.
Can I respond real quick, dude? I'm just gonna wrap it up with this. I'm gonna wrap
when
it
a
up with
mod
this.
speaks, you shut up and listen.
I just server muted him, so whoever wants to unmute him.
I'm gonna
ahead.
wrap it
not
up with
gonna
this.
do
I'm
it.
gonna mute myself too, and then so you guys can talk whatever you guys want. So this is what I'm gonna say, right? I bring up absolute motion, and I bring up a thought experiment, a hypothetical experiment where we can actually prove absolute motion. The two bowling balls antipodal to each other fall into the earth, right? They want to invoke relative motion for some odd reason, because in their model, in both Newtonian mechanics and relativity, GR, there's no such thing as absolute motion.
Okay, so what is the thought experiment?
But you guys agree with that, right? And according to your model, both Newtonian and relativity, there's no privileged fixed point. There's no stationary immovable point. Everything is relative to each other. Everything's in relation to each other. Everything's in motion. Correct?
I would question that for Newtonian, but go ahead. What's the yes? Otherwise,
So I came up with a hypothetical experiment to see if we could actually show absolute motion in action. So I brought up two bowling balls antipodal to each other fall into the earth as an example
so this is the same
of
thing
actually
as
seeing.
This is the same thing as Jeremy skydivers.
Yes.
So you're asking, how is it that the Earth does not expand when they fall antipodal?
I continue my conversation with Lion.
Correct. Yes, sir. Yeah, he got it. See, Omni understands. So why, if there's no such thing as okay, go ahead.
I got muted and
I gotta
cut
go,
off,
dude. I actually gotta go.
That did happen, and that happened.
Yeah,
and
no,
there's a
you
reason
really
it
seem to
happened.
want to have.
I wish it didn't have to.
I gotta go. I'm out. I'm procrastinating.
please,
I'm at my destination. I gotta go. But if somebody else wants to take over for me, that'd be great. I'll be listening.
Yeah. Omni, it seems like you really want to have the one-on-one conversations, unless it's me doing the one-on-one conversations, asking the very simple question.
Nobody
that we really
likes
like to
you.
Thirst to avoid. I get it. There's a reason. There's a reason. I understand.
Well, yeah, you're spastic. It's called being
I'm not. I asked very
gotta-
simple questions.
All you have to do is just not.
Okay, if you guys are dogpiling Tuatna, then I'm gonna have to mitigate. All right, so we can do that, but then I'm gonna.
There's a lot of bias. There's a lot of bias mods going on. That's what I'm hearing.
Everybody's biased. Now you biased too.
Yeah, but you're inevitably biased towards the flat earthers.
So Omni, like in the thought experiment that he described to you.
Yeah, would you
I
like to
was-
defend Lion's point, Omni, or do you understand that he was describing relative motion?
So what he's talking about is this. If I can say for bowling ball A that it's falling towards the Earth, and the Earth is, I say the Earth is, both the Earth and the bowling ball are getting closer to each other, and both the Earth and bowling ball B are getting closer to each other. If I do the math, do the work, so that in both problems, from both bowling balls A and B's reference frame, how is it that the Earth is not expanding, since in both of them it's moving? That's his question.
What he was saying. He said that he believes in absolute motion, and to give a scenario for what he thinks absolute motion is, he described relative motion, agreed that it was relative motion, and then wanted to pretend that he still believes in absolute motion. Hold on. I gave him an alternative. Dude, hold on. I gave him an alternative, and I asked him, "Hey, Lion, if you believe in absolute motion, why don't you do me a favor? Tell me how you personally tell how an object is moving without reference to anything else." And he didn't go that. Hold on. And he decided not to go that way. Instead, what he decided to do was explain relative motion again, agreed that it was relative motion, and then still say he believed in absolute motion. That's what happened. And then you wanted to bail him out of that. It is what happened. It absolutely is. It is.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, why not?
Yep. It's not why not. That's what happened.
Okay. So for people who may not be aware, this has been a complaint from the people from Earth Awakens for quite some time. Jeremy is the first person who brought it up to me. And it has very little to do with relative motion and everything to do with how reference frames work in relativity. So, because in relativity, you can define either object as moving, then what you can do is you can say, well, okay, if I define the Earth as moving in both situations, towards a bowling ball A and B, which are antipodal, then how is it that the Earth is not expanding? That's the question. And the reason for this, it has, to my understanding, nothing to do with relative motion or absolute motion. Even
yeah, but the issue is.
Well, what do you think,
that,
Omni? Could we? Well, could the answer be that matter can't expand in that way? So we eliminate the impossible.
What?
No.
Well,
wait.
I think the issue that you're having here is that
using this demonstration or this experiment, Omni, could we distinguish between what's moving and what's not by using more than 2 points? 2 points kind of leaves you in the dark, but if we introduce 15 bowling balls, right?
Yes,
and then we can now distinguish Omni and only Omni.
You're roboting really bad. You're roboting super bad there.
No, he made the point that I was hoping Talakna would make the whole time. He finally said,
wait.
Finally told me.
All right.
Pretend you don't get it, like the whole time.
One time I had space.
Yeah.
But
they don't like the meta, but it's very clear. Lion isn't. He understands what relative. He's just misrepresenting it because it just doesn't work. Like he absolutely understands what I'm saying. He just pretends he doesn't. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, what you're saying?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go.
Even before that, okay, even before reference frame and so on in this example, he doesn't understand that motion is a change in movement. It doesn't matter even on top of a background. Okay, let's say we have a skydiver and there is a background, right? So a motion will be on top of some background anyway. And in that example that you said, you still have only one Earth. It doesn't matter that the Earth is moving and the both balls are going to the center. It is still one Earth. So it's where is the issue?
So the issue is this. In relativity, I'm going to say this one more time. In relativity, you can define the both bowling balls as standing still, and you can define the Earth as moving towards them. Now, because they are antipodal, does everyone know what antipodal means? On opposite sides of the Earth. So they're on opposite sides of the Earth, and because of relativity, I can define each bowling ball as motionless. Then, in order for them to come together, it seems logical that the Earth would have to expand.
But in order for you to define both of them motionless, doesn't it necessarily mean they have to do the same type of motion?
You can define both of them as motionless.
Well, if you do, the consequence would be that the Earth is moving.
But then you're not describing reality. How?
So that's the misunderstanding. So what typically happens when? So first off, this is not a complicated relativity problem, unfortunately. But relativity is super complicated compared to Newtonian mechanics. And if you haven't done Newtonian physics and you haven't done probably first year of calculus, you probably shouldn't be trying to do this, because what happens is you come up with this thought experiment and you're like, oh, this is, this means relativity is bullshit. I've falsified relativity. You haven't. So, but this isn't even a complex one. Talk about the train with the bomb on it and two lightning
Isn't
bolts.
it either? It's either true or false, right? It's either true that the Earth is moving or it's false. Like in that instance, it's either true or false. It'd have to be one or the other.
So no, it's not. Nope, it's not.
It is more than that.
The thing,
what's the alternative to the
the solution is that
of the excluded middle?
the explanation for this is that the bowling balls wouldn't be truly motionless because they would be accelerating, and even to Newton's third law, the Earth would also be accelerating towards them. So you kind of just wrecked. I didn't even think about that. So equal and opposite forces. If the force of gravity is pulling the bowling balls towards the center, that means the Earth is accelerating towards each of them, and even the bowling balls will be accelerating towards each other. So none of them would be truly motionless in that sense. You have to choose one position. You can't choose two different ones because neither bowling balls are truly motionless in their frame of reference.
That was an absolute reference frame from two off.
No, you can't choose two accelerating forces to be their own reference frame, like one shared reference frame, because they're two different accelerating things.
Yeah.
So
that's the issue.
So you actually can't. That actually is not true. Although it closer to a legitimate answer. So, go ahead.
What do you mean it's not true? That's exactly the reason that you couldn't do that.
So if you put an accelerometer on those bowling balls, what will it show?
But I would assume they would be accelerating, would they not be?
You're leaving out the equivalence principle.
No,
hold on. If they're falling towards the Earth, why would they not be accelerating?
Because bowling accelerometers measure proper acceleration, and what they are undergoing is coordinate acceleration.
Tell them you got to teach them their model. They don't know their model, dude.
Lion, that's not helping.
Lion.
Teach those dummies.
Wait, so explain it.
Okay, so in relativity, there are two types of acceleration: coordinate acceleration and proper acceleration. Coordinate acceleration is not is free fall acceleration, and proper acceleration is acceleration referent to free fall, or referent to outside of free fall. So, for example, if I have a plane in a power dive, jet fighter in a power dive, I'm accelerating towards the ground. I'm also in free fall. My proper acceleration is the acceleration from my thrust minus my drag, but it does not include the acceleration I get from free fall. So when you have objects that are undergoing coordinate acceleration, what you will see if you put an accelerometer on them is that it shows zero. It shows nothing in free fall. That is because, simply put, gravity is not a force. Now, this is getting into the weeds because
I understand, but I don't understand how you would have this for both bowling balls at once.
So,
as they are two different bodies. That's what I was saying the issue was.
Yep. So, I would like to get Rob Parks here to answer the question, or possibly John. But the answer that I would give you, and I'm not sure that this is going to be completely accurate, but it's closer to accurate, is this. When you set up the problem so that I have both bowling balls falling towards, so first off, in coordinate acceleration, when you do them, so let's be real clear about this. When you do when you do this, everyone wants to say, in reality, what's really happening, okay? And this doesn't work that way. That's not a question that you can properly form when you're talking about relativistic reference frames. And it seems really strange because everybody, feels like they have this iron grip on reality, and if they shake it hard enough, an ultimate reference frame just has to fall out. But that's not actually true. In reality, you can say either one is true. It doesn't make a difference. Now,
I meant specifically for Lion's bowling ball thing.
Okay, the reason why that sounds like bullshit is that we don't almost ever have a point of view reference frame from the bowling ball, and we almost always have a point of view reference frame from the Earth. So when you're doing coordinate acceleration, and you're doing it so that you're saying that the Earth expands, this is my understanding, if you set the problem up so that both of these things are moving towards the Earth, and this is all in the reference frame that you're viewing it from. So you say, I know that these two bowling balls are falling towards each other, and I'm standing somewhere on the moon to be able to know that this is happening. I'm actually not standing anywhere. I don't exist. This is just a problem on a graph on a test. It's just on this sheet of paper. Well, that's fine. Then the reference frame is whoever's reading that sheet of paper. Whoever's posing this problem is posing it from a reference frame that is not, I'm on one of those bowling balls. Okay? Because what's happening is you're looking at the entire system at once. And from the entire system at once, while you can still say both of these bowling balls are stationary, because you're looking at both of them, they're both coordinately accelerating closer to each other. So the reason why we say from the reference frame of the bowling ball, it looks like the Earth is coming towards it, is because when I'm this tiny little guy standing on the bowling ball, I'm weightless. I feel no force acting on me except for atmospheric drag, which we'll ignore. So I'm just hanging out weightlessly, or just hanging out here with no force on me, weightless, and I see the Earth come up and smack me. All right. So that's how it looks to the bowling ball. But when I'm from a reference frame where I see both bowling balls and the Earth, and this is what I'd prefer Rob Parks be here to answer, or John, but they're not. When I'm looking at this and I have all three of these things in the point of view in the reference frame of the question asker, then I have this situation where these bowling balls are both getting closer together, and I'm in a reference frame where I'm seeing both of them. So in that situation, no, the Earth doesn't expand. But all of this is really about how you set up the equation, how you set up the question. But that said, the thing that's really confusing about relativity is that the one that you want to be wrong, I have one bowling ball and I have the Earth, and I have the Earth moving towards the bowling ball. That's as legitimate as the bowling ball moving towards the Earth. That's why it's super complicated to get your head around, and there's not really a good reason to be trying to figure this out, because if you want to falsify Einstein, you're going to have to work a hell of a lot harder than that. Okay.
I had a question just real quick. You said in one frame that the Earth expands to the ball, or
No.
was I misunderstood? Okay, I misunderstood that though.
Okay, so imagine I have two bowling balls falling towards the Earth on every at every side, on both antipodal to each other.
Yeah.
One on the North Pole, one on the South Pole.
Yes.
Okay, what the person who's questioning relativity says is, if you tell me that I can do that in relativity, I can say the Earth moves towards the basketball, or the bowling ball, or the bowling ball moves towards the Earth, and both of those are identical to say.
Okay.
And now that I have two bowling balls, doesn't that mean the Earth must expand? Which is completely silly. Therefore, Einstein is debunked.
Oh yeah.
Can I ask?
I have one more question, and so let's just say that was a logical conclusion, and people said yes, the Earth expands. Don't you test the relative outcome of that conclusion? The
problem isn't just that the Earth would expand, but that if relativity claimed the Earth would expand and it really doesn't, then we would debunk relativity. The fact is, relativity does not claim that. That is a misinterpretation of relativity.
So can I quickly give a good example?
Okay.
We have two antipodal satellites in space, which their relativity is relevant, right? flying around the Earth, and the Earth is not expanding. Isn't that debunks this idea by itself?
Well, I mean, it does and doesn't, and the reason why it doesn't is because the scenario that all of the people who want to debunk Einstein with this want to set up is the apple falls from the tree, and relativity says you can either be the point of view of the apple, in which case the ground is moving towards you, or the point of view of the ground, in which case the apple is moving towards the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you said. So when you explain that, people are like, "That's clearly bullshit." I know that in reality, the apple is moving towards the ground, and you can't tell me otherwise.
And then you got people like Zenek and others that actually say it's not just because of a reference frame where it's like an illusion that the Earth is moving up. That's not an illusion. They actually say that the Earth is moving up. That's why we brought up that experiment. That's how we came up with that experiment.
I know.
To try to combat Zenek.
Let me try this again. It's not an illusion. What it is a point of view.
He's saying actually moving. He's saying actually moving up, but he's not acknowledging relative motion. It doesn't make sense when he says things like that. Can we acknowledge the fact that he's saying things like that and it makes no sense?
Okay, so I think it does make sense.
No, it doesn't. Saying there are people that say the Earth is actually moving up without acknowledging relative motion makes no sense. To say something is actually moving without acknowledging relative motion makes no sense.
So it does.
It doesn't make sense.
Bro, I've acknowledged relative motion, dude. Why are you gaslighting and strawmanning me, dude? I've already acknowledged relative motion, dude. I don't have a problem with relative motion necessarily.
The Earth is moving relative to the ball.
And dude, just go ahead. I'm not gonna.
Oh my God, you're such a coward, bro. If you're gonna say that you believe in relative motion, so you believe in relative motion.
Omni understands. Omni understands. Has no problem. You're the only one that has a problem.
No, he doesn't understand. Omni, explain what actually moving means without invoking relative motion. Please do so.
Okay.
Lion says you understand.
No, I'm going to. Now, this is going to get complicated. So first off, acceleration, which is what we from the Earth perceive the apple is doing, is not relative. In fact, proper acceleration, if this were proper acceleration, you can't get rid of that by moving between reference frames. Something that is accelerating in one reference frame will be accelerating in all reference frames.
Only in GR.
Well, we're talking about GR. So
right, but like
yes. Okay. So and also, you know, in Newton too, but in Newton it's trivial. So
no, but motion the apple without moving.
Acceleration is not. You can have absolute acceleration under relativity. In fact, you do have absolute acceleration under relativity. It's called proper acceleration. Now,
also, does that only also work if you're acknowledging the observer is in sounds weird to say the universe, but the dimension that the thing is absolutely accelerating in as well? I mean, the way Lion poses the question makes it sound like the observer is outside of the scenario itself, but I don't even think Einstein doesn't propose that. He makes the observer as part of the math that has their own, you could say, absolute acceleration.
So not necessarily. So on the Earth right now, because we are moving in okay, so the Earth and the solar system are in free fall around the Great Attractor, which means we're undergoing coordinate acceleration, but not proper acceleration. We are undergoing proper acceleration on the Earth because it is spinning, because the Earth is rotating, and in fact, that's what we detect with the Sagnac effect, or fiber optic gyros. So
that didn't explain what Lion was talking about, just to be clear.
Well, the scenario that he's got.
He said you understand. I thought you were going to explain it.
It gets into relativistic motion, and it gets real complicated because, like he said, he's bringing up proper and coordinate acceleration, and gravity as defined by Einstein and general relativity is not a real force and is not like
it's not a force. It is. That's correct. It is not a force.
Hold on, I'm trying to phrase this in a way that would make sense to you guys.
Also, it's not
what? Even
there's not a preference. There's not a like a preference frame, like a preferred frame. There you go, a preferred frame.
There's not a preferred frame of reference. That's correct. Which means that from the Apple's perspective, it is just as valid as the Earth's perspective.
Okay. Lion, again, because I think you understand what Lion's saying, because what Lion's saying doesn't make sense. Lion wants to say that the apple moves relative to the Earth, but not that the Earth moves relative to the apple. But even in Einstein's view, they both pull each other.
No, no.
They do, though.
Well, hold on. When you say they pull each other, you're invoking an actual force. That's not what relativity states.
No, they both.
What relativity states is
have mass.
So the warping of space-time is actually causing things to look like they're falling, but really, like gravity, when things are free falling, those objects are actually in an inertial state. That's why you can't. That's why you can't. That's why you can't measure any proper acceleration with accelerometers, because the object is free falling and it's actually being what we perceive as falling towards the Earth is really due to relativity and the bending and warping of space-time. Dude, it's real complicated. That's why we came up with this experiment to begin with. Because hold on, dude. That last thing, I'll land it right here. There's something called the equivalence principle, dude, that states that there is no preferred reference frame, dude.
So the equivalence.
That doesn't. Hold on, no. But now, if you're going to say that, now you have to say that neither the apple nor the planet are moving.
Okay,
how can you say that the apple falls because of gravity? Well, I don't know if you have to for this conversation. How can you say that the apple is appearing to fall, but is actually just moving across the curve of space-time, but the Earth is not doing the same thing? How can you say the Earth doesn't move, but not also say the apple doesn't move as well? Because Einstein says they both move in the same way. They both move across the coordinate of space-time together.
Right. So the laws of physics are basically the same for both the Earth and the apple. So a free-falling reference frame is the same as an inertial reference frame or a non-moving reference frame.
Yeah, it is an inertial reference frame.
Okay, no, but I don't have an issue with that. But now you're saying that the Earth is absolutely still, but the apple is moving towards the Earth. But no. Einstein says, well, the Earth's not really moving. It's following the curvature of space-time, and it's not really moving. But the apple is doing the exact same thing. So why would you say the apple is moving? You can't have it both ways. No. Have Lion answer that.
But that's the dilemma that we're in, and that's what I'm trying to ask you, bro.
It's not the dilemma.
That's what I want you to answer. You want me to answer your dilemma.
I'll literally explain it right now, because you can go either way. You can either say they're both just following the curvature of space-time, or one's moving relative to other. You can use either Einsteinian or Newtonian, but you're trying to choose one or the other for a scenario where you're saying, well, let's be an outside observer, which Einstein doesn't acknowledge. He says that there is no privileged reference frame, that in his math, the observer is part of his math, just like the apple and the planet. It literally is. It's all things. Even in you can't make up a whimsical scenario where you're God watching motion outside of whatever it is. To acknowledge the motion, Einstein would say that you have to be in the math. Like, you can literally look at it. I don't know what to. That's a different point.
So you
want to take. Hold on. You want to take your scenario and try to apply both Newtonian by saying you get a privileged reference frame of watching it, but you don't want to apply the Einsteinian saying all things move towards each other. You got to choose one or the other. You can't just say I'm God watching the two bowling balls move towards each other, but not acknowledge that all things go towards each other.
You can be on a spaceship watching both of them. Yes.
But you're going to be falling as well. You're falling as well.
It's a hypothetical.
It doesn't matter.
It's a hypothetical thought experiment, dude. That's all it is. Go ahead.
It doesn't make sense. You can't both say that you're acknowledging. Your Wi-Fi is terrible.
You broke up left lane.
No one understood that. Anyway, the point is, if you want to say that there's relative motion for the apple towards the Earth, you also have to say there's relative motion for the Earth towards the apple. But then you say, nuh-uh, Einstein says something different. Yeah, Einstein said something different. The Earth isn't actually moving, but then he would also say the apple's not moving as well. You can't cut halfway through that. Do you understand that issue, or are you just gonna pretend that issue doesn't exist?
Bro, that's not my dude. I'm teaching you your model, dude. I didn't come up, dude. I didn't come up with this, bro.
I'll explain it very
acting
quickly
like I
again.
came up with this. Like this is
Lion, I'll explain it
What's
very
up?
quickly again.
Let
You can
Lion
accept
finish his sentence, guys. Come on, man.
He's just saying that I'm wrong, but he won't acknowledge the issue.
Yeah, but let him finish, bro.
Over and over is already tiresome.
Yeah, but he's saying the same thing over and over. You can acknowledge that the apple moves relative towards the Earth, like Newton says, but then you also have to say the Earth moves relative to the apple. But you don't do that. What you then want to do is invoke Einstein and say, well, no, the Earth is actually just still, and it just follows the warping of space-time. But then the apple is also just still following the warping of space-time. You're cutting halfway there. Will you acknowledge that you're making that halfway cut, like we all just saw you do?
No, that's literally what relativity states, dude. There's space-time. There's space-time that's warping around falling objects, dude. I didn't come up with this shit.
Can I get in? Can I get in? I'm gonna.
Do you want to answer the question I just asked Lion?
Yeah, but I'm gonna get in too. Now I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. So a couple of things. So first off, in Lion, when you hear the bending and warping of space-time, okay, I'm not sure what drives you to want to get into this. It's, I get that it sounds like bullshit to you, but there's no reason to think it's bullshit. It's not. This problem that you're proposing is only a problem because the math is really hard to do. Okay? But when we do the math, it's not a problem. All right?
The problem is...
Listen, hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. She was addressing me, dude. Omni, the reason I bring this up is because it's a mind fuck, dude. Yes. And I enjoy going through it. I enjoy going through it and breaking my noggin, trying to figure it out.
Okay.
That's why I bring it up.
That's
not a mind fuck, which is why neither you nor Omni will acknowledge you're jumping between two different paradigms. You didn't acknowledge the thing I said. Is there a reason for that?
So there is no reason for it. It's a mystery, and it will forever be a mystery. All right.
But you're not acknowledging it regardless for a reason.
Tuakna, just leave it.
Sorry, wait till Xanax shows up, then you guys can interrogate Xanax. He'll tell you.
I'm going to agree with him. All right? And the reason why I'm going to agree with him is because the easiest way for you to understand, to me to make it clear to you, is yes, it's just from the apple's perspective that it's falling towards the Earth, that the Earth is moving towards it. However, what you have to realize is that it's not just from the apple's perspective. If I have scientists on the apple and they're all doing experiments trying to figure out what's going on, they will determine that they are not moving. Okay, that they cannot detect any force acting on them. They are floating in free fall, and this giant thing is coming towards them. All right, that's what every super sensor that they've got on there will detect. So, to say that that's just not really real is all that's doing is speaking from our daily lives perspective. It is real. There is no actual test that these tiny scientists can do, assuming no atmosphere, to determine whether or not that will tell them they're moving. They can't. Nothing. The interferometers that we use to say that we're spinning won't detect that. Accelerometers won't detect it. Okay? So for you to say, but that's not real, is it's only founded on your view of how everyday life works, which is when I let go of a glass, it falls on the floor and breaks.
And it's personal incredulity.
Well, yes, and personal incredulity. But we're all incredulous about something. Right?
Yeah, but we don't make claims about it after. Okay.
Well, all right.
Oh,
So-
we're just gonna ignore that part too. I get it. We're just gonna ignore everything today.
Yeah. Okay. So, so that's why I don't disagree with Zanuck. The mindfuck of relativity is that all reference frames are equal, and that yes, in fact, if I'm that tiny little person on the apple, I can do all of the, I can have all the sensors that Star Trek has, and all I can tell is that this thing is moving towards me. So
Omni.
Why is it a mind? Wait, why is it a mind fuck? How is that an issue? That's what relative motion is.
Because the Earth is moving up.
You weren't talking. Stop.
Sorry, go ahead.
You just described relative motion. All you could tell is that something is moving towards you. That's relative motion. Where's the mind fuck in this?
Well, because if it was acceleration, if it was proper acceleration, you would be able to detect it.
What do you mean? I don't understand why you keep saying proper and coordinate acceleration. Coordinate acceleration, does that assume a reference point to make a coordinate plane to say that you're moving through?
No.
So what, you're just gonna coordinate plane some like absolute arbitrary point of the universe?
So, coordinate acceleration means you can draw that coordinate system wherever you want from whichever reference frame you want, and you'll see the acceleration in some reference frames and not in others. But with proper acceleration, you will not.
No, what you did, okay, you have to describe it a different way because that's not making sense. If you're saying that you could see the acceleration in some reference frame but not in others, it's not the thing that's moving, it's where you place the coordinate system.
No.
So what do you mean no?
I mean no.
Yeah, I think we're confusing general relativity and
Can I make a comment?
relative motion here.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way because how Omni's describing it just cannot be the case. Right? It just doesn't make sense even intuitively, and what Lion's doing just isn't describing what motion is. So we're running into two issues here.
I recommend we take it up with the PhDs.
Exactly.
Yeah, all the people here agree that it makes sense, and then Lion just says nuh-uh. So I absolutely agree 100% with you for the first time. So I don't know what you're like. Yeah,
no, I'm talking about you. You think that I'm getting it wrong. I'm pretty sure
I do.
I'm not getting it wrong. Yeah,
okay.
I know that's fine.
He knows what he's talking about. Omni knows what he's talking about. And things that are free falling, right? They're experiencing zero acceleration, zero proper acceleration. And they're according to relativity, they're following the bending and warping of space-time. They're actually following a geodesic. Like, especially with things falling around the Earth in orbit.
But then you have to say that the apple is also absolutely accelerating.
No, it's not.
Dude, what is your problem? How does that not immediately follow?
The apple is not undergoing proper acceleration. If you put a accelerometer on it, it will read zero acceleration.
Okay. Sure. Whatever. Sure. You're either explaining. No, because you both can't explain this one thing using your different explanations. Because you're both trying to explain it in different ways, and you're just not acknowledging that fact.
Can I make a comment real quick? If ever in chat room we stumble upon a topic which requires prior knowledge of something as complex as general relativity, it's probably a good sign you need to change topics. Because you can't teach somebody this over Discord. It's just a fool's errand to think that you could. And then that just wastes time. So there are so many other ways, so many simpler ways to prove globe versus flat. And you don't need general relativity to do it.
Just really quick before we move on. Just super quick. Just to show that Omni and Lion are not agreeing here. Omni, do you agree that the apple is moving relative to the Earth just as the Earth is moving relative to the apple?
They are both moving relative to each other.
Yes. Exactly. So your two views can't cohere with each other right now. Because that's not what Lion's saying. Lion's saying that one is absolute and one is not absolute. So you guys,
hold on, bro. Hold on. Stop before you stop projecting.
No. Okay. Because now Lion wants to say the Earth is not moving relative at all, right? Even though that's what relative motion is. So you guys don't agree at the moment. You don't agree at the moment, which is why it's not.
I agree with that. No. Within your worldview, I have no problem with that, dude. I already told you this.
You have no issue with the Earth moving relative to the apple.
Orbiting the great attractor. I mean, obviously it's moving.
Wait. So just to be clear, Lion, you have no issue with the Earth moving relative to the apple?
No, at all. Nope, not at all.
Okay, so that's relative motion. I'm glad we agree that.
I know what relative motion is. Stop projecting like I don't.
That's
I had
not
to
what you
teach
said
you what
earlier in the
relative motion
conversation.
was.
You didn't teach me anything.
It's also not projection. Stop using terms you don't know the definitions of, please.
Oh, here we go.
Hold on. Can I just say real
All
quick,
the Globers are getting
JL,
triggered.
you read my mind. Are you in my brain? What the fuck? I literally is like, just that's not projection.
I can read minds over TCP. It's a rare
I find that happening.
my
I find that happening a lot. It's just kind of like, please stop using terms you don't know the definitions of.
You continue to project. Hilarious. The irony.
Do you know what is projection?
Not a projection. Again, not a projection.
Just hold on. Just what's projection?
You act like I don't know what I'm talking about, but really you don't know what you're talking about. The irony.
Well, when you use a term out of context like that, like you use a term you don't know its definition, and you think it means something else.
Dude,
that's what you're doing,
bro. You got nothing.
You think the term means something else, and you think it's a gotcha.
Bro,
you're like,
mute
aha, you're
yourself.
doing this,
No
but
one
you have
likes
the
you,
definition wrong. So you're not using the term correctly. So it makes you look like an idiot.
Okay,
Bro,
so
just mute yourself. You got nothing.
I
you got
constantly look like an idiot, so you're in good company.
Projection's kind of like an appeal to the boxer. You're like, yo, bro, like you're making that statement because you fucking actually think that about me. You're accusing me of something that you're doing. That's what projection means.
Bro, how many Q-ops do we need in one world, dude? You're like Q-op number 2. You sound just like
Q-op? What does that even mean?
He thinks
we
that
already
people
got
are-
one
he thinks
Q-op.
that
We don't
people
need
who
another
are more
one.
educated than him.
Lion.
There's this grand conspiracy of people who are more educated than him, who actually spent time in school and went to college and actually got degrees in this shit, and that it's all this great cabal that's meant to like discredit him.
I feel
No, but hold on. I just defined a term for him. Like, what does he mean by Q whatever? What the fuck does that mean? Can he define that? I'm genuinely curious what the fuck that is.
Oh,
Yo, that has to be Q-op with a voice changer.
Yeah, what is Q-op? What the fuck is
Q-op is a guy.
Like, I keep asking you, you deaf motherfucker.
That's him, dude. That's him.
Oh, you just think I'm some other user? Is it just like anybody with a brain must be this user that triggered him one time? Is that what we're at right now? Like, this is
okay.
Okay, moving on.
Sorry to tell you, Lion, your God doesn't exist. You're not special in the universe. It's time for you to accept it. It's okay. There are support groups for this, so that you don't like crash out.
And I am special in the universe. I'm especially special.
We'll see one day, boy. Everything will be clear to you, and then you'll be like, "Oh, damn."
You know, that's my favorite atheist part. You're not special in the universe. Meanwhile,
Wait,
we're
why
the
are
only
you
life.
special in the universe?
We're the only life ever found, right? But we're not special.
No, we're not the only life ever found. There's other life.
Essie, you are not special.
Essie, do you think there wasn't life before? Wait, you actually think there wasn't life before human? Do you think there was life before? Just because the fact that there's life before you're born makes you not
Remember
special.
the obvious question stuff Omni told you about before? Yeah, that's
Remember how he likes to protect you guys from dodging very obvious questions that make you guys look insane? Was there life before you were born?
It's funny.
Is that a serious question?
Yeah, it's a serious question. Do you think there was life before you were born?
You could just answer it and
No,
move on.
Akna, he's a metaphysical
Yes,
idealist.
there was
It's
life,
only in his mind.
Okay, so there was life before you were born. So why do you think you're any more special than the life that came before you?
So
Who said anything about being special?
So you're not special?
The statement was, the atheists say, "Oh, you think that you're not special in the universe."
I think
You're not special in the universe.
We're not special in the universe.
I know it's bad. I
Wait
know
a
you
minute.
can't do it.
There's nothing that entails that we are special in the universe.
Yeah, what makes you special? Why would you say that?
Because so far we're the only ones that we know exist. So
What the fuck is this?
I think I'm pretty special. I don't know, man. If you don't think you're special, JL, you do you. But I feel pretty
You know what? I'm pretty sick and tired of hearing this. I know that I am special because only special boys redo third grade.
When you say
Wait, no. He knows he's special because they have a special bus just for him.
True.
That's right.
It's funny when.
Well, my question is like when you say special, like what and I hate this. It sounds like it's obvious, but like, what does it actually mean in this context? And in what way are you using it that you feel that you are special in the universe, therefore God must exist?
Yeah.
Why do you think you're special? Period. Like the hell?
So what he says.
Well, go ahead, Omni.
When he says you're not special, he means that
can't
the
answer
Earth
any
was not
questions.
created as a flat, motionless plane just for you with a dome over it.
In the sense that, like, you know, like there's nothing to indicate that humans, that the existence of human beings was intentional, was like an intentional. It's not like there's evidence that indicates the universe was created in such a specific way as to give specifically to give rise to human beings. So no, there's no evidence of that.
Obviously,
Perfectly designed. These fucking blind spots are just so perfect.
True.
Well, yeah. Hey, can I ask a question?
Wait. My turn to say.
Yes, you can ask a question. Hold on, Akna. You spoke enough, bro.
I wasn't speaking, bro. What is your problem?
Sorry, I missed. Sorry, my bad.
So I don't think that is what makes us special or not special.
Omni, you know why you're special?
Why?
Because you live in a prison world with a dome above you.
Oh.
This is why you're special. And God observes every reaction that you make, and you cannot escape your prison ever.
Wait a minute. Omni you do not believe in the firmament, correct, Omni?
I do not believe in I do not believe in a biblical the biblical flat Earth firmament. I'm willing to accept that it could be the expanse of the universe or the.
Oh my goodness!
I thought I heard
no structure requires a container.
Well, if we want to call the universe the container, I'm okay with that.
Prison bars require a container?
The whole requires a container thing is nonsense. But if you want to call the universe a container, I won't complain. If you want to
fuck that. Hold on. No. It's not nonsense. It's like backed up by everyday experience.
No,
the concept. Hold on. The concept of gravity holding in air pressure on the Earth is what's nonsense. Like gravitation, rather.
So,
we're going to debate
Everybody at once, please.
Such a departure.
Wait,
from
what's holding
science.
in air pressure? What does that mean?
It's such a departure.
It's not a departure from science.
It's almost like you'd have to be either retarded or full of hubris to believe it.
Okay, he's trolling.
So it's not divorced from reality because it's experimentally and observationally. It's observationally and experimentally confirmed. So you can try again.
It's a matter of necessity to you because you have to, and it's
shit. Okay.
Well, you guys have been talking, so let me talk. I've been talking for fucking hours.
I want to
let Issa talk.
I want to let Issa talk, but I have a question before you just say, because when you say you have to be retarded or super full of hubris to say that's going to trigger people. I want to understand what about it makes you think that a person saying it would need to be retarded.
Well, because it's like it goes against. How about just cool your jets, buddy. Fucking StarCraft over here. No, seriously. Because, like, if you're going to use, like, everyday usage, like, remember, the only reason
you
you
don't
guys
understand it?
No, Warren, come on.
Because he doesn't understand it?
No. I understand it. The point is, and that's why being, like, understanding it is what makes it so laughable. Because, again, hold on, just let me finish it. Again, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like, fucking, so, if every turn that I have to fucking try to believe what you guys propose, I have to depart from everyday direct experience.
So
the fucking gas pressure argument happens to be one of the more, like, really backed up by evidence kind of claims. And yours thing is not backed up by anything but that which you're saying that it already is. So you're using, it's like,
did anybody follow that sentence?
We got Wait.
Let me just finish my presentation. I gave a joke about flat Earth being a prison and not special, then this guy actually jumped and showed us how badly he needs to feel special.
All right. Okay.
Just a remark.
We got it.
For
Okay.
the room.
Okay, who's next?
Oh, just saying that it's gravitational, like gravity, like, you know, curvature of space-time. These are all observationally and experimentally confirmed. So I don't know what he's talking about. It's
I know, but it goes against your like you have to depart from direct experience, which is just
no, it
weird,
doesn't. We can observe
that's
it,
what you
and
require for
we
everything.
observe it, and we
Where's
experimentally
space-time?
confirm
Where's
it.
space-time
Dog,
in my
you gotta
direct
let him
fucking
talk,
experience?
You
It
gotta
is
let him talk, bro.
experimentally and observationally confirmed.
No, just theoretically. No, just theoretically and mathematically confirmed by you.
No, wait.
Oh, wait. I have to know. I have to know.
If that's good enough for
back
you.
and forth on this. So, Isa, so what makes you think that they're not? Tora, hold on. Isa, what makes you think? What makes you think that there are not experiments that confirm gravity?
Well, it's kind of just like you're like the whole gay thing about you got to go to latitudes and you can test the fucking different weight and stuff. Like, you know, and like the idea that like those hold on. Those hold on. Hold on. The differences, right? Like that you're at like what you show to be your proofs for these things that are necessities based of observations of the stars is just laughable in light of like what we directly experience every day.
Okay,
like,
so that makes zero sense to me.
Can I ask a question, Isaac?
You necessitate, like in your model, it has to be that gold fucking has this big differential.
Okay,
but it's really not very consequential.
Wait, okay, no, we're doing this in an orderly fashion because otherwise, So I'm going to go next to I think JL and then Pazza, but I wanted to say to Isa, what you just said didn't make any sense to me. It doesn't sound to me like you have. Like you know what experiments we're talking about or what data we're talking about.
Okay. Well, I just have three like really quick. I have two really quick questions because I pressed for time. I have a live stream I got to get to at 7. So, Isa, tell me what you think a scientific theory is.
Scientific theory. What do you mean? Like, are you trying to like the theory versus law question?
Yeah,
like,
no. When you use the term theory earlier, like it's just a theory. I want to know. I want to know if you know what a scientific theory is.
I don't know if I quoted I don't know if I said that, and I don't know if I could directly like explain to you the definition of it, like a scientific theory in like the language that you'd want.
Okay, so the problem is that you invoked the term theory as it was being equivalent to a hypothesis. It was equivalent to being a hypothesis.
Okay, so forgive me if it was some systematic faux pas.
Okay, not a problem. It's okay. It's okay. I have a second question. Okay. It's not a problem. We're good. We're good. You answered it. I have a second question. Do you know what type 1 and type 2 errors are?
No, not specifically. I don't know what.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Type 1 and type 2 errors are errors in cognition for human beings. It's when they're called false positives and false negatives. Okay? It's when an observation leads to a false conclusion based on faulty data, typically faulty assumptions, or another conclusion, either that their proposition is true or a proposition is false. Okay? That's called a false positive and a false negative. It's a type 1 and type 2 error. An example of this is if you're an ancient hunter and you're out hunting and you come up on the long grass and you can't see in the tall grass, right? And then you see the grass move a certain way. So the question is it the wind blowing the grass, or is there a lion hiding in the grass waiting for you to come closer so he can get you? You have a choice to make. You either go into the grass and risk being eaten by a lion, or you just leave and you live to hunt another day. Okay, determining which one or the other is a type 1 or type 2 error. You don't have the data to make appropriate conclusions, but based upon the pattern analysis, you make another choice.
Right.
Humans do this all the time as a part of humans do this all the time. Isa, I'm not done. Humans do this all the time as a part of pattern. Isa, humans do this all the time as a part of pattern recognition.
What's the relevance?
No, it's not. So when you stand on the earth, no, Isa, here's where it's relevant. Isa, here's where it's relevant. Here's where it's relevant. When you stand on the earth and you don't feel movement, That's because you are experiencing the law of conservation of momentum.
Bro, that's
you are
what you
traveling
propose.
the same speed
dude.
as the Earth
Holy
does.
shit.
And
How about
because
this? No,
motion
I'm
is
not.
relative,
No, I'm
motion
not.
is relative,
How about that?
you don't perceive the
Listen.
motion.
Okay, we got it. We got it.
To be honest,
Okay.
what I was going to ask Issa was, okay, right? So, how would you?
Yo,
characterize-
shut the fuck up. Wait.
Yeah.
Everybody wait. Let Issa respond, dude. He had a whole freaking mouthful right there. Go ahead.
Yo, right. So, like, this is the thing, but it's like, look, no matter how much, like, everyday experience says, like, that there's gas pressure when there's containment, right? And you have to hold that pressure. Now, the point is like, that you guys are making the leap and, like, observing the long grass and presuming it's a spider or, presuming it's a fucking lion kind of a thing. By saying that, oh, well, no. Gas pressure without a container doesn't necessarily have to exist because we want to see the fucking tiger that's in the grass.
But that's not what we're talking about because gas pressure. But that's not what we're talking about because gas pressure is not the same as because gas pressure is not the same as atmospheric pressure.
I get it.
Gas pressure is not the same as atmospheric pressure. Issa, there's two different things.
Yeah, now you're gonna break through. But your excuses are never enough. Is my point.
Issa, what do you think pressure is? Can you just tell me what you think that is?
Bro, are you gonna distinguish between particles hitting together or something hitting the surface?
What do you think?
I'm really, the whole proposition is retarded.
Issa, what do you think pressure is?
Because it goes against. Let me talk to Omni.
Stop.
Shut the fuck up.
No,
yeah,
Issa, I would like to actually respond to what I said to you.
Did you overcomplicate everything because you're fucking too busy?
No, I would like you to respond to what I said to you with the law of conservation of momentum.
That's what he does, bro.
Omni, can you control this? Can you control this guy?
No, dude, you gotta control yourself, bro. You gotta chill out.
Omni, I just want to know if he's going to respond to the law.
I don't know if he's going to respond. So are you?
Omni, maybe you can ask him because I'd like to know if he's going to respond.
Ask him right now. So, JL, are you going to respond to JL?
I don't even know what the fucking dude is saying. He's like over here talking about we're talking about gas pressure without a container. He's talking about
what he always does.
No, you switched to something else.
You don't have to.
I asked you about the law of conservation of momentum.
Stay on point. Yeah, I know. I get it. And it's again a stupid fucking argument. It's not what I'm trying to have. I'm having the argument. I'm having the argument that right now we're talking about gas pressure. Look, omnivores.
No, you changed it.
I wasn't even talking to you. Omni said, Joe, because I was trying to address you like politely, you fucking idiot. Like, yo,
you dodged it. You dodged the point that I brought up because it
angry and upset. Dude, go right ahead. No, fucking, what I'm saying is this: Omni said that gas pressure without containers is a stupid fucking argument. Now, my point is that it's
you got to rein this asshole in.
Shut the fuck up.
Rein this asshole in.
Yo, go right and get your poem about it. Fucking send it to Antifa. Dude, fucking do whatever you got to do. But
you guys are trying to emotionally dominate.
Please don't come in here.
And Omni, he keeps using "gay" as a fucking pejorative. Can you stop that shit?
Yeah, it's like in the 1980s sense, bro. Grow up.
Yeah, how about we mute both of you guys?
In the Canadian sense?
No, you guys, come on. You got to go one at a time, guys.
So Pazza, we never got to you. What did you want to say, Pazza?
Well, I wanted to address what Issa said to start with. He said, if from his perspective, if you accept gravity or believe it or however he wants to frame it, then you must be retarded. I mean, how often in any other aspect of your life, if there's some proposition put on the table and it's complex, and in your everyday, sorry, go on, carry on.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't understand this dude, bro.
The derogatory terms that I've heard said about flat earthers in here is 10 times worse. So stop bitching about medic shit.
Could you potentially get on the same side of the wall as your microphone?
True.
True.
Did you hear what I said?
Nope.
No, it's great.
Yeah, we heard.
I heard that there have been a lot of pejorative terms for flat earthers said in here. And I've heard Glober a lot, too. So what do you know?
True. So I have a question. Oh, wait, he's muted. Never mind. Would any of the flat earthers in here like to tell me what they think pressure is?
It's force over area.
Omni,
who answered that? Who answered that?
Flat earther?
Sorry, did you call flat earther? That's so strange. No. That's Omni. Why are you protecting these people? Let them answer.
Yo, hold on, bro. Hold on. Yo, everybody gotta chill out, dude. Everybody got. Hold on, dude.
Can I just
wait?
One question.
Protecting my head.
are the gas particles putting the same amount of pressure on each other as they are the walls of the container?
Ooh, good question.
Dude, if you suck one dick, does it make you gay? You know, it's like, dude, I just think like, I just think it's completely something that is like.
Isa, please.
That depends. That depends. Is he cute?
Hey.
Yeah, it's like retarded questions, dude. You guys are answering questions that nobody asked for one. And two, you're only answering the questions.
Same amount of pressure
You're only answering the
on each other
questions.
as they are the container.
No, listen, man. You're only trying to answer these questions because. Hold on, just 1 second, dude. No, this is a general premise I'm going to propose.
They're not
it's
going to answer
interesting.
either of the
You guys aren't.
questions.
What I'm going to say is interesting, and you're not. So, like, the point is to check it out. Like, the idea that you have to put together all of this other shit to go along with what is initially your observation from the stars. Like you have to have centrifugal forces because the Earth has to be spinning because everything has to conform to the stars. And my point is, just let me finish.
Is this Windows
Let me finish.
XP? Is this Windows 98? Because I'm getting a blue screen.
What I'm saying is interesting. Remember, you're not. Yeah, the fucking point is this: is that you have to string together all of this different amount of shit. And all of it goes against.
I made a prediction. I predicted it was because he didn't get it. And he just basically said he doesn't get it. That's why.
And obviously, JL.
Predictive model confirmed, baby.
Good lord.
You wouldn't let me finish, first off. You wouldn't let me finish, first off.
And my point is that.
Ask your question, Isa.
Can you explain to me what gravity has to do with observations of the stars? I mean, specifically
certainly. That's what. No. Actually, that's what your guys are proposing is that gravity has something to do with that. And so what I'm saying is that, like, the idea that, like, take for instance, like atmospheric pressure, like the idea of how it would exist in your model goes against everything anyone directly experiences in life. And all you have to do.
Underwater?
Let me finish the point.
Have you ever been underwater?
Let me just finish the point. So that you guys are so bound, right, to like conform to all these things that don't make sense to everyday world life shit, and you have to string it all together. And it's like the gaps are bullshit. And it's a problematic because you're going to have gas pressure without a container every time you're going to need to fucking fill up your tire, but then it doesn't exist once you get out into the fire. It's just you guys are asking
problem
too
with
much,
the way
bro.
you're thinking is
The way I'm thinking,
all the
dude,
things
what are you talking
about? All the things you're talking about, they all work in cohesion in our model. All the things that you guys talk about contradict
and you have
all
to give
the other things you guys talk about.
Okay, so
wait, can I get my question answered? What he thinks pressure is, not from
Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to talk about particles. Just go eat a dick, dude. Seriously.
Okay. But like, do you know what pressure is? Like, have you ever been underwater and like
just shut the fuck up, dude? Nobody cares, bro.
But have you ever been underwater and your ears start to hurt?
Because any attempt to put him in a corner is not going to work.
Me?
Yeah. So no. I have a legitimate question. Has he ever been underwater and his ears start to hurt?
With the concept.
Oh my god, bro. Chill with it.
No, I'm serious. I want to answer my question. I'm asking a legitimate question. I know, but I want an answer.
Akna, he's checked out, brother.
Obligated to give you one.
I'm not checked out.
Why are you here if not to engage? Like, it's kind of boring.
True.
Honestly.
That's kind of
checked out. With what? Engage with what? Fucking offer me something, dude.
Listen, it's easy. You're not going to get him to do a mental exercise. He's got intellectual rheumatism.
Okay, but I do have so. Oh, he's muted. Okay, never mind. That's fine.
All right.
Why is it that it's the G word? When one side says God, it triggers the other. When one side says gravity, it triggers the other. It's very interesting.
It's the G spot, more like it.
So I want to go back. I want to go back to. You have to be retarded to believe this. So
yeah,
the reason why I believe in gravity, Verisa.
Wait, why do you justify your belief in gravity? Like, it's because you're not crazy.
Because
that's why you believe in it.
Yo, Omni, hold
because
on.
he's retarded.
Omni, let's break it down. What you're referring to with gravity, like flat Earth's argument, right, is not against the term gravity, right? Our argument is against the proposition of gravitation.
Okay, so here's why I believe in it. Are you familiar with the ideal gas law?
Elaborate.
What?
PV equals nRT. Have you heard of that? It's usually the gas law that flat earthers cite for why gas pressure requires a container. Or they just hold up the dictionary the same way that some people, unfortunately, hold up the Bible and go, this dictionary is the ultimate truth. And it says in this dictionary, in the definition of gas pressure, that it requires a container. Therefore, it must require a container. But none of that's actually true. Okay? So what happens is we have barometric pressure, which is a kind of gas pressure. Is the weight of air on us. That is how we use these things to like tell the weather, and airplanes.
Right, dude, and I get it. The weight of the particles and like all this collective shit.
Airplanes use them to determine their altitude. Okay, and
yeah, it doesn't necessitate a fucking gravitation, dude. It doesn't necessitate that. That's what's causing.
Yes, it does.
So, what if I told you?
Our problem is with what you guys say is the cause, because it's like that's the point of contention.
What if I told you it did require gravity to work?
It doesn't, though.
Why?
Can I?
Wait. I want to go back. I want to understand this. Why do you think it doesn't require gravity? Like, how do you know if you don't even know?
Hold on. You get me back to my initial point. My argument is not against gravity, right? What you're referring to. Our argument is against gravitation.
Well,
yes.
I don't think. Hold on.
So the point is that because the effect of the effect of gravity could be like also. Is interwoven with the concept of buoyancy and density, and that can be enough. Now, if you're going to try to add little g and try to bring the g's into it and all that, then that could be explained away by like electromagnetism or something else that makes fucking sense.
So I think that I think it's clear that you maybe don't understand what we're talking about.
Shut the fuck up, Omni. What do you mean?
Let me explain why I'm saying that, okay? I will tell you. I promise. So the reason why it seems to me like you don't understand what we're talking about here is because when you're saying, well, we could go to little g or we could go to electromagnetism, none of those things are true. Like that's not how electromagnetism works. That's
just because you say, dude. I just don't get like the, to me, the hubris, dude. Like, that none of that is true. Like, I just think like the idea is that there's an alternative explanation for what you're referring to when you talk about all these things. Hold on, let me just finish. My issue with the globe is that you're fucking pigeonholed into this shit because of an attempt to wrap the stars around what we live on. Which is fine, like what I mean, and I like the globe. I think the globe's a good model. I'm just not sure it's what I fucking live on. And like all I'm saying is that at every turn you have to stitch together these like miracles that we don't ever directly experience. And gas pressure without a container is fucking one of them. And the fucking mental gymnastics required to justify it versus the simplicity of the argument from the state of like you need containment. The idea of containment, it does make more sense than what you guys propose.
So I think that you just admitted that the only reason why you believe in the flat Earth is because you're conspiracy brained and you like the idea of like believing what other people don't believe. I think you just admitted that.
Yeah, you forgot.
We're actually just we're taking two ideas. It's not even me, dude. It's two ideas. And like, so it's not even me that's whatever. It's just the opposing idea is this. And it makes more fucking sense than what you propose.
No, it doesn't.
And I don't care how many fucking people like, I mean, do you know what they did to Pythagoras, Omnivore?
I don't know what they did specifically to Pythagoras.
Okay, well, you know what they did? I'll tell you what, let me ask you a question. Was Pythagoras a great man who understood many things?
Like Socrates?
I don't know.
Well, okay.
I don't know much about Pythagoras.
Well, he's got the Pythagorean theorem named after him, right? So he could be considered pretty fucking bright, right?
I would guess you
kind of ahead of his time, maybe. You know what I mean? Like that kind of character. The people that he lived with at the time, they fucking like burnt him at the stake and killed him, dude.
What does that have to do with anything?
That's why when I hear these when I hear you guys with this army of intellectual fucking midgetry, I fucking just feel like that's what you are. You're the fucking little. Like, people that killed Pythagoras. Like, and you think you're fucking so bright. And it's like these ideas make
You're
way more
fallacious.
fucking sense.
It's interesting
These
how he
ideas
calls him
make
how
way
he
more
explains
sense than what
himself
you
as a
propose.
hero and a victim in the
Dude,
same
cry
sentence.
about it, bro. Cry about it.
It might be, that could be true, but I assure you that right now, to me,
I assure you right now, you're
come off
pigeonholed
as
into one
incredibly
fucking
ignorant.
worldview. You're pigeonholed into one worldview, so there's no other way through it, dude.
No, that's not
Can you guys have a
What it
flat
seems
Earth
like
debate
is you got to
without
stitch
stepping
together.
into a million logical
The amount of
fallacies?
shit you got to stitch together, like gas pressure, doesn't need a container when it comes to the Earth. But like it's just retarded. You know what I mean? I just think that like everyday experience shows opposite to what you guys ask.
Technically,
I was trying to
Only
explain
to
this to
tie
you,
it all
Bill.
together to the fucking
I was trying to
stars. It's
explain it to
ridiculous.
you, Issa, but you failed on the first question. So
On the first question, how so?
There's this. Hold on. There's this theory. There's the ideal gas law is understood by most flat earthers. You can go look it up. But when you combine the ideal gas law with more or less with gravity, Newtonian gravity, little g, what you discover is that it accurately predicts the gas pressure at each altitude. Okay, so I'm going to say that again. The ideal gas law, which should not be in contention to you, although I guess it could be. You could be like not aware and questioning anything, but the ideal gas law is and plus little g gives us a good measurement of the pressure at any altitude. Okay, are you following me thus far?
That was a hasty generalization, logical fallacy.
Really?
I mean, like I follow what you're saying. It's like again, it's just go on. If you have to go on.
So what that tells me is that gas is affected by the same downward bias that you claim you accept.
No. And that downward bias, it's like, and again, this is what's weird to me is that downward bias now has to convert into a ball in your idea, which is fine. I'm just saying, like, I just think that there's a downward bias, but I don't think, and I think like the continuation of the thought in your model just gets to lunacy.
Well, there's a downward bias, and it's, as far as we can tell, it seems to affect gas. Does that? I mean,
well, I mean, other than like, let's say, like then you get to bring up the old argument of helium. You know what I mean? It's like I'm just saying, I don't know, man.
It affects helium too.
I get it. It reaches a stasis, and you're saying that then it's held by the fucking gravity.
So I
just think that I don't buy it, man.
Come on.
Yeah, hey,
If you're gonna
Issa,
say
that's
it,
a
then you
no true Scotsman fallacy that you just committed.
Shut the
Logical
fuck. Write a book
fallacy.
about it.
Yep,
Cool.
where
So-
somebody's giving you examples and you're refusing to acknowledge them.
I'm not.
So Issa, when you talk about helium and you just blow it up like, oh, you can't explain helium. Yes, you can. Yes, it does. It absolutely explains helium. Okay.
Yeah, I said they were bringing the argument of helium. That's what I was saying.
What? So the thing that you said, but then you'd have to do X. Doing X is fine. It explains X too. Okay. So if we have a force that is holding down the air for us, why do we need why not have gravity? What's wrong with, if that's holding air down, which it is, then why are we
Dude, it's just, I'll tell you what, man. It's like as much as
Why
you
do we
do the
need to
mental
go?
gymnastics to try to justify this shit, it seems retarded, dude.
Okay,
it's like a bunch of people. It's like a bunch of people like spinning around in circles and like. I'm just saying, like the concept of what gravitation offers is just, it's not good enough for what the for the complexity that we're observing. You know what I mean?
Could it seem
So
retarded
Omnivore,
that
he
you
actually
don't
doesn't have
understand
the like attention span to let you.
No, I get it, dude. It's just it. No, I'm literally.
You gotta
I
say it in
understand.
like 5-word
Okay.
bites.
No, Omnivore, I get what you're saying. It's just if you yourself were to think it through.
Well, I
It's like
have.
it's such a big. All right. Well, I just think you guys are closed-minded about this.
That's an ad hominem.
Shut the fuck up.
So the problem is that I have thought it through, and I don't think you have. That's the problem. So
I mean, it's, like I said, it's everyday usage of, like, let's say gas pressure without a container.
But
shows us like no, I'm just using it as a microcosm.
Yeah, I know. You're
Like, you know, but I'm saying like every fucking turn.
You're not going to address it. I got
at every. Well, I think you're just. I get what you're asking me, and you're just trying to be like, you see, that's why it makes sense, and I'm saying no, it doesn't make sense. You're saying you don't understand what I'm saying, and that's
that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
Very
Get it.
clear that you don't understand what you know.
No. That I disagree. I think I think you're just North Koreans that don't fucking understand how to think outside the box, and you think fucking Kim Jong Un created.
That was just a serious.
Enjoy my ad hominems. They're brilliant, bro. Fucking like, you know, so like it's like you just. Well, no, it's because you've been instructed to believe this that you do.
Well,
for the
you haven't engaged. You haven't actually understood or engaged with.
I get your fucking arguments. It's just that, and your insistence to just be rude isn't like necessarily dictating the fact.
You just you just gave 2 ad homs, and you're telling me.
Issa, you came out of the gate.
Enjoy them, like I just said. Enjoy the ad homs, bro. I'm good.
Hey, Issa, how can these Globers help you out, bud? What can they do to help you out?
You came out of the gate.
I think it's the other way around. I think Issa's trying to help out the Globers, but on me,
that was a question for him, please. What could they do to help you out? Like, you know, they're here, they're listening to you, they're engaged. What could they do to help you out?
Issa,
consider the fact. Hold on. Consider the mental gymnastics that one has to do in order to justify the crazy stuff that you have to stitch together,
bro,
at every turn in order for this to work. In order for the globe to really make work, like the globe is a great model. I say it all the time. The point is, it goes directly against everything I experience, which makes it seem silly.
But it doesn't.
Issa, do you need their help? Issa, do you think you need the?
Well, no, I need them to be. Yeah, I need them to be understanding members of society for sure.
Why is it a good model?
I am an understanding member of society.
Right, but you're obviously like short-sighted, and you think that you're fucking the hubris, like that you can.
I think you're a troll.
Just discount what Flat Earth is saying and proposing in opposition to your ideas.
These guys repeated the same 3 talking points in rotation for the last hour. Like, what the fuck is happening? He hasn't even engaged in a single point made with anybody, has he?
He engaged with me calling out his logical fallacies.
So
yeah, other than the people typing in the background to say logical fallacies.
Isa, I want to give you a piece of advice before before you go or whatever. When the first things out of your mouth are, if you believe this, you're retarded. That's going to create a conversation that may not be as productive as you might claim you want to have.
Did your feelings get hurt?
My feelings didn't get hurt. No. My
feelings are
really hard to hurt, Issa. They're really
I know,
hard
but
to
that's
hurt.
what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm talking to you, homie. I'm not talking to nobody else. Like, I don't give a fuck. You know, like there's a lot of people who don't like me. I'm cool with it.
But that's one of the things I'm telling you is that you're coming off as dumb. Okay?
No, I'm not coming off as dumb. I'm coming off. No. I'm being sincere. I'm being sincere. No. You can't call it dumb because look. I would think flat earthers are more versed in like a lot of this information. Like, not every flat earther, and there's a lot of crazy folks out here. But I mean, like a competent person who's like, proposing these ideas even internally in their head is like looking at what makes sense versus what doesn't make sense. And like I said, the biggest hurdle for the globe in the minds of people who've come to flat earth is the fact that, like I said, you have to stitch together impossibility of the real world at every turn. Idea, you're spinning, but you don't feel it. Just all, and now granted, I understand your arguments that try to refute that, but like I said, is that they're just not good enough. And whether or not we understand them or not is fucking irrelevant.
Can you repeat one of their arguments, please?
It is relevant
because we have to understand and repeat one of their arguments, please.
Would you expect to feel all kinds of spinning? Would you expect to feel that?
Dude, I get it, man. I get why you're saying you're not feeling.
Can you make the argument, please? Can you make their argument for them so we can see that you understand?
Like, it will want to be so slow, and you're moving in relevant motion to everything else that you would have always been in rotation with. So there would have been no sense of non-rotational because there's nothing to distinguish rotation from that, right?
So,
is that right? I just want to hear. Like, is that right? Am I wrong?
Now we're talking about rotation.
Check it out. Even knowing that I know that, right? I still think you'd have to be retarded to believe it. So how about that?
Why? What? If you're in a system that's spinning so slowly and you've got no peripheral.
Dude, it's not good enough. That's why it's not good enough.
But I said if I put you in a room on a maglev and I span it so it went round once a day, and you were sat in an armchair watching a TV in that room, there's absolutely no way. You know, there's no way you.
It's not analogous because the maglev is a closed system with aluminum and soundproofing. You're
Okay,
talking
so he's in a
about
spinning room on liquid bearings. Okay, yeah. So the thing is not making any noise, and there's no windows. And he just sat there watching the TV in that room, and that room rotated in, say, in a warehouse or something, and it rotated once every 24 hours. He knows he wouldn't feel that room rotating. He knows
It's
that
not
already.
just rotating; it's actually orbiting the sun as well. At what speed?
Sure. And what's
Even slower.
what's the rotational speed around the sun?
365 days.
I mean, this is the thing. Linear directions, you won't linear velocities. You won't feel. You know that. You know you can't.
It's not linear, is it? Isn't it orbital?
It's got two components. It's got rotational and linear, isn't it? The linear you won't feel. The rotational you can, if it's substantive enough for your peripheral senses. But plug the numbers in. There's no point saying, "Oh, well, I can't feel the spinning, therefore it must be bullshit." Plug the actual numbers that the proposition is putting forward in. If the thing says, "Oh, it's spinning like a fucking tumble dryer," then yes, you've got a point to make. But if it say it's spinning like the hour hand on the clock, it's a different kettle of fish.
I mean,
just like your analogy of the maglev, right? You for some reason chose a maglev where you have fully contained, right, and soundproofed, but that's not analogous to the Earth because you're on top of the Earth. That means you would be on top of the maglev.
No, because there's not because that's you're assuming that there's atmosphere in space, Eden.
It's the nature of the example is irrelevant. Well, the point is you're in a system where some sort of system where you have no perception of outside that system. In other words, a sealed room, a sealed box, and it rotates very slowly. The reason I invoked that is because I didn't want it on suddenly noisy, vibrating wheels. Yeah, which arguably could give you some sensation of some mechanic going on. But if you're in an enclosed system and it's spinning very slowly, you know, and we all know that we can't feel it. We know that already. There are fairground rides that put people on sort of like a platform with an axle to the side, and they tumble the room slowly, and for the first couple of seconds of it, what appears to be, as far as you're concerned, the cradle you're sat on rotating from underneath you. You lurch forward, and everyone laughs. Everyone feels a bit weird, but then your brain kicks in and goes, "Oh, hang on, the room is rolling around," so you get used to it. But it's still very unnerving. But so you are built to expect certain things to happen with respect to your peripheral, and if it doesn't change, then you're not going to know it. And if your ears don't pick up this motion and the mechanisms in your body that pick up rotations and accelerations, decelerations, rotations, if they're not sensitive enough, you will not feel it. And people know that. And if they plug the numbers in.
Thank you. I have a question, Pazza. No pressure. Now, that's an extraordinary claim. Do you have any corroborating evidence you'd like to show? Maybe some video evidence of the Earth rotating from space, or do you have anything else you can corroborate your claim?
What, you want me to corroborate the concept of the Earth rotating?
Sure. Do you have any video you want to present to the room here of Earth rotating?
How about the gyroscopes?
No, something more substantial. We've already seen the.
How about the entirety of every single perceptible? How about the entirety of every perceptible phenomena that's celestially based?
Yeah. How about you present your very best, most corroborative evidence that corroborates the claim?
So
can you show me your video evidence of the Earth being flat, please?
Wait a minute, Eden. Are you expecting people to believe that if you were shown, this one piece of evidence you're asking for, that you would like?
Let's not jump the gun here. Let's just examine the evidence.
I think it's a real question.
I would argue that people intellectually wise, people completely absorbed and accepted the fact that the Earth was rotating before cameras or any ability to get a camera up to film it. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah. I know. I'm just saying, like, perhaps you have something to corroborate your claim. That's all.
I do. I would argue that the observational nature of the entire celestial realm is a substantive enough evidence.
Okay. Anyone else?
It's just not. I don't think it's a good faith question. It doesn't sound like a good faith question to me.
That's okay. Omni, do you want to have any evidence to corroborate the claim that you want to present?
Do I have evidence? Yeah. Foucault's pendulum. Why not?
All satellites show the Earth rotating under them, except for geosynchronous ones.
Yeah. I mean, what about
highly inertial
Can you post that evidence, please? Whoever made the claim of the satellites, go ahead and post the evidence, please. Thank you.
He wants something more substantial, like a video from outer space, even though he carte launched and
Also-
photos from outer space.
Also, isn't the well, never mind. I'll have to think more about it and get back to you on that one.
But like you say, it was absorbed and completely to people's intellectual satisfaction a long time before cameras and people flying even off the surface, let alone ascending to heights where you could see what getting a view from space. So, question is,
people who astral project, if they observe the Earth spinning.
That's a good question. Because I've actually had an out-of-body experience myself, and it's still very vivid. But that's a great question. I only was out of my body for less than probably 1 minute. I got scared, and I decided to go back.
Well, I thought of that because I was doing some tests with telepathic messaging, and they weren't connecting, and I don't know if it's because of the rotation. Anybody has any information?
I'm having deja vu right now. There's no way.
We were talking about that last week, I think. And I think what happens, what do you think about this, though? Let's say if someone leaves their body, let's say if at the CIA headquarters, maybe they have some sort of drug that kind of accelerates that. You can leave your body, but what if you travel too far? Can someone travel too far and then come back into their body? Or do you think when you get too far?
I remember that conversation like a week ago, and it's crazy because it feels like that was yesterday. But I don't have an answer. I mean,
yeah, I wonder. Me neither. I wonder if you get too far, you can't get back. Maybe it breaks a connection, or I don't know.
You just get a coma if you get too far away in space. I mean, from your body.
Yeah. I wonder.
It's like SpongeBob when they bite the hooks, and if they get too high up.
We've got an uncut video of this that we can have a look at. From inside and outside the body.
You ever seen Magic School Bus?
Yeah.
Not a good question. It's a stupid question.
No, I think we live in
Did you say we
age
need
with
video
technology
of astral projection? Who just said that?
Yeah,
It was
that's
the smart
standard
guy
evidence
calling
that
other
we
guys
require. Uncut
stupid.
video of the event, right?
What?
Sorry, I'm being sarcastic.
Are you talking about like Neuralink recording?
It would do, yeah.
Oh, that would be cool. Is that a thing?
That would be really cool, right?
Yeah, if that was if we were able to actually have video footage of conscious experience beyond what you see through your
Watching
your
myself
optic
goon
nerves.
from 30 feet in the sky.
Yeah.
That'd be sick.
They could probably recreate memories and make it like a meta, like a VR experience.
Well, that's what I think is. That's why I think it's an ethical dilemma with the Neuralink, is because at what point do you lose your ability to perceive what's being inputted through the Neuralink and what's actively happening within your own brain?
Probably be pretty obvious, right?
That's not the case. I mean, they're if you've ever imagine showing someone the virtual reality headset that lived in ancient Greece, right? They'd probably have a pretty hard time understanding why they're able to see, a completely different atmosphere and environment despite the fact that they're standing in one location.
People make an ethical argument against using VR headsets on chimps because they clearly can't or don't.
Exactly.
comprehend exactly what's going on, and they get sucked into it. It's like really.
I saw
fucked up.
this video where these people, these like scientists, convinced a gorilla, or they communicated with it and like made it understand that it was gonna die, and the gorilla just became really depressed. And they're like, "Oh, we succeeded in our mission." They were like happy about it. So I don't think they care about it being unethical. You know?
Well, that's not true.
Okay, they test on animals all the time. What do you mean?
Yeah, because that's just a limitation that we have, right? Like that's a well, if you'd let me finish, I might be able to actually explain, right?
Go ahead.
It's obviously just a limitation of our technology. There's no other way for us to test. I mean, unless you want to go straight to like human trials, feel free to make that argument. But
aren't you
This
making
doesn't
that
answer
argument?
my question.
How would
No,
you even
I'm
know
not.
that they were actual accurate recordings? Like, you'd effectively be taking their word for it. Like, yeah, that's Billy what I saw. Like,
So it's better to just test things on humans and not test on animals first.
No, I'm saying it's better that we test on animals rather than humans first.
Yeah. So let's test all this shit on animals.
That's fucked up.
Well,
to a point, if it's ever going to be entirely unethical to even attempt to test it on humans, then what's the point of testing it on animals?
Great point.
it's for science.
It's too bad humans got the flat Earth before the animals did.
Yo, Bob, I tagged you the other day. There was a
that.
discussion in here. I don't know.
You said they're talking about rabbit food?
Yeah, they're talking about rabbit food, dude.
Never
Vegans
heard that
were the
one before.
vegetarians.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Not that I'm listen. I'm not even.
Why is Bob a vegan too?
I just wanted to hear.
Ew.
I just wanted to hear a debate between the vegetarians and the meat eaters.
That's a good debate, I think.
It's not.
I love both of you guys. I love both of you
Is
guys.
PH
Gay or do you not?
Is he a vegan or is he a vegetarian?
I'm
Eden
carnivore.
is a vegan and he is a Janus adjacent rock carnivore.
Interesting.
Veganism
I didn't
is
catch.
just a
I didn't
it's a
catch that last part.
non-sequitur.
But
He's raw carnivore. Raw meat.
Yeah, so raw carnivore within the realm of Janus and his
dairy.
teachings.
Veganism is a non sequitur. That's my argument.
Who's more violent than the meat eater or the
You
plant
fucking
eater?
stupid. You're
Well,
actually
look
fucking
at cannibals.
stupid.
Are cannibals violent? Or does eating meat make you violent? I think it can.
Is capacity for violence a bad thing?
Eden thinks that eating meat makes you.
That's a
prone
good
to
question.
violence.
No, I
Yes,
think
okay.
it could.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Well,
You gotta
Let's
continue
take a
to kill
poll. Let's take a poll. Out of everybody in the world that's ever lived, to the 10 fucking frail little pussies.
If anything,
that
it's the
eat
common refrain that the
vegetables.
capacity for violence.
You're
engage in a
retarded, Effie.
conversation. I think look at his keywords. He just repeats retarded. Like, is that your
Well,
is that
I mean, that's a
your
good
word of the
point.
day? Is that all your vocabulary is limited to?
It seems to be like everybody's. Seems to be everybody's objection to like any argument presented. I don't know why.
I know, eh? Maybe if someone's limited to that kind of vocabulary, they could sit down and maybe take some notes from some of the others here.
That's just American language, bro. I don't know.
Are you guys even
I've
allowed?
been saying
to
it for hundreds of years, dude.
Vegans lose every debate. Raw meat.
Wait, Lion. That would be hilarious if we go back in time and like they're in Athens debating philosophy and they're like, bro, that's just fucking retarded.
For real, for real.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably did do that a little bit, to be honest.
That'd be based.
That's the one word that still gets like I don't know used over the other ones.
Are you guys even allowed to talk about diet?
But
No medical
yeah,
talk.
we can talk about
True.
diet.
It
We
gets,
just can't
it gets
talk
a little
about.
bit too much in medical talk.
We can't talk
Because
about
literally,
vaccines,
as soon as you mention any food and whether it's good or bad for you, this is all health stuff, guys. So
No, you can talk about, dude. I'm pretty sure you can still talk about diet.
If you want to
nutrition.
talk about the ethical arguments of diet, that's probably not in the realm of medical. But if you want to talk about the health benefits of diet, that would be. There's no way it can't be medical.
Exactly.
All right, we could talk about veganism.
It's not all medical stuff, dude. I'm pretty sure it's just certain. You know, you guys already know what we can't talk about, dude. We can't talk about the COVID stuff. We can't talk about the vaccine.
Yeah, it's just the idea of having like the rule is no tolerance. You know.
Dude, the amount of conspiracy brain you're on is outrageous.
It's weird because we did talk about vaccines like 2 days ago, and all the
Yeah, I think
blowers got
there's
completely destroyed. But now we can't talk about it.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why.
Yeah,
we can't talk about that
because Earth is Life wants to keep the VODs on YouTube, and that means that we all have to follow YouTube's censorship rules.
We got
but we could talk about nutrition and fitness and all that, dude. What do you mean?
And that gets tricky though.
I raised this before, man.
I said, not allowed to deny the existence of COVID because it's going to get the shipping.
No, dude, we can't talk about that stuff, right? I'm just going to let you know. I tried to raise these things like, what was it? Go out and get some sun. Getting sun is good for you. I can't say that.
Yeah, we have to go to different server for that.
Well, dude, Omni's here, dude. If he has a problem, then he'd tell us, dude. I'm pretty sure we could talk about nutrition and diet.
So I'm okay with nutrition and diet, but if we're going to do that, then we have to mod ruthlessly if it shifts into other areas.
Okay. I have a question for Rob, if that's okay, since we're on the topic of meat. And you can ask me a few questions if you want, no pressure.
I don't.
But I was just curious, do you kill any animals yourself that you consume?
No, but I would.
Okay.
Wait, was that to the room or was that just to Blob?
Case
It
closed.
was to anybody.
Cold-blooded
Yeah,
killer.
thank you, Maxim. I'm sure other people
I would smile with glee while I took its life. Okay, just so I could eat it.
Oh my god!
Does that make you mad or something? Like, what was the point?
No,
of
I don't get triggered. I expect
was
the
the point of the
unexpected from
question?
people. No, I like to find out more about people. Do you ever?
I
I
expect
don't know.
vulgarity
You
out of meat
non-believer?
eaters.
Are you a non-believer?
In what?
Like, do you have a faith? Are you Muslim? Are you Hindu? Are you Buddhist?
No.
It's asking, are you religious?
No.
Okay. Yeah, just because some people who aren't religious.
This is animal cruelty, by the way, that's being promoted here by this guy up here, right? Literally, like saying that he would gleefully sort of plunge the knife in. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, what was
He
the
said
problem?
that was being said about human beings or something. Like you just switch that out. It'd be
Good
like,
thing animals aren't human beings, right?
Yeah, sure, bro.
Like, do you think animals
God
are human
created
beings?
food so we can eat it. That's crazy.
And the devil created spices.
PhD Blob.
Just for white people, he created spices, okay? Just for the whites. Just to punish.
Do you eat your meat raw as well? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't hear. There's some background like zipper noise. I can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't realize that.
There's some
Sorry, I just couldn't
crazy
understand what he was
background
saying.
noise.
It wasn't that bad. It just they was at the exact same time. What was the question?
I know a body bag zipper when I hear it. Somebody
there's
look into that.
There's like experiments that show that plants have emotions. They respond to negative emotions. They remember people that they have negative experiences with. So one of the arguments vegans use is that like it's more ethical because there's less suffering in plants, or no suffering. It's not even true. Plants still suffer. You're still killing an organism. You guys have no arguments.
What was I was asked some type of question earlier? What was the question?
Yeah, I was just wondering because maybe there's other raw meat eaters. I was just curious. Do you how do you consume your meat? Is it always raw?
Unless it's like some ceviche shit in a nice restaurant, I'm not eating my meat raw or sushi.
Oh, okay.
Why
Just
would I eat
other
it
raw
cooked?
foods, right? Like raw milk and so.
Unless you're getting mercury,
Raw milk?
you're not
No, I
eating your
don't.
meat raw.
If by raw milk you mean like unpasteurized milk, no, I don't like getting like horrible infections and sick, so I don't do that.
Oh, so you're just a carn. Okay, thank you.
I
Can't defend that.
I eat meat and I eat plants. I eat whatever the fuck I want to eat. Well, I was about to say some other shit, but apparently this server is a little sensitive to sex jokes.
He is in no way a raw carnivore or any type of carnivore related. He's just normie diet guy.
He's omnivore.
Exactly.
Lol.
Omnivore in OmniTalk.
You can just
I mean,
do
I
you
like to shit
consider
on
yourself
vegans
last
because, like,
question.
the ethical vegans, like, I am a ton of friend with a ton of vegans, especially back in college. There's a whole group of them that we were all hanging out with together, and as long as they were cool about me eating meat and they weren't trying to be ethically annoying as fuck and try to constantly start like really cringe dialogue tree arguments, we got along great. Not a problem with vegans. Is the problem is online vegans are fucking insufferable cunts.
Okay. Yeah. Do you consider yourself healthy and strong?
I don't know what you would define as that. I go to the gym 4 times a week and I eat pretty well. If
Oh, there
that's
you go.
if that's what you consider healthily or whatever, then sure.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just curious because some people might not be living that lifestyle, and maybe they're
I don't think
overweight or they have
I
medication.
don't really see what it matters though whether someone is living healthfully or not in this
You
context.
think meat eating leads to disease?
You're actually supposed
putting
to
a-
be fat.
No.
You're putting a burden on the industry that we can't talk about. Essentially, if you're not.
Yeah,
Yeah, if
Eden,
you're
I don't
not-
know why you're trying to say like carnivores are more violent because
I didn't- oh, no, it's
vegans are
just-
like the most unhinged people on the earth. They're literally insane.
I don't know about that. I think some would argue they're a little bit more compassionate.
No, they're crazy.
Well, okay, let's go. Who is everyone here for war? Would you guys kill someone?
No.
In the right
Depends on
situation,
the-
yeah,
depends-
absolutely.
Depends on the context, my guy.
Okay, so we have a few people saying yes. Yeah. Okay.
I said it depends on the context.
Yeah,
you said kill. You said kill, not murder.
Yeah,
What
for
about-
sure.
I can,
do you murder
I
someone for
can
money,
think
you
of
guys?
all sorts of just random examples where killing someone is totally the right thing to do, can't you?
And what about murder? Would you guys murder someone for money?
No, dude.
I mean, the entire
Murder-
idea is
And like they're
murder
gonna
is
like
unjust.
anybody
Murder
who's
is
gonna
an
admit to
unjust
that,
killing.
dude.
Bill Gates for money.
Murder is an unjust killing, right? So it's
Yeah.
just, it's just
By
you're
definition.
asking a logical contradiction of a question.
Nobody's gonna admit to that, anyways.
I think I've heard.
Guy
I've had one guy admit
eliminate
he would do it for
Austin.
$1 and I think
Wait,
someone else said he would do it.
hold on. To the person asking all these questions, can't you easily think of a example off the top of your head that killing someone would be like a morally good thing to do? That you
Yes,
fought
when
for
you're
that person?
beating your wife and lying about it.
No,
mean,
I
can't
don't
you
think
just think of do you need one to be produced to you, or is it easy?
No,
enough?
I've thought about it. You can present one, and we can take it apart if you like.
Okay.
You know for
okay.
100%
woman is being like kept in captivity, raped, and constantly beaten, and you happen to come across her while your car breaks down, and you have a gun with you, and the guy charges you trying to fucking kill you before you can take his woman from him. Okay. Do you think it's justified to fucking pull your gun out and blow that guy's brains out?
I think it's a false dichotomy to execute him. I think you could subdue him
Oh
without
my god!
execution.
I'm giving you a hypothetical. Can you engage in the hypothetical, or are you just gonna evade?
I just answered. I said no. You don't need to execute him. I think it's a false.
They're
What if he
physically
can't
coming
stronger.
to kill you. It is either kill or be killed. And by the way, this guy who you would be killing in order to save your own life is a like rapist and horrible person who beats his own woman and keeps her in
And
captivity.
you don't have the ability to beat him up.
I don't expect you to understand because I don't think you're a Christian.
Oh
so-
my god! Just fails to
I'm
engage.
gonna
again.
interrupt.
No, to make
interrupt
this simple, they're physically stronger than you, and there's no such thing as non-lethal use of a gun. Like shooting somebody in the leg is lethal, like is potentially lethal. So there's no way to use a gun in self-defense and shoot somebody and not be potentially killing them. So your only solution for somebody who is physically stronger than you in this situation is to either let yourself die or use the gun and use lethal force.
I still think it's a false dichotomy. That's just my opinion because from the Christian
where's the
worldview, you
false
can actually solve the
dichotomy?
situation without taking his life. I know you guys, the non-believer, won't believe it, but
Okay, do you believe in the death
It has
penalty?
nothing
Do you
to do with
believe in the death
Christianity,
penalty?
bro. Nothing to do with
Do you believe in the
Christianity,
death
bro.
penalty?
Dude, you guys aren't going to get anywhere with Eden on this. He told me that he wouldn't kill someone if God directly commanded him to. So I
Wait,
don't
do you
think you're
believe
going
in
to
the
get
death
that.
penalty? Do you believe in the death
All right.
penalty?
Well, that's honestly probably a good thing, Osco.
no, I believe in rehabilitation. But I know there's extreme examples, but I think
Okay,
we can
so-
actually rehabilitate. But yeah, I know it could be argued both ways.
Okay, so you don't think that Hitler should have received the death penalty?
Well, he was based, so that's
Hell
kind of a
no.
non sequitur. Yeah. That was a bad example.
He's based on nonsense.
You don't need to take
Come on,
the bait.
buddy.
Nobody
Wait,
needs to
would
take the
you
bait.
would you vote? Would you vote on the jury for him to get the death penalty? It's fucking Hitler, my guy.
No, I mean, I would just say
let's not talk about
going back to the previous thing, and getting away from contentious topics. In what way is it a false dichotomy? Like, what other situation is there when somebody is determined to come after you, and they will not stop until, like, you are dead? What is the alternative there?
In a Christian worldview, you have more tools at your disposal rather than just a gun, so you could potentially subdue him without the use of that weapon. I don't expect the non-believers to.
The hypothetical, dude. The hypotheticals that they're stronger than you.
Yo, stop bringing up your Christian worldview. I'm a Christian, dude. Jesus said to Peter, sell your cloak and get yourself a sword. He got 2 swords, dude.
He who lived by the sword dies by the sword. Do you remember that line?
That's out of context. Yeah, that's out of context. We're not warmongers. Neither were the apostles, dude. But the Torah does.
Meat.
Hold on. The Torah does justify self-defense, bro.
I know, and I'm just telling you that you don't.
Who's the line? No, dude, you don't understand the Christian worldview. Who's the line of Judah that comes back with his? Wait, hold on. Who's the line of Judah that comes back to the point where his vestment is covered in blood? Who is that, Eden?
Are you referring to Jesus?
Yeah, who's the one that returns, right, to the where after he's done slaughtering, right, that his vestment is covered in blood?
Oh, who do you think it is? I
Jesus.
said Jesus. Yeah.
So stop acting like Jesus is some hippie, because he's not a hippie, bro. I hate when people do that.
Do you remember what Jesus taught? But when someone slaps you, what do you do?
Yeah, that was an idiom, dude. It means don't trade insult for insult. If you think that Jesus was some type of pacifist where he's gonna let himself get stepped on when he comes back as a Lion of Judah, you're sorely mistaken.
I'm not saying you have to get
sorely.
stepped on.
I said sorely mistaken.
No. I think you're sorely mistaken. I think as a Christian, you have the power to subdue someone. Maybe you just don't know the examples that have existed throughout time.
So are you going to use mind judo on people to say the power of Christ compels you, and then this like cracked up meth head who's like determined to kill you?
I don't expect non-believers to believe it.
I mean, there's no believers that would believe that you could subdue somebody who's trying to kill you.
Not even like, dude, what is it with this server and people just not even engaging with conversations? It's kind of a little.
So you think you can like strangle like a methed out John Jones because of Jesus? Like you can just.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen demonically possessed people and the power of prayer stopping them in their tracks.
He's not talking about getting physical.
Man,
he's talking
brain
about
rot, man.
talking about subduing them verbally with the tools at hand.
Yeah, you can look at it both extremes. You can, if it was like a young dweeb teenager who broke into the house, I could subdue him with muscle. But if we take it to the extreme where he's like an 8-foot freak, I don't have to use
Arnold
violence.
Schwarzenegger, okay? That's who it is, okay? Arnold Schwarzenegger is coming at you, fucking trying to kill you, and he definitely will fucking kill you because he's absolutely going to overpower you. What do you do?
That's the belief in a non-believer worldview, but in a Christian worldview,
dude, you're such a troll. You're not real.
No,
You're not.
Now you're just interrupting. Now you're just revealed that you're the troll, right? Because that's actually a Freudian slip. So I was trying to.
Wait, do you know what a Freudian slip is?
Yeah, it's just you revealing your subconscious, and you just let it go.
How did I do that by interrupting you?
When you have 3 pointing right back, so literally you're the troll times 3. I was in the middle of answering, and of course,
all right, hold on. Let him
finish. Just let Eden finish.
Yeah, let Eden finish his sentence.
Thank you. In the Christian worldview, you have the full armor of the Lord, which stems from the gospel of peace. You have to walk in the shoes of peace. You have the shield of faith. You have the sword of the Spirit. I don't expect non-believers to get it, but
bro, you're arguing with believers. Me and Yasuke and Blob are believers, dude. And
it doesn't matter
too. So
the
fact that you keep bringing, the fact that you keep bringing up the Christian worldview is logically irrelevant, especially when the Bible calls for the defense of the innocent, and not just through freaking spiritual warfare. Yes, spiritual warfare is good. I'm not denying that. But sometimes there comes a time for war. There comes a time to stand up and kill, dude. You can't just sit back as a pacifist and get stepped on, dude.
You get to do that. Every man gets to choose for himself to do that, and if there is a God, it is what it is. So
thank you.
But yeah, you
Okay,
cannot.
and I'd
You
like to
cannot.
rebut- I'd like to rebut, Lion. I'd like to rebut, please. Remember, you're going to have Christians saying this and that. You have Christians that say Earth is old. You have Christians that say Earth is young. You have Christians that say Earth is a globe. So trying to use that argument isn't a great idea because you have
That's the
Christians
argument you're
disagreeing
using.
about the Bible.
That's the
You're
argument
saying
you
my
made.
Christian worldview.
Bro,
Yeah, you're.
You cannot say it is the Christian worldview when there is no prominent Christian worldview that subscribes to that idea. There's not a single one that you can find.
Okay, that's like saying the Vatican is true because the Vatican is the majority. Come on, man. That goes against Jesus' teachings
No,
himself.
because you were saying it is the Christian worldview, and there is not a single any
It
Protestant
doesn't
branch,
matter if
Orthodox.
it doesn't matter if there's an organization. If this organization that exists doesn't align with Christ's teachings, they can say whatever they want. Jesus is going to say, "Those get away because you are a worker of iniquity, lawlessness."
So it is not Christianity.
Like,
It is
we're
your. It
having
is
a
your.
conversation about like topic A, like we're having a conversation about gravity, and you just keep saying over and over again, but like the Christian worldview, bro, as if that has anything.
I know
to do
it's
with the
not fair for you to
conversation.
do that, bro. Because
It's called a
especially when we know,
non-sequitur because you're not responding to the fucking points made.
according to the Torah, self-defense is justified. It's not a transgression against God, bro. Why would Jesus say you worker of iniquity when it's justified according to his law?
Now, how about in the hypothetical, you're deaf and you can't talk, so you can't communicate with this person that's trying to kill you, and they're like coming at you. They're like 10 feet in front of you, and you
That's
just.
a good question. If it is a Christian, he has the spirit. He has the full armor of the Lord with him. If he's donning it, there's going to be a lot of Christians
So
out
if
there.
you're
that are
not
working
Christian enough, then he's going to kill you.
So
But
this
if
is
you
the
are
problem with
Christian
saying it's
enough,
the
then you're
Christian
good.
worldview when it is not the
just wrong.
worldview of any like prominent Christian thing. It is the worldview of
Doesn't
your
matter.
church. It is the worldview of your church of one. It is
It doesn't
your
matter.
church
You can
that
have
you
the
follow.
majority of the-
It is not the Christian worldview. Don't say it is the Christian
By that
worldview.
logic, by that very logic, the majority of the Christians today believe in the globe because of the Vatican. So come on, man. You know that doesn't work.
Wait, that also doesn't follow.
No, I'm referring to the teachings of the Bible and Christ, and then he's coming along saying, "Look, the majority of Christians don't believe that. In fact, probably I'm the only one that believes it." And I'm trying to say, doesn't matter. I'm just referring to the Bible. They can believe whatever they want.
You're hiding behind your
verse,
faith.
passage, chapter. Let's see it. What part of the Bible? If you're
I'm
just
talking-
gonna be
No, I
like, yo,
mentioned
I'm
the
just
full armor of
quoting
the
the
Lord.
Bible, then quote the Bible. Go ahead.
Yeah, the full armor of the Lord, which is Ephesians, and the Sermon on the Mount, where Jesus talks about those who persecute you and how to
What's the
treat your
exact
enemy.
quote? I thought you were gonna quote it for us.
Well, there's the prodigal, the Good Samaritan. There's an example of that.
What about it?
Well, that's the story of an enemy helping a Jew.
Well, how does that have anything to do with being threatened with murder by Arnold Schwarzenegger and needing to defend yourself?
Yeah, I think the point is that, in my opinion, I don't expect all Christians to go by this, but in my opinion, I believe the Bible gives us the tools to go into the most dangerous places, survive, and help those who are. Oh wow! Just as I say that, someone's question.
It gives you the tools to
You can
fight
go
Arnold
into
Schwarzenegger, or
Yeah, you can go into the darkest places on Earth, survive, and even help these people convert. I don't expect non-believers to get it. But if you do a little bit of research, I think you can get it eventually.
but you're just endlessly repeating the same non sequitur.
Are you
The
also
Good
calling
Samaritan story
99%
has
of
nothing to do with this?
Yeah, are you also calling 99.99% of Christians non-believers because they don't agree with your point?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
That's
none of the other
that-
Christians
that-
believe.
That's the influence of the Holy Spirit right there. I don't expect non-believers to get it. That right there, that's the Holy Spirit speaking right there.
Thank you, bro.
No, it's not. That's actually
You
rude.
seem
What
like
you
a
just
super
said.
real person. Yeah, for sure.
I was being sarcastic, man. I wasn't being for real.
Well,
Yeah, this
I'm
entire
God
conversation
damn it,
we haven't had
concave.
Eden, what would you do if it's 2:00 at night, your wife is asleep, your children are asleep, and then you got a burglar that comes in, dude? with
Nothing.
evil
He's gonna do
intentions,
nothing,
not to just only steal, but possibly tie you up and rape your wife and your daughter. What would you do?
Yeah,
would you try to kill him, or would you just get on your knees and start praying, hopefully that he doesn't rape your wife and rape your daughter?
Sir, have you ever heard of the name Jesus Christ?
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, and I would try to subdue him, but I think execution is just is unnecessary. I think there's a better way.
Trying to subdue him physically is also lethal force. Like if you guys end up like getting knocked to the ground and his head hits the floor in the wrong way, you're using lethal force.
Yeah, that's true.
And there's a chance you could lose the fight.
Yes, what if there's a chance you could lose the
only
fight?
Christian who thinks this and has tried this and has shown that it doesn't always work.
Yeah, did you see the guy who went into the zoo? He was trying to convert like tigers to Christianity. They just fucked him up.
Okay, well that's
stupid.
Yeah, for sure. There's been a lot of martyrs.
What do you think about King David and Goliath? What if King David would have just forgot about his slingshot and just tried praying?
Oh yeah, that's a great point. But remember, that was before Jesus, so
it doesn't matter, dude. We have the same God, dude. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. Why would it matter if it was King David or Paul?
Because that was the instruction then, the divine instruction then. But now we have the divine mandate by Jesus.
No, that's not true.
Why'd
King
you just
David
say
said his
God,
law is
Jesus?
eternal, dude. King David said
let's
his law is
let
eternal.
Eden and Lion battle this out. We want to know who's the ultimate biblical person. Who should?
No, I don't want to get into the Bible.
Let's find out. Lion, do you know the 10 commandments by heart?
Yes, dude. The first law is you shall love thy God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your being. You shall have no other idols. I'm Yahweh, your Elohim, who brought you out of the house of bondage.
Amazing.
And then you already know. The second one is you should have no graven images. I'm thy God. The third one is
we believe that you know. We believe that you know.
I should not take thy Lord God's name in vain. Anyone who takes thy Lord's God name in vain shall not be held unaccountable. The fourth one is, keep the Sabbath. The fifth one is honor your father. You guys know.
Amazing. Lion, actually, in the last 10 years, I think I can count on. You're probably number 6 in the last 10 years that can name the 10 commandments.
Holy shit, bro! What is the clacking? What is the clanking?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm still working. I'm at work, you guys. I actually got a job.
Yeah. I'm gonna hang out with some family. Maybe Lion, we can adjourn.
No, but dude, you gotta admit that self-defense is justified, dude.
Oh,
and it's not a transgression against God.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying, I don't think I have to go all the way to execution. I don't, you know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
This is just so silly. Force is potentially lethal. So